good afternoon to Western Europe. This is Tour 3 and it is the start of Week 3, the final week TGov of Tour 3. Are you excited? Bittersweet? Where's the emotions at?
It just goes so fast.
I know.
Like, this whole changing it from a 6-week league to a 3-week league, I feel like I blink and I just miss it. Oh, there's the major. So, yeah, it is bittersweet.
Yeah, it is a little bit because it was a great way that we ended last week. I feel like Friday last week had a lot of memorable picks, a lot of interesting gameplay.
Okay, I thought you were gonna give me like a little tidbit, so what was like really cool for you?
Oh, you want me? I mean, the fact that Entity absolutely stomped Secret, but I mean, we'll get that. It was actually more of a cue for production to give me the highlights here because Liquid OG, this one didn't stand out too much in my mind. I will say the second series is the one that stood out the most, but because you are gonna have to give me the rundown of Liquid OG and the fact that OG were back to their full roster and how you felt they were coming together now that they don't have that sub.
Yeah, I mean, they did not perform very well in this series. So they do have Tiger again, but when you have a stand-in for a while, I think either way it hurts you, even when you do get like your full roster back. And I don't know, I just feel like Liquid they were the ones that showed up. They definitely got a lot better from the start of the season, even though they're not practicing as much as they've said. They're kind of, still popping off individually on some heroes, playing well together, especially Boxy in this Doom game. I think he really showed that, we can first pick this hero, but you don't have to throw it in the same role every single time.
Mm-hmm. I was going to make a comment on just how cohesive Liquid's drafts are and how versatile they are too. And then I just got reminded of the Boxy interview, Tiga, where we got told where Blitz was drafting from.
I won't lie. I didn't catch. What did
he was in the car.
Wait, what?
He was
in the car.
car.
He was in the car, surrounded by other people going somewhere while they were driving.
He was going to a party. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually hype.
Yeah,
that's hype.
Yeah,
because Blitz, he's just vibing there, and I'm actually so happy I got this now information. This is amazing, because you clearly the team just has such perfect systems in place that the coach can just be vibing, be like, yeah, Monkey King shit, don't pick that, mate. Big, get out of the way, he can just be vibing, living his best life because they've done all the hard work already, and now they're just grinding out the games.
Yeah, I mean, that actually is a very valid point that you put up. It does feel a little bit like they're grinding the games, but by no means are they going to be sacking anything. They had to trial a few things. We didn't see too many crazy things come out from them in that series, but Liquid definitely have been pulling out some nice picks in the off lane with Zai. This second series, Secret versus Entity, this is the one that stands out the most in my mind, Kezu, mainly because of the form Entity came in with and the drafts, just how good they were, as well as the PL in the second game.
This time around, we liked what they were doing because usually we're not the biggest fans of Entity, but I think when you do play against Secret, or at least if you watched the one series before, you could kind of predict that there's a high chance that they would first pick Medusa, and I think they had a very nice idea in mind going into this game with the Darkseid Bad Rider opening. Those are pretty good, and later on they got even more illusions with the SD, then they got themselves the Watson Morph, which I think from now on is going to be a hero that you need to respect more, maybe get it out of the way, or make sure you have a draft to deal with it, because Secret, they didn't stand a chance in this game. I think Chrysalis's item build was not ideal, but either way, not sure if that would have changed the game.
You're right, that Watson Morphling is absolutely phenomenal, but his PL was so good too. We've been seeing it a lot more in SEA in Eastern Europe, but for Western Europe, this was the first time that we actually see it come out.
Yeah, and he was super aggressive with it as well. He picks up a defusal, and of course he pokes his head into a fight if needed. And it was good to see Entity utilize second pick a lot better than previous previous games in this tour. Because I just feel like they were lost before. And now I think it comes down to Toby and his confidence to pick his hero so early. Because in game one, it's a second pick Darkseid, right? And in this game, it's a second pick Windrunner where he gets to play. And also their laning phase was so much better. In the interview as well, he's mentioning how it doesn't matter how weird or wacky their drafts are, they just think their laning phase was so bad that it doesn't really matter. They could blame drafts, but it's easy. So I think they're getting more confident, they're understanding what they need to do in lanes, and then it's everything's harmonizing a little bit.
100%. This final series was the one that we didn't know which way it was going to go. The previous series, I think that was a little bit more of a favorite, but this one between Hustlers and Quest Esports, you weren't really sure what to expect, and D1 Hustlers came out swinging in game number one. A 28-minute, I'm not going to say stomp, but definitely insane performance from Hustlers.
No, they had a very good performance in this game, and I think they had the grip of this game all the way through. I feel like Shad is kind of the player that to me stands out quite nicely on D1 Hustlers. I like most of his performances, like how he positions himself, how he's like moving around. In this game they have this Medusa with like the auras from Dalai Lama and like a lot of people to go in. And I think this game for Quest was it was pretty hard. Even though you have this morph against Medusa, which we've seen in other games, you were just lacking, I think, a lot from like the rest to really help out in this game.
As we're seeing these highlights roll around, I now remember we had that slug off late in game number 2 Diego, something that I'm not sure anyone could have predicted, but it worked for them.
I mean, it was honestly quite banging, to be fair. Like, the way that he picked up Gem quite early on in the game, he was Amar was constantly looking for D wards, poking and prodding, punishing the fact that D1 Hustlers didn't really have any clean lockdown to ever kill him off. And then behind that, you have Kaori, just free farming on this Phoenix. You got Terabay free farming. Like, everyone just buying items whilst Amar's just doing really dumb stuff. But you then look at game 3 and, D1 Hustlers, they've had 3 games in a row to calibrate their Medusa carry and their Void Spirit in the mid lane. Exante, game 1, 6 and 2. Game 2, 4 and 4. Not too good. Game 3, 15 and 2. It took him 3 games. They finally calibrated their position 1 and 2 games, and they took the series. And look at them, not in last place anymore.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually getting pretty spicy on this leaderboard. Even though this tours are only 3 weeks now, it does mean that, I don't know, we get to the spiciest stuff a lot quicker because Secret, OG, Hustlers all only have 1 series win for themselves, and there's a potential that either of those teams are going to be relegated. Quest Esports and Entity aren't out of the woods, though, as they only have 2 series wins. So at any point, they could see themselves falling into that area. And then Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, and Tundra up there in the top 3 positions at the moment. So I will say, T, not too surprising about who's in the top 3, but I think very surprising as to how close those bottom 5 are. Only 1 series win between them.
I mean, it always feels the way, like with Europe, you enter and you're like, okay, these are going to be the top 3, and you're always going to expect who's going to be like roughly the bottom 2, and then there's always that one team that goes, no, it's not happening, and then they just start shuffling up, beating the teams that they maybe not shouldn't, but like you go, oh wow, that's cool. So yep, good old Europe, we have to finish 3 weeks and then do a whole day of tiebreakers to really batter in the major teams. Yeah. So it's 3 weeks and a day in Western Europe. That's our deal.
Always. Yeah. We'll see if we can outdo ourselves and maybe have a 4-way tiebreaker this time around. But look, there's still plenty more games to go. We still have 4 days. So despite it's the final week of 2 or 3, we are going to be having a bonus day all the way at the end of this week on Sunday. But for today, to start us off on a Monday, it's going to be Tundra up against Team Liquid, OG versus Gaming Gladiators, and then Quest versus Secret. We can talk about those 2 other series when we do get there. But for now, Tundra versus Team Liquid. Kezu, let's have a look at Tundra. Let's talk about that because it's very intriguing, I want to say. I was trying to find the right description there. Intriguing what Nine's pulling out in the mid this tour. I know he's always at the forefront of having that innovation of mid heroes, but Lycan, Dark Willow, they're probably the 2 that stand out the most right now. And I want to see if they're going to trial things against Liquid or if they go a lot more stock standard in your eyes.
I think they're always going to be open for something. If a player has like a really strong idea, he's like, I don't know, I want mid Marcy, which I have seen him play it in pubs. If he feels like there's a good pick, I mean, you might just go for it. But with all this universal stuff and like new things happening in the patch, no, I wouldn't blame them for trying new things. I would also say that Tundra have been slightly more open to other things, and they've also been more open to, I think, playing fast and more decisive. I do really like their form right now. And traditionally, when these 2 teams meet, I feel like Liquid beat Tundra because of their laning stage. And lately, Liquid have been struggling there a little bit. So I feel like Tundra have a pretty good shot today at breaking the usual circle of who beats who and rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah, the rock, paper, scissors is going to be a wild one to see how it plays out. But T, where do you feel Liquid are sitting at? Because even though they said, they might be dialing it down a little bit, it feels like their gameplay has not really altered at all.
No, I think, especially now that Boxy, after the first series, he then returned. They kind of look like they're hitting that same form. You think about how Void Spirit's so powerful. They're the ones who are kind of innovating the Lone Druid, so installing fear and, wait, can we pick Void Spirit so blazingly like other teams? And also, when you think about the head-to-head matchup with Liquid and Tundra, it's 7 series in a row that Liquid have beat Tundra. Like, it's literally
It's a little monka.
It's like, I think, let me double check the date. It's been like a year and like 25 days since Tundra have beat Liquid in a series. And that was all the way back in some like Gamers Galaxy thing in 2022, right? Like, it has been time since Tundra have been able to actually best Liquid. And is today the day? Is the group stage of Tour 3 to a Liquid that's already qualified for TI the time that Tundra can finally beat Liquid? You should argue maybe yes.
It might be.
It might be. This is the best time for them to do it.
Yeah, I also like the point that you brought up, Kezu, that Tundra are just faster paced. Like, they have a lower game duration average than Team Liquid, and it feels like normally we're always hyping up Liquid of how aggressive they are and the tempo they can set and the pace they have. But yeah, overall, this two, Tundra actually have the faster win average and also just game average overall.
Absolutely shocking. What a re-image of the team.
Yeah, so maybe this is it. They're playing faster, more aggressive. This is the cycle. It's ready to be broken, T.
It's happening.
Oh, I'm so ready. But also, like, going back to your point about the 9 quirkiness, I think Tundra kind of found that kind of solid foundation for their side lane drafting, that when they get to 9's pick, they have that creative freedom to be like, yo, boss, you want to play Dark Willow? Oh, actually, let me rephrase it. It's like, yo, 9, what do you want to play? Oh, we'll play Dark Willow. All right, picked, you know? It's like,
All right, done.
Done, you know? But like before, they'd always maybe have that one element where it's like, maybe it doesn't work. Or like maybe they just force 9's hero in and it's quirky and it's like, it's kind of lost, right? So I think they just kind of found that confidence in how they want to approach the game, plus the drafting. So now 9, when he does pick these weird heroes, it feels like it's some like insane meta-breaking hero, because like realistically, all the hard work's been done before. 9 just needs to be 9 and then they're going to be fine.
Yeah. I was curious what Team Liquid were going to have as their final ban here, because I wanted to know how hard Tundra wanted to push this potential Visage Spirit Breaker, maybe with Spirit Breaker off the cards now. Visage might not be placed as highly. Like, I'm not really sure how you open this with Medusa and Doom both still in the pool, Kazu.
Tundra don't strike me as like obviously they can play Medusa, but I feel like they're the type of team that would prefer Doom, because I mean, even when this hero isn't good, 3-3 has been playing this hero for years, and he's the best Doom in the world, I'm pretty sure, especially when it comes to offlane. So they should be most comfortable when it comes to this. I don't know if they would flex it like Liquid, you know, like if they're gonna get some banger Visage pick, as you've been talking about. There's a high chance they do that, but I'm sure they're one of the teams that if they get first pick Doom, they're just all smiles.
Okay, so less likely in your eyes, T, as well, that this Doom will be a 4, despite we're seeing the rise in popularity of it in that position?
Again, it's one of those things where, like as you mentioned, 33 is so damn good at it, but it's like maybe in a wild scenario, it's like, oh, they still haven't banned Visage, and it's a really good Visage game. So like, I could see that being like the one scenario where it gets flexed out, but in most scenarios, I expect it to be offlane Doom.
99.99% of times.
It's a bold percentage.
Yeah, there's always that little leeway for something to change up. But a Bloodseeker Oracle opening, I'm not sure we've seen this one come out from Liquid before, Kazu.
Yeah, not at least these two together. So we've seen more of the you pick offlane, I pick my carry type deal plus the 5. Yeah. And I think this is a solid lane. Maybe the fact that they didn't go for something more nuclear in terms of lane presence could hurt them a bit, but I think Oracle is very chill later on against Doom as well. You can like bail people out, you can heal your Bloodseeker, keep people going in. And I think similarly to how Tundra love Doom, Liquid love Oracle, and then Tundra close it out with Medusa, which I think in this case is a very scary pick. We've talked about the Medusa into the Bloodseeker before. Bloodseeker wants to like just lock on a target with his BKB Rupture and kill that target. You can't really do that to Medusa, and Medusa also like protects her allies if you try to kill them. So this is a little bit of a scary Medusa pick, I think.
It's also the scenario where you're mentioning that Doom offlane, like this could easily be the Medusa offlane with the Doom as well. Like if they really see something, you know, they're getting kind of spooked with it. It's like Visage or Dusa, like the 233 heroes I would see, where he's like calling you, put the Doom 4, this is the game where I want to like do this, you know? Or like something else is happening, but you got to keep it in mind. Anti-Mage, of course, banned out after that. I'm just trying to think where, like, with Liquid's previous drafts, where would I prefer to see the Bloodseeker land in this scenario? Like, would you rather it just be Zai playing it in offlane, and then you give Mickey, like, a little bit of an element of anti-Medusa?
They played the offlane Bloodseeker once, and that was not pretty. That was
yeah.
Did they win the game? But it was just
and they won.
an
But
awful.
Zai,
Yeah. I remember it. I was like, oh, this is real rough. He died like 4 times in lane or something like that, and just had to be AFK away from the team.
There was a more of a mental support thing at that point, but which it happens, which is fine.
I guess answering my own question as well is like with Bloodseeker carry, it honestly is probably fine as long as your offlane can actually fight the Deucer. Throw some spells on her, put her to half mana pool, make her feel threatened, because then your Bloodseeker should normally win his lane, and then like the combination of everything is like Deuce is still catching up a little bit, you're taking every fight, you should be fine in a clean game. So
yeah, the one thing.
We also
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask about the Shadow Demon from that. What
The
series
entity
was it?
game.
Yes,
Entity
Entity One.
Secrets.
Entity One. Yes, like I don't know if that's a realm where Liquid won it, if there's just a lot of potential bad matchups for him, or if we just don't like the support duo of an Oracle Shadow Demon.
It would make the cores have to do a lot, but it's not necessarily a bad SD game. I think there is probably also some small rise of the hero. I would say, like people have seen it a few times now, and at least when I see it, it looks good. It can like stack all the camps behind. Stacking seems like pretty damn OP in this patch too. But to go back to your point here about the Bloodseeker carry, I think it can work. One of the good things, at least that Bloodseeker can do, is that he can play like very high up on tempo. So even though he doesn't counter Medusa from carry to carry, if his allies can harass in lanes, or if they can deal with Medusa, then he can still just do his thing and kind of pretend she doesn't exist and hope that the rest deal with her later.
These 3 bans from Tundra kind of want you to think it's a carry Deucer, It's like anti-mage, some like mid-pango diffusal, and then it's like the potential offlane Darkseer. So they're banning one of each lane, just to show some respect to Liquid's flexibility, but also 3 very good heroes.
I do think that carry Medusa would make the most sense, unless again you get some big draft win, because offlane Medusa, from the few times I've seen it and played it, you want to play it in lanes where you slowly chip out the enemy, and that's how you free farm. But I think Bloodseeker could very likely, he can sustain it and out CS you at least early on.
Yeah, I think it kind of sounds weird to put the Deucer offlane.
Yeah,
it's already a good matchup, and like you just mentioned, this whole chipping factor is like kind of wrong. So
oh, is it gonna be the boxy pick, or what's the deal? Let's see if Nat. Usually, I feel like when Nat just throws out some random hero, it just ends up being picked.
Right.
Or some.
That's not always. That's not always. That's no.
No, it's like a
First hero that
50-50.
comes to mind, Nat. Come on, first hero, boom.
No, Shadow Demon.
No. Well, I just Shadow Demon just because I was
come on,
curious.
I
Should have set the skeleton man.
Oh, I should have. No, that's my bad. That's on me.
Boxy's played 5 heroes so far in the DPC. Techies is banned out, Kottle's banned out, Spirit Breaker's banned out, Doom's picked. Guess what? Only Clink's left.
The only Dota hero.
It was the only Dota hero available left for Boxy's pickup.
Yeah. He made like how you could do the custom draft screens for yourselves or
Just
whatever.
5.
He
Yeah.
actually only put those 5 heroes, and he said if these are all banned, I actually just can't play the game.
Yeah, God. GH is on speed dial. So I have to respond here. Like, again, the Doom Medusa opening, it's a very, very strong opening.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't play the map. So it's a very Tundra, old school Tundra style of play, right? And this is where the next 2 picks kind of need to alleviate that a little bit, just where they can dictate a little bit of what's happening on the game.
Isn't like they would pick SB if it was in the pool. I was gonna ask if this was a good Clockwork game. I feel like, so when you have Doom Medusa draft, I think you take it one of 2 ways. You try to turn it into this, eventually we just go as 5 and they can't touch us, which I think can definitely work, because it's like some bally stuff. Or but I think it's still nice if you have some form of catch or vision on some of these heroes. So I think these Bounty Hunters, Clockworks, they do make a lot of sense. Venge is an interesting one to me. I've seen this hero like a little bit in my pubs. I don't even, I wonder if they would even be open to playing it as a core, or is it just a 5 with Dusa?
I'm sure Tia's already pulling up the stats, but I'm actually
pull
really
it up.
excited to see
Look at
the
both.
potential return of Venge here. I want to see how they do execute it in pro play, because even though it's cropping up a little bit in pubs here or there, I've seen it, dabbled in. Yeah, I want to see what the idea is behind it in this draft and potentially against certain heroes.
It's not a hero. Oh, okay. Sax has been playing it for. I was like looking through all the players. Like, okay, who's been doing what? And Sax has just been playing it as a 4. He goes some boots, drum, tranquils, and ags. And then, of course, with Venge Ags, when you die, you kind of respawn as your illusion, spells up again. So, yeah, he's only done it 3 times, won 2 games, lost 1. It's not as if it's been some crazy thing he's been really forcing, but yeah, from pub history, let's assume 4 for now.
Yep. I mean, it would make sense. It'd be kind of crazy to see all 3 cores coming out from Tundra. But remember, we heard Nine say he likes to bring some of his old post 4 hero pool to the mid lane. So you never know. You really never know.
Yeah,
Oh, gone.
I've dabbled with the idea of this Venge core. I've tried it once or twice. I couldn't make it work. I felt like it was horrible, so we'll see if some other people can make it work. Nine will probably be one of them. Liquid are gonna go for... Mag traditionally is pretty good in like the mid stages of the game when it comes to heroes like Medusa, because you pull them out of position. I mean, luckily for Tundra, in a way, they have something that can counteract that in a way with the Venge. But overall, I would say Mag is just a very clean Dota hero right now. It just feels good to have in your draft.
5 seconds remaining.
Going back to Tundra, their support duo, it feels like Nine needs to pick up a hero that can play on this, because
Yeah.
like the Doom Deucer aren't utilizing Bounty Venge and going, wow, we're gonna just sweep through the side lane, take a tower, and like play the map now. So Nine really needs, like, already Liquid's banning out this Ember, right? Like any of these active style of Nine heroes, I think are the best, because like Bounty Venge, if they don't have one core to play on aggressively outside of just AFK hitting creeps, their games feel atrocious. So
5
it really is on Nine to kind of at least open up the game to make it easier and not make it this awkward push lanes and wait for the inevitable farm that Doom will create.
This is not easy to end up having this type of hero, I think. Especially when you already look at the heroes that are banned out in the pool. Like Ember was already a very nice ban, I think. It allows your supports to play with it. You have minus armor from your Venge to help out with your Ember. Because, yeah, I would like Nine to be some type of, semi-low cooldown hero that is gonna do fine mid. Your supports can, like, play with you. Like some... I could see Storm,
remaining.
Storm's still
something
there.
like that.
Guys, you already just said he's played Marcy in his pubs. He's gonna enter
I was gonna say it next.
he's gonna enter his first official game.
Because you should have just gone all in on the Marcy.
I mean, I'm looking at his pubs. He's played it 6 times. It's like,
Now it's Marcy because they banned Storm. See, now it makes more sense.
It's the only other option.
Void's
He's
banned,
also done the same as Boxy with only the 5 heroes in the draft
There it is.
screen.
What else? Has he played anything spicy in the DPC so far?
Dark Willow.
Willow? Thank you.
It's not a very good Dark Willow game.
And then on top of that, yeah, he hasn't.
Right.
There's like
Like it.
some...
They can run it back with the like it bit.
Don't
That didn't
remind
work
me that
out so
like
well.
game.
Okay, sorry.
There's
sorry.
some Earth Spirits I've seen, but I really don't like Earth Spirit into Bloodseeker. I think like when you play this hero as a core, you rely on, going in and then doing some rollout and rolling back in, you get ruptured. I think that's not ideal, unless you feel that, okay, I can just be super tanky and go in for my team. Because I do think they need like some type of hero like that.
All this discussion, and he's just gonna go
Random.
ask for like some random ass hero. It's gonna be hype.
Yeah, he's going to make you guys work around the reasoning of picking the hero that he picks. He doesn't want to give something straightforward.
No, of course. And we're gonna be like, oh yes, this Enigma mid really does unlock Tundra's ability. That sight is
Timber, okay.
I mean, so Timber into Bloodseeker always can feel a bit awkward just because of the rupture aspect. You're not really Timber chaining away, but I guess you're so tanky with your Ags now, you can just stand your ground. But it does give Bounty and Venge something to at least play on to some degree. It's not as
10 seconds remaining.
like annoying as like the Ember, Storm, Void Spirit kind of avenue, but it's still positionally annoying.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Liquid seeing their whole lineup on the side of Tundra. What do you pick for Nisha here? Because what are some options you want to throw out?
I mean,
Any
generally,
random Marcy mids he's playing?
definitely not. Don't pick Marcy. It's, I honestly, Nisha hasn't even like played any pubs from what I've watched. Some of the night, this mid timber is a bit of a problem, at least to me, because the heroes I would want, they're banned out. Okay, I don't know how much I like this. So this is one of the heroes that does come to mind against Timber, because also you do pure damage, and later on you can like steal a lot of mana from the OD as well. But I do think that Venge, Doom, and Medusa are all very, very annoying heroes for OD to play into, like past the 20-minute mark.
Mm-hmm. Do you have like the slight advantage of just being able to astral one of them, let's say you're in a 5v5, and try and burst someone else down so you always have the numbers advantage T? Is there any realm where that feels a little bit, better and could give an advantage to OD in that timing Kezu's worried about?
I think Liquid, if they are going to do something like that, it needs to be from lanes into how they operate in the map early on, because if this game gets to like that kind of mid 35 minute mark, it's like Zai, he needs to hit some like incredible RP, because like Timbersaw will be tanky, Deuce is going to be giga tanky, Doom's going to be tanky. On top of that, you got like a swap behind. So if Tundra can get to this like just existence timing of the mid game, Liquid needs to hit some like insane like macro choices to be able to actually kill them off. So yeah, I think Liquid have a lot of work to do to get this OD to kind of punish from the get-go, and I don't know how good it's going to be.
Like, I need to see how hard Liquid own mid, because I think the best part about this OD pick is that the supports need Timber to have a good game to play with someone. Otherwise, they have 3 static cores that do nothing on Tundra. If Liquid can do that, I think they can win. Otherwise, I don't like their chances that much.
It's Liquid's game to lose.
Dang.
It's Liquid's game to... Okay, all right. Look, I'll try to wrap my head around it, what the reasoning you guys have for it, but I actually just want to get in. I want to see this game. I want to see that vid matchup you guys have hyped up so much, and I want to hear from our casters, Fikup and Lacoste.
Welcome to the game. Yeah, wow, I know. It's kind of crazy coming into this first game. It's going to be nuts. I'm excited to see who wins this. I'm hoping streaks get broken. I'm a big fan of underdog stories, a big fan to see things maybe not go the way they have for the past 1 year and 20-something days.
Yeah, unless it's my own win streak, pub streak with 3 games. This is the most I ever had, and I don't want to see it being broken. But what a time to be alive! Klink's OD Bloodseeker on one team, and then you have Medusa plus Bounty Hunter on the other team. Yeah, it looks like a lot of pub heroes from a few years back, like 5, 6, up to 10. These are the heroes that people did pick, but now these heroes are actually viable. I think this OD pick, the last one, could work out because they needed to have like something that is really good against mid Timbersaw, and also something that can take some of Medusa's mana, because most of these heroes have been banned out. There was no Anti-Mage, no Pangolier, who does build into the Fusel Blade. So let's see if Liquid can make this OD work. I think this is the lane to watch, most definitely, once you start putting in points in Arcane Orb, which is pure damage, to see how much you're going to be able to deal with Timbersaw. It's definitely a good game for it. You also have a little bit of a pseudo-save against Doom.
Seen some damage on Asaxa. I'm a little worried about Zai at times. I feel like he's played a very sacrificial lane the last few games that we've seen Liquid play. So I'm ready to see and kind of ready to ask, is the matchup going to be putting him in a similar situation?
Let me just check the matchup. I see Boxy already down to half HP, does not have any regen available, is bringing in some tangos. Klink's a hero that can easily pop off. Same goes for Bounty. You kind of have this 4th core. His lane presence is very strong, but so is Bounty Hunter as position 5. Snaking starting in with Orb of Venom, Blood Grenade, so Boxy needs to be really careful. If they get initiation going on him, I could see Boxy dying in this one, because Bounty is very strong. He does have 8 starting armor, does pack a punch as well, sitting at 60 damage, and he's the one who's going to be soaking up damage for Medusa.
Yeah, so we'll see him probably come around quite often with that Shadow Walk, and he's got himself a Blood Grenade. He's got himself a Blood Grenade also still queued up. So he wants to be throwing out that blood and getting some damage out of it and hoping to get some kills here in this top lane. We'll see how well he can set it up.
Should have in it ability called Blood Grenade. Let's put it on like 60-second cooldown or something. Same goes for Minefield Sign on techies. I feel like it could fit the lore of the hero. But yeah, Saksa on Vengeful Spirit. This hero we haven't seen much being played. I feel like the hero is in a kind of awkward state, I would say, where it doesn't... Like, maybe as a core, you would... If you manage to get that Aghanim Scepter and Boxy dies, yeah, kind of expected. Like, he can't really play against these two heroes. It's very difficult, doesn't harass them, relies on physical damage. Both have high armor. So...
And it feels like that means, at least for Tundra, like they can kind of do well in this lane. In the bottom lane, something that we're looking at is maybe the Doom potentially getting some kills here as Mickey is on the run, but 33 just putting the pressure on with Saksa. I wonder if there's going to be a point where we just see Saksa able to roam out of this lane and move over pretty freely. But Fortune's End with the Blood Right, doing some damage here on a 33, silencing him up. They just don't have anything to follow it for the moment. And constantly getting harassed by that magic missile. And we're also seeing Snaking getting very low. Blood Grenade.
He does have Tango running, so should be fine. They still see him with Clinks. Boxy can't get close. Bounty a bit too fast for this Clinks. 290 against 325 on Bounty. Big difference.
Bounty's like one of the highest base movement speed and armor heroes in the game.
Yeah, kind of based, I would say.
Very based. Taking a look over mid, it's 11-6 to 11-4, so kind of setting up pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, A9 played this very well, pushing in, getting level 2 extremely fast, like Nisha had a point in Astral Imprisonment level 1, but 9 got a couple of good, really CS on that mid lane, missing 200 mana.
Again, Fortune's End with the Blood Grenade and the Blood Right on a 33.
That ice armor. Ooh,
And
not
they're
gonna
going to
be
get
enough.
that kill. No, it's not going to be enough because they've got themselves the level 2 in the Purifying Flames, and that's exactly what you're looking for. He'll use Purifying Flames and survive. Magic Missile, Saksa's really looking to get this kill, and he'll finally take out Insania, but lose his life to Mickey, who gets a double kill at the end of the day.
This is a type of a game where Mickey can easily explode on a Bloodseeker, and they need to have a good start. There was the game the other day where Mickey was extremely farmed. He was the one moving around the map, getting stuff done. Boxy again, getting chased. This Blood Grenade not going to be enough to get the kill.
A lot of the attention has been on Boxy. Zai's still sitting a little bit low, but he's at least got himself 17 CS at the moment. And now Snaking under the tower, but with creeps here, he's pretty safe. No, not going to die, despite the fact that he gets shockwaved under the tower. And for right now, no support's moving over towards mid, and I'm wondering when the big party 3v3 comes out, if at all.
I could see Boxy moving, because he doesn't seem to be able to get the kill in this top lane.
Right.
It's having a hard time, so I could see Boxy rotating mid lane. Not killable, but I could see him coming back to bottom lane, go through the gates, or make a TP rotation, try to get that +1 action going.
Isha, you could see building into that Meteor Hammer. Has become pretty standard for OD since the release of that item. They need to make a Meteor Hammer cosmetic for this hero, I think.
Something like Fallen Sky?
Yeah, something like that. That'd be cool. Go down. Die. Boxy. Not taking too much damage now, but still, it's just been tough. And as I say that, the Janata hits, the Shockwave pulls Snaking. Bottom lane, they've got the silence on it too. They'll look for 33, but he's got that Scorched Earth, so he's not so easy to kill. And now he's picked up that Vanguard, and he's even tankier.
Gonna be very difficult to kill. And 33 takes another creep with Devoured. Now has Vor Stomp available, plus Vanguard, Magic Wand, Healing Lotus as well. Snaking, because I was looking for a potential skewer back, but doesn't seem to have enough damage. And Snaking, very annoying, stealing their gold. Like, look at Tundra's heroes. They can create gold out of nothing. You have Vengeful Spirit, who can easily stack the triangle, which he did one time. And then you have Doom with the Devour, with Midas. Then you have Bounty stealing their gold. Tundra's onto something.
It's just money making, money printing. The whole operation they've got going on. Magic Missile on a Mickey. Again, it's not really a lot of damage, but he's going to be able to pick up that Healing Lotus.
Ooh, his courier died. Javelin. So that could be a big for the laning stage, because it is magical damage. It goes through Vanguard, so you might be able to maybe get a kill on Doom. Kind of a difficult one, but I could see this having no Javelin making a difference. So they're probably not going to try to go and play aggressive. Uh-oh, Snaking's going for the XP rune, but Boxy already set up
there's a sentry.
Sentry ward. They're going in.
He
Who's gonna
still
pick it up?
wants it. Can he get it?
Oh,
He
no.
can. Even with the sentry, it doesn't work out for him. But Snake King not going to be able to deny himself over to these ancient creeps. Instead, he'll give it over to Zai. At the end of the day, though,
It's really not worth it
Is he
for
not?
Liquid. I mean,
Yeah, that's
they
what I was
just
gonna say.
invested 3 heroes to get a kill on single bounty. And also, they needed to invest 50 gold for Sentry, plus the creeps that you lost. And they got the XP. So now you have this Vengeful Spirit who's level 4.5, about to be level 5.
Yeah.
Bounty's about to be level 5. On the other side, you have Oracle who's level 4, and Clinks is also level 4. But yeah, there's a big difference. If they managed to get the kill because of the level advantage, they're going on Mickey now.
yeah, they want to get this kill onto the Bloodseeker, and with some help here from Snake King, Blood Right's down, silences 3, they go into the trees, but eventually, okay, will fall to these heroes coming into the bottom lane, and that should open things up a lot more here for 33 with nobody around or in the vicinity at all. And 8 minutes in, you can see Nisha now working with this Meteor Hammer, putting some damage onto the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, very interactive gameplay. You see OD charging a Meteor Hammer. Now you have like 2 heroes who can stop him from doing that, and none are very good at executing it. You need to have Vengeful Spirit with the stun, maybe Bounty coming from an Invis, but then again, there is Sentry Ward available on a mid lane, so he will not be able to pull it off.
And they're setting up bottom again. They've got 3 heroes nearby. If Mickey dies back to back, you said he could really explode in this game, but I think shutting him down like this could be
Dire's middle tower
pretty massive, especially with how well the Medusa's doing in the top lane.
Again, you're playing against heroes that create gold. Like, you have Medusa, one of the flashiest farmers in the game. You have Doom as well, who still didn't reveal his next item. Well, let's see if 33 still wants to go for that Hand of Midas, but it feels like Team Liquid is on the clock. Sure, you have Bloodseeker farming with Empower, but then again, Medusa, Doom, Timber gets to the deny. Nicely done by 9.
Was waiting for his moment as now there's the magic missile on Tanisha.
He denied his tower.
That's the sound and feel when you deny a tower.
Yeah, it's a real good feel.
Nice relief.
Sound of relief, exactly. Nisha?
Magic missile,
he's
Nisha. He's gonna imprison the bounty hunter, and with 9 here, Zai coming over, but he's just well too late. Not a lot of mana on 9. They still got Snake King to follow and use that Janata, steal a little bit of gold.
9 gets a buff. At this stage of the game, 9 minutes into the game, denies the tower, gets a kill. This is where he's strongest to kill. And also, very interesting choice of neutral items. Seeds of Serenity, your favorite item. It's been
I
buffed.
do
It's a good item now.
Love me some Seeds of Serenity. Although, you know, you've made me a massive fan of Spark of Courage,
Radiant's bottom
and now I just get disappointed when people don't pick it up.
I see 1 on Medusa, I'm happy. I don't know if you can be
Nice.
happy about Medusa. Maybe something's wrong with me.
Are you also happy about Tinker, Techies?
No,
and,
never been a fan of those.
Okay. So you have only mild symptoms of toxic heroes.
Veno's the one. I'm down for some Veno.
I don't know. Now you're going from mild to potentially severe.
Ooh, big stacks are being taken. Zai, Vanguard done. We've seen Zai, as you said, being on this like sacrificial sometimes in terms of the lane that they put him in, because they pick his hero early on. Does tend to have some bad matches. I mean, they picked Wyvern last time. He also did struggle, but then dominated the game after having some really good ulti placements. They're setting up for Mickey against Snake King. There's no Sentry Ward available, so he can stun him.
Yep, and that's exactly what he'll do. They'll follow it up with the Doom. They've got the War Stomp, they have the Chakram, and they'll keep the Seeds of Serenity on themselves. And make sure that they're able to heal up while killing off this Bloodseeker again. They defended top, too. They pushed him off the tower with Skitter and Saxa.
There's a lot of things that could been different there. Let's say Team Liquid goes, makes a rotation. They drop low on HP on one of the heroes, he gets extra movement speed, Tumbler Stoy doesn't connect, then he's out of there. Sanity's Eclipse still not learned on OD. 733 change, now it actually deals damage to every single unit. If you don't have like mana, it does consider if you had like 0 mana, so not a bad upgrade. I feel like OD is still in an awkward place to be in, I would say.
Yeah, we'll see if this hero kind of pops off. We haven't exactly gotten that full feeling yet, right?
Yeah, definitely
No
not.
sanities and really just no big fights happening at the moment. But it's a big lead here for Tundra. 3,000 net worth at this point in the game. And they now have this track to roll with, too. So, track, the Devour's level 4, going into the Octarine Core. Like you said, money printing.
Good courier.
Ooh.
And he also scouted in Nisha, so he's being wrapped around on. There are 4 heroes of Tundra. Yeah, he looks very dead here.
Shadow Walk, and now with the Astral Imprisonment, again, it's to be used on the Bounty Hunter while trying to run. They've got the swap, they'll get the kill. There's so much control here, and one Astral Imprisont's not going to get you out when Tundra's moving as a big unit.
It's a lot of gold. Like, first they steal gold with Janata. Like, it's level 3 Janata, so it's not a small amount. It's like 28 gold. He hits him 2 or 3 times. Track gold for himself, for allies, and then you have Doom getting Devour gold, going into Hand of Midas, which has been finished, into Octarine, gonna lower the cooldown on both Devour and Hand of Midas. This is why this build is super popular, just to get max efficiency, and one of the reasons, like Panel did talk about it, I think Kezu mentioned it, that 33 is the best Doom player in the world. I don't think I can find a better Doom player out there.
And again Nisha in trouble. So they've got Boxy by, but we'll deter them with just a couple of right clicks for now. Sometimes you do see these Dooms get like a point in Inferno Blade if the lane's going to go that way, but it wasn't really like a killer lane immediately for the side of Tundra. So going straight survival with Scorched Earth and money mode with Devour is it's been the right idea. He's top of the net worth with this Medusa.
And 33 is going to stack for himself. Snaking, not again. This is the second time.
No.
This is where the game kind of breaks. Boxy, a bit too late. Doesn't have Boots of Speed, so doesn't have that extra speed available. Even though Windwalk does give you, or Skeleton Walk does give you enough move speed, still not fast enough. So you can already feel the difference. Oracle, level 6. Same goes for Clinks. And then on the other side, you have Bounty, who's level 8, and Vengeful Spirit. Saxa hit level 9.
My gosh. And now he's got that Janata at level 4, so it goes from 28 to 36 gold. I think, truthfully, you were talking about lore-friendly things. I think if you've got a double damage as Bounty, you should be taking double the gold.
Okay,
yes.
I'm down. Okay, this is one of your better ideas, I would say. I've heard a lot of stupid ones, but this one's a banger.
I wish there was somebody who had like a compiled list of all my ideas. I'd make a tier list out of that. That might be A tier, I think.
It's a good one. And again, a lot of stacking happening from Tundra. I think Liquid did stack. They've been known as a team who does stack a lot. If we could maybe see the amount of stacks that they did so far for both of the teams, because it seems like it's going to be an interesting one. Like 33 did stack for himself. I think Vengeful Spirit, Shadow Demon, these type of heroes are extremely good at stacking. Maybe Nature's Prophet position 5 if you want to try to make some kind of a record. Oh, double cent? Is that double sentry or is that? Yeah. No, that's an observer ward. It's just called sentry.
Yeah,
look at the amount of stacks. That's 6-5. So that's 12-18 on side of Tundra. Wow. They know where the money's coming from.
Yeah, and the experience too, right? Like with the changes to these stacks, it's been a pretty significant change. By the way, 33 had that Octarine Core at 15 minutes. They found themselves Saxa. They use Rupture. So that's down. There are still 3 heroes here. Do they go? Do they go for Mickey? They're actually using the Twin Gate to go towards top. They don't fight this in return, but they only get Avenge out of that. And I say only Avenge, but he's already level 9, so it's a decent kill to get. Any kill is a decent kill for a Liquid right now.
Yeah, let's see if Tundra wants to avenge Saxa. Zai. Not enough money for a track. Does have it now. Could steal some of his gold, but he's setting things up. Does not want to get skewered. Shadow Walk is running away. They need someone that does have another follow-up stun.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now just track him and get
Radiant's courier.
some mana there from 9. Astral Imprisonment. Meteor Hammer drop down on Asaxa. And come over, and Saxa's got that veil. Thinking about going to the Doom, raising his hands, but never throwing them down. Boxy, the dust does not connect onto this Clink, so able to just get away.
Team Liquid did keep this 4k gold steady for the last couple of minutes.
Is under attack.
But Tundra, like, Medusa, completely uncontested. Skeeter has been free farming, has even more gold than Doom with Octarine Core, which is pretty impressive. Going into Banta style, of course, Spark of Courage does help out tremendously. And now they're going in. They
On the
found the
Zai.
target. Zai looks very dead here.
And it's just gold to get, and you look, it's 17 and a half minutes into the game. Medusa's already at a 5-digit net worth, and so is this Doom in a second. Like, the money is out of control here for Tundra with a 5,000 net worth lead this quickly into the game.
I think you love to say the phrase, they're on the money. So could be used really good in this situation. And they need to keep fighting. Like, I feel like they're just gonna get out farmed, so they need to keep fighting. Looking at the big items that are gonna come out on side of Liquid. Harpoon about to be finished in 500 gold. That's a big tool where you initiate a fight, but then again, if you get ruptured, because you're not, never mind, they're on the same team, like, I could see them being swapped in, so that's a good way to counter it. You also have Medusa, who's really strong team fighter. As soon as she gets Butterfly, I could feel Tundra going together and just like protecting each other with this Stone Gaze. Because Bloodseeker as a hero, he can't really deal with Medusa, at least not early on. Mickey getting doomed.
Yeah, getting doomed. They were also setting up on the OG. They threw the track that way, and you're looking to get some more tracks out as you look at the rest of these heroes. But the right clicks from Nisha on Asaxa. They pop the drums from Snake King. They've got the Whirling Death. They get the kill on Nisha. Now they're going to look towards the rest. The Doom's about to run out on this Bloodseeker. But track purged off Fortune's End. Now the Rupture. 9 getting hit with a lot of damage, and the Skewer to get the kill there on a 9. It's a 5-time spree going to Mickey as they're trying to fight with the Medusa. They go into the RP that lands on the Doom as well as the Medusa. They've got the False Promise on a Mickey. Skitter trying to survive with the little mana that he's got. Mickey going over and getting the kill on a 33. They'll take the Doom, and this is going well for the side of Liquid as they bought back on Nisha. They throw down the Meteor Hammer. They've got the Medusa out of mana and out of life. The Sanity's eclipsed. Down goes Saxa. Insignia finally falls to Snake King, but this is such a good fight for Liquid. And they found themselves, the Bounty Hunter might even be a full team wipe here. Nisha trying to catch up. Does have Astral Imprisonment, but
this was an expensive one. Nisha bought back in that fight to be able to get the kill on Medusa. And this is the like Timber against Bloodseeker matchup where you get ruptured, pure damage, not much you can do. You can't really use Timber Chain. You get skewered away from Magnus to get that damage going. So they need, like, Vengeful Spirit is good, but then again, you can't really save a hero that has been ruptured. So
right.
Let's see that again. Good Doom. Oracle did manage to keep Mickey long enough alive, just as he can come back into the fight. So he survives the full Doom duration, holds onto this ulti for a long time. Nisha kind of in no man's land, stuck between these heroes. They did have swap available, but didn't have vision. Maybe they could have used it. So I want to see what the next item on Timbersaw is going to be. 9 definitely needs to be able to protect themselves against this Rupture. Caused a lot of troubles, and you can see, like, as soon as he connects onto Dusa with like 2 extra heroes, her mana is completely gone. This time around, he did not have Butterfly available, and Skitter is about to finish one, so gonna be a big difference. Still, you have like Maelstrom procs going through that evasion, so at least that's something.
right.
Saxa.
Now Saxa in trouble. Boxy trying to get this kill. Will do so before he dies as Skitter gets the trade on that one.
He's fine with that.
In that big fight too that we just saw the replay on, the setup for Tundra, at least for Snake King, they were setting up to go get Nisha, and then the Doom was used very early on the Bloodseeker. So it ended up being a bit of a split fight where they weren't exactly working on the same heroes, and I feel like that caused them to lose that fight as well.
But they did force a buyback out of OD.
Yeah.
So
There was
that's
still
a big
a
one.
pretty solid chunk of gold going the way of the Bloodseeker. Like he was just sitting top of the net worth for a split second after being behind by a good amount of gold. So a lot of recovery, at least for him. But yeah, you're right. Nisha using that buyback is pretty expensive. He is very far behind when it comes to net worth. You can see the power of Boxy starting to come into play. This Clinks we've seen time and time again eventually fall into being a core 4.
Clinks does love to be very active on, but also doesn't mind if the game slows down, where he can farm these outer rings. He's very good at invading enemy, like even triangle, farming it, but it's a bit of a risky one. I say if you farm the outer ring, Ancient Camp, I think that's a big place to be, potentially threaten a kill there near the enemy Tormentor, stealing the XP rune as well, which didn't happen, and now Box is going to play some deep vision, but they know he's here.
Dire are scanning.
Not going to find him as they'll start to get together and think about going for this Roche bottom. Everybody converging for the side of Liquid, and we've seen teams from behind really want to go for this Roche as early as they can. As Tundra are going to get together, it looks like they eventually want to go bottom, but I don't think it's in time. This Roche goes down pretty quickly.
OD still packs a punch against Roshan, and now they're going to smoke. Let's see if they will still want to take the fight. Also, with no real save against this Rupture, they have Skewer that has been really good in the previous fight. You also have Harpoon to deal some extra damage with the Rupture as well. Tundra not going to find anything here, but this time around, 33 does have a Blink Dagger, so we'll be able to choose which target he wants to go on.
Very big slowdown coming. I think that Liquid have done a good job of kind of stopping the bleeding. They were down 5,000 net worth about 9 minutes ago, and they've kept it right where it's been for a while. And I think Tundra's kind of slowing down with that money printing idea where, yeah, they're still printing money on 33, but the tracks aren't exactly there just yet. It's a little bit of Janata gold.
They feel very strong pushing this tier 2 tower, even though Team Liquid is the one who's holding on to Aegis. And they're gonna secure it. Saksa being behind him. Only 2 points for now in Vengeance Aura. I miss the days when Vengeance Aura provided extra attack speed to heroes. Extra attack range. That was a big one.
Tracked and Blink War Stomp and a kill there for 33, so getting back on track with that kill.
One thing to notice about 33 is he does all these like small things. One thing I really like when he plays Tidehunter, he buys Casual Blightstone after like laning stage ends, maybe 7-8 minutes into the game, and then he starts to farm things up. Because he can push the tower. I remember one of the games where he had Dragon Scale, was because he was unkillable. Tide doesn't have much tower damage, so he takes that, has Blightstone as well, and starts to put in some pressure. This time around, if you look at his item, he has Vambrace on agility to have extra attack speed, just to get more farm. Like, it's all about the smallest details, and I think Thundra is the best team out there to just theory craft a lot of these things and put it into a game.
Yeah, definitely doing the universe brain as they continue to do the little things right. Speaking of the little things, so now there's a Axe Shard on Clinks, as he's got that from the Tormentor. I think, the Oracle was hoping, and Senior was like, oh, it's going to be mine. I have the lowest net worth. Right, guys? Well, went to the Clinks, and now he's got that Burning Barrage.
Ooh, that's a big one. Vengeful Spirit doesn't really get much gold. Like, this hero doesn't really farm fast, so getting that shard, double magic missile, and going into Aghanim Scepter, I do really like that Saksa, because Tundra as a team, they do love to farm, so they're going for the late game oriented items feels like a good idea. Aghanim Scepter, and then with that shard, so you like get the stun, maybe get another 2-man stun. Your illusion comes back. Okay, he's going for Snay.
Rupture and Dust. There's really nowhere for him to go, but now they found themselves the Medusa off by himself, and to the side with the BKB being popped by Mickey. They get the kill on a Saksa. They look over at 33. Boxy low, but a little bit of the Burning Barrage damage coming through on a 33 as he runs with the BKB of his own. Blink in from 9 on a Mickey. They've got the Chakram, but the Astron Prism is going to be through onto the Medusa. Meteor Hammer to follow it up, but still so working with a lot of mana. Again, with no movement speed.
159. Saksa bought back in that fight, but Team Liquid Going for the
Disengage
target.
right after.
Mickey, not too afraid to pop a BKB just to secure a kill. And Rupture on position 5, Bounty Hunter. Take him out as soon as possible. Stop that money from flowing in. Still, Liquid, they're taking the fights, but Tundra, they're getting the gold advantage.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And they've gotten themselves up to 7,000 now. Starting to break away a little bit. Magnus, though. I like this pickup from Zai. I know you really love this item right now in this patch, the Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah, because all the stuns
Under attack.
have been nerfed, so having some extra status resistance feels really nice to have. And you are playing into Medusa, so that makes a lot of sense. She's a range hero after all. Zai, too powerful of a player. Let's see if he can beat it down. He can. Manages to get the kill through that left backdoor protection.
9 pushing in the bottom lane while all that's going on.
Dire's
Titan Sliver picked up for both the Medusa as well as the Bloodseeker. How close is Sox out of this Ags? Not that close after that buyback.
Well, now closer. Pick that bounty rune. They need him to survive like one fight. Because as said, this hero can't really farm. Hero's really good at stacking, gaining gold that way. Might need a lane for himself. Snaking, going for that 28-minute XP rune this time around. They have no reveal. There is dust in the backpack, but that's about it.
Ooh. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Snake King swiping it away.
Fastest fingers in the West.
Yeah, usually it's no swiping, but this ain't a Nickelodeon TV show. Yule's up into the air. Snake King, he's gonna die, but he does get that Wisdom Rune. Always important, especially with the fact that Liquid have only gotten 1 this game.
Very interesting build from Boxy. Getting that Yule Scepter. So, can't
Now
set
going
things up.
Deso.
Next is Deso. This hero does insane amount of damage. Does have that Burning Barrage, which is his old ability. Does allow you to kill the creep wave. You can one-shot it. Zai now does have a Blink Dagger as well. Let's see if he can reposition someone. Saksa, he caught a
Looking
glimpse.
like that person. You don't need to blink, though, when you've got that Harpoon. Ogre Seal Totem will get some distance, but not enough distance.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I do love the bouncing from the Ogre Seal Totem as well. In terms of, like, neutrals we see.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 mid looking like this might just fall if Tundra aren't going to react to it. And it doesn't look like they are just yet. They have Sneaking coming over, and now they're going to have 33, blink into the immediate doom. They go in for Insania to make sure he can't get the false promise, but he gets it off before he dies. So, now with no heal, can they get the false promise over the edge? Right now they have. Stone Gaze used by Skitter. They go to the Astro Imprisonment. Isha running backwards, skewer away from Zai. They still get the kill on a Mickey. They're going to focus their attention onto the Magnus. And with the track, they see him. They've got him. They'll kill him. And 3 heroes will die on the side of Team Liquid.
33 this time around, finds good Doom opportunity, goes on Mickey. This time around, he does not have Aegis available. It's like Team Liquid wants to still go for something.
Meteor Hammer. And Sanities. But now you've got the Shadow Walk, the stun, and the lockdown to get the kill on Anisha. They got that all together. And then Bounty Hunter's got the Ogre Seal Totem to close the gap on Boxy. That's a full team wipe at the end of the day. And they
That's
still
massive.
want
They're gonna
more.
kill him one more time.
They want Insania, and they're going to find him. They've got track again. They'll get another. Look at the net worth. It just jumped to 16,000, 17,000 gold.
They got 8,000, 9,000 gold in less than a minute, pretty much. This is nuts. It's exactly the fight that they needed. Like, it says gold change 2.8k, but yeah, there's a lot of, like, looking at the experience, they've been dead for a long time. It also doesn't contribute all the kills, but now 19,000. They're gonna farm up for like another minute because Nisha bought back in the previous fight. That was that one fight when he bought back and they won it. So he's gonna be dead for a very long time.
Wow. Tundra just blowing the doors off of this one with that. And now they've got Hex on the Timbersaw. He's going for the Shivas. Medusa's just been farming the entire time. Has that Lincoln's finally to protect himself from the Rupture. It's just so much gold. for
It's
Tundra.
mostly against Astral. Like, he wants to be able to deal damage, does not want to get his mana stolen. So, also Doom. I see
As
33
Axe.
immediately going into Axe. He's like, well, you know what? I see these ulti orbs. One on Bloodseeker, one on OD, so gonna go instantly for it. Even though Nisha does have Hex queued up, he feels like he needs a little bit more control, but if you get doomed, you're gonna die. Like, even Boxy, this is like Team Spirit during TI, pretty much. No, they need more Lincoln Spheres. I see 3 queued up on Team Liquid. Is
Smoke
their own
breaks.
Insania. He's frontlining.
Doom on himself. He's going to jump in. He's going for the Magnus. Wants to make sure there's no RP. They already got the kill on Insania. He's going to buy back. Wants to be able to provide that false promise, but the Doom's still coming
Back
in. They get the
into
kill on
Doom.
Mickey, and now they'll look over at this Zai Magnus. 3 heroes dead so far. Ogre Seal Totem looking for something else. They won't find it. They already got what they came for, and that was the Bloodseeker and the Mag.
Ooh, he was swapped back into Doom. Doom connecting onto Magnus, onto Bloodseeker, and seems like this game could potentially end because they don't have buyback for 50 seconds. Medusa with Solar Crest, with drums, level 23. They might have another fight. Boxy, he's trying to steal some of the farm there, delay the game as much as possible. Roshan is going to be back online in a couple of seconds, and he's going to be on Radiant side. Snaking, he wanted to chase him down, find where Boxy is, but Boxy this time around, he's holding on to Gem. If they lose this Gem, it's going to be massive.
Yeah. I just don't think they find anybody at that point with the Gem going to the side of Tundra. Here's the Shadow Blade, and I believe, yeah, this is being built into a Silver Edge. And that axe came out for the Doom, and I wanted to say something earlier. 33, he was farming the camps right next to the secret shop, while all he needed was the point booster, and he's min-maxing even at that point, putting the courier as he's 2 steps. He could just take 2 steps to the right and buy the Ags out, but kept right-clicking, you know?
After all of that,
That's the most
just
exciting
finished
thing.
off
to me.
Axe and then has another 4,000 gold. And look at the gold on Skeeter. He's almost 30,000 net worth, 33 minutes into the game. This is... Every single time I see Medusa, I feel like some kind of record is being broken. That's how strong she is. After, like, even all these nerfs that did hit her, still feels very viable as a hero.
A very strong hero indeed. The MKB was picked up there for Mickey, but against the Aegis now on this Medusa,
Yeah, not even with Mickey B, there's not going to be enough damage. He wanted to go for that butterfly, you know, evasion's going to cause a lot of troubles. He also sees Heaven's Halberd now in Bounty Hunter, knows that he's going to need to be dealing with that, so with that mischance, of course, so...
I don't know how you think of some of these.
Just comes natural.
I know. It's so fast, though. The fastest puns in the West. 28,000 net worth lead. Tundra, they don't want this curse to continue, this losing streak. Finally get another Wisdom rune there on the side of Liquid, but they're down 25% when it comes down to experience overall, which is a big number because that also contributes to about 13 levels.
You
Which
gotta
is so
do
much.
something. You're playing against Tundra with this type of a lineup. If you're stuck inside your base, they've shown time and time again that they're gonna wait until they get the opportunity, because you're still gonna be respected going high ground against Magnus. Harpoon skewer back into the tower.
Into the fountain.
Middle tower has fallen.
Is this where you... Oh, he's going Ags. I was going to say, is this where you buy, like, the refresher on Magnus so you can RP skewer with the Harpoon, refresh Harpoon, skewer RP. But Ags is the next item on the menu. They've got the swap. And Boxy in trouble. He'll Yules himself. There's the AoE Doom. They've got the skewer back, but it's going to be on top of these heroes now. And they can't get anything really other than just the kill on Asak. So they end up
Skitter's
losing
going
Boxy.
ham.
Down goes Insania, Zai, and Nisha. Skitter with so much damage as they're breaking through this base and looking at the tier 4s. And they called
they're gonna
GG on the
call
side
it.
of Team Liquid. So Tundra taking game one, and honestly, start to finish, this was all theirs.
Pretty much. There was this one fight that Team Liquid did win with heavy commitment from Nisha. He did use a buyback, but then again, Tundra, they just outfarm people. And I think I said it, they're onto something most definitely with this money printing technique. It's illegal, but it's working out. Stacking, Doom with Devour, Hand of Midas, then you have Bounty with the Track Gold, with Junata, Gold Stolen. Suddenly, like, this game exploded. Like, this one fight, they gained 10,000 net worth after one fight. So that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, it looked really good. Like you said, money printing's illegal. They're not just doing the photocopies of money that you do as a kid. Where you're like, I need some more cash. You're like, you take $100 bill, you put it in the copier.
Yeah, they're also bringing Monopoly money as well.
Yeah, they're bringing Monopoly money. They're the protagonists of Catch Me If You Can, where they're forging checks as well with so much money. So they do a really good job here. They take game one on Tundra. We're going to throw it over to the panel to hear what they think. Back to you guys. Take it away.
I'm not sure if we can make any more references to illegally making money, but Tundra definitely found a way. I mean, that fight was pretty insane, T, the way that they were able to jump up. What was it, 9K net worth after one team fight was pretty phenomenal. But I want to talk about how we got to that point in the fight, why it was the way that it was, and the certain timing or what happened on the side of Tundra to be able to have a fight that successful.
And I think it was just happily farming in lanes, and then like you have this like OD Timbersaw situation, and like Timbersaw just goes to gank the side of the map, and then you have like all three of your cores sitting at top net worth at what was it, like 13-14 minutes of the game. Even here when we tune into the highlights at 18 minutes, it's just 3 Tundra cores, and then you see like this OD and Magnus kind of awkwardly trailing behind, and that's not really what Liquid wanted to achieve with this type of draft in this game. It's like they wanted to be a little bit more fluid, but can they actually do it with this draft? Can they actually like crush lanes that hard? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a question maybe Kezi can answer, but also the fact that Bloodseeker was doomed so consistently. He felt like a non-factor in so many aspects of this game.
It was, I think, hard for them. Like, he had a very good early game, but then Tundra made 1-2 very good moves like in the early game where Snaking TP'd bottom. They got this very crucial kill on Mickey when he was like top net worth. And I think in terms of Liquid, usually they don't fall into this trap when they play against Tundra, where they go for like some super heavy, like try to hero counter pick. I feel like they just usually have very solid side lanes, and they always do well against. I mean, they did in the safe lane in this game too, right? With the Oracle Bloodseeker, I think like they owned Tundra pretty hard. But this OD pick, I think again, it's just a bit of a trap. It can work, of course, but your tricore is, I think, very, very wonky in this game. Like Bloodseeker, OD, Mag, the synergy isn't really amazing. And I think to me, what Snaking did this, he had super high impact. He sold the first Wisdom Rune, he sold the second one. He had a great rotation bottom. Like, all Tundra needed was to survive the first like 10 to 15 minutes, which they kind of did on their own, but everything Snaking did on his bounty hunter, he amplified it x2. And I think Tundra, they're by default gonna win this game after 25-30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're taking wisdom like that, experience out of the hands of Team Liquid and making your own currency tea, I mean, what else could you ask for at a game of Dota?
Just like the commentator said, it was illegal. I think just Tundra, that's the other thing as well, like as he's mentioning, it's like when you're doing well in your lanes and your cores are farming, your supports then have this freedom to do anything they want, right? And it means that Snaking is like religiously at that Wisdom Rune at the 7-minute mark, at the 14-minute mark. Not having to like run to base to recover resources or have to go fight somewhere else to do something. You know, it's like the supports are free to do the Wisdom Rune game. And it's because they kind of set themselves up to be able to like AFK on the chill and not die. And I think that's where Liquid, when we're mentioning that, okay, you're picking Bloodseeker, you want to have pressure then to maybe fight the Deucer. Picking the Magnus doesn't really force Deucer to have threat in lane, right? So it's good for the meta and for like the cool mid-game plays, but if you can't apply that pressure and she just got Manta, Butterfly, Skadi, it's like, it's difficult. So I think Liquid kind of missed the beat on how they wanted to counter this Deucer in this game.
The other thing I'm getting from what you guys are saying here is that it's going to be hard to pick an MVP, but you guys are going to have to do it. Kezu, I feel like maybe you're leaning a little bit towards giving it to Snay and everything he did as a support.
I would. Yeah, no, I would like to give it to him. I do think that they all played very well, but just what he did, I wouldn't say it was maybe the hardest thing for him to do, but he has 91% kill participation when he took those runes and made those 1-2 crucial ganks in the early game, and then he's just bounty hunter in like the right place at the right time, because all his team needs is vision and time, and I think he gave them all of that. So for me, he's my MVP.
Also, the only one not to die when Liquid nearly got that wipe.
True. He kept it up.
Yeah, he was keeping it stable. But
Holding
again,
down the fort for the team.
Exactly.
100%. These stats, they look very delightful, very pleasant, and I think we've seen a lot of bounty hunter games, at least in DPC, where they haven't been able to hit this like mid-game ball timing, and they just kind of fell flat. But this is like a perfect demonstration of like how bounties should feel. Like you don't need the perfect bounty game is when the team doesn't actually need you. You know, when you can do all these like small little things on the map, and you're basically just like an AFK hero just in the enemy lines. And then when you join your team, it's like, haha, gold! You know, that's the perfect game. And this is exactly what happened. Yep.
Oh, great impersonation there. Before we do it, Rick, because I want to ask about the support duo on this side of Tundra, because we haven't really actually touched too much on that Venge. So we've talked about the highlights of that Bounty Hunter, obviously very impactful enough to get MVP, but what about Venge as the hero now that we've seen it in pro games, but also as a combo with Bounty Hunter?
I mean, Venge is definitely a slightly undervalued pick. Like when you throw it in a 4 with a hero that can push the lane, I think it's cool because you have to push wave, minus armor, because this hero has incredible value in like the mid game and fights and enabling some core you're gonna play with. You can stack ancients, so I think it's once again Tundra, you know, showing something new. And next game for Liquid, I'll be incredibly surprised if they're not currently saying that, okay, next game we want to have better lanes, we want to be able to go together and fight instead of you need to farm, you need to farm, and you need to farm. It's more like you want to fight, you want to fight, you want to fight, let's go.
All right, just keep running at them. Never give them the space or the time to farm. We'll see if that's going to be the change at 4 Liquid and game number 2 after this break.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling.
Welcome back. It's going to be game 2, Liquid versus Tundra. And Tundra, they've already taken one step towards breaking the cycle of always losing to Liquid. This could be it. We hyped it up. This could be it, T.
I mean, again, it's been like a year, 25 days. This could be the day. They are one.
Do you have the
game away.
hours, minutes, seconds?
Yo, if you need me to, I got you.
Yeah.
All right? But not right now.
All
All
right.
right?
Okay.
That's a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
Not ready to
Yeah.
punch that.
Look, yeah, you'll have time eventually, but for now, got to focus on this game number 2 draft because, Kezi, you wanted to see Liquid have a better time in lanes, be a little bit more aggressive, and just consistently be taking fights to Tundra.
Absolutely, because this is how they used to beat them every single time. They are, if they have the right heroes, or if they have heroes that play aggressive by nature, I think aggressive. I think Liquid are a better early game team than Tundra, and that's usually how they beat them. Because the way people lose to Tundra is that, Tundra go even in lanes, maybe slightly lose, in a worst case scenario for them, and then they are very good at playing the map. They're gonna farm, they're gonna hit their timings, and they're gonna murder all of you on the map at 30 minutes.
Yeah, sounds about what we just saw as well in game 1.
Yeah. Well, maybe the Medusa is the X factor. Whoever gets their hands on Medusa, maybe that's how you win. I mean, you still can play fast around Medusa with other heroes, but yeah, I guess we'll have to see. But that's definitely the approach I would like Liquid to take.
I'm trying to see if Tundra have beaten Medusa yet this tour.
They have.
Okay, because I know other teams have, and no doubt they've been looking at that. But yeah,
The thing with Tundra is, at least in the start of the tour, they weren't banning it out first phase against teams who had first pick. Even when they had first pick themselves, they weren't rushing to pick it. It was often a hero that kind of teams respectfully ignored. And then against Quest, it then become, okay, ban it out, don't let them play it, even when Tundra was first pick. So again, at least so far, Tundra hasn't been a team that's been like, oh, we have to pick it, it's available, So they haven't really had to showcase countering Deucer as well, because teams have just kind of let it through multiple times. But taking a page out of Liquid's book, the Bloodseeker Lich, very, very aggressive lane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, for a second then, I actually thought the team names were swapped up. I don't know why, even though I knew that Liquid had first pick, we got told that there was going to be that change up. Still, when I looked at it, I was like, oh yeah, Liquid Bloodseeker Lich, how they come back for it? But no, yeah, that's Tundra's draft there, Kazu.
So I really like the pairing of the Bloodseeker with the Lich, but doing it into Medusa must mean that I might be wrong about the matchup, or that there's more to it, because I personally don't really like it. And I think when Tundra pick it like this, it is just going to be Skeeter playing it. Of course, just one-to-one matchup, it's not like, oh, you pick Bloodseeker into Medusa, you lost. I would assume that Tundra will play at a way higher pace than what Liquid tried to achieve last game. First of all, you already have the Lich in the lane with the Bloodseeker, which is great. We all know that. But I would assume that all these heroes in the Tundra draft now around these two will all be very fast-paced. Because last game, Mickey on Bloodseeker, he wished he had that. And I think when you pick Bloodseeker like this, Skeeter should be calling for this stuff right now.
And what about the Pugna, T? What does that sort of add to a Medusa lineup? And are you more likely to see it as a 5 or a 4?
I think I'd see it more as a 4 in regards to just the players on Liquid. And it's very much like a tempo-esque hero. You're always keeping people topped up with health and mana with your life drain. You're progressing the map with your Never Blast. You're just kind of And also, like, decrep can be super obnoxious. Like, Bloodseeker, if he's trying to lock onto a hero, and there's one decrep, Bloodseeker's a hero that thrives on killing within the BKB, and then after BKB, he's hoping everyone's low enough that he can just play on his first regen to keep the fight going. So, like, one clutch decrep or the life drain, it can really annoy Bloodseeker's ability to commit into engagements. So yeah, I think kind of that, yeah.
Okay. Because I saw the Pugna was like in flavor a little bit at the start of this tour.
Yeah.
And especially from Secret, Energy tried to bring it on. And then we just kind of stopped seeing it. I don't know what it was, but it just was no longer a preference for any sort of team. So that's why I'm intrigued about this Pugna coming out and why they feel it so strongly that it can be an opening phase with Medusa.
I feel that it's a very good hero as long as it fits how you want to play. Because I think it's, again, Pugna only enjoys sitting back or like chilling if he has the late game. Ideally, what you want to do on Pugna is you want to go around with heroes, as he said, you want to top them up, right? You're like you're very similar to Coddle in that sense. You want to like play with some, ideally Storm Spirit or some spirits, run around, keep them on the map, keep them going. So I do think that if that is the idea, that's a good switch up from the last game. And overall, it's pretty chill, I think, against the Tundra heroes, right? We have the crap. I think any team that is good at understanding how to pair up your heroes post laning stage, Pugna should be a good hero for this team after the laning stage is over.
Right now as well, when I look at Liquid, I think they, even though like their second phase bans were the same as Tundra's, right? Like the Dark Side of the Pango, they ban out Magnus instead of the Anti-Mage. And I'm thinking, like, if this was ever a game for Tundra to show this Flex's Bloodseeker, it could potentially be this game if Liquid put themselves in a position where, like, Anti-Mage looks really good, right? Because, I don't know, I feel like if you have a Pugna support, some Dusa in a core role, plus you pick two maybe low lockdown heroes that don't really progress the map that well, like, I'd feel like you're screaming to get Anti-Maged. But we'll see. It also depends on what pick Tundra goes for here.
I could see the flex comment. I mean, 3-3 hasn't really played it before. Another hero that I could see come out for Tundra that could be cool. When I see Pugna, Dusa, I always think of dispositioning heroes or displacement, whichever one is the right word. Like, some bad rider type hero that in like the mid game, sure, they want to stay together.
Marcy mid.
Yeah, I love dispose. Really breaks the fight. Hey, there it is.
Yep.
It's I guess they can flex it too into mid, but overall, this hero just looks very good on 4. And I think when you see these two heroes, you already have good purpose. And if you're playing Bloodseeker, you love when people just get handed to you. So it checks out.
It's just like, there's already so much kind of nuisance and damage coming from side lanes now.
Yeah.
Like, whatever core Lich or Batrider's playing with, they're going to be able to just whittle them down. And also, like, this Pugna, he doesn't really enjoy taking fights where there's like, it's like boots of bearing, or even this tranked drum Batriders going on top of him. And it also is like, now because it's a support as well, Liquid now needs to use a core to get rid of the support Batrider. Meanwhile, Bloodseeker and all the other cores are seeing all the information. So yeah, Batrider is very potent right now, and Liquid, they need to start kind of applying some stuns and a little bit of like control to their lineup, because Tundra can easily kind of navigate around them right now.
Yeah.
Someone's making some wacky suggestions because everyone's...
Yeah, they're having a good time.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still picking Void Spirit. That's kind of interesting, because Tundra, the reason they didn't ban Void Spirit is that, well, Storm Spirit and Ember don't really care about Rupture, right? Because they have innate abilities to just get the hell away. Whereas Void Spirit, if he gets Ruptured, he's still in a lot of trouble. But Liquid think it's...
Astral Step still counts for Rupture, right?
Yeah. You take a shit ton of damage. So the Simulate, of course, it helps you a lot. But Astral Step is not the one. But they still think that the hero is, of course, very good as well. I think we all know it. There's another hero I had in mind for Liquid, which, I mean, I would assume they're going to take their second support. But Tidehunter looks cool against the Tundra heroes. But then your draft, I think, again, you have some Tide Medusa. It's like a very tailored lineup, so I don't really like it so much.
It's kind of just what Tundra did in game 1, right? So it's that kind of hit farm and eventually boiling point. If anything, both like the teams just swapped the drafts from game 1.
Yeah, they did.
Tundra's like, okay, you're gonna pick this Dusa, but we're gonna show you how we can beat it with a Bloodseeker. And then Liquid's like, your strat was kind of good, So we're gonna just all hit creeps and chill and outscale. And Liquid, they go for a disruptor, so it leans more into that. If they're ahead with Void Spirit, disruptor will feel like a king. But if they aren't ahead, their support duo won't really be able to progress the map or do things together. It's just more like, yeah, it could potentially be difficult for Liquid.
What? There has to be a pick that makes this Void Spirits game hard to play that is in Nine's hero pool. Because I feel like similarly to last game, these supports are going to rely a lot on their Void Spirit. You know already that this Dusa is safe lane carry. And for Tundra as well, if you go for a hero that does really well in the lane, I think it also fits your draft a lot more than last time around for Liquid, because again, we keep talking about this Bloodseeker. You want people to be low HP. He's going to be strong. You want Bad Rider to play around with someone. Timber is probably one of those heroes that can't do that.
It fits the bill. It's
Yeah.
because it's going to annoy Void Spirit, where Void Spirit can't ever kill Timbersaw. You need to really get runes to get Void Spirit to make wider maps on the wider plays on the map. There you go. And your disruptive Pugner, like when Timbersaw walks to your lane, what do? So you say sorry and you walk away and you go to a different lane, right? Like, and like Deuce is kind of the same thing until she gets maybe like some Scardy Daedalus or something, like some big damage plus some heal mitigation style stuff. So yeah, this Timbersaw, I feel like this Timber, it doesn't really get respected in second phase bans.
Agreed.
And then it just kind of like, it just casually slots into a draft and it goes, now we need to deal with this, whilst also stopping some support Batrider lassoing us away, and also this Bloodseeker from winning his lane with a Lich. So I think Tundra should be really happy with their lineup right now.
Tough spot, I feel, for Liquid. I usually feel that they're in a better spot when it comes draft-wise to this, because this Timber could be a bit of a problem. I mean, I'm looking at the Zai heroes right now, and I feel that a lot of offlane heroes, they really don't like Timber and Bad Rider in terms of, you're like, this is a free game for this, and it's like, if I'm a tanky guy, Timber's gonna annoy me. If I don't have some Dispel, there's Bad Rider, I'm gonna get ruptured. Because I think this pick actually needs to do quite a lot for them.
What do you mean do quite a lot? Like, what exactly are they lacking on that Liquid lineup that you really need this offlane to do?
I think that Zai's hero needs to either A, apply pressure, or be a backup hero that the supports can play with for the case that Nisha might not have a good early game, which I think has a very high likelihood of happening.
Yeah, okay, that is tough.
Yeah. Okay, Spurrbreaker and Veno, pretty solid bans.
I'm scrolling through his recent heroes and not a lot of popping up right now.
Don't scroll through his Dota Pro tracker because you won't find any info.
Yeah, exactly. I've also looked there and it's 0.
There's no games.
0 games.
Is there some switcheroo we can do? Offlane Void Spirits? I don't think so.
No.
Offlane Medusa and then they pick a better carry.
Better carry would be like some... it's awkward because like...
There's none.
You're getting counterpicked as well, so that's rough.
Monkey's already banned out. You don't really want to go Slug the Bloodseeker, so you don't have that like matchup to the Timber.
They both just
Not even in
did.
the right
Dude, that was weird.
They
They
both
both
just did the
reshuffled
same
at the same
pose.
time.
What the hell?
Oh, there you go.
Offlane Faceless Void?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Actually, it does. Yeah, Zai's got a light giggle.
Or I could see it being that because you're...
Why is it not just Deucer off lane and then Void going into the Batrider support lane?
I mean, I'm not... I don't know. I think it could be, but I think it's a pretty banger time dilation game. I don't know why. My instinct...
I mean,
Maybe
both
it's because
ways
Zai
are
was on the screen. I don't know.
True. I mean, I feel like for Liquid at least, it's like they can interchange it, but their draft still has the same issue now, which is they need to scale. They don't have a Timbersaw answer in the early to mid game, and they basically need items on everyone. So they need to replicate Tundra's playstyle, but without as much damage Tundra had in the previous game. Ooh, a rare Enigma pick. Is this... Hold on. Have we even seen this hero in Western Europe yet? I don't think we have.
We have. Yep, we saw it on Friday.
One game.
didn't we?
Okay, one game.
Yeah.
Maybe one game, yeah. I mean, Liquid are... They're debating who does what. Because they haven't picked their hero yet.
I mean, they know the
Okay.
lanes. We
No,
can see
Very
what Tundra
void.
picked themselves.
Okay.
Huh.
Because you've normally been right about everything. Not this one, though. So now you have to backtrack on your reasoning for why you liked the Faceless offlane, and now say why you like the Medusa offlane.
You want me to talk about Medusa offlane now? Or say why I would have liked Void?
I actually want to know why you would have liked Void, and then why you think that they have on this.
I feel like this Bloodseeker Lich lane, Void is someone that could actually lane through it. You can dodge the silence, you can time walk off the slows and kind of chill. It's like a very cool time dilation game. Like if you, I guess same story from Carry, but like Bad Rider hates it, Lich hates it, Timber gets destroyed by it. Like if you don't buy a Dispel item, then it doesn't matter your 30k net worth if you don't have spells, because you ain't hitting heroes with your little robo arms. And now they thought that it's just a very good Void carry game, so Zai will suck it up on the offlane Medusa, I think.
I reckon he's slowly loving it, Kazu. I reckon he's secretly loving it. But T, do you think the Faceless Void pick was enough to give you confidence in Liquid, or you liking the look of a 2-0 for Tundra?
This feels like the type of game where Liquid really just needs to pray that, you know, Nisha gets to like 6 items, Mickey just pops off with a chrono at like some 40-minute mark. So I think this is Tundra. Tundra should be able to close out this game, especially if they play with the same like aggression in the first one. Like, I don't know, this support duel and Liquid, it's not really going to help them too much to get to this late game timing. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Liquid, but these are often the games they could somehow win. So yeah, but again, favoring Tundra.
We've seen Liquid be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat before. Let's see if they can do it in game number 2 with Beak Up and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Hats out of hats is
New trick.
yeah, I mean it's definitely up there. I would be more surprised if I saw a magician take a hat out of a hat than a rabbit out of a hat these days, I would think. But we'll see what they can do. Tundra looking for the 2-0, looking for their first victory over Liquid since a year and 25 days ago, as the panel stated, and I think with this lineup, they might have a real chance.
Yeah, definitely. Nobody beats Tundra Esports 8 times in a row. That's for sure. But yeah, I do prefer their draft overall. I feel like Liquid, considering that they already qualified to TI, they have this like leverage to experiment a little bit more with their draft. And Zai again on this rather sacrificial offlane, I would say. We've seen him not have a good time straight up few games in a row, and let's see what's going to happen in this one. Full wraparound, playing into Lich, Bloodseeker level 1, snaking, not in a good spot. Blood Grenade already thrown.
Blood Grenade, yeah. So Mickey now on the front lines. They go to the Mystic Snake, though. Drop down the Blood Right. Boxy's in trouble. Boxy's just dead. Skitter, though, he might be the trade, and will be. Mickey gets credit for that. They've got the glimpse onto 9. They get themselves a second Blood Grenade again, and there's the kill from Boxy as he's, well, gonna get himself at least that Timber Saw. And Liquid still continuing to run, maybe even thinking about going for snaking.
Another glimpse, yeah, they're gonna chase him down. Keep going, Mickey, time dilation level 1.
Ooh.
It's actually bigger than it is.
He couldn't get the bounty rune either. Snaking onto the high ground. Frost Blast turning, dying. 3 kills for the side of Liquid before we even hit the minute mark.
Nisha almost has enough money to buy a full bottle. We'll get 1 CS, 2 CS, and get a bottle. Taking this fight, Batrider, like he's on a really long cooldown. Doesn't provide you with much. Because Flame Break, 22-second cooldown ability. I think he used 1 Flame Break. That was his contribution, a Blood Grenade.
Yeah, a little bit rough in terms of what they were able to get there from him. Now he's got that Blood Grenade once again. We'll see how the lanes start to go. Now that we finally have kind of settled a little bit. But how important are those like early 3 kills? Like you said, the bottle comes out for Nisha pretty quickly. That allows him to kind of do a lot early on in this lane with some confidence. Is that enough there to really get the ball rolling? Is Blood right? Medusa's in trouble. Bottom doesn't actually have a lot of health to work with. Only 252, but 8 wand charges.
This is supposed to be a strong lane, one of the favorite lanes, I would say, in this patch. Lich plus Bloodseeker, but then again, Skeeter starting with Blood Right level 1. Not the best ability to have. Sure, he took it because they were fighting 5 versus 5. You want to have Point in Thirst to have that extra movement speed. Have that extra HP in the laning stage because you're going to get harassed a lot by these 2 range heroes, and they're going to hit level 2 much faster. So now 2 points in Mana Shield on Zai. Always awkward to see since the recent changes to it. You see level 2 hero with like Mystic Snake, and then you have like, it seems like the hero is level 3, but it's actually just level 2.
Probably make that mistake one day where I just go, oh, he's already got 3 skills. But today is not that day. Oxy took that level 1 Nether Ward too in that fight, which ended up getting a kill, I believe, onto 9. So, not like the biggest thing you want level 1 either, right? But getting a kill with it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Skitter getting blasted in the lane needs the CS. And he's getting those CS underneath the towers. Snake King does have another Tango available, but every single time he gets close, gets hit by Mystic Snake, Nether Blast, couple of right clicks. Know that this lane, I said it's a really strong lane, but playing into 2 ranged heroes could sometimes be difficult. As soon as you start to get more levels, you start to play aggressive on the side lanes as well. You get the movement speed, so you can dodge those blasts.
Right.
They don't really have a stun in this lane, so I feel Skitter should be fine, especially now that he put the second point in Thirst, having that extra heal as well. 33, really didn't talk too much about this Enigma. It's going to be a lane to deny farm from Faceless Void, and also to be able to potentially get a kill, because they just going on Mickey. He used the Time Walk.
Yeah, they've got the
getting
glimpse,
sent back.
and they'll be able to get him away, as the Firefly was used while he had Malefice on him too, so he's forced to try and come over and get this healing Lotus, and he'll do just that. Control the healing Lotus is really important. Yeah,
it really is. Those Lotuses. Every single time someone uses the word Lotus, I think about Dota Dragon's Blood immediately.
Okay, fair enough. A little lore friendly from the anime. Boxy getting run down here, but he's going for Snake King, and the Mystic Snake's thrown out. Snake King's still going to survive, and now the turnaround onto Zai. It's got no wand charges, so see how long he's willing to chase a Mystic Snake in just a second, though.
This mid matchup, it's really good. We've seen teams experimenting with, because Void Spirit is insanely good hero right now, does so many things, universal hero. I think that's enough to say. Being a universal core hero feels really good to be in this patch, except maybe Wind Ranger, at least in competitive Dota. In pub, the hero does have high win rate, Divine and Immortal bracket, but overall doesn't feel good. Overall matchup, I've seen Lone Druids do well against Void Spirits, Timbersaw as well, because you don't have enough damage to kill him. He goes into Vanguard, skips the bottle, gets mana boots, then he has 3 components for Octarine Core, gets in Kaya Sanj in between that, and he's super tanky. Like, in terms of damage that they have against this Timbersaw, I feel like 9 is going to roam around freely for the good 15-20 minutes of the game, starting now.
Yeah, so we'll see what they can do to him, because he had an amazing first game on this Timbersaw. So seeing it again, going back-to-back, looking for a similar performance is certainly in the cards for him. As we're taking a look at the CS overall, and after the fight that went well for Liquid pre-Horn, all of a sudden, the CS for everybody on Tundra is looking real nice.
Yeah, Tundra, a team that does lane so extremely good, always finds a way how to get the farm. 33 looking at his CS, 12 denies on Enigma, no real surprise there. Has mana boots available already. Saksa about to hit level 3. Let's see if he's gonna put a point in the Firefly. Yeah, that's the new build, new tech on position 4 Batrider, where you don't spam sticky. You don't want to give them free magic wand charges, free HP. I feel like these rotations from Nisha are going to be very crucial for Liquid, how they're going to do in the early game.
And something we were kind of asking for in the first game from him when he was playing the OD, but he never really got to that opportunity. Skitter and Snake King backing off after getting this Medusa low once again, and now dealing with no wand charges. Stacks being made by Saksa, which we saw were a big part of the game in number 1 as well. And a big part was also getting control of those Wisdom runes, and the Snake King, not being on a bounty hunter, can't exactly sneak away and grab the the Wisdom rune as easy this time.
Yeah, Insania might go for it with Glimpse play, but then again, you can be like, he can use Flame Break on top of him, bounce him away from that XP rune. This Observer Ward that just has been devoted did scout out some of these big stacks that they're making in the triangle.
Do you have someone who can really contest this well is now Insania, who's trying to deward again, is going to lose that sentry.
It's a
and
battle
not
for
gonna be
XP
able to get
rune.
that up.
Saxa
Now-
knows he needs another hero probably.
And now
Gonna
it's a
get
battle to
glimpse
go
back.
get the wisdom rune. So that's, well, going to be potentially
Black hole him.
Insania.
Black hole him right
do it,
now.
Do it. Kinetic field. Well, he's going to do it. The wisdom rune. It's worth the black hole. Yes.
It's too important.
I love it.
You
Yeah,
have
I
to
thought
do
you were
it.
saying it a little jokingly. Now bottom lane, Nisha comes for Skitter, but they've got that frost shield, so Skitter's not that easy to kill, and they go into the rupture and the astral step. With it assimilate, he's forced to TP away, so that rotation doesn't do anything there for Nisha.
That's a big one. You make a rotation with Arcane Rune, and you're forced to TP out of the lane. So mid lane is pretty safe. You can see 9 just chilling there as Timbersaw. Not much they can do about him. He shows up. They're like, well, we need to move away from you, otherwise we might die. Right now doesn't have much mana to work with. Yeah, but this first rotation, it really does hurt. Not getting anything out of it. And also that battle for the XP rune. They still did manage to pick up XP rune on their own side, so at least that's going better for them compared to the
Yes.
first game.
Astral step. There's another, and Snaking going to be glimpsed and killed. But I will say, using that black hole for the wisdom rune has now set precedent. Wisdom rune is now super high value. Stocks are going up because a black hole was used for just that rune.
Yeah, big stonks on those wisdom runes for sure.
So supports, especially in the lower my brackets, you need, important. Got to pick it up. That's what was
in
proven
every
there.
single bracket.
Yes.
From Herald to the top. Insania stealing some of the XP here from 9, but might pay with his life. 9.
Flame break, and now a blood grenade. Nisha, he's on the high ground thinking, can I go in on this? And he will walk into it for a moment. He's got one astral step. Mickey's here. He's level 6. He's got chrono. Saxa gets onto this old
time
Roche
walk.
cliff, and
In a
now
spot.
Mickey with a defensive chrono. All right, rupture. Mickey in trouble, trying
Not
to
yet.
TP out. That's
Oh!
ambitious. But with the Decrepify, there was a chance until that chakram hit him.
That was a bit too ambitious, I would say. Shows up on Faceless Void. First of all, you can't go for Timbersaw. Then this Time Walk in place. And something that Mickey did so well in every single time pretty much when he played Bloodseeker is show up at these early fights. Skeeter does the same thing, does it to Mickey. And looking at the Mickey's item build, he had Diffusal Blade in his quick buy, now changes to Hand of Midas. Good old recovery Midas.
My favorite kind of Midas. Well, actually, my second favorite kind of Midas. My first favorite kind is Ogre Magi Midas.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Massive Midas. So that's my favorite one.
Yeah. All right. Fine. First is Massive Midas. Second is Ogre Magi Midas. Third is Recovery. Fourth is First Item Ancient Apparition Midas. Skitter.
They're both level 5 on supports.
No,
They don't
take
have
a lot
enough
of
damage.
Oh, boy. That Nether Ward is kind of a pain. Nisha now popping an Illusion Rune. He doesn't have an Astral Step for 10 seconds, but he does have it Assimilate to get back up out of the high ground. He still wants to go.
He's stealing some of those creeps.
Yeah, he wants to at least steal the farm. Snake King may not be so happy about this, that his core has just put him in harm's way. But I say that, he's walking away, eventually dying to Boxy, but the trade, his life for
Skeeter's
Nisha
gonna clean
and
up.
Boxy
Glimpses
and Insania
available, but can't glimpse
is
both of them.
certainly worth it. Tundra doing it again. Stone Gaze was used, lasso to control him. I don't care if I turn to stone, if I keep you here with me, and now another black hole. Wisdom Rune is equivalent to Medusa, as is evident here, as they use the black hole. They get that kill on his eye, and back-to-back games. I mean, Tundra is blowing the doors open.
Pretty much, and they're gonna take this tier 1 tower now. Timbersaw shows up with Vanguard. They have very unkillable hero. Like all 3 cores, even Batrider is relatively hard to kill. And look at what Sox is doing in the triangle. He's stealing their stacks.
Gotta get that gold. Glimpse back on the 9 into the Aether Remnant. Some damage with the Astral Step. Chain Frost not bouncing. Another Astral Step on 9. They get the kill on a Boxy. He's gonna need some help.
Time
Nine
dilation.
trying to run. The flame break. Oh, 9 on the run and getting away, but the chrono used on 4. Mickey finally gets something, but is it going to be worth it? The time walk. Sox are trying to help the rest of his team. No black hole here. But
Here comes
Zai,
Skeeter.
no mana left, and now he's in trouble as Snake King drops Tanisha. 33 on the run. The Astro Step again. They get the kill into a third. But Static Storm laid down, and the Bloodseeker running away, surviving a little bit. Soxa with the Firefly trying
He's
to get
too
out of
speedy.
harm's way, and he's picked up a double damage. Flame Break hits onto Insania once again. They're going to TP out the Bloodseeker. The Mystic Snake hits onto this Bat Rider. As Liquid, they're still chasing time dilation. They've got the vision. They'll get the glimpse. They'll get the kill. They'll take it a fourth, and that is Liquid at least holding on for now, but it's still a 4,000 net worth lead for the side of Tundra.
I could see Kezu smiling. He was a big fan of this Faceless Void, putting more points in time dilation, wanted it to be played from the off lane, but he has 3 points in time dilation, which I really like. We saw the power of it against Timbersaw, where he couldn't use his abilities, get caught inside of the Chronosphere, get sniped. Signs of life from Team Liquid in the second game, but things are not looking as crisp. Imagine when Timbersaw gets his Sanj, which is going to be online, I would say, in another 2 minutes, holding on to a Cold Bracelet. This item is also slightly OP, I would say. The stats that it gives, mana, and also giving extra magic resistance. You can see both Bloodseeker and Timbersaw holding on to it.
Yeah, well, there was a game that I think I was covering in the Chinese region recently, and it was just like 8 occult bracelets. Almost everybody had gotten one. But still 2 tokens needed for Zai and Insania. They've got
Yeah,
it.
Zai doesn't get priority. He doesn't have a neutral
Not
item
ever.
equipped yet.
Dire are
Interesting.
scanning.
Does kind of really want it. They're coming over with the smoke. They don't have chrono. Time walk, though. Time dilation. Skitter moving very slow. There's the kinetic field with the Static Storm. The life drain onto the Bloodseeker. Now starting to run. But the time walks keep up with Skitter. He's moving pretty quick, but the Aether Remnant lands. They get the kill again onto this Bloodseeker.
Still on top of the network. They needed
And
a little bit
Mickey's
of extra
stealing the
help.
Wisdom Rune.
Zai is going to pick up his own Wisdom Rune. We'll get him back on track. This time around, Team Liquid doesn't mind farming compared to their previous game, where they don't need they're on the clock. They don't feel like they're on the clock. And looking at the camp stack,
Dire's middle tower is
Thunder
under
this
attack.
time
Radiant's top tower
having
is under
slightly
attack.
less compared to the previous game. It was,
Oh,
what,
the glimpse.
18 when we checked last time around?
Snake King, and he's dead. Yeah, I think it was 18, because it was 5-3-6-4 or something like that.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Zai contesting with Sox. Oh, Cliffed. All right. Well, welcome to the Cliff Side Resort. But glimpse on a Soxa. Now the other way. There's the defusal, the TP attempt, the Aether Remnant lands, and the kill on Soxa happens. But while that's going on, they will end up losing Insania. These Eidolons doing a lot of damage.
Liquid playing much better in this second game. And also, Mickey decided to go for Diffusal Blade instead of going for that Hand of Midas, going into Echo Saber next. This is the build that, when it first was implemented into the game, I thought Faceless Void will pick it up because it kind of fits the profile of the hero. Like having that extra slow, having another chance to bash the target. But yeah, he's going all in. Like, sure, you can now disassemble it, get into BKB. So I think Mickey realizes that in this game, he doesn't need to go for this conventional build. Instead, he can let Zai do that, kind of be the carry from the off lane. And he can just start at a safe lane and build off lane items pretty much.
They'll go here for the Lich, and, well, they've got the lasso. That's the control onto the Faceless Void, but he's able to time walk down, throw down the Chrono. However, Mickey's taking a lot of damage, and, well, he cannot get this kill. As the Chakram comes across, Mickey will finally fall. The life drain not going to be enough. It's 9 who gets credit for that. Boxy TP's out, and the trade with the black hole now onto Nisha. Oh, Nisha able to assimilate. The black hole's not enough time. The TP attempt, the right
Shield
clicks.
rune.
Oh, shield rune OP.
Whew, that wasn't even close. He still had extra 300 HP coming out from that shield rune. So manages to TP out. But this time, Tundra does get more compared to Team Liquid. No real big kills on Tundra. Didn't lose a core, and now Kaya Sanj done on Timbersaw. As we said, 3 components that can be used for Octarine core. Lower the cooldowns, Arcane Boots disassemblable, and Vanguard. Is that even a word, disassemblable?
I'll give it to you. Chakram, Timber Chain, there's a kill. On Insania. You would say they can be disassembled, but disassemblable, I think sounds right. You know who's getting disassembled? Foxy,
Team Liquid.
as well as this Disruptor. I mean, a Chakram runs through you, you're going to be disassembled in half.
One Astral Step can't get out of the trouble. Getting stunned.
Sinister Gaze. Isha throws down the Aether Remnant, but now he's been hit with the Rupture. Where do you go at this point? The Chakram, the kill, Mickey, he's also in trouble. The Time Walk over to Snaking, but everybody's here for Tundra. That means Lasso and a kill, now dominating for 9.
Looking at Snaking's build, all these small items, Magic Wand, Belt, Fluffy Hat, Pig Pole, does give him so much tankiness. And now also does have a Healing Lotus as well. BKB finished on Bloodseeker. Their entry to the fight's gonna be much easier this time around because Timbersaw feels that he's super tanky with this Kaya Sanj. Plus Vanguard, and you can have Bloodseeker locked onto a target. He's not really afraid of these abilities. There's no real follow-up here.
Dead again. Skitter is starting to really pop off. You said in the last game that Mickey might be able to explode, and I think we're seeing that more so, way more so here with the Bloodseeker in this game for Tundra. He is just, they've had a couple good fights, and all of a sudden, he's going Mjolnir, he's got his BKB. He's ready to just continue on. 9 going for that Hex, too. So that Hex is going to be massive when you're going up against, like, Mickey. If he Time Walks in, these mobile heroes that have, like, Time Walk that assimilate the Astro Steps, if you just get a Hex off, you really make sure that they can't get away. Ooh, Foxy.
Snaking was not close enough for that Sinister Gaze. But yeah, both Voids are going to suffer if 9 commits to his item build. I do like the Hex here a lot. Because they've been TPing out. The Cripify TP out if you don't have enough control, if there's no Lasso, Black Hole, or Sinister Gaze. Others don't provide you with enough lockdown. 33 has been kind of silent playing in this bottom lane. Farming up, has Philosopher's Stone as well available.
Big bad Philly Stone.
Not as bad as it was before. Nerfed in 733. 5 less gold.
That's just...
Really dislike that change, gotta be honest.
It should have been plus 5 gold, truthfully.
Oh, yeah.
If not plus 20 to make it an even 100.
It got buffed. I think we started with 60, 70, 80. And now had to nerf it a bit.
Well, hopefully they buff it again. Zai going for this butterfly. He's got a lot of golds. Especially compared to both Nisha and Mickey. He is top of the net worth for his team. Which is a little bit concerning if you're Liquid. With the way these last couple fights have gone. A courier delivery there of a great healing
that's
notice
a
for
big
Zai.
one. Skitter. About to finish off Heath Heaven's Halberd.
Insania now aiding in Skitter. And they've got the Chrono Bow with the BKB. Look at the right-click damage doing nothing. He's on like a Frost Shield on him. So Timber Chain, Static Storm committed on this, but Skitter keeps running forward. Boxy getting invis for the moment. Now the Timber Chain with the Whirling Death to get the kill to Boxy and Insania, taking out both supports on the side of Liquid. And while that's going on, Saksa is able to snipe and steal away that Wisdom Rune. So again, controlling the Wisdom Runes proving to be very important and allowing Tundra to have this level lead where they're able to stay aggressive.
Saxaville and TP bottom pick up their own Wisdom Rune. Oh, so these fights are getting much tougher. You see Bloodseeker being super tanky with this Sanj.
Now they've got the Lasso on Anisha, Astro Step, Double Step, and a TP away. And this is in a Roche for Tundra. So they're going to try and get this first Aegis under their belt. I don't
Not
know
the
how
fastest
quickly
Roche.
Liquid can come over.
Seems like Liquid, they know something's happening.
They have no chrono.
Gonna pop the drum. They have no drum charges left. 21 minutes into the game, 33 every single time he joins a fight. Pops one of those, but still will be able to take it. And the big item, this Sanj, it's going to be upgraded into Heaven's Halberd. So missed chance against both cores on Liquid, plus having Disarm is gonna be massive.
Mickey? He's found Skitter. And the Rupture is used, maybe just
Out of
trying to get
mana
the Aegis out of his
completely.
hands. He's still, time walking, gaining some health, but still chasing and glimpsing and catching Skitter and taking out the Aegis. But here comes the rest of the team. The life drain to get Mickey back to full. Chrono's still down for another 60 seconds. They'll use the Stone Gaze. The BKB comes out from the Bloodseeker. And that Aegis was used very quickly. But here comes the Timber Saw onto it as they'll get the Sinister Gaze. It's on Azai who will pop that Manta. Sox ends up dead. Time walk forward. The longer this fight takes, the better it's going to be for Liquid, especially going into the Chrono eventually. When it's off cooldown in 40, it might allow them to get a fight after this one. But blinking Black Hole on a 2, stopped up. They get the kill on Skitter. They'll take a 33. They end up losing Mickey in a 9. The Chakram once again, the Timber Chain across. Nisha taking a lot of damage. He's got 7 seconds still. He's got that Astral Step. 2 until he's got that Assimilate. And 9's very tanky, but doesn't have any help at the moment. Snaking, backing away.
He's
Blink.
going in aggressively.
Nisha with his own Manta, life drain from Boxy, snaking on the high ground, and now throwing the Frost Blast. He's got the Sinister Gaze, the Astral Step with the 8th Remnant. They finally kill off Boxy, but they end up losing Snaking. So a monster kill streak for 9, but a little bit of a recovery here for Liquid as they take this fight and gain quite a bit of gold.
Using this opportunity, going through the Twin Gates, finding a kill on Bloodseeker. This build from Mickey actually working out really well. Diffusal Blade, Time Dilation, plus Echo Saber. It's a lot of slow, and they're on low cooldowns relatively. Echo Saber on 6 seconds, 15 seconds on Diffusal Blade. So getting back, I would say, even into the game with this type of a play.
Yeah, because now they've got Chrono available, right? Like, they could take another fight right after that one. Lich getting that shard, which is always pretty stellar in these fights when you want to drop down a Chain Frost and get it to bounce more than once.
Gotta be big.
Tower is under attack.
In the previous fight, they didn't have any bounces. It was used on Medusa. Didn't bounce to a single target, but yeah, gonna be much easier in the upcoming fight. Big item also on 9. We talked about this Hex. Does have enough gold to buy it, 200 short.
So he'll get there. And then that Hex, we'll see how that works out for him, because I think that's going to be an important item, especially with, like I said, these mobile heroes that just, you know, like Nisha dissimulating and stepping and
Radiant's
juking
middle tower is under attack.
Tundra best he can. The Black Hole placement was nice, but they ended up being able to stop the Black Hole
Remnant.
duration with the 8th Remnant, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower
It was in a
has
good
been
spot.
denied.
The only, like, I like that he picked up Blink Dagger to have a little bit more, like, positioning in the team fights. Sure, you're playing into Stone Gaze, into Chronosphere, but if you manage to land, like, if they use one of these abilities, I think 33 is going to be able to keep the distance and still land a really good Black Hole. And also an interesting one, building Vlad's. For a second, my mind was like, oh, he's going into Wraith Pact, but that item does not exist anymore in Dota.
Oh,
Dire are scanning.
pour one out for Wraith Pact. Smoke used and will end up dewarding. However, Boxy dusted, lassoed, and, well, that means it at least caught the Pugna. Oh, they get the kill on a Boxy. That's Skitter getting more gold into his wallet.
Radiant's
So-
Big
middle
item.
tower is under attack.
On Mickey, about to be finished. Nullifier, we've seen the power of it. If you listen to me talk about this item, you probably think it's the best item in the game, which I do agree with. You are playing into Lich, Frost Shield. You want to remove that to Bloodseeker later when he gets Aghanim Shard. It takes a lot of damage from him. A lot of attack speed is also removed, which also means damage.
You were just like, you may think that I call this the best item in the game. I do.
I did, yeah. It's so good. Like, all of these small items can be dispelled. Solar Crest, Crimson. So Crimson is not a small item. Pavis. You name it. Just remove it completely. And one is being delivered. One is being built on Nisha. Needs to finish off his Lincoln Sphere to protect against this Hex initiation. Against Rupture as well.
You know, we talk about Zai playing sacrificial offlaning, but he's the carry right now.
Pretty much.
He's got the Scotty, he's got the Butterfly. Only a 4K lead. I don't know if that's enough here for the side of Tundra. As Liquid are looking. See if they can find anything. Blood right down. They should be able to make a jump if they want to, but near the tier 2 tower, that is a bit of a risk.
Because Zai is playing carry pretty much, as you said. We haven't really seen the power of this Pugna replenishing mana on Medusa. Because Zai was mostly farming, wasn't in those fights. Saxa, he's smoked, looking for an opening. Might find Mickey here. That would gonna be a big one.
There's the blink in. They'll go for the lasso. They're trying to get the kill into Mickey to take him out of the fight immediately, but the time walk away. They've dropped down the Ice Fire. They've got the right clicks as well as the Stone Gaze coming in from the Medusa. Now Bloodseeker stunned up and in trouble. Nullifier, Chrono, BKB, Chain Frost starting to bounce around. Is it going to do enough damage? They've got the Black Hole. It's on here to the Faceless Void. They get the kill into Mickey, but the Astral Step goes across the bow of Skidder. They get the kill to the Bloodseeker. They look over at Staking. That's going to be a second down on the side of Tundras. They'll buy back on the Lich. Now 9 going in looking for Boxy, but it gets into the Glimmer Cape, so there's no vision to catch this Pugna. Flame Break lands on the Zai, still working with a lot of mana. Do they want to re-engage on the side of Tundra? Despite the fact that they no longer have the Black Hole, the Astral Step out of 33, they land the Aether Remnant, they get the code of 33 while losing Boxy. Sinister Gaze, Ice Fire down again. Insania is the attention here as they'll get the kill into the Disruptor, but they'll lose Snaking again.
They're still not done. Now you have 2 cores fighting against other 2 cores, which seem pretty unkillable. I do consider like Batrider even a core in this situation, but Zai way too tanky to be dealt with. Still get a 9. Try to get something going. 21 charges, great healing Lotus as well. You see power of Scotty against Timber, so it doesn't feel as comfortable coming into the fight. Also, we're probably gonna see that fight again. Seems like Tundra, they were not on the same page. Because he got a really good initiation with that lasso. There was no follow-up. Right. Lich was not close. Timbersaw had Hex available, didn't cast it. So did allow Faceless Void to get the Chronosphere off.
And that Chrono, even with the BKB, you know, it's tough for the Bloodseeker to survive there. And I just don't think these spells are getting off that well for Tundra. And like you said, they just don't look like they're coordinated enough.
A Chain Frost also goes on Medusa, which takes some of her mana. Not the best target to go for. I mean, you can't really control it. Maybe with Ice Spire you can a bit. But completely different game for Team Liquid in this second one. Also, I see Zai going for Silver Edge as his next item. This is going to be really good against both Timbersaw and Bloodseeker. Now, you might be able to catch Timbersaw off guard. If you get a good jump with Void Spirit or Faceless Void, you can burst him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, something, you know, this is an even game in net worth, and I kind of feel like Tundra they've lost all momentum, and it's going to be very reliant on them dropping down big ults to get this done. And Lasso, a big Black Hole, like barring that, I think Liquid have complete control of the game.
They're comfortable farming it up. Sometime, like most of the time, you will see Tundra being very happy to get the farm going, and that's gonna be another one.
Yeah.
No Glimmer Cape, no Force Staffs. All these support items say bye-bye. Nullifier is available.
Way out.
Yeah, there's gonna be another Nullifier on Nisha in the next minute or so.
And the Glimmer Cape on Boxy, I mean, how many times has he just snuck away with no
Skidder
vision?
needs some kind of a help. Might need the BKB here.
And that's exactly what he does. He goes into the BKB to make sure he doesn't get glimpsed, but Nisha following it up. They go to the Astro Step. They look for the 8th Remnant right off of the Black Hole. And now Static Storm, but still the Chain Force bouncing around. They've got the Sinister Gaze. They look to get the kill on Nisha. They'll at least find him.
Another disarm.
Bloodseeker needs to run as 9 goes to the back line to get the kill there on Insania. They've used the Rupture. They've got the Hex. It's on his side. They'll throw down the Blood Right. They've got Boxy for some help. With another ward down, the Life Drain not going to do anything as now the Stone Gaze comes out. Life Drain back up in just a second, but he's trying to get away with the Ogre Seal Tone. The damage onto 33. They've got the Hex coming out from 9, but he's turned to Stone. 33 trying to run, ends up dead. Time Walk, Time Dilation, Nullifier hitting on a 9. They've got the Sinister Gaze, but the Chronos landed on a 2. The right clicks in onto Snaking. They'll at least get that. They've had trouble killing 9, but will they have trouble this time? Lasso onto Mickey, but where's the damage? They've got the Hex, the follow-up, it's there! The Life Drain's gonna be onto this Medusa instead! Mickey running away, or in a grave, and so will Boxy, because he's right there with him. 9, getting those kills, getting the double,
Slow
looking at
and
Zai,
painful
and it
death.
is slow and painful, like you said, a triple kill for 9. He can count it all the way up.
Whew, man, 9 did some heavy work in this one, but also Black Hole from 33 kept them alive long enough, so Bloodseeker survives, gets another round of spells, gets another Heaven's Halberd on Medusa, and looking at the items that Tundra is going for, I see multiple Heaven's Halberds being built onto team. Scotty plus Astral Step slow is way too much. You see him not being able to run away. Frost Shield comes into like the last second, and they do manage to get the kill on Void Spirit. He heals up slightly because of that Scotty, reducing the healing. And 9 does exactly what he needs to do. He cuts into backlines, finds these supports, might need to be holding on to Gem to find Pugna as well, because with Glimmer Cape, with Force Staff, and now Skeeter is going to pick up that Roshan while we're watching the replay. And after, like Zai did also some heavy lifting in the previous fight.
So, and the Hex, Sinister Gaze, the control on Anisha, did for 80 seconds.
That's a big one. Now holding on to Cheese. Having Aegis on Skeeter. Timbersaw getting closer to level 25. Your favorite talent in the game that was tied to his Aghanim Scepter before.
Oh.
Second Chakram. Let's see if he eats the cheese. Just for the sake of like, it's very delicious. Needs some extra mana.
Okay, he's sitting here on the high ground, but he doesn't have Chrono. Down for 25 seconds. The Time Walk in, the Glimpse back, Timber Chain away, but the Glimpse will pull him into this Stone Gaze with the cheese being eaten. Now 9 still surviving. Ice Spire down. There's the Blink as well as the Black Hole. Some damage done with the Timber Chain, but they've got the Life Drain from a distance. 9 still surviving. They don't get the kill on Mickey, and you got to be careful. He's got Chrono soon. They go to the lasso. They get the kill here onto 9. They'll take out 33. The 8th Remnant lands on Snake King. We're going back and forth as, well, Skitter's already back in the base.
They did win this fight. Again, Nisha with the buyback.
Get him.
As we've seen in the first game, every single time Nisha uses buyback, Team Liquid does win a fight. Black Hole doesn't connect on Medusa. I'm also not sure if Cheese, like, because I've read it on Reddit, didn't test it out, that Scotty for some reason doesn't work on Cheese. Probably a bug, not probably, most likely a bug. So I think he got the full value back from the Cheese, didn't get it reduced, still dies in the end. And now Liquid, they're on your high ground. 50 seconds without Timber. That's your big.
They have Chrono.
That's your big hero.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like it'll be at least the tier 3, probably the set of racks, but how much more afterwards?
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Do they go for more?
Radiant's bottom tower.
23 seconds without the Timber. Afterwards, though, you still have 2.5 minutes with the Aegis, right? So do you feel comfortable to fight from Tundra? Now you're down 3,000 net worth. Like, the game is slipping.
It definitely feels like it. I mean, you are playing into Medusa, Void Spirit late game. Add Faceless Void to it. Just to be able to set things up for Medusa. You don't have the counter to Chronosphere. Like, you need to be the one initiating, creating a chaos, and then landing a black hole. We haven't really seen, like, multiple man black holes. I think most heroes that have been caught inside black hole. 2 max, I would say.
Rider gets that Aghanim short sticky napalm upgrade. Yeah, I think it's only been about 2 heroes in the black hole. At times, it's been pretty big, but you need to get the right heroes. You need to make sure that team fight for Liquid is shut down, but they haven't been able to do that. And the black hole that they used in the last engagement too, like these lassos, these black hole, the damage follow-up just isn't there to kill them off before they're able to time walk or astral step, dissimulate. Like, been lacking.
Tundra needs to heavily commit.
Are scanned.
A lot of these heroes are very slippery. Glimmer Cape, you have a Force Staff, Decrepify, Life Drain. If he gets Time Walk off or like Astral Step, as you said, you could win a fight off of it. Timbersaw, still not level 25.
Whoa,
Nisha
whoa,
holding
whoa,
on to shield rune.
whoa! They are gonna find themselves a Bloodseeker. He blinked up to that, and now the Chrono, while he's respawning, EKB, right click, Stone Gaze, trying to get away, Nullifier, all the attention is there onto the Bloodseeker. They get the kill. He's gonna be there for 90 seconds. He does not have buyback. Tundra, this is happening right next to their base. Ogre
They
Seal
might be
Totem,
done, though. This just
Nether
might be
Blast, and a Life Drain onto the Bat Rider. Saksa's gonna die to Nisha. Neither of those heroes have buyback.
Oof, Skeeter, this is the second time dying instantly with Aegis, pretty much, not being able to deal any kind of damage. Doesn't have buyback, no buyback on Bat Rider, so that's a full minute. And Liquid, they gotta check if they have buyback available.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're trying to hold with the glyph. 50 seconds still remain without your Bloodseeker, though. No Chrono, no Stone Gaze, so those are down.
Aghanim
But-
Scepter on Insania. No Static Storm available for 25, but Aghanim Scepter is flying out, and he's still staying smoked behind, so that's a big turnaround play against Enigma.
Astral step in and Snaking able to get invis for the moment, but they go to the black hole. It's going to be on the backlines on it too, but can they get the damage out of these heroes with the Chakram? They get a kill there onto 9. They'll take out the Timber.
needs
It's a full
15 gold
team
for
wipe. They'll
buyback,
call
but they're
GG
gonna call it.
instead. So Liquid will even up the series at 1 apiece with a solid comeback in this second game.
Yeah, this time around, Team Liquid, not too afraid to take it slowly, farm up against team like Tundra, having 3 really good scaling cores. Even though they've been, what, 7, maybe even 10k gold down in this game, they do manage to make a comeback. Like, Zai was the real carry of this game, while Mickey was pretty much playing sacrificial Faceless Void, Diffusal Blade, maxing out Time Dilation, Echo Saber as well, creating a lot of problems. Some of these Aegis usages not really on point from Tundra, but yeah, Team Liquid picking these strong heroes that scale really well against a team like Tundra does seem to work out amazingly.
Yeah, it worked out well for them. I think the spell usage was really good from the side of Team Liquid, knowing when to go in and re-engage into these fights. They did a really good job. They end up taking game number 2. And to break it down, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
We're all tied up in this first series, and Kezu, I thought when Liquid got wiped at 32 minutes, I was like, okay, this is it. This is Tundra's way back in, but literally less than 3 minutes later, they turn it back around, and they're the ones wiping Tundra. So it was an amazing showing from Liquid, and everything you said about the benefits of this Faceless Void really showed through, especially that time dilation.
Eventually, I would say that Liquid in this game, they just outplayed Tundra. They definitely made some mistakes, but Liquid capitalized on it. I mean, Meki on this Faceless Void, he played very well. I liked his item build, I loved his skill build, what he was doing on the map. And I think Tundra just have this lineup, like when you play this Bad Rider and Enigma, if they botch their initiation or like their initial formation of the teamfight is off, their entire teamfight, it will crumble.
And that was what we saw a couple of times, T, from Tundra. They just weren't able to really fulfill or fully connect together as a 5-man.
Yeah, I mean, I think utilizing the Aegis is kind of the theme for Tundra's loss here.
Yeah.
You know, the first one, you get it, you go top on Bloodseeker, you lose it straight away, and then you're kind of crumbling or like trying to take whatever fight there is up there. And then the second one is this like bot tier 2 siege. Timbersaw's going in by himself, he has to use cheese from getting against Bat. You then have this black hole that hits nothing of major value with also no real follow-up damage. So now it's like 2 agencies Tundra haven't really been able to kind of go, this is our game, this is our aggression, and Liquid are just like, sure, okay, let's just hit creeps. And I look at Zai's items and it's like, what offlaner when they're playing Dusa goes, you know what boys, I'm just gonna play carry, sorry Mickey. You know, it's like quite a lot of offlaners in Western Europe have probably gone for this like phylactery, this like Ags meme, right, to be a true offlaner. So I think Zai identified the fact that he can just be greedy, and then you have this like double core plus Nisha from popping off, not popping off, but like just being annoying. It's like, I don't know, it was a really good read from Liquid.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were gonna add more there.
Nah,
He was good. He was good.
Okay. Yeah, he was just solid. You know, just really came in clutch for the boys there. But great showing from Liquid. The thing that I'm still curious about is this Pugna. He was obviously a pretty big nuisance in a lot of the fights. And again, do you think it was just that topping off? Just had to sit there, just had to stand there, just try and be as invisible as impossible, Kezu?
I mean, I'm sure he would have loved to do more in the early game, but you could, like, this 9's Timbersaw was a problem. Even though they lost the game, like, Liquid couldn't do much.
18-4-7.
Yeah, like, 9 popped off. Sadly, he still lost, but, you know, that's how Dota works sometimes. Boxy, you know, he was more like, he has to play in the back and wait for, at some point, whether it's in the early game, in the mid game, or in the late game, for some of his cores to be strong so that he can play off of them, yeah.
Okay. And then, of course, Kezu, you got to do the MVP for game 1, which means, T, it's only fair you do it here in game number 2.
Thank you.
Especially... No, you're welcome. You're welcome, T. Whoever you want. Anyone on the side of Liquid.
It's got to be Zai. Like, when you look at his items, and like what I mentioned before, it's like, oh, what's this? And you know what? Let's have a look at these little players quickly.
Just a quick check.
Yeah, just a quick check at the mid laners.
To be fair though, 9, it's like when you play Timbersaw against Void Spirit, you're expected to kind of bully him out and do more in like the early game, and then Void Spirit eventually, if he gets the correct pick off or the correct team fight, that's when he kind of catapults himself back into the game. So I kind of expect Timbersaw to have really healthy looking stats, but it's more kind of testament to Nisha and Liquid being able to like weather that storm, not fall victim to this 18-4 Timbersaw, and then turn it around. But going back to the MVP thing, has to be Zai, because it's like, again, yeah, your offlaner just buys Manta and like actually just carries stuff. Like I'd love to have the team comms for Liquid where Zai's like, guys, I'm gonna be the carry, and Mickey's like, wait, what? Wait, sorry, what are you buying? And it's like, do I need to buy something different now? Like, I'd love to know the exact point where Zai said, this is the game where I become the carry. It was very cool to see, and also look at the kill participation as well. Like Liquid played around this Medusa very well.
Yeah, they were active. That's what you wanted, Kezu. And it's funny to see a lineup with an offlane Medusa or carry faceless, and to say they were aggressive, they were taking fights. Everyone was there when they wanted to initiate, and it was really cool to see this offlane Medusa work. I guess that's the benefit of having a map 40% bigger and significantly more camps to farm.
Yeah, it's like them understanding, I think the items is very important. I want to give an honorable mention to Mickey. They were pointing it out in the chat. He was going for a Midas until they got a crucial kill at like minute 11 or 12 on 9, I think, in mid, and he swapped it to a defusal. And I think it shows that they're playing the situation and like what is happening right now, and the best players will make the best decisions, and therefore they will win off of these plays. So him going to defusal, making space, Zai understanding, okay, I can carry or backup carry or main carry, whatever it is, and that's how we can win this game. That's like what shows a really great team. I still think that Tundra majorly, messed up this game, but it's still on Liquid to bring it back.
Yeah. All right. Well, look, Liquid absolutely brought it in this second game. They had carry. They have contingency carries. There were carries on top of carries. We'll see what they're going to be able to draft in game number 3 and what Tundra will be able to bring back after this break.
Radiant's middle tower
I will time delay this shit.
40 seconds.
Mystic. Can we just go with
Static in 20 seconds.
And then nullify him.
Let's go.
Swash out black. He back on the support. He's useless. He's useless. It's so fucking useless.
He don't even die, I think.
I'm good, guys.
Oh my god. Zai, you should just play carry game, bro. Fuck this. Why am I playing carry?
Radiant's inhibitor is
We've got a game number 3 between Liquid and Tundra. T, we thought Tundra were on for a good start. We thought they were going to be able to break that. What was it? 1 year, 25 days.
Yeah.
How many hours?
It was like 69 hours. I don't know why. the math just checks out. I didn't do it.
Don't ask why. Time is but a mere concept. The maths definitely works. Yeah, but it's been a long streak. And this time around, Liquid were a lot more aggressive. Tundra having quite a few misplays, especially around that Aegis. So what are you hoping? Is it towards the draft that you think there were some holes as well? Or it very much was just pure execution in your eyes for Tundra?
Whoever picks Dusa, other teams don't respond with like Bloodseeker. That's kind of my vibe.
Yeah.
I agree with
Fair,
that.
Tundra closed the face with their Dusa, so it was like, ha, gotcha. But Tundra then leveled up and said, you pick your Dusa, we'll go for our Seeker. And it's, I don't know, I feel like if you are going to run a carry Seeker against a Medusa, I need to see that offlane hero plus position 4 have like the biggest punch in the world. You know, like to enter the lane and really try and stop Dusa from hitting creeps. Like get a couple kills on her. I know it's hard to do, but it's like, I'm sure there's an offlane combo that exists that could fill that void to enable you to do Bloodseeker, but we're yet to see it from these teams.
Yeah, well, speaking of Void, we've got Faceless Void on our screens being compared to the Bloodseeker in that game there. So we've had a few player comparisons now, and it does go to show the sacrificial carry that Mickey was playing, Kez. What you're saying, the ability that Liquid had to be able to place more importance on the Medusa.
The one stat that's missing, which I don't even know if it is in Dota, is I would love to know how many seconds of cooldown he put on his enemies with time dilation in that game. Because I'm telling you that had more impact than his hero damage in that game. But overall, I agree with T. I think the Bloodseeker response or opening or, you know, whatever the idea is behind it right now, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I do think despite whatever draft Tundra did have in the last game with the position they had, you should be able to clean it out. So I would assume that they're going to have like 1 or 2 points about the draft. They want to be like, okay, let's make it easier. Maybe switch this with that. But let's focus like on our mid game, how we execute, and because they always talk about fundamentals, and I think they messed it up in the last game.
Yeah. In this game number 3, Liquid are going to be first pick yet again. So that's what they had in the second game. It worked to their strengths because, you know, we always harp on T about how there's only so many things you can leave in the pool. So we'll see if Tundra are willing to run it back and leave that Medusa there, or if they want to double down and ban. What did they ban last time in the second game?
Your Medusa is staying.
Techies.
I can feel it, dude. I can
Really?
feel
You reckon the Techies is going to be taken out over the Medusa?
I don't know. That's what I feel like. Let's see.
I mean, that's always the fun when you get to like the top teams. There's always that kind of, yeah, we can beat it. We have the strength. We know what to do, you know? Like when you go down to like Division 2 teams, it's always like, oh guys, it's Doom Medusa and Techies and we got to ban them all, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but in top teams, they get a little bit more relaxed with it. So right now, it's like, are we banning the Dusa or the Techies? And then, yeah, it's a 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised they do Techies again and they formulated a plan, but... taking a page out of Poppy's book, I see.
Oh,
So-
yeah, they're baiting. They're like, oh, you guys pick the Medusa, then we'll get the Techies ourselves. If you want to pick up the Techies, then we'll pick Medusa, and it's going to be harder for you guys to pick a mad counter at the end of this closing phase.
This is some what 8D chess to get techies because Liquid pick Medusa now, no? Like, and then you get the techies +1. Unless I'm failing something.
No, the thing is, though, I feel like Tundra, with this trade-off, it's like if you get the Techies, we're talking about going into Medusas with aggressive lanes. I think Techies is like in his own tier of aggression, right, in laning. So maybe the trade-off is if they go for the Techies themselves, as long as they put the Techies into the Dusa lane with the correct 33 offlane hero, maybe they feel comfortable giving it away. But of course, this Dusa can end up anywhere due to the fact that Zai pays.
Okay.
So we were pretty on point with who was going to be picking up the Medusa, the Techies, what sort of 8D chess was going on, but the Slark that Kazu is going to be the opening duo for Tundra. Techies and Slark.
So Slark first 2 without necessarily seeing the offlane core can be tricky. Well, Tundra are also one of the teams that have played Slark 4. So if there's some really some nuclear stuff that Liquid is going to do by picking some insane offlane hero, where it's like, okay, I don't want to play Slark into that, then I think they're going to be one of the teams that would swap it away. But overall, I kind of vibe with the Tundra opening. I think it's good.
I was going to ask, after this sucks. Like, are they gonna close with a Bloodseeker? Like they flexed these two heroes. These have been like two key heroes, or at least themed for Liquid, right? It's like, would you like go for an 8-pick Seeker just to counter the Slark so he can't obviously regen when he's low HP? Like, is it that important? And he's like, you know what? Sure, they're gonna do it.
Yeah.
So they've opened the draft with both side lane heroes already shown, which means your second phase bans for Tundra can probably target Nisha if you want, like Void Spirit +2, some Void Spirit Pango bans probably.
Yeah, I feel like surely it's going to be... If you don't want to pick up Void, then it's going to be Void, Pango, Ember. I feel like the three if you want to go hard in on Nisha at the moment.
Yeah, they would be, I think, good bans, as you already see the first one come out. I think it's going to be like one or two of these mid bans, and then like one of the strong laning supports that people can play with. You know, maybe some Insania Lich, so you don't have some Lich Bloodseeker lane. Might want to take out one of these heroes.
Is there any realm of possibility, guys? And hear me out, okay?
Listening.
I know we saw Quest run off-lane Slark with the Mar. No, I am really joking. I don't see 33 picking up that hero. He has a lot more other specialties.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a 1 or 4 on the Slark here. I think there's also a chance. I mean, I would have said that I like Bad again, but then you have like 3 heroes that suck, so it's probably supposed to play. Or at least, I mean, Techies 5 is still very good, but I think Bad Rider is one thing that Tundra could think about once more. But that's only if Snake King is also very comfortable on the Techies.
The last time that 33 played Slark, he was playing safe lane in a team with EGM, Nico,
I was only joking.
Weeha.
Yeah.
No. I this is just fun, you know. Weeha and Goddamn, you know, they lost. And then he played 2 times as well on Hee United. That's like such an old school name. 2015. 3 games, 3 losses.
I mean, it's time to bust it out if you want to beat Liquid, right?
I don't expect it. It's just funny because like when you say like a player's name and a hero and it sounds so jarringly wrong, it's fun to load up their Dota buff and just see like
when?
how long ago since they were that player, you know? 2015 he played it with good old EGM and Weeha. What? God, what's some throwback names there? Anyway, back to this draft.
8 years
look,
ago.
the Void Spirit of the Pango bands. There you go.
Yeah, now it's just going to be, are they going to triple down on mid, or are they going to try and take out some of those annoying lane securing supports like Oracle? And they double down going back for the Batrider.
So then that does make it a Techies 5 with a Slark 1 pretty much secured, unless we get the 3-3 offlane Slark, which I'm crossing my fingers for we don't. Or I guess it could be an offlane bat. Never mind. It could be offlane bat with 4
and it
Techies.
could also still be mid bat if they really wanted, if they felt it was a good matchup.
Yeah. Well, either way, I do like the bat pick of the UT.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid now, it's like... I'd love to see some, like... I don't know. Like Crystal Maiden, some Lich. You already mentioned the Lich. Yeah. I'm a big fan of, like, Maiden. Disruptor's also still relatively okay. If Liquid play like they did in that previous game, where it's just, like, super stable... Aggression comes to you, but you know where the farm's going to be correctly placed with items, then you can go for a less traditional support duo at least. But if they want to go aggressive, CM or Lich. If they want to go for a more mid-game style, you go Disruptor.
Yeah.
I keep hearing you say her name, T, and I have to ask, why am I not seeing more Crystal Maiden in my pro games?
I feel like 5 players... Okay, first of all, it's really weird to draft the hero, because I don't think you ever pick Crystal Maiden and go, nice,
gotcha.
We got him, boy. Compared to, like, some pesky Lich or whatever, some techies. So Crystal Maiden, like, 1, you need your player to enjoy it, and 2, you need the draft that utilizes Crystal Maiden, because you want to, like, play forwards. Like, you want to have kill threat in lane. You want to have a team that wants to utilize the aura to be across the river, to be using the resources to take the fight, and if the game's hard and you have a Crystal Maiden, like you're a root and some ultimate, right? So the hero can feel really wonky in difficult games.
Oh, Queen of Pain. Okay, well, Queen is good against Slark in the game. It's also good against... You make the mid Bad Rider option a lot worse for Tundra. I wouldn't say impossible, but you make it very unlikely for them to do it. And then you get the disruptor that T mentioned to get a bit of tempo. I do like the second phase from Liquid. Like if we look at the first 2 picks right there, Medusa is very staticky. Bloodseeker plays off of other heroes. We said in game 1 they missed that, like this forward movement and aggressive playstyle. So I think they're covering that very well in the second phase here. Yeah, so...
Thunder just like decide their own carry picks, please, rather than just stealing the ones from the previous game.
Wait, there was no Slark, to be fair.
But
The Void.
You just mean overall, like,
Previous
the
game,
guy who
they
ended
yoinked
up
the
carrying.
Seeker.
Yeah.
This game, they yoink the Void. Like, come on, guys. You're TI winners. Where's the imagination?
No, it's okay to take inspiration. We heard them say in an interview, they're like, why wouldn't we take inspiration from things that are working?
I like how...
They took the Bloodseeker when they beat it, but anyway.
I like how from game 1 to game 3, I feel like the teams have leveled up. Instead of looking to like play way more aggressive, it's like we're gonna try to one-up you on we have better late game. Like I feel like in the second game, Liquid were like, okay, now we're gonna get the Medusa faces Void, we're gonna sit back. And now Tundra are like, okay, we're gonna have this night vision with Slark, we're gonna pull you in with the lasso, and now this time we have the faces Void.
And don't forget, because of the Void, it's most likely now the Slark in the 4 position, right? The Batrider then goes to offlane, unless there's some other shenanigans that they have planned and going to completely bamboozle us.
That's gotta be the one,
right? But
yeah, that should be the roles.
do you think Tundra potentially have put themselves in a position of going one step too creative? Because it's like
No,
right now,
never.
if you hit a Chrono, let's say it's a Void carry, right?
Yeah.
Void Chrono is a carry Dusa, and Dusa has like Manta Butterfly. Where's the damage within the Chrono Tundra can utilize to really eat through that shield from the Dusa, right? Like,
Yeah,
you're not a little bit worried?
They don't have the most damage into Chrono, but I do think that the way that you want to play against Medusas and Bloodseekers is you want to kind of take... I think instead of taking one big fight, you want to take multiple scrappy long fights. Like Void does its own thing with some time dilation, time walk in, time walk out. Slark gives you vision. Like you look for some lasso, you start the fight with one pickoff and you play it slow. Or at least you have to do that. Because what you're saying is true. Like if there's a 5-man Chrono, one guy is gonna die. Not more than that, because that's kind of where your damage is, at least that's how your damage is laying out right now.
And Liquid still even banning the offlaners as well, so they're expecting the Bat to go mid.
Interesting.
The Slark still to be the 4, so then looking at the 33 hero pool.
Isn't it just... Huh. So they feel like that it would be too hard for the Bat to play in the top lane maybe, into the Disruptor or Bloodseeker? Because his 4 is a Slark?
Yeah.
Because I feel like Tundra probably want a mid hero. But let's see.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Some nice, annoying post force taken out. Pugna there, as well as Veno. I'm just trying to think of, like, what other 4 at the moment. Oh, guys, Clinks is still in the pool. What are we even talking about?
I like
Clinks is there.
SD for Liquid.
Oh, like Demon?
Yeah.
I'd say you could do like Spirit Breaker, because like you already have enough scaling. You just throw some like idiot hero into the mix. You press Bulldoze and then...
I'm okay with an
trying to
idiot
be
hero.
some pesky... Yeah. Look at Box, he's even setting up. He knows that a super high technical hero is about to be picked for him, and he needs to really think about what he's going to
Hey!
Yeah!
My man, on the money.
See? When my twin needs to pick his hero, I know what he's going to pick.
That's
You
true.
know,
But we're just in sync.
same wavelength.
There we go. So he scratched his beard, I scratched mine. It's telepathic powers we have.
Thoughts are being transported.
Yeah, true. Beep boop, beep boop.
Is there enough follow-up from Liquid, like people that are able to get in with the SB charge? You know, I guess it's always a concern sometimes when teams pick SB. It's like, okay, he initiates, but how quickly can everyone else sort of follow up and get on top of the target he's going for?
Yeah, I guess you have Quap, which is pretty cool. And then if they can do it together, you will always have even more coming in with the like Disruptor Glimpse. And like Bloodseeker wants to join if something gets set up, and that's kind of going to be on Boxy and Nisha to do it in a nice manner, where then whoever's playing Bloodseeker will feel like, okay, I want to be in this fight. And I think if they do that, it's going to be A-okay.
Okay. They're going to have to go heavy on the vision too. For
Yeah.
the glimpse and the charges.
Shouldn't this be a... So I feel like if you're going for a mid pick, I like DK or Puck. I feel like they're kind of... Well, I wouldn't say it's a free DK game. I guess you don't have any follow-up, so apart from playing against 2 Queen, it's not good. So scratch that. A dumb suggestion, Kezu. Stupid. But Puck, I can see that one.
Yeah, what he said.
What does T Governor quick? You have 15 seconds. Go 2 for 2.
I got 15 seconds. I'm not going to suggest a hero. I'm going to suggest a concept. I just want chaos. I was going to say chaos. Yep. I forgot Willow existed in the Tundra repertoire of mid heroes, but
The what? Sorry.
nothing.
Never mind. Moving on.
I said repertoire, but anyway. No, I think Willow. It's annoying for the Spiritbreaker, of course. The root throwing it down. Spiritbreakers right now, they like to do this like phase drum forgo BKB for a little bit of time, but you kind of need it to play against Willow. It gives you that damage in the chrono that we're talking about. Sure, it is going to be Ags and a Moonshard and probably 35 minutes of farm, but it's chaotic enough. I think I'm leaning Liquid this time around. The Spiritbreaker just sits right with the cause behind it.
Okay.
Oh,
And
Simon
where
did, so I
you?
realized.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where are you sitting with it all, Kezu?
I like the Willow pick because it gives him like this damage into the chrono, into the lasso. I don't quite know how the lane matchup goes into Queen, and I guess he can protect himself with the brambles. I think this game is on Liquid to play fast, but I'm gonna side with my Tundra bros. Today is the day that they will defeat Liquid.
Are they doing it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They might.
Because it was full faith, full belief
have
that they're
faith.
going to be able to do it. Okay. It's going to be very interesting to see how these two teams match up. I'm excited though, Dota 2, everything as it should be. An offlane Medusa, a mid Dark Willow, and a pose 4 Slark, just as I imagined this game going in 7.33C. What more could we ask for a game 3 between Tundra and Liquid with Beak Up in the cost?
Thank you very much. Will today be the day? Has the repertoire been expanded enough to get the victory here for Tundra? I'm not too sure. Lacoste, I need to know. Thoughts, process, mindset?
It's a difficult one, I would say, to execute for Tundra. They tried to, I think they got counterpicked by Liquid quite heavily. Sure, you picked Slark to have something against Medusa. Now you're stuck to play position for Slark, which they did during Berlin Major against PSG LGD, and they did win that game. I'm just slightly... If someone can make it work, it's definitely Saksa. He plays all these weird position 4 heroes, and then they have Dark Willow as well coming out from the mid lane. If this is my pub, if I see these heroes, I'm like, yeah, Radiant lost. Guys, we lost. I'm always on the losing side, so that's why I said we... On side of Liquid, much easier, straightforward draft overall. And again, they will be playing Medusa on Zai, so might be the real carry in this game, and we might see something different coming out from Mickey. Maybe some type of a Gleipnir build, I would say, in this one. Bramble Maze. Mickey's going to be fine.
But under the tower, yeah. So, nothing doing. Level 1 Bramble Maze for 9. And I'm kind of really interested in this Slark, seeing what he's going to do in this game as a position 4. Is this going to be like a 4 core kind of thing eventually? I'm ready for it. And Dark Willow over mid is always something, when it's different, it's exciting.
Oh, they steal it. Boxy manages to get it. So it's going to be 3 runes for Liquid.
That's almost
Starting
4.
at 3 in this bottom lane. Maybe thinking of getting a kill. Slark does have Blood Grenade. There's one available on Snaking as well. Saksa still didn't learn anything. You want to start with Essence Shift. If you get a pound, you can't really trade in the lane.
Right.
But if he sees an opportunity for it, he might go for it.
Guess we'll have to see how far forward they end up coming into this lane. And it's 3v3. It's still kind of tough to secure that kill, right? And especially when you're time walking out like that, and now you're very far from it.
So it seems like this might be it. We might be stuck in 3 versus 3 heroes.
Try v try.
No time walk available on Skitter, already down to half HP.
Yeah,
Bloodright, Bash, Glimpse, very powerful. They can set things up for a Bloodright on a hero. But Saksa, he's steeping top, does have that Essence Shift available.
Wing break action, some right clicks. Zai getting into a lot of trouble, doesn't have a lot of mana left to work with, but has 3 charges on that wand, which is pretty much just the typical build we see for these Medusas. The start wand, branch, branch, branch. And any way to stay alive or have a little bit of a pop-up in
Sucks, I
some
might kill
mana.
the courier
Uh-oh.
here.
Dyer's courier has been
A courier dies, but not before it delivers a Sage's Mask and an enchanted mango. And we don't give mangoes the credit. We usually just say he picked up some mangoes. They are enchanted. We need to start.
When you said it, I knew exactly where it's gonna go.
You can read me really well these days. Time Walk, Sticky Bomb, there's the glimpse. Mickey, though, hit with a blood grenade. These right clicks from techies, not something that you would expect me to say back in the day, but doing a good amount of damage and harassment onto these liquid heroes.
Still level 1 on Snaking. If he's level 2, that's definitely a kill. When you play against Bloodseeker, you need to heavily harass him, keep him low. You can't just afford him to get these free last hits. Gotta contest every single one of them. 9, looking at the mid lane, doing really well. This is something that he talked in an interview after they won the game the other day. Who did they play against? Against Quest. He played it 2 times in a row. And went for same item build. Road of Athos, because Dark Willow is universal hero nowadays, so having an extra bit of a lockdown for some of these slippery heroes like Queen of Pain, Bloodseeker, sometimes hard to lock down. Even Spirit Breaker charging in, you can easily stop the charge.
So we'll see if that Spirit Breaker can really get away with some of the crazy things we've seen SBs do in some of these games, but that's usually from a 3 position. We see Spirit Breakers kind of get opening opportunities, and a couple of Essence Shift right clicks onto Zai, but not doing a lot there as he's still working with 4 wand charges. Bottom lane, we're seeing Mickey at about half health pretty constantly. Nisha
Does have 2 raid bands available. You have this region coming from your tower, Inspiration Aura from Flag Bearer creep, so he's gonna go back to almost full HP in no time.
Nisha pushed away for just a moment. 9 trying to get into that level 5, and we'll see if any supports end up rolling around. Bloodright, time dilation, gonna stick in the silence. Mickey, though, now here with the blast off, and they've got a bash. Can they get the kill? Just again getting away. It does end up being close. They've got the glimpse on a Snake King, but Mickey, I don't know if he really wants to turn around with Skidder right in his face. Charge mid onto 9,
Tangos.
immediately
Difficult.
into the Shadow Realm.
Hero to get Queen of Pain, level 4, same goes for Dark Willow, but the battle is in this bottom lane. They're very low. Skidder does have Time Walk available, but as soon as you use it, they're gonna start to put even more pressure on you.
Yeah.
Another glimpse in 10 mana.
Snake King. Ooh. We've also got this Firefly off in the top lane. Nothing doing yet in terms of first blood, but a 1,000 net worth lead for the side of Liquid.
Mickey, he's having a really good time in this bottom lane. Now back to full HP, while Tundra needs to bring some extra regen. I can see couriers flying in with the healing salve. Not flying in, they're slowly walking. Tangos and the healing salve for Snaking.
Glimpse, got to make sure you don't lose those couriers, but the Glimpse back right towards the Bloodseeker. That's first blood.
Nicely done by Skeeter.
Skeeter, though,
Dodges
still under the
that
tower and in
charge.
trouble.
Still gonna die here.
And there is gonna be another kill potentially. Ooh, Roche can't go that way. Skitter will still end up dead. Mickey gets the kill. It's a double kill for him because they have some help coming in from Boxy, as now he's gonna be charging. Hits the Slark, hits 33. Mystic Snake needs a bash, hoping to get one, and won't find one.
Spirit Breaker, one of the finest creations we had again in a long time. Feels like the hero is super strong right now, especially with the addition of Twin Gates. Like, you can TP rotate, you can go through the gates, you can charge people across the map, so you can be heavily involved at these early stages of the game.
Are scanning.
Gonna get that glimpse on a Skitter. Moves him all the way back to base, but he knew enough time. Courier low, trying to get over to 9. As he's got himself those first couple of crowns. Into that Rod of Atos like you were talking about.
I'll take that.
Charge. Going towards top, going towards 33. They're right on top of him with the Firefly. They're burning Zai's mana. They're burning his life, but they just don't have enough yet. And now, 33, he's in the trees, but the charge is coming, and it hits both heroes. So 33 now needs to get out of here as the bashes onto
Skitter getting some
Insania.
bashes
Oh,
in.
all right. Skitter gets the bashes, gets the kill. They'll look for 33 still as Sox is now on to Zai. Zai with no mana. Boxy takes out this Batrider, but at the end of the day, they will lose this Medusa. Charge, Soxa dead.
Oof, Spirit Breaker getting a lot. Like, it's always fun to watch Medusa dying because she's like, yeah, she's super tanky, still tanky, very tanky. Then she's like, oh, dead. Suddenly, as soon as your mana is gone, Snaking will steal XP rune. There's Boxy trying to do the same thing. It seems like they're going to be able to stop it. 33, too quick.
So that's a big
Tundra.
part of getting back into this game.
Boxy, he's out of mana.
Doesn't have enough for a charge, so they're just going to come over and pounce Leash and kill off the Spirit Breaker. So, 2 permanent stacks in that Essence shift already for Soxa.
You're all about those stacks. The build he went for when he played against PSG LGD was double Raid Band, Power Treads, Heaven's Halberd. That was pretty much it. I believe he also might have had Shard from Tormentor. So,
Ooh, Bramble Maze. Pounce. The Leash. Oh, the Sonic Wave Soxa. Whoa, getting blown up. Glimpse back, 9. Now with the Bedlam, well, not going to be enough. Bring in
Boxy's
everybody.
still charging in. It's going to be on the creep, but they might catch Snaking here as well. No TP
Rupture,
available.
Sticky Bomb, nowhere to go. Can he get a neutral to kill him? No. And now they've got the lasso mid to finally kill Nisha, but that cost them a lot.
It really did. No mana on 9 to be able to get either of these ultis going. You want to go for Bedlam to have that little bit of extra damage. Even if you had enough for Terrorize, I think it would still be enough. Sure, Bedlam costs less mana, but definitely a kill that they would love to get before getting killed. And now things are looking really good for Liquid. Boxy, he's all over the place. Heavily involved in already 5 kills. Didn't even pick up XP rune, but it's still level 5. And look at Skeeter. He's...
Mickey, he's going to die to Snaking, but Skitter's going to do the same and drop to Nisha.
I would say this is carry for carry trade in terms of names, but looking who's playing which heroes and what items they're going for means that well, Medusa's going for Blade Mail. Okay, I like this a lot. On Zai, there's going to be a lot of uncontrollable damage. You're playing against Slark, especially Dark Willow. This is going to be the hero that you're going to be afraid of. Magical damage. Pretty much, like damage inside Chrono, something that panel did talk about, isn't really there. So, if you get the Blade Mail off, like during Chrono, you're not going to be even focused.
33, losing his courier. Getting onto that Roche Memorial Cliff and back on down. Charge is coming, but Zai now right behind him. There's the time dilation. Charge making its way all the way through towards the tier 1. And a flame break to stop it. They've got the glimpse. It's on to the Faceless Void. They go to the Sonic Wave. And well, 33, he's still alive. He's running away from this. And
Nisha's gonna chase him down.
He
He's
wants
going
to
for
dive, but by the tier 3, oh! He turned. I think he wanted to get the blink into the lasso, but the Chrono committed. Nisha, he is going to die for this. To Soxa.
Diving tier 3 towers, 10 minutes into the game.
Insania, Sticky Bomb blast off. The damage with the Bramble Maze. Now the charge getting stopped thanks to the Bramble Maze. Another Sticky Bomb. Zai's here, though, so they'll have some help. Boxy will get the kill on a Snaking, and just 10 minutes into the game, we've got 17 kills.
Yeah, it's a wild one. You would not expect... Oh,
Lasso.
Tumbler's toy into Lasso.
Okay, on the run. Flame breaks push him back, and that's going to be another kill.
Meke this time around, it feels like the same almost type of a game when Zai played offlane Bloodseeker. He was... Like, they did win that game at the start of the DPC tour, but he did not have a good time. Like, he went, I think, for Recovery Midas. We were casting that game together, if I remember correctly. And then went for, like, Pipe, Solar Crest. Was just pretty much an aura bot for his own team. Meke is doing the same thing, going into Pipe, but still having decent amount of damage. Like, decent amount of stats from Magic Wand, Raid Band, Phase Boosts. You can still pack a punch.
Trying to pack a punch. Still trying to go for this round of Atos. 4-9. He's almost got it, though. 1,700 gold. Charge coming through on a Soxa, by the way. That's over mid. Doesn't have that level 6. So he'll go into the Shadow Dance. Little cha-cha slide with that glimpse back towards Nisha. And 2 steps to the left, 2 steps to the right. Dancing his way to a death to Nisha.
Value of glimpse in this game is insane against Slark, against Faceless Void, like Dark Willow pre-Shadow Realm to get her back maybe into Static Storm. And they have great vision. You have Spirit Breaker charging in, you have Bloodseeker seeing them on low HP, Queen of Pain providing vision in this front line.
Down to 9.
Nisha picked up a Shield Rune.
Down Bedlam, yeah, so Shield Rune's gonna soak up a lot of that. And they have Glimpse again. So coming in, blinking in the middle of the Bramble Maze, looking for the Terrorize. That'll put him into the Brambles. Now they've got the Flame Break pushing him into another. And Nisha still, though, with a lot of health thanks to that Shield Rune. Soxa on the run, Sticky Bomb. There's the charge on to Soxa. They're going to chase. They've got Glimpse in 2 seconds if they need it. But everybody is here for Liquid as they fluidly move towards bottom and get this kill on Soxa.
Yeah, very moist moves here coming up from Liquid in this 3rd game. Being able to get those kills, provide vision. I think Insania used 3 glimpses in that fight. This is level 3 glimpse. Still level 5. It's going to get level 6 on a mid lane because they stole their XP runes again.
Just gotta always steal those XP runes. Oh, thinking trying to farm with the proximity mines, but Zai just right-clicking it immediately, not allowing his own creeps to die. Level 10 there for Nisha, as you could see. As we got that list of levels for the entire team. Top of the net worth for Tundra is 33, and you could see that the Void is struggling. Skitter doesn't have a lot of gold.
Recovery Pitus needs to go for it in this type of a game. You need to be able to catch up. Right now, he's the lowest net worth core at the moment. Like Spirit Breakers is getting close to him. With this Hand of Midas, your farm, like 10, 15 minutes, 20 into the game, you're gonna be there.
So 14 minutes. And Insania. He'll pick up his. 33 will pick up the other one. And that's experience picked up as this is, oh, now Soxa are getting chased. Again, they've just got this Glimpse, Kinetic Field, dancing and TPing away. But not getting a lot of value out of this Slark at the moment.
Boxy was thinking about maybe charging in a creep. It was on cooldown. They're still gonna smoke. There is Static Storm available. Disruptor doesn't have much mana to work with. Has Clarity running, a couple of wand charges, but yeah, should be enough for a combo. 33 continues to farm up these Ancients. He's been in a triangle for a long time. Does have Octarine in core now.
And that puts Lasso right now. It says it's got a 75-second cooldown, but there's the charge, the Nether Strike, the kill on the Snake King. So, getting that kill once again, and Liquid finding whatever they can, as the kills have kind of slowed down, but that is because there is a lot of farm priority coming in for Tundra. But Tumbler's Toy, Lasso, Time Dilation, Zai popping that Blade Mail, throwing out that Mystic Snake. They've got the charge coming through in a 33, but no more mana left on Zai. And once you've got no mana, a couple right clicks will do the job. The charge committing?
No one was there to help him out. They do have multiple abilities to stop from charge going off. Batrider with Flame Break, you could see 33 running closer to the south so that he has vision of Spirit Breaker potentially getting on top of him and canceling that charge. Bramble Maze, of course, very difficult for him to get through it. This is why Box is going straight into BKB.
Straight BKB. Always good for you and me. And Snaking. He's going to be caught again, it looks like. Blood Right, Kinetic Field, nowhere to go. He ends up dead. Meanwhile, over mid, Nisha with the with the Sonic Wave. And, well, I'd say 9 trying to get out as 9 will TP, but Soxa won't be so fortunate.
For a second, I thought there was going to be a Phoenix in the game the way you started it. I thought it was going to be Supernova, but yeah, Sonic Wave Gets on two of them.
super one.
Super boom. Yeah, they get 2 kills from it. They should this time around having a much better game on co-op. Like, Queen of Pain is a very difficult hero to play. I would say, like, the most difficult aspect is being able to know when to jump in. Skeeter this time can't time walk it off because it's on cooldown.
And there is another strike and some control. Static Storm, but Insania getting chased by 33. They've got Saksa off to the side. They'll get the kill on Insania. They'll look over for Boxy. He's trying to go right. He's trying to go left, making sure that he doesn't get pounced on again. But that's on cooldown for another 10 seconds. Time dilation, the charge attempt. But there's the flame break. That means he's staying right there and allowing this Faceless Void to get the kill.
A little bit of anti-synergy there. Spirit Breaker uses ulti, pushes him into Static Storm, then gets immediate bash afterwards, pushes him out. They understand that they don't have enough damage to take down Skeeter, who is relatively tanky with just Power Tread's wand. And now picks up a tier 2 token for himself, gets the Vambrace going.
You're talking about the recovery Pitus on Faceless Void. That's the same thing 9 did. He had enough gold to finish off the Rod of Atos previously, but then went to the Midas, now back to the Rod of Atos, which he finally finished.
Yeah, I think that's the correct choice. And now Initiation with that Rod of Atos.
And they've rooted him. Can they kill him? Benwell Lasso. That'll help with the control to get the kill on a Mid-King. Oxy just not getting there in time. And you can see 9 building the Ags. That'll be when it really starts to pop off with the upgrade to the Shadow Realm.
That's a huge one. So you can actually stand there, deal damage without being exposed. Also, Spirit Breaker can charge you. Skitter maybe trying to set something up here on Zai.
He's got Chrono. Stone Gaze, charge coming in, Sonic Wave, Time Walk. There's the Bramble Maze, there's the Rod of Atos, Boxy charging all the way across, has some help from Nisha, goes to the Nether Strike, but they've got the blast off, they get the kill on a Skitter. He's unable to survive the Bedlam. It's on a Boxy, but the Static Storm is placed down. They've got the glimpse. It puts him on the other side of the Static Storm, so it's not going to connect on him completely. But Zai, Nisha putting some right-click damage in onto 9, and they'll take him out of the number count. So, looking for more Saksa into the Shadow Dance. He's running from 5 heroes on the side of Liquid, but they're right there with him. Kinetic Field will stop him up, and they'll get another. As Liquid take that fight as it's a little bit disjointed from Tundra.
Seems like they wanted a little bit too much in that fight, going on to Medusa with Blade Mail, with that Manta style. She's super tanky. And even without killing Faceless Void straight away, charge still made through, didn't connect on any of the Brambles. There was no Flame Break this time. So they managed to get the kill. No Chrono. I feel like Tundra might want to go for something now, knowing that there is no Sonic Wave. Stone Gaze will be able. I mean, you put it in my head, you know, with the supernova.
I almost said supernova. Snaking Glimpse back and will eventually die to the Shadow Strike. Sonic Strike?
There's a lot of good combos. Let's see the wraparound. Liquid pop that scan and did connect, so they know something is up.
Uh-oh. Yeah, when Insania's here, it gets a little bit touch and go because they've got that glimpse. Bramble Maze, Zai still running forward, looking for the Terrorize, put the fear in his eyes, and sending him backwards. But charge in, Nether Strike, that lands onto 9, goes into the Shadow Realm. There's the Sonic Wave. Static Storm committed. They get the kill there onto 1. 9's out, Sticky Bomb thrown over, and that's all they're gonna get for now. While Insania sits low, the Flame Break lands. That should burn him away. 33 though, now dominating and might just give up that spree immediately.
Nice, done by
Goes to the
Saksa.
lasso, they're purling him in. They've got the Chrono, he survives on the high ground. They get the kill on Boxy. They'll look over at Mickey. The turn is insane here for Tundra. They've got themselves a third. They'll look over at Nisha. The Bashes are coming in quick for Skitter, and they'll take out this Queen of Pain. Zai now trying a 1v1 fight. No 2v1, no 3v1, no 4v1. Tundra showing up with numbers. They don't want to let Zai get away, but he'll TP before his HP is depleted.
That was such a cool play there from Saksa. Getting pounce on charging Spirit Breakers, stopping it from connecting onto Batrider. That was massive. This is what wins them the team fight. So 33 manages to escape. gets back into the game, gets back into the fight, and almost a full team wipe. This time they didn't have enough to stop him from TPing out, and we'll see that again. This is also a fight without 9. Like, 9 is pretty much their damage. He's also their control. Liquid understands that, and they go for 9 straight away. Multiple ultis used on top of him to be able to get the kill, and you'll see it. Saksa, he's on a different level. Like, I think maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm a position 4 player myself, but
Right.
these position 4 players, the impact they do have on the game is pretty insane.
Look at this. Ooh, Chrono.
Because he got the Dark Pact off as well, went through the charge. I didn't see it at the first time. Dispelled that bash and managed to get the connection.
What a great turnaround there for Tundra. A really big one. It evens up the game. You were seeing Liquid kind of pulling away with this one, it felt like, and a fight like that definitely brings it back to earth. You were saying, you know, you're rooting for Saksa. I feel like a lot of support players are always rooting for supports because support.
I didn't say I'm rooting for Saksa. I'm just...
No. So I don't mean it like a bias thing, like you're always rooting for supports kind of thing. Like, it's always where the eye focuses, I feel like, if you're a support player.
Pretty much. You're always trying to learn, trying to improve, and these are the type of players that you can learn the most from.
Yes.
Multiple Lincoln Spheres being built on Tundra. 1 on 9. I see 1 almost being finished on 33, and Skeeter also going for 1. They don't want to get charged. They don't want to get ruptured, glimpsed.
So, when 9's going away from this axe, though, that it feels like it takes away a lot of the potential damage that you were going to have as time went on, and now he switches back to the axe.
Maybe he thinks, because you got to talk about the items. Dota 2,
Right.
very co-op game. Very team play-wise oriented. And these esports gamers, they do know how to utilize items correctly. So having 2 of those, like, he might still go for Lincoln's as his 3rd item, but feels like maybe one of those could be thrown on top of him so that he doesn't die. He could still change his mind and make me look stupid, but we'll have to see.
You are a professional e-commentator, though.
Yeah, I am indeed.
So I don't think they'll make you look stupid. 33. He's got that Lincoln's. Void almost is. It just... We'll see if the timing works out. I'm ready to see who's going to end up wanting to go for Roche first, because that's been a big point of contention throughout the entirety of this series.
Ooh, Smoke, they know someone is here.
Smoke immediately broken. I don't even think the smoke enveloped them yet. Before that got broken, as they get the kill on a Snaking, but they'll trade for Boxy. They were thinking about the Rupture, but it's caught in the brambles. Now the kinetic field to get him some space. They've got a double damage, time walk, time dilation. It does land, but you still really want to go in.
Snaking.
Blink back, I think that's the answer.
Immediately pings out where the ward is. In this type of situation, Snaking would buy back, I would say almost immediately, but doesn't have TP scroll available, so can't TP to an outpost, can't TP to a tier 2 tower. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Just bonking.
Players are having too much fun with Roshan.
Or is Roshan having too much fun with the players?
That's a question.
It's always a question. So, let's see, because they're setting up towards top. Maybe they want to fight. Maybe they're expecting Tundra to make the move over. And we take a look at the Dota Plus win probability. Ooh, another point there for Tundra.
Tundra doing better.
The board.
Yeah.
52 to 48% in favor of Team Liquid, and now they're in a Roche.
I like when Dota Plus is lazy. They see this guy that controls it, that clicks all this stuff. He's like, oh, less than 1k gold lead. I'll put 50%.
No insight. They're not going for this Roche. Completely just set on farming up. A little bit surprising.
Fighting into Stone Gaze inside Sonic Wave. They have like multiple abilities that they can like amplify damage from Rupture with Spirit Breaker, Bash, Nether Strike, Sonic Wave. Also, team fighting into Static Storm. Like, there's just too strong of a fight in these small places from Liquid. So I can understand why Tundra didn't want to take a fight there. Saksa, he's getting charged. Shard is available on him. He picked it up himself, while Snaking got one from Tormentor.
Yeah, the charge ends up getting stopped, and I like this Shard. Are you a fan of the Depth Shroud?
Yeah, it's a really good Shroud.
9 has that. Ags being
Depth Shard
delivered.
It's a type of a save that can make the whole fight different. Saving someone from rupture damage so they can stand in place for longer duration against Stone Gaze could work out amazingly. Ooh, some big items. Tier 3 Enchanted Quiver found by Dark Willow. It's a banger of an item because it does provide a true strike against Butterfly from Medusa.
Another strike. They're in on a sock, so there's the glimpse into the Shadow Dance. They don't have the control to get that catch, though. So he's able to survive, and while all this is going on, Skitter's still farming away from the fights. And you can see it's a 3k lead now for Tundra, despite the fact that they didn't get that Aegis. They spent all the time farming, and that's what's been expanding their lead.
Tundra's really good at dodging these fights, understanding where they can take it. Look where Skitter is. Like, he's out of the map. He doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist at all?
He's AFK. I mean, literally, he's just standing there waiting for Creep Camp to respawn to use his Midas, and he does it.
Very interactive gameplay right there. Oh, gosh. Standing in the mighty mines. I need some more lore about the mighty mines, I think, in my life.
The first one that comes to my mind is probably Sniper, because he's a dwarf, right?
This is your Lord of the Rings.
That's
lore.
it, yeah. I don't know much about lore and Dota.
You just know dwarves' mines. That's how sci-fi works. Or fantasy, like
throw in a rain, couple of eagles, a wizard,
a Barlog. Well, 2 minutes left with this Aegis for Liquid. Charge on a Snake King all the way on the high ground. They've got the kinetic field. The Blood Right is down. And they go to the Nether Strike. They should have this kill, but he uses himself up into the air. They've got themselves the lasso. Snake King still alive, but the Sonic Wave finally hits. They get the kill on a Boxy. Static Storm committed, and the Sonic Wave was Stone Gaze. So a lot from Liquid and the Rupture. Everything was used for a kill onto
position
Techies.
5. Yeah, Snake King's like, okay, I'll take that fight. If they manage to get another initiation going, he does have buyback available. Buys a little bit more time with this Yule Scepter, which is gonna be great. Dispelling some of these things like Solar Crest, of course, Bulldoze, Charge from Spirit Breaker as well. Buys a little bit more time. And holding on to Dandelion Amulet. I like that item a lot. Like, gives you a little bit more tankiness. Mana, movement speed, exactly what the heroes need. Lasso again.
Yep. I know Insania. Blood Right to silence him. This is a bit far, but they do have Terrorize. And now 9 looking for the positioning so he can use that Ags and start throwing some Shadow Realm strikes onto these heroes. And that's exactly what he's going to do on Anisha. They go to the Cursed Crown, but the time walk over. Mickey is going to die here to 9, and now they'll take the Aegis out of the hands of the Queen of Pain. They don't have Bloodseeker. 9 doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, but he'll go to the Bedlam. Now they've got the Chrono. It's going to be right on top of the Queen of Pain. The Blast Off going to follow it up as well as the Sticky Bomb, but BKB as well as the Blink away. Nisha escaping for now. Bramble Maze laid down as well as the Cursed Crown. It's going to be on the Zai. They've got the Glimpse. It's on a Skitter, so
another lasso.
Just escaping, but now they've got the lasso up once again. They'll pop the Lincolns, but it's not going to matter. They're still going to the Shadow Realm strikes. They've got the Disarm on the Medusa. Static Storm not even going to save him, and they bought back on the Bloodseeker now. Ooh. So Tundra getting a buyback, getting a kill onto this Medusa, dead for 70 seconds. Big gold and a big fight one for Tundra.
Oh man, he used 3 lassos in that fight. I don't think the last one has been counted in. It's insane, because with Octarine Core, it brings it down to 37 seconds cooldown. He's still yet to find a tier 3 neutral item, so might find CDR item. And they want to take enemy Tormentor. They do have enough sustain. Like having Slark, they do have more than enough damage with their heroes.
No, Saksa, take it yourself. Go for it. They're not Not gonna take it. Interesting.
They were thinking about it, but maybe thought if Liquid has vision there, Slark can check it, but maybe couldn't check like everything, every single part of the Tormentor. So easy charge, fighting close to the enemy base. It was nicely placed Chrono after all, but something that Tundra doesn't really have is damage inside Chrono. If there's no Bedlam running, Queen of Pain is very tanky. Having that status resistance, sitting at almost 3000 HP with Power Treads on strength.
Tormentor. Dead.
Bit of a Monka
Disruptor
moment
will
there.
get
Whew.
Nice
For
shard.
Disruptor. Always sweating whenever we watching position 4 and 5s being close to Tormentor, especially the later ones, like 3rd, 4th Tormentor. You can't even be there. You're gonna die. Also, there's a bug. I played a game of Shadow Shaman yesterday or the day before. I moved away from Tormentor and my wards just disappeared. Because I was about to die.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You need to not die to the Tormentor. Always a wise plan of action.
Tundra has been using this Slark vision to their advantage during the nighttime, and now they'll have even more night vision with Moonshard.
Right.
That is very close to be picked up by 9. Also level 18. Fear duration.
Flame break.
3.2 seconds.
Well, pop that bulldoze, but now the Shadow Realm strike's starting to add up. And 9 will get the kill onto Boxy. So the right clicks are going to start to be dangerous here from 9. And he's going to get that extra Shadow Realm duration potentially at level 20. Although Bramble Maze -7 feels pretty good. Really
Now
depends
you
what
want it with this type of a build.
the
you-
extra 2 seconds, but I don't know. It's enticing. 7 seconds.
Well,
Taking
it's
a
for the
13-second
support.
cooldown.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but if you're playing
That's
core,
where my mind goes. I'm a support. I'm like, oh,
extra 2 seconds of ramping up that damage.
-7 plus 2. The math doesn't add up.
Yeah, it's -5. You actually get -5 seconds on Shadow Realm, which
Makes you worse.
it's a lot of damage now coming out from 9 once that level 20 so badly. Enchanted Quiver providing extra attack range on the proc as well, extra attack range. It's all about that true strike as well against Medusa. Zai
groceries
has
on.
Butterfly, has Elven Tunic as well, sitting at almost 50% evasion. So it's pretty nuts.
So Roche, back up. So now Tormentor for Tundra. Snaking getting it with a blast off. Faceless Void will receive that shard. So I think Void had bought or got the shard delivered at the same time. I don't know. I saw him with just a shard in his backpack for a second. It was weird.
Didn't notice, but good shard. He can be the one providing vision. 33 gets
Blast
another
off.
initiation.
Yeah, blast off.
It's a
There's
big
the
one.
kill on a Boxy. And they want more. Time Walk, killing the courier. Now they found Zyho, pop the blade mail. Trying to run.
Team Liquid, they're
Skitter does
kind
have
of cornered
Chrono.
here. Skitter doesn't want to initiate with the Chronosphere, knowing that they don't have enough damage. Might like catch someone. Most likely going to be using this Time Walk to scout things off. Potentially giving Slark a jump. Saksa, he's not too afraid to jump into a fight. Does have Shard, plus Shadow Dance, Heaven's Halberd. Relatively difficult to burst immediately.
Now Tundra, the ones are into Roche, and there's a smoke from Liquid. They've got Boxy back in 2 seconds, but look at that. Immediately out of the pit, breaking the smoke. Kinetic field is up. They've got the Lincoln's pop. Time dilation used. Disarm, though, onto Zai. So he's not really doing that much damage. They've got the lasso. They get the control to Insania. Charge all the way in, and that finds Skitter. Skitter's going to be hit with another strike. They'll get the kill on the Faceless Void. He's going to have to buy back on this one. They'll look over as now into the Shadow Realm is 9, but is 9 putting out enough damage? Back into the Bedlam, now looking as the BKB's been popped by Boxy. They've got the Static Storm. It's going to be on a 9. They'll get the control. They'll get the kill into the Dark Will. He's got buyback as well. With Chrono still available, they have to find an opportunity here to get an opening, but they're just not getting it. They're getting juked throughout the trees, the right clicks, the bashes all onto the Disruptor. But is this really enough, considering the fact that you've used so many buybacks for the side of Tundra?
Yeah, they need to go for this Roche. Anisha? Where's he going?
Anywhere but here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Wow, heavy buyback commitment from Tundra.
Yeah.
So let's see who decides to pick up Aegis. Team Liquid, they understand that most damage is coming out from 9, so they go for him almost instantly. Who finds another big item. Timeless Relic, extra debuff duration and extra spell damage. I think 9 should be picking up Cheese in this one, and you give Aegis to Skitter.
So, Aegis. She's picked up by Saxa.
Saxa's holding on to Cheese. He's super tanky. Might just give it to... If he wants to scale...
Chrono committed to Boxy on top. And look at the Shadow Realm damage starting to come out, and Skitter will get the credit for the kill. Taking high ground from Tundra, I feel like might be very difficult for Liquid with Shadow Realm if positioned correctly.
Yeah, and looking at what 33 has in his inventory, Hurricane Pike. Not the item you would expect to have on Batrider, but he can push people away. He can also kill his teammates, which is always good. But if Medusa, for example, uses Stone Gaze, he can push her away. Great against Spirit Breaker as well, stopping the charge from going through. Can they maybe connect on Tanisha? Saxa? He does have Bottle, Illusion Rune, and BKB.
Up that Falcon Blade on the ground for a second.
Slarksa, he was very close to potentially getting the kill on the courier. Finds a tier 4 token for himself. Let's see what he's gonna get. I think he's sent it back as Cloak of Flames.
Matt Ryder also taking Havoc Hammer, so not getting the benefit of a Spell Prism or anything like that to lower the cooldown even more.
Another box ability against Spirit Breaker. There we go.
Yeah. Rod of Atos, Flame Break, Lasso committed. Boxy with the BKB, but the right click damage. Time walk in, the bash is there. Skitter gets a kill. And now they're right by the tier 2 tower.
33 hit, level 25. So Flame Break applies 2 Stick and a Palm charges, having 2 Flame Break charges as well. Now we need to pick up Shard for him. To have more Stick in the Palms. Batrider in the late game is insanely good hero.
Yes, you have, like you said, the 2 Flame Breaks. Now you're getting 2 Sticky Napalms, 2 plus 2, 4. And then if you're putting one on yourself, that's 5.
Those, and then with the Shard, every second attack. So you're gonna go to 10 almost immediately in a fight.
Square root of... Havoc Hammer picked up for Saxa as well. He's got the sag, so he's got 2 pounces now. See if he can leash up these heroes, and they're grouping up like they want to smoke, but a couple of illusions will spot Saxa. There's the MKB also being finished here for Skitter. You got to be careful, though, like even with this Aegis, they do have a lack of buybacks. Like 9's holding the cheese, but his buyback's on cooldown for 4 minutes. Void almost level 25.
Interesting one. Snaking picked up Martyr's Plate.
They're going to charge. They're going to go for the Batrider, but now Lotus Orb and the Stone Gaze used. They're starting to back away on these heroes. Shadow Strike, the Time Walk in. Skitter onto the high ground. Blade Mail might just lose this Aegis into the Static Storm with the Time Walk over it. And they've got the Rupture. It's on a Saxa. He'll TP back. They've already lost the Aegis. The right click's in onto Snaking from Zai on this Medusa. As what can Skitter do? He's got Zai controlled thanks to the Chrono. Look at the right click damage onto this Medusa. They will obliterate him. 33 getting credit for that kill. Nisha and Mickey, though, not running too far away. They don't have Soxa, they don't have Snake King, they have Cheese available on 9.
Yeah, now it feels like they don't need to chrono multiple heroes. Skeeter was still holding on to Aegis, goes in, lands Chronosphere on Medusa from 100 to 0 with his Mindbreaker, MKB, Mjolnir procs. They do have more than enough damage. Hits level 25, which is going to make him super tanky, having that backtrack ability. And Medusa doesn't have Silver Edge, which is kind of a natural pickup, I would say. Maybe he thought it's not going to be the case, but this talent is being broken. You potentially can be broken, so...
Where's Zaya in terms of levels? Only level 23. Almost 25-ish for Nisha.
Yeah, that Scream of Pain AoE Fear talent. I missed that talent. It was so good. It was so broken. But yeah, you go for the Blink cooldown talent. Aghanim Scepter. We didn't talk too much about Nisha's itemization. Has Sight, has this Aghanim Scepter. Pretty, I would say, standard stuff. Has a little bit more control. Has another way to proc the Lincolns with that Sight, but then again, losing ability to proc the Lincolns with AoE Shadow Strike. So something you gain, something you lose.
Eventually gaining a lot of damage there, though. Blink Dagger now for the Medusas. You saw the build-up going for the Swift Blink for Zai. He was putting out a lot of damage, but once he was controlled, Skitter was able to bring him down very fast.
And I like what I see. Skitter going for Refresher, 300, 350. You do have enough. Well, I mean, you need Power Treads on Intelligence to cast it.
Just 300, plus 350.
You have to use like Time Walk or something. Yeah, BKB is 50 mana. You have Region, of course, but they're going to give him Cheese just for that. You're
and that
missing
puts 9 in an awkward position, right? Because, well, his buyback's back in a minute.
You're missing some of the stats, I would say, from Scotty, usually.
Okay. Lassoed. He got his Hex, but, well, that means he's not going to have any money for buyback.
Oof, Faceless Void in the late game is just a menace. Especially when we come to this point of the game where he does have Refresher, maybe picks up Refresher Shard from Roshan. So, not afraid to use Chrono on a single target to be able to get a kill. Skitter jumping in, jumping out. Boxy, he's alone here now. Okay, gonna get out of the trouble. Thinks that he's fine, especially with having Aeon Disc available.
And not as popular of an item anymore. It used to be everybody picked it up. Now you see this very situationally. Senia blinking, 33 though. Flame break into the lasso. He's on the high ground, and well, he'll get the kill. So he'll take out the disruptor. This lasso being on such a short cooldown.
Yeah, he doesn't care at all about using this lasso.
Just
Boots of
stop
Travel
TPs,
too.
why
He can
not?
be anywhere on the map. Sitting on 4,000 gold. Let's see what the next item's gonna be. He can eat the axe for now, keeping the buyback.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's next here for 9? He wants either Hex or Blink.
He wants 25 first of all, and he got it. So
Yeah.
100 attack
He's got
speed
that
from that
extra.
level 25 talent. On top of Moon Shard. Let's see the right clicks. Let's see those.
Charge in, very ambitious, but they go to the lasso. It's going to be on his eye. They're going to throw the Terrorize right on top of him, but they
Oh,
got
he
the
bounced him
Chrono.
out. Never mind.
He's
Still
out
good.
of the Chrono, but still okay. All right, 9 gets the kill there on his eye. That was very interesting. Space, time, no match for
Are fortified.
Flame Break.
They don't know that Medusa doesn't have buyback. They could probably think your buyback costs around 2k at this point. 24 on Medusa.
walk
Moxie.
in.
Aeon Disc
Aeon
already
Disc.
procced. It's all you need. Couple of those hits from Dark Willow will do it.
9 in the Shadow Realm. Just throwing out some damage, or at least trying to.
I bet there's going to be a lot of frogs in the chat looking. Dark Willow
Look at
sees the
this.
tower. Very
Yeah.
satisfying. The sound as well.
Close enough.
Yes.
Charge down bottom
Dire's top tower
from
is under
Boxy.
attack.
I need more electricity in my...
Sounded like some pinball sound from 80s.
Oh.
33.
Wait, nope. Back. Lasso Hex.
It's a huge amount of gold.
And he's dead. That is... Oh my god. That is so much gold.
1,200 for Nisha and 1,200 for the rest of the team.
Damn. That is so much gold. $23.99. It's a good price. So, getting that, he's not going to buy back. So that'll slow down the siege for at least another 70 seconds. And while that exists, Roche is top.
Looking at the gold on side of Tundra, like advantage is 13,000, but they're not investing into items. Techies 2k, 4k on Faithless Void, that's 6 on Dark Willow, 12, Batrider 6. So in terms of gold that they spent on items coming into a fight, there's like almost 20,000 unspent gold on Tundra right now.
Might get the kill on the Snake King, but he's hard to watch, or hard to keep a hand on, as he's got that Glimmer Cape. Now they've got the Sentry down. Hex dancing, trying to survive. Now they go after Mickey. They've got the right click damage from the Shadow Realm. Mickey's in some trouble. The right click's coming out from 9 are going to be more than enough to get the kill. And now Snake King's still alive. They'll go to the charge. They've got themselves a Static Storm. Can they get the kill here? No, they're going to go to the Chrono, and they'll finally take out 9. But Chrono onto this Medusa. Skitter. Uh-oh. He's going to get back to full health, but immediately taken down low again. Time Walk, and, well, Nisha's going forward with Boxy. They take out Snake King. They were fighting without 33, without the help of the lasso, as they're still looking to go for more. They've got the charge. It lands. The Boots of Travel level 2. Do you really want to go for this? Yes, you do. There's the lasso,
Refresher's
the control, Nisha, and now they've got the BKB. It's going to be a Chrono once again onto the Medusa. They get the kill on Nisha with the right clicks coming out from the Shadow Realm. 9's looking like Maximilian Pegasus with these Shadow Realm strikes. A triple kill for the Dark Willow.
They bought back on 9, bought back on Snake King to secure it. Faithless Void gets his refresher off cooldown. 33 comes into a fight with this. We'll look at the damage. 10,000 damage from Queen of Pain. Those Shadow Strikes, they do really hurt. Massive amount of gold as well coming Tundra's side. Roshan, again, is available. This is Refresher, so double lasso or they might... Oh. Yeah, this initiation, I thought, like, glyph it. Use your glyph Faithless Void so that he doesn't die. So 33 can come into the fight. That's my thought process right there. And as soon as he catches Medusa with this Shadow Realm, plus Chrono, they do have more than enough to just bring Zai down almost immediately.
Zai dies in that fight, and then everything kind of falls apart around it. But they do have buybacks available on Liquid, so, I mean, that could be a big difference maker, right? BKB popped by Boxy, Snake King chasing the Spirit Breaker. Not sure he's got the movement speed, but he does have the help here from 33, who's got the Boots of Travel level 2. They pop the Lincolns, and that might be enough to really stop 33.
Snake King is so tanky with his Taser, disarming people, Heaven's Halberd, Yule Scepter, having this Martyr's Plate, redirecting some of the damage dealt to him, and then using Yule Scepter, not actually receiving damage at all. That's pretty smart from Snake.
Well, and this next, ooh, Revenant's Brooch. Okay. I like Revenant's Brooch.
There's no butterfly, there's no like miss chance in terms of armor. 22 on Faithless Void. Usually you want to pick up this item when you're playing against Terrorblade, Morphling type of heroes.
33 gonna go straight Ag's Blessing once he gets the gold in 100. Or, well, just buy it out now and get the gold afterwards. Who cares? So this is the full Blessing.
He's super farmed. He can still upgrade his Blink Dagger into Overwhelming Blink.
Yeah. And then he's back into these fights immediately with the Boots Travel level 2.
They gave him Refresher.
So 5-man Smoke looking for the opportunity. They already have the Refresher Orb on Faceless Void, but that's down for another 10 seconds, so he'll have that opportunity in a moment. The Blink as well as the lasso that comes in. Uh-oh. They had him connected for a second. Does he really need the refresher shard? It's only on cooldown for another 30 seconds.
Yeah,
So, like,
definitely
that's
not an
nothing.
ability to just pop straight away. They're pushing out. They're picking out the top lane that it needs to be pushed out.
Good bots in, bots out. Why not? Smoke use, scan connect. Saxa is only here with 9, but they do have 33 with the boots travel level 2, so he's back into the fray. And you can see the Shadow Realm strikes coming through.
I always get anxious whenever I see Moonshard. This item should be lockable. Good dodge, Manta.
And then the Ruptured Glimpse charge coming in, now looking as they're trying to get some help here from the Faceless Void, TPing in. They go after Nisha. Nisha's going to blink out. Silence onto the Faceless Void. Shadow Realm strikes from the high ground. Still staying a little bit quiet. There's the charge. They've got the stun. There's the lasso.
Got it on 2.
Uh-oh, and now Static Storm committed. Shadow Realm strikes again, doing some damage here as they've got the glimpse, but the BKB will stop that glimpse so he can go after Insania and drop the Chrono down onto the Disruptor, who's dead for 75 seconds without buyback. The Shadow Realm damage coming out onto Mickey. 9 going off in this fight. He wants more, but they've got the Hex. They have the buyback coming in from Insania. They should be able to get the kill on a Dark Will, but he does have that Aegis, so he'll come back up and be alive again. Well, they go to the refresher. They've got the Chrono. It's going to be on a 2. They'll go after Zai. He doesn't have any mana anymore. With the Havoc Hammer dropped by Saxa, they get the kill on a Zai. They'll take the Medusa. He's going to buy back the Blink over, getting the Silence on a 9 with the charge hitting from Boxy. There's the kill onto the Dark Will. Dead for 2 minutes, but Boxy's going to fall. He's got buyback. Like I said, the buyback's advantage was there for Liquid, and they're going to come back into the fight knowing that there's no more 9. He's dead for 2 minutes. They look over and find the Faceless Void. They'll get the kill there and take out Skitter.
Oh, God, the Mindbreaker. Also, Planner Pocket is doing so much work in some of these fights. Whenever I saw this shard, like at the first, it didn't really as impactful, but in some of these games where they do rely, like in terms of single target abilities that they can throw, there aren't any pretty much other than Curse Crown, and Dark Willow wants to keep the distance, so you use Lasso. If he has Planner Pocket available, there is buyback. No, not available on Dark Willow for another 2.5 minutes.
Oh, double Lasso, pop the Lincolns. Now they've got the Hex, but box it with the BKB. They've got Saxa moving forward with that Depth Shroud down, Flame Break landing on a 3. They pop the Lincolns once again. They've got the Static Storm. There's going to be 33 in a lot of trouble. The right hook's coming in from Zai with the BKB being popped here. He's just going to stand his ground and look to get the kill. He's got buyback, though.
Medusa's out of mana.
So you need to start backing up a little bit.
Yeah, they don't
even
feel
take the tier 3.
too comfortable fighting into it. Medusa's still sitting on like 1500 HP, which she can easily be bursted. Even with 2 supports, maybe. Couple of mines. Techi's about to crack level 25. Snaking will start to put in some mines inside the base. This was 25k gold lead for Tundra. Still, Team Liquid manages to push them back all the way to the base.
So, snaking. There's the 25. And he will take the minus 0.8 seconds proximity mines activation delay. Unfortunately, for all you fans at home of Techies, not the 252 damage.
Unfortunately.
Blast off, but blinking forward, going to the Hex. They've got the charge as well as the blood right down. Techies might just be dead anyway, and he's dead for 2 minutes. His buyback's on cooldown for another minute and 15. So he'll be dead at least for 75 seconds. They've got... Oh, Skitter.
Oh, he was thinking about it.
Broke the high ground. They got the tier 3. They got half the racks.
Aghanim Scepter now completed on Boxy. So, less cooldown on charge, plus also being able to go through magic debuff, magic... What's it called again? I keep forgetting. BKB doesn't give you magic immunity anymore. Debuff immunity.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Immunity. Sorry.
You left me hanging there for
yeah. Well,
on purpose.
when I hear the sounds of you turning into a slot machine, I didn't know how to react. Ding, 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 ding. Debuff immunity.
There we go. We got it correctly. It's gonna take me years.
It's never. We're gonna be in Dota 5 before you realize that it's debuff immunity.
Pretty much. 50 seconds until potential roast spawn.
Double damage on this Faceless Void. They've got the buyback available now on the Techies. They'll go to the Static Storm. The Blink Forward's going to be there, but they'll look over at 9. 9. Ooh, Lasso coming through into Insania. He bought back at the high ground defense. They'll go to the Sonic Wave. That's going to land on a 9. 9 silence up with the right clicks from Zyre coming out just yet. They go to the Refresher. They've got this as the Chrono as well as the Refresh on a Skitter with a BKB. He goes after Zai. Zai with no mana. Another Chrono run on top of him. You're not going anywhere, dude. You're stuck in time. You're not moving at all. There's the Rupture on a Skitter. They look over as Boxy as well as Mickey can't do anything. They get a kill on the two of them. They've got buyback available on the Bloodseeker, but everybody else is gone for 2 minutes as it's a triple kill for the Faceless Void. They're still looking for Nisha. There's the Blink, silencing up Saksa. Thanks to the Shard, they go and get themselves their hands out of the Queen of Pain. They'll take out Nisha. He's got buyback, but
Someone
it's still
needs
going
to
to be
go
2v5.
to this bottom lane. Double Catapult Wave is going to be Techies. They used everything to try to go on Dark Willow, but he gets the Shadow Realm, the second Shadow Realm in a fight, uses all of his time, Queen of Pain, out of mana, and now buybacks need to come in. There are no buybacks available left on Liquid.
Can they hold, or have Tundra finally done it? Broken the streak, the lasso. That will connect, and Mickey is, well, trying to TP, burning, dying, dead, gone, 2 minutes. So now it's just up to the Queen of Pain. 9 though, look at the right click speed. They'll go for the throne, and it is setting up nicely to be theirs, and it will be. So Tundra taking the series 2-1 over Team Liquid in a back-and-forth third game.
Now look at
and
the
a
smiles
back-and-forth series.
on all of them. Saksa left.
Relief.
He's like, I'm out of there. It's been a long game, 57 minutes, but rest of the team celebrating. They have broken the curse. Over a full year, they did not manage to get the victory against Team Liquid, and finally they do it in a fashion, like playing this Dark Willow as a position 2, playing Slark position 4, 33 popped off completely on his Batrider, Techies. Like, how is he so tanky in some of these fights? It's insane. Like, they used, I think that one time when they were pushing the high ground, like 3 or 4 ultis, he still didn't die.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous when you rupture Sonic Wave, Stone Gaze, and it's like, oh, I guess I'm Techies and I just survive. Like that. That's so ridiculous. But this game was back and forth. Tundra end up finally taking the series off of Team Liquid. And to break it down, we've got the panel. Throw it over to you guys. Take it away.
What a back and forth game number 3, but also, man, late game Dark Willow, Faceless, post-force, Slark, like everything on the side of Tundra was amazing. And of course, Liquid very much being able to hold their ground. But outside of the lineups, Kezu, I want to say the thing that stood out for me the most for Tundra was the use of buybacks. When they were buying back and what they were able to do off of the back of it was very impressive, especially after game 2.
I mean, Tundra are just one of the best teams, I think, no matter what we really talk about, at playing long fights. Whether that is because of the items they buy, how they use their spells, or the ideas of, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to trade one buyback for their 2 ults and then keep the fight going. I think it's always been one of their strongest suits overall, I think, as a team. And, I mean, this game was way more back and forth than I thought. Like at 30 minutes, when Tundra are ahead with their lineup, it is really hard to play into that, and Liquid actually hold a pretty good footing in this game.
I mean, the fact that the kills were even at 40 minutes, there had to be a bunch of buybacks from Tundra. The net worth definitely comes down. It was a good one, T. There was a lot to praise from both sides.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think the early game Liquid, it's like the Spirit Breaker running around, and then even late game as well, it's like the Spirit Breaker's kind of keeping them in, just with the constant kind of starting the fights and being a nuisance. I would argue in this third game for Liquid, Mickey going for this like full utility Bloodseeker. Maybe if he could have gone for like a hybrid version where it's like maybe he goes pipe just to help the team out, but he still goes for like farming items. So I think if you get to this point in the game where you have a farm Bloodseeker and a farm Deucer with a Spirit Breaker, the fights, I wouldn't say it'd been like easier, but it'd have been manageable where you could have probably 100-0 hero within that kind of Spirit Breaker CC, because right now it was like all Zai or maybe Nisha if he's there as well. But the Bloodseeker kind of, it just feels weird to say Mickey was like the offlaner. Like, yeah, like in the last game he went a bit more of a hybrid build with like this Diffusal Echo, but it's also like Faceless Void. He can time walk in and time delay. Because I agree with T. I mean, I understand the idea somewhat. You're trying to like all in your carry, which in this game is Zai on the Medusa, but
I think he probably regret that build towards the end of the game.
Yeah, they had answers on the side of Tundra and very creative answers as well. But I mean, 13-5, 24 for Skitter, and then obviously 9 as well popping off. I think for me, the standout though, out of the cores, was definitely Batrider. 33 on his Batrider there was phenomenal. I don't know where you guys sit with it, but he's my personal MVP. The way that he was able to work the map, he was just present everywhere. He was farming, he was participating in kills, he was getting solo kills. Like, I don't know if you guys can even argue against him getting MVP, Kezu.
I think we shouldn't, unless T-Governor wants to take a really strong stance on something else. I do think that the 3-3 Batrider and 3-3 Doom is something that's been known for... I mean, when I started playing Dota like 6 years ago, I would like message this guy about tips, and like just the item builds he goes for, how he plays. He's very greedy, but you can like just see he holds the game for so long. He makes the map like super annoying for you to play, and yeah, I mean 3-3 in games where I feel like he gets to slow down the pace of the game until he's ready. He will always shine more than any other offlane player.
Do you have any arguments against it, T, or are you just like, yeah, what he said?
I was trying to decide if I wanted to go against it, but I would have given an honorable mention to Saxa, just because there was that one play where Liquid was getting a little bit aggressive by
that was sick.
100 Ancients, and then he like quickly positions to hit that pounce to then save his teammate, and then it kind of opens up the fight for Liquid to overextend. And I think that's quite a pivotal moment where Liquid, if they win that fight, they maybe would have put a grasp on the game and punished the cooldowns a bit, but that one play alone, it's like, it was kind of hype. Was it MVP? Kind of close, but no, I think realistically, when you see 33 Batriders go, shift Q, Ags, bless him, buy, eat, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, he's having a pretty good game.
Yeah.
He's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, well, look, we always praise Tundra for their innovation, things that they're coming up with, how they're playing, and the man behind a lot of that is Owie, their coach. He's going to be joining us for the winners interview here. Owie, congratulations, you guys beat Liquid, and in what a fashion for Game 3. Like, walk me through some of the process through this draft and how we end up with a mid Dark Willow and a Pos 4 Slug.
I mean, honestly, those are heroes we sort of practice. We just think they're strong. And I don't know, this patch is weird. Sometimes I look at our drafts under scrims and it literally looks like we have 5 supports or 5 carries. I don't know what's happening, but I feel like since the patch was really big, there's a lot of things you can do. And even like, I feel like some of the new things that are weird you can do is also the best things in the draft. So we sort of just go for something if some players are feeling like it's good.
Yeah, I love it. That's the idea behind it. How have you personally been breaking down this draft from a coach perspective? Like, what are the sort of goals that you want your players to be doing, or for you personally as well, to understand some more?
Well, I think like the fundamentals of Dota, even though the patch was really big, I don't think the fundamentals have really changed. Like, you're gonna need some strong lanes, you need some ways to kill your opponents, you need some team fight, you need some stuns, maybe. I think we had some drafts full of stuns. But I think the job of the coach, on our team at least, is just to make sure we can combine the ideas, because for our team we have 5 people who come up with ideas for the heroes, and you just need to make sure that it's balanced, and that you pretty much, for us, it's like you ask them, oh, do you like this hero? And maybe you say, no, I want a hero with a bit more of some team fight, some catch or something like that. But then it's really easy to draft if people are playing their pubs and know their heroes.
Awesome. Well, I know T, you have some questions as well.
Hello, Howie. Congrats on the win.
Hey.
Did you know?
Thank you.
It was roughly 389 days, 20 hours, 9 minutes, about 52 seconds since you last beat Liquid in a series.
Yeah, but no one beats us 8 times in a row, so it's all good.
How does it feel to finally beat
We've
Liquid?
thrown so many series for some too, so I think it's really happy. Like, because you see, watching series as a coach really sucks, because once the game starts, you have no control of it. So I'm like sitting upstairs, and my butthole's just clenched, and I'm looking at this like long game. I remember like we played a lot of these long games for some, and we actually threw quite a few. There's like this one for the Dubai qualifiers where they were like down 20k gold. They had some Lina. We threw that game, and then yeah, I don't know. It was so nervous, and then sometimes, you know, game 2 is looking good, and I get a message from Snaze like, "Oh, we lost a game." I'm like, "Oh, he's pranking me, right?" Because like 15 minutes ago, we just wiped them, and it looked really good. But then, oh, okay, and yeah, such is life.
Oh, you finally beat them, so congratulations on that one. I guess other question I have is, you haven't really put too much of a focus on Medusa in regards to like first phase bans, at least in the early stages of this tour. Is it just something like a hero that you're happy to play against, or like yeah, it just kind of other teams are very kind of hard stuck on always banning it or rushing towards picking it. What do you want?
I mean, this literally means nothing because people aren't really sure what's good or not. But personally, I feel like Medusa's a bit overrated. That being said, it has like really high win rate, and people are prioritizing it really high. So usually when that happens, I'm wrong about it. But I feel like the hero has some downsides to it. I mean, I think, to be honest, like we were heavily debating banning it versus Liquid Game 3 though. So it's not like we don't respect the hero. It's just I'm not too sure if the hero's like first pick / banned every game.
Okay, sure. And
All right.
Come on,
all right.
after you go. No, please. After you, Kazu.
My turn. Hey, Aoi. I have a few questions. First of all, is there anything specific that you focused on helping the boys improve since the major to today?
Since the major, I think like mostly for us as a team, we have like really smart players and people do their own thing. And most of what we need to work on is like fundamentals, like laning, how we combine our heroes, and like think about how to group up and combine our spells. So we've mostly been focusing on that.
Okay. When it comes to the second game, I mean, when you watch the game as a coach, as you said, it can be a little bit nerve-wracking. I feel like your team had the second game in the bag. What do you think was like the reason that it slipped away? And how did you feel watching?
I mean, I think it feels bad to watch, but like I think we actually played early on really well, and we consistently played really well. We just tended to lose focus. I think there's like Liquid is really good at punishing it too. Like we had like a 5k lead, and then we used Black Hole for the kill Medusa, and then they smoked right after and caught us mid again. And it kept happening a bit like that because we're like not thinking about how we need to play the map or like reset on our cooldowns. I think our itemization maybe could have been a bit better, but it just kept happening like that. And I feel like as a coach, I mean, it always sucks to lose, but those are actually the games that you can open a replay and learn from, which is, you know, we have longer term goals than this one series. So I think it's both like sort of bittersweet.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you.
I actually have another one off the back of that. You know, you say there's a lot that you can learn, but in the moment when you're looking at going to a game 3 and you lose that game number 2, what is a conversation, or even mentally for you, like how much do you place on trying to change draft? Like what do you take away from it? And I guess using game 2 as a prime example.
I think we're sort of fortunate that I think last year, especially after Stockholm, we focused a lot with our psychologist Stan on like how to deal with losses, and we understand that if we have the good like how to say like structure in order to deal with it, then we understand that we can overcome these losses. I think it was really apparent at TI. It's been less apparent recently because we haven't been performing the same, but it felt like at TI, for example, whenever we lost the first game, everyone like understood and knew that as long as we shaped up, we get control of our like emotions and stuff, then we're gonna have a good chance to win the next game. And I think after game 2, it was mostly like you can't change that much in terms of your full Dota knowledge. So a lot of it is just, hey, do we need to change anything in the draft? Was there anything specific? We had a little debate about whether we should ban this Medusa, and we decided like, oh, we'd rather just play versus it. I think last minute we sort of had a clutch draft decision from Netta in our opening that I really liked. So you just like spend that time trying to think of how to maximize your chance to win the game.
That's awesome to hear. And I promise this is the very last question. You guys are now 5-0 in 2 and 3, which does mean you are confirmed going to Bali Major. So what are you excited for at Bali, and how are you going to be looking at prepping for that after Dream League?
Oh, I think we're not actually Actually, I don't know what to announce. Shit.
Be careful, boss. You got this. Don't worry. You can just say.
I've never. I think. I can't remember right now because I think my mind's messed up because of that. If I've been to Indonesia or not, I think I've been to Jakarta for a tournament.
Okay.
But wait, Bali part of Indonesia. My mind's so messed up right now.
Yes,
I feel like super heated because I messed up. Okay, anyways, I've never been to Bali. I've heard it's really nice. I'm super excited for that. But honestly, for us as a team, we're like mega nerds. So when we go to these tournaments, we're like very focused on winning. So if we do well in the tournament, I might not go outside at all, which is the dream anyways. Hate the sun.
Sure.
So yeah, excited to stay inside and play some Dota.
Perfect. That is probably one of the best answers you could have given. Aoi, thank you so much for this phenomenal interview, and congratulations again on beating Liquid finally, but also securing Bali.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
What a fantastic interview with Aoi there. Mega Nerds. Can't wait to go to Bali and just spend the whole time indoors. That is what you love to see. Hopefully the boys are going to be able to do well over in Bali. But our day is only starting, guys. We're a little bit behind schedule, which means I don't have any time to ask you anything. Instead, we're just going to jump straight to the break because when we come back, it's Gaming Gladiators up against OG.
Axe, maybe disrupt there, guys.
What look they're going?
Axe short for you, so stay in place, stay in place, stay in place.
Guys, Duza. I have one more for him. One secret, guys.
I buy.
Yeah.
Connecting.
I'm buying.
Nice.
High focus.
I'll deal with it. Alright.
Yo, cop.
No beacon on him, no beacon on him.
I'll catch him. Yeah, get it to me.
Alright, let's focus.
I think we can end the game.
If you're just joining us, we are only now beginning our second series. Kezu off of the panel, Lacoste now onto it. And Lacoste, how excited are you for OG versus GG?
Very excited. I mean, the last series did deliver heavily in terms of entertainment, so not expecting anything less from this one.
You're a bit of a friend of that, T.
Yeah, it's there we go. He's gone now. Off we go. It was
Spoiler.
It was too short to get into the camera shot. It's all good.
Try it over there. But for this matchup, let's start with OG. T, let's have a chat about this team because they've been playing with subs for the first week and a little bit. We finally saw Tiger return to them on Friday, and it was tough. I mean, the fact that they're not having a consistent roster at the moment definitely has to have a pretty hefty impact on the team.
For sure. And it's where you lean on the team having its systems already in place and the hope that, of course, Tiger returning, it's not like, okay, we're going to redo things. It's like, it's Tiger returning to the team, right? Like, he is the foundation of the team. So you'd like to think that they should be able to kind of pick up where they are, because right now, they're 1-3. They played up against a couple of the good teams, hence why some L's. They're now playing against Gaming. It's like, you don't want to be 1-4 because the whole narrative spins towards elimination. If they can, surprise us, get a win here, then completely different story. But it's going to be a very difficult series for OG, especially with the whole turmoil of stand-ins and results so far.
Yeah, they need to step it up in this one. Sorry. They have a lot of, they still need to play against Entity, which is a series that they could take. This one, I would say, is the hardest one. And it feels like it's going to come down to their last series when they play against D1 Hustlers to see where they're actually going to stand right now. Sharing this 6th spot, 7th, whatever you want to call it, not in a good spot. And looking at the openings, Gaming Gladiators, Magnus, Void Spirit. I think these two heroes are paired up nicely because you do have like a save when Void Spirit goes in, when he goes ham, and something that Quinn does so well. And you also are a hero that benefits so much from the Empower. This hero, usually even without it, kills supports almost immediately off in a team fight once he gets like his first item, Echo Saber, Mantis Style, or Link's, whatever it is. It feels like he has enough damage to just slice through all the tankiness. With Empower, it should not be a problem at all.
All right, not instilling too much faith, Lacoste, for me in OG, but T, they had techies and they could, I don't know, I was going to say, pull out a hat trick, have a bit of a gotcha pick. Is that Slark it, T?
Yes and no. So yes, because if the Mags carry, then of course Slark being the rival carry, very slippery, very elusive. It's so hard to rely on your carry Magnus to hit that perfect RP to empower, right click him down. So I think if that's the matchup, then Slark can be pretty good. I guess overall it prevents Mag from being flexed too well, because if it goes to offlane, Slark of course will thrive there as well. So it is a pretty good pick. It's just Slark in first phase for me, it never feels like, damn, that was an incredible, it's like there's 3 picks left down the line to counter it. But for me, it's just a little bit weird. Like OG's ban, for example, like Silencer first phase ban, it's not a hero that Gaming's been kind of rushing towards in the first phase, nor any other team. So maybe there's like some bigger picture thing that OG's going to like unpack potentially in this draft, but
yeah, we might need to see it, because right now this Silencer pick is not like, wow, this hero is super good in the laning stage. Gaming Gladiators do also pick it later down the line as their 3rd, 4th pick, so we'll have to see what OG has been cooking pre-game to see like why does this ban make a lot of sense. Because against Slark, against Techies, maybe let's say they have Silencer plus Void Spirit, then you can initiate with Global. He can't Dark Pack that off. Void Spirit to jump in. But also, GG using that Silencer ban, one of the, I would say, better position 5 heroes against Void Spirit. If you're the one playing aggressive, getting the Global Silence off, pre-Manta, last word on top of him, you could punish this hero.
With some of the bans we're seeing out, obviously trying to limit BZM's middle hero pool. They're taking out Pango, taking out Ember, some very nice stock standard stable mid laners up against Void. But OG, again, some more interesting bans. The Bloodseeker and Pugna being taken out too.
Yep, Bloodseeker counters Slark in the hardest of ways, prevents his healing. So of course that's kind of like if Slark is like core, because we just saw support Slark, then the Bloodseeker needs to be banned out in that regard. And Pugner as well. I think with Gaimin's opening, you know this is going to be a formidable like 20-minute timing of some like Vanguard, Harpoon, Magnus, some Echo Saber plus maybe like Yasha on the way to Manta, Void Spirit. Like, you know these two are going to be so punchy that if you throw some Pugner, Oracle style hero behind that, it's like, oh god, we can barely kill them, lock them down. On top of that, they're like so sustainable. So I respect that. And Gaimin the last ban, it's like before they banned Storm here, they banned kind of the constant matchups to Void Spirit to take the fight toe for toe. But
yeah, the one that stands out to me the most is Timbersaw. I would say against Void Spirit, it does extremely well because you can't really kill him. He goes into Vanguard immediately, potentially a good pick for OG. There's no Bloodseeker in the game like Void Spirit. Okay, they might be prepping against it with this Disruptor. You have two heroes that are going to provide you with good vision, so you can get the good glimpse off. And one of the best, like we've seen in the previous game, that even though they didn't win, just like the thinking behind it, Disruptor against Slark always feels nice. Not sure if OG wants to toy too much with it. I feel like this Slark's just going to be position 1 in this game, especially because they're in a situation where they can't really risk it. Team Liquid, they already qualified to TI, so they might need to experiment a little bit more. They're more relaxed. OG battling it out to stay in Division 1.
Taking the time, thinking about what they want to do here. Again, most likely T going to be revealing if that Techies is the 4 or the 5. And do you think the mid lane is going to be the best core to reveal?
I feel like that's why Gaimin's bans are so annoying for OG, because Pango, Ember Storm, like these big kind of titans of mid lane in this patch, previous patches, you can casually pick them in this position, and it's like, whatever, you're not revealing anything. I'd argue that the Timbersaw that... Okay, they go back. Actually, back can still be support, but I think the Timbersaw that the Cost was mentioning still is pretty annoying, because it just like prevents the Void Spirit to farm confidently mid and kill. It now forces him to farm, okay mid, and then look for kills and be kind of a bit more desperate. I just like it when teams, especially against Gaimin, get a mid lane matchup where they force Quinn to like request the support rather than it naturally just kind of flowing towards them. Oh, they go for a tiny mid.
A bit more control, something that is tanky. This hero cannot be bursted by Void Spirit. You need to play around him to be able to get the kill on Tiny. Not sure if I like Tiny too much. I feel like this hero has been figured out. People do buy all these like tanky items early on, as much stats as you can, so you are survivable enough. And I feel a lot of the games you see Tiny, if he's ganked once or twice, his Blink Dagger timing is off, the hero just falls off so quickly, I would say.
Yeah, it's only won one game so far in DPC. It's played 3 times. It won with Quest on Noob. OG lost with it themselves, and then Quest played it again against D1 Hustlers and lost. So it isn't doing that great compared to, patches ago where it was this like incredible mid that would destroy every game no matter what. But when we're talking about like the mid lane matchups to avoid Spirit, when you think about the Pango Ember Storms and what they provide, Tiny is kind of like the tier below that right now in the patch. So I guess in regards to BZM, he's like, you know what, guys, it's maybe not the best hero, but at least it fixed the archetype of what Gaimin's banning out. Like, we need to be able to fight for those active runes, mirror the nature of Void on the map, and then try and go toe for toe. Because OG is very skirmishing with their heroes right now.
Maybe they thought we need a hero that doesn't rely on cooldown. Gaming Gladiators is a very aggressive team that takes early advantage. Like, you'll see them have 2k gold lead 8 minutes into the game, 15 minutes into the game, that's like 7, 8k. So with having Tiny, you don't rely on any cooldowns. You can keep fighting all the time. Longest cooldown you have so far is Lasso, which is not necessarily needed to take every single fight. Like, Batrider will join without even having it. So I think this mentality coming into a game when you play against Gaming Gladiators should work. I just don't think Tiny is that hero.
Man, Tiger's been just absolutely farming these Batrider MMRs. Jesus, he's like 6 wins, 1 loss. He's just, 3 MMR. But of course, it's very potent. But just seeing it in regards to his pro tracker, it's like, all right, cool. He has got like enough games under the belt to be just kind of equally OP on the hero like he is on other ones. Okay, what's Gaming? Oh, Gaming's still banning out the TA as well. They're thinking some shenanigans are afoot. That's the thing with OG right now. It's like, you look at all their heroes, even though they don't have ultimate last pick, Gaming have to be careful with their last 2 bans, because at any minute, it's like, Tiny can go to a different lane, Bat's there, Slark's, you know, it's like everything's kind of, even though you think you should know where it should go, there's still that room to be creative if they miss a ban. On the other side, OG's like, just get out the illusion carries that Slark's going to be terrible against. This feels like Slark has to be the carry with these bans.
Yeah, I feel like that is what they're leaning up towards, and most likely trying to get a big offlaner for themselves. Do you want someone that's going to be able to stand their ground, absorb a lot, or do you think that that's what the Tiny is going to build into, and the offlaner actually needs to do something else to cost?
I could feel them. I could see them picking up maybe something like a Darkseer, put this Batrider on a mid lane, and then have this Tiny played as position 4. Some hero that benefits from Ion Shell. Doom, of course, banned out Veno when you play against OG. Veno does create a lot of space, kind of destroys the matchup. The other hero that I see them picking up has been this Undying, but then again, you don't know the matchup yet, so you could counterpick to it. But I think the OG looked the strongest so far in the DPC when they were playing with this offlane Undying. Laning stage looked really, really good. It's just the hero can't do so much, I would say. You don't have like the real ganking potential. It's hard to stick onto a target.
Okay. So,
wow, okay.
So they go Abaddon, and it's like, it just really pushes the draft to want to go forwards, right? It's like, depending, again, I'm not even going to try and guess where the Abaddon is. Like, it could just be the off lane, and then back goes 4. That's my gut feel. And in that, it's like, you can just buy auras on this Abaddon, and you're hoping that the rest of your lanes go well, so the Abaddon kind of pushes them in to take the fight, to keep going. Because Gaming, it's like, Ench can do lots of damage with Impedus, Disruptor sets up, but like, this can all be mitigated. So, and also like, Magnus has to RP a Slark or an Abaddon. Like, it feels pretty uncomfortable trying to go into these two cores the entire game.
I think the whole reasoning is having these heroes like Wyvern against Magnus, having Abaddon against Magnus, where if you get RP'd, you can pop your ulti, pop the shell on someone else, pop that shield, remove RP pretty much from your team, from yourself. And Gaming Gladiators, they've done this, I'd say, good 2 times, maybe even 3 times, where you have this Magnus, you're like, oh, it's probably going to be played from the off lane. Beastmaster's still in the pull. Gaming Gladiators are like, haha, gotcha. Ace is going to be playing Beastmaster. He did like multiple times. He played like Beastmaster, I'd say 50 times in the last year or so. And every single time I watch him play, he's just so stable on the hero. Not the best like carry to carry matchup. You are playing Magnus into Slark.
10 seconds.
But maybe the thinking also is, well, you know what? This Abba, we don't care too much about him. We'll reposition someone with Harpoon. Abba will not be able to get the shield off anyway, because he's going to be so far away. Static Storm, Glimpse. You have Quinn jumping in. We'll have better vision provided from Beastmaster or from Enchantress. I think OG needed to think outside of the box for this first game. Maybe try a little bit of a Zeus on top of them to see like what's going to happen. You can try to experiment a bit more. I still favor Gaming Gladiators draft heavily because it's really just meta.
And T, do you feel OG might come to regret that Silencer ban and not taking out Beastmaster in the first phase, letting it go all the way through?
I think with gaming, it's like you always just, like Lacoste mentions, like when there's Mag in the pool and there's like a last pick, like go for it. It's happened twice already. They have lost with this combo where they do the switch up, but if anything, I think this is OG's best shot at beating gaming, just because you have this like Abaddon versus Mag matchup, Abaddon versus Beastmaster matchup, and it's just a lot of messiness. And OG looks best when they can just be chaotic, make the game feel uncomfortable, and do their own thing. I still think game is probably going to win, but like this is like the best shot they've got at beating them.
All right, best shot for OG. They thrive on the chaos. 2 more people that thrive on chaos are our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
That's right, Nat. Thank you so much. Chaos is indeed where we want to be. Look at us. Chaos.
That was my chaos.
That's very good.
Thanks.
Actually, it really wasn't. But that's fine. We're going to get right into the game, Trent. Can you freaking believe it? It's happening. I like this option of what the panel is saying. I think that OG does have some really cool like answers here. Slark and ABBA against Mag and Beastmaster sounds amazing. How are you going to get roars off? How are you going to get RPs off? It all feels bad.
Oh, yeah, you stun them, and then they're just not stunned. Well, I thought we just had a whole patch to address that, didn't we? And these heroes could just do it already? That's wild. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely what it's going to be coming down to. And of course, in order to try and counter that, I'm going to be looking towards Tofu. Static Storm, a spell that's very annoying for Slark and ABBA, of course, as like, you know, if you're going for like the manual borrowed time and then trying to get off that, get the Aphotic Shield, Disruptor looking to try and stop that from happening.
Oh, Flame Break taking level 1 for Taiga. Blood Grenade already thrown out as he tries to back away. EM threw the shield onto Taiga. We'll have another Flame Break back up in 10 seconds as this skirmish is starting up. And do they decide to use the Glimpse? It looks like they will. They throw the Aphotic Shield onto BZM, trying to keep him alive. Big jump in. Is it going to be enough damage, though? Quinn dropping low, but no. It's going to be Celery that takes down BZM first. So in all of that mess and a huge, big old sticky bomb coming in, it wasn't enough in the end.
Oh, and they're still trading a couple blows here as we make our way to the lanes here. Taiga used 2 Blood Grenades, I believe, in that engagement. So that's a bit rough. And he gets glimpsed back. Uh-oh. Body blocks. Oh, this is so good.
Not going for it. Wow. Okay. Great start for Gaming Gladiators, and they managed to find a D-ward on top of all of that. Celery takes that one away. So a really good start for them there.
Man, that is pricey. And there your bats come to land. I mean, at least he has stick on Taiga, so can try and duke it out a little bit up top, but I mean, you know, T pointed out on the panel, he's been playing this a lot in pubs, so clearly he's got a good feel for it, and I can definitely understand trying to go pretty all in on the First Blood. First off, getting First Blood on the bat would be incredible, but just being involved is nice, because it's a hero that wants to get some greedier items on the earlier end, obviously. You know, he's mostly a core in the history of Dota. Taiga might get a courier here. He caught his eye on this one. Very nicely done.
Yeah, just a little sneak up there, able to get it. You know, it's interesting as Duraccio is going to get pushed back a little bit here by Taiga. Sort of the, you know, low-cost blinding light is what you get with the Flame Break. It's kind of not quite as good, but still somewhat funny to play around with there. And yeah, I want to see how this lane goes, because we talked a lot about how strong this ABBA can be in the game. I don't have a great feel for what the new Abaddon in this patch looks like. Is he going to be getting like an Aghanim Shard kind of early? Is he going to be trying to get into like that Aghanim Scepter? All those things feel like it's a hero that can be strong in the late game.
Yeah, you have a lot of paths to go on this hero. Obviously, we had quite a bit of carry ABBA last year using the Manta builds and everything. We had some times where Radiance was really busted too. So, and then of course you would just be utility style, which is probably what we're kind of expecting here post Vanguard. But that's what we're gonna find out. I mean, plenty of people can just do you can do Radiance out of the off lane if the game starts out well enough, right? There's no reason why you can't. So you also have your Echo Saber builds into Halberd you can do. There's plenty of options here, and because you're a universal hero, you're looking for those items as much as you can, right? Mantas, Lincolns, all that is going to help your damage. That being said, he's laning versus Magnus, who's basically just like better than you at all of those things when it comes to using those items for damage. But of course, you know, this idea of the dispels and the countering is why he's going to be here with us in this game. So I'm really looking forward to see how DM does, because it's just not a very popular hero for us right now.
Yeah, fair enough. And see if he can get something done with it early. Taiga is going to get caught there. The ensnare creep catches him and pulls him under tower. So not anticipating Celery getting that one quickly. So a nice little pickup for Gaming Gladiators. They managed to find a kill on the Taiga.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it, when you have that camp open? It's like, well, we could pull, but there's an ench. So very nicely done. Very unusual to actually see us get kills with the hill troll that early, but they just have the perfect combination there with the large displacement of Skewer getting you into the tower, and not a whole lot you can do despite being a fairly high armored hero too on the bat. Still not able to survive, and now he's under a ward again as he rotates back up in there, so they're gonna know where he's coming from. There's even a zapper here if they wanted to grab that too for some extra nuisance here. So yeah, but I think we've talked about top literally this entire time. Of course, that's probably because Taiga's almost dead again here.
Blood Grenade, miss on the skewer, still chasing, and don't have another Shockwave. Impetus, bringing Taiga alone, immediately has to pop that salve. No more mana on that creep. But yeah, back towards mid, we can talk about that a little bit. Tiny face off against Void Spirit, very, very even so far. Nothing to write home about. And then on the other side of the map too as well, Beastmaster, Ace just doing what he's been very comfortable on this hero, is they're going to rotate over, and Tofu actually denying one of those water runes. But Ace has had the creep wave in a great spot, and Yuragi, he's not able to shut down Ace's farm at all.
No, and it's a late Ace Beastmaster. You know, he has moved on to some other heroes, more like, you know, more frightening for a lot of teams, of course, but Beastmaster always going to be excellent, especially in a way to enable this mag position 1. Try and get some bonus attack speed there to go with your big bonus damage. So he's going to be a very happy Magnetor. So there's another glimpse back here onto Chu.
Yeah, and very quickly, they're going to bring him down. 2 points in that Call of the Wild. And Ace able to find the finish onto Chu after the glimpse. So everything going pretty well for Gaming Gladiators. It's not a disaster by any stretch of the imagination for OG, but just a little bit stronger laning stage, it feels like right now for Gaming.
And I think what concerns me about that is what's going to happen at, 10 minutes, like when Quinn wants to make a rotation. Like, what's going to happen with the 8-minute power rune and the 10-minute power rune if Quinn gets them? I feel like the allies that he has are so much stronger in these instances. You'll have 6 on the Beastmaster probably by then. He'll have Aurora up. He can just rotate and get something done. Tiny, a lot harder to utilize early because he doesn't have that same mobility. He relies on purchasing into that Blink Dagger. He has a lot of items that he wants to buy in this game. And I feel like there's almost a pressure on DM to make some sort of defensive play, but Abba's also a pretty greedy hero as a core, so you really want to spend as much time in the lane as you can.
And even right now, as we're seeing BZM get forced back a bit by Quinn as he hits his level 6 first, even Abba, this sort of very tanky hero, is taking a ton of harassment up top from Duraccio, as well as the Enchantress. And now
Celery's
Taiga,
just stealing creeps.
Yeah, they're going to come on over and stop any action from happening. But this might still secure the 6-minute rune. DD! Oh, Taiga couldn't get there in time. So Quinn, that's a big rune for him to get.
And up top, a TP out here. Took a little while, but he's okay. Oh, it was back to the well. Never mind. It was not a well. But hey, that's pretty sick for DM, honestly. That's a lot of space.
Enough. Quinn, looks like Taiga's just wrapping to get the bounty rune instead. I don't think that there's much that they can do at all to this Void Spirit mid. And in fact, if Quinn wants to, he could maybe even get aggressive himself.
Yeah, Taiga needs to make sure he doesn't feed here, honestly. Again, you have decent armor as Bat, so you're not the squishiest hero, but he doesn't really have a whole lot to do. Doesn't have a lot of kill threat with an Abba. That's why he's running in and just grabbing bounties. I'm sure he probably wishes he maybe went for an aggressive Wisdom Rune, but there's no way he can get it. So he's just gonna stack Ancients and grab his Wisdom Rune. He's just doing the tasks on the checklist,
Okay.
They put a little board up in the team room and we're like, Tiger, could you just handle a couple of these things if you can't help in the lane because you're playing Bat? He's like, sure, guys.
Yeah. Sounded a little bit like Mickey Mouse there, I'm gonna be honest.
That's Taiga on the when he plays.
Yuragi, level 4. Again, they're diving up top now onto Celery. Taiga taking some more damage from these creeps. The skewer to the side. Taiga does manage to get a little bit of separation as Duraccio gonna be silenced. DM just farming underneath this tower, and there's not a ton that they can do to DM, while simultaneously Chu is going to get pulled back into the jaws here of the entire side of Gaming Gladiators. Tofu trying to find the finish with the Blood Grenade. Will be able to bring him down. DM forced to run away.
Wow. Yeah, and this is the problem is that, they couldn't kill him, but they were able to force out the ulti, which is why they turned back on him there too. They knew the Taiga was too low to really commit. And that also means that Taiga is too late to get to this rune, won't be able to deny it in time, and Quinn has got that 8-minute haste rune. So this is the disaster scenario. I said don't feed mid, Taiga. Don't meat fid. Don't meat fid. Wow. Don't feed mid. I must have said that the first time and he was confused.
They got it.
Yeah.
Quinn is ready and raring to go, and this is that 8-minute sort of moment that you're talking about. Gets a good rune to make the moves, and BZM's going to get a bottle refill, but they're taking away these stacks even. Yeah, very, very solid stuff. A D-ward coming out from Celery, everything is looking very strong from Gaming Gladiators right now.
Just taking that space away. And I imagine you'd love to kill Yuragi before he's 6, but that's a pretty tough rotation to make. They're giving him a little bit of isolated XP. He's jungling. They're even prepared for this right now. They brought everyone bottom for hopefully their free kill. They're going to do maybe a toss into bounce back. I'm not even sure. Or he just gets close enough. That works.
Nice bounce back. Able to get it. Stun comes out. Ace still very survivable. Helm of the Dominator does have 18 stick charges, but it won't be enough.
TP?
Nobody shows up until the very end. Quinn turns now onto Taiga, not able to get the kill though, and now the pounce connecting. Quinn should still be able to survive through this. They now turn, see if they can bring down Chu. But the toss, the connection, Quinn, he goes down, and Chewy's gonna survive through it. Oh my god, nobody showed up to help, and now Gaming Gladiators throw away a couple of huge kills on cores, and Tofu's gonna die also.
Yo, Yuragi gives the kill to BZM too. Recognizes how they need this blink. Like, that was such a gift. They run in there for an avalanche kill on the Beastmaster. Great choice. You know, that's one of your better options here. By ganking the offlaner, like, he relies on that tank ability, so he tries to play closer to the wave. It gives you an actual opportunity to gank as BZM without a blink dagger. But Quinn, unfortunately, spreads his damage way too thin. He just almost kills the supports, and there's nothing left in the tank to finish anybody off.
Big couple of moments there. I mean, you still have this looming threat, right? Enchantress creeps, which we saw there mid, almost take the tower down. Beastmaster going home with the Overlord eventually. And of course, Mag and the Beast Aura is just there to boost it up so much more quickly. So buildings will fall, but you find a little bit of life here for OG. Maybe good things can happen. As BZM gonna throw out the Avalanche, just trying to get away. He did not anticipate all those heroes being there. I'm not sure exactly what that was, but he's going to give up his life.
Yeah, just didn't respect the potential for the glimpse there as well, I think. Because they were all showing, I think.
Yeah.
And unfortunately didn't even get the deny. The worst part of all, of course. Well, with all his found space up top, DM is going for the Manta after the Vanguard. So if you guys aren't familiar with Core ABBA and you want to give it a shot, the Manta's great because it lets you proc your passive.
Ooh.
You get silences on people. Very cool. Taiga, very dead.
Not able to... he did actually get one of those creeps from the grave, interestingly enough. But yeah, you can see Gaming Gladiators putting a heavy emphasis on just shutting down this greedy draft from OG. They know, like you said, without a Blink Dagger, BZM can't do much right now, and they're punishing that over and over. Static Storm down. This is huge. It's at 1,700 gold. Wants to finish that Blink Dagger desperately, and it's just not happening. Gaming Gladiators getting the perfect punish right now onto OG.
And you see Quinn that was trying to hold that Astral Step because he wanted a turnaround chance. He don't have to burn it just to escape. Even though it's only like 28 second recharge, he's still like, yeah, that's fine.
Right.
I want to keep it as much as I can, but forced to burn it. But he does get the 12-minute rune as well, so Power Rune's going their way. Next big thing, of course, the 14-minute Wisdom Runes. Probably be something that you would want to set up for if possible as OG. That might be one way to try and like garner something back in this game, especially with Chu being a techies. You know, you go down bottom, you do the run along the right-hand side, get some mines down. Could be something to play for because you're not playing with BZM because he still needs a farm blink.
Right. Yeah, needs that time, needs some space for himself, and the rest of the heroes just not capable of doing all that much for themselves. You're also seeing Celery start to pull further ahead of these other supports. He's starting to catch up to BZM in terms of farm, and now trying to run down Taiga. Taiga turns his sights onto Celery. Avalanche connects from pretty far away. The toss is there, and able to create some separation by getting to the high ground. So they don't lose any heroes on OG.
Got 1,000 HP on this Ench. Got 2 blood grenades to help out. Got some drums. Not looking too concerned right now.
Heat up more blood grenades too. It's funny.
Send them out.
Yeah. Well, 13 minutes approaching those wisdom runes like you're talking about. Does not look like anybody from OG is going to be able to go and contest the Gaming Gladiators one, but they should be able to secure their own, barring some type of catastrophe. But God, 8k gold all of a sudden. Like, the way that Gaming Gladiators is just pressing OG into their side of the map and taking away the farm, it's really impressive.
Yeah, Taiga's trying to get something back by just stealing these camps away from where Duracchio's been farming nonstop. Which is great. I mean, as a support hero, being able to do this is solid. It gets him to level 6 as well, so he's got this lasso. Unfortunately, support bat, the lasso, kind of tough to use, but not when you have Tumbler's Toy.
Right.
Hey-o.
Oh my god, look at this. Look at this.
There's
look at this
no way.
centaur. This centaur.
No, he got it. Bounce back easy.
Oh, he wanted it.
It's too good.
Dude, I want to steal that, though. If you're any Ench players out there, go sneak away the wisdom runes. You can just deny them.
Under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has
Well, they secured their own on the other side as well, so evens. But the tower falls to Quinn in the bottom lane, who has his Echo Saber and his 1,000 gold already towards his Yasha, on top of the Band of Elf skin, too. So Yasha coming out here pretty soon. A couple hundred gold to go. How is Yuragi doing? 0-0-2, so props to not dying, despite being a pretty heavily pressured game so far. He does have the Echo, and he looks like he's heading in towards the old Shadow Blade next.
Finding heroes,
some
though.
moves.
This is big.
The,
If they can connect with him with the BZM Blink, this would be big. Avalanche connects. Toss. Tofu! He gets the Static Storm down, and Quinn there for the turn.
Oh, wait,
Yuragi now turns his sights, able to get him. Roar now onto Taiga. This actually looks okay for OG. After a bad start to the initiation, they still get Quinn and BZM looking for a toss-back target, but there's nobody there.
They're fighting the Helm Creep.
Oh, no. They got
Guys,
that Helm Creep, though.
More. Actually,
that
might be worth more than Tofu.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, if you don't kill it right away, there's a chance he grabs the ancient creeps that he was running to first, so you don't get that bounty, so you only get the kill bounty. You don't get both. It's kind of even at that point. Take the free gold.
Looking again, though. And finding BZM onto Ench. Tries to get him. RP is there. Celery still surviving. Getting away from all of them, but they might end up losing. Duracchio slowed down the Diffusal Blade. Excuse me, not even the Diffusal Blade, just the slow from the Echo Saber. That's enough to get the kill. Now they toss him out! Oh, BZM wanted both! He gets greedy, he doesn't get either! Tofu is going to go down, but the big play was they saved Ench, let Duracchio get away, and now Quinn comes in. Can they punish him at least? Can they get one of these kills? All right, they bring back Ench. She went back in. She got greedy. BZM comes in for Duracchio. Can't quite get us the fish. But what an insane series of events. In the end, they get her.
I missed the toss because I had to look at the combat log. She lived with 1 HP after a blood grenade on the edge. So I was like, that was so low. And that close to surviving. Honestly, I'm down with BZM getting greedy, though, because that's how you have to get back in this game. I'm sure they can feel that, like, I mean, they probably don't know they're this far behind because it doesn't seem that bad, but they're pretty far behind. So it is when you got to get a little bit nuts, though, when you get this Blink Dagger up on the Tiny. But it feels like he's doing so much, and it still isn't able to bring them back in, right? And this is sort of the problem that I typically have with the core Tinies these days, is that you got to go crazy and keep going crazy the whole time.
It feels to me like this has to be a Yuragi game. He's got to do everything here. And you see him giving away gold now. BZM takes one of those creeps there, but it's really feeling like Yuragi has to have a standout performance and not get caught by Tofu.
Yeah, there's a fight coming here, but oh yeah, that's bad.
Yuragi able to get the Dark Pact off, backs away, still chasing, looking, wanting that glimpse. Tofu,
he tried to
get
ward.
down vision, but Shadow Blade gets away.
That was close.
So able to dodge that pesky glimpse.
You're talking about how it has to be a Yuragi game, but like, look at his items of what he has to buy. He feels like he needs Shadow Blade to get around. And to be fair, it did just save him from Disruptor. So good Shadow Blade purchase. Next, he needs to buy BKB versus RP and Roar. That feels terrible, honestly.
Yeah. No, all these things, it's definitely rough. RP comes out and nobody to take it off, but Duracchio stepping away. Do they have enough damage? Not quite there. The sticky bomb, but the Glimmer Cape and Celery gets him out. Wow. Another time just living on nothing. This Bracer, the most value purchase for Magnus.
And now Yuragi immediately goes top, though. He wants to try and catch Tofu on the way out. Sentry down.
Gets him there. Static Storm already out. Taunted, killed.
Swoops.
Goes down. And, well, finding more. Taiga just gets walloped. So they will lose their Slark now in Gaming Gladiators. Starting to pull together, group up, take tower.
he got absolutely walloped running in there on that Slark.
Middle tower has
Oh
fallen.
yeah.
Radiant's top tower.
Why needs BKB, I guess.
Well, a lot of it was just right clicks. He got hit for
Yeah.
like 900 by Beastmaster. He just punched him between him and the creep.
With that, into Roche they will go, claiming another objective. Can see very much a type of game where this Void Spirit has been enabled so much. Mag Void Spirit's still a very good combo. How much does this
Shocking.
Manta survive things for? How much does that change stuff for the ABBA right now, do you think?
There's an ab on this game?
Yeah, I know. It's, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see. I feel like he hasn't really had an opportunity to do a whole lot this game. Did it do anything?
Oh, man. TP's out. Oh, he missed the Remnant, but the Glimpse is there. All right, DM still going to go down as they fully surround him. Had to run back into that Remnant to get away, and somebody else has a Manta, and that is Quinn.
He does indeed.
Chew.
And now Ace is going to run into Chew, level 8 techies. He's going to, well, eat him right up.
He's double his levels.
That's not good.
Oh my god. BZM wanting to escape. It's not going to happen here. I don't believe Invis Rune. There you got him. Goodness gracious. Yeah, Gaming Gladiators have really turned up the tempo.
Yeah, we're going to have to institute a mercy rule here pretty soon. They don't have the best comeback options either. Typically, it would be like Bat Rider. You can always think like, oh, maybe like make a lasso play or something. But it is, of course, a support bat here as Draccio and Yuragi are hanging out down here, just saying hi. Couple smacks here, a little stun, big RP.
Oh.
I'm still not worried for Draccio, though.
Oh my god. Yeah, Draccio goes down. All right, help came too late, and they're able to make it work. I mean, that's a huge kill. Yuragi getting that gold. So a little bit too cavalier with the movements on the side of Gaming Gladiators, although Taiga, he is going to be punished and brought down after.
Pretty good example of the best spots to find these pickoffs in a comeback situation. Like right there next to your own outpost there that you can TP to. Pretty convenient for the Radiant teams. Took them longer to get over there to the Dire side. There's no early boots of travel right now on the Dire, so no one could just like immediately be there despite like how badly they're snowballing right now. So that was great. That was a great pickoff. I definitely thought he was going to be able to tank through more of that with 3k HP, but the techies was a little absurd. He did like, I don't know, he did a crazy amount of damage. It was like 1300 or something, despite being level 10.
Yeah. Definitely enabled that gank in a way that not many other heroes would have been able to. Even with that really low levels on the techies, just level 1 in the proximity mines, it still helps so much for your damage amplification coming in. Tofu, though, he's going to find himself a tasty little target. It's going to be BZM, the Tiny, brought down as he tries to finish off Echo Saber. We'll have it done. Also, that DD rune going to be denied. Taiga should be able to clean this one up, though, so he gets that taken away from Gaming Gladiators at least. But it is looking very good for Gaming. I mean, this is a Reaver done on Draccio, and they're hitting high ground.
Yeah, Quinn also started pressuring GM down bottom, kind of forced them back up into the high ground, and that's what got them here to force out this glyph. So first glyph popped here in terms of the tier 3s. We'll get another if they pop this, but DM, ooh, we're gonna have to ulti.
Oh my god. Yeah, and they just stop hitting him, and he is stuck here. Tofu, glimpse, pulls back DM, Aphotic Shield, gone. Dead for 40 seconds. I don't think Gaming Gladiators are leaving. That is another glyph used to try and salvage the melee racks, maybe, but I don't know. I mean, this is maybe going to be multiple racks if they want to keep the pressure going. If they want
the long swing to top, though.
That's true. Diraccio's like, guys, we're just staying. We're not going. Jump. Quinn can't quite get it. So they will eventually back out, as there is no creep wave mid yet.
Dude, he has 3,500 HP with Satanic on this Magnus right now. Also, it's about to be 25 minutes, and he still has a Bracer and a Wraithband. So that's kind of nasty.
Oh, jeez. He's been keeping the Vambrates on Agi this whole time, pretty much, just for the attack speed. Okay, OG, they know they got to get something done. Yuragi, he has BKB completed after disassembling Echo.
Blink on bat.
He's not going to get this Diffusal Blade in time. Can't quite get the lasso onto Celery, but Yuragi turns onto Ace. Can't do anything. Quinn jumps in, brings Yuragi down by about a quarter of his health. Now the turn onto Quinn. Big jump onto Ace, slowing him down, but the RP comes out in time. DM tries to salvage it. The leash is there, but Quinn dissimulate, back away. OG just don't have anything. There is nothing left in the tank at this point. Yuragi trying to build up stacks desperately, but the roar is going to be there. They just wait for the Dark Pack to wear off, and OG, they are going to lose 4 most likely. DM manages to get the TP out. But this is buildings going down. This is everything going down. Gaming Gladiators too strong.
Trying to see if they can hit the 24K lead here at 24 minutes. After wiping out this lane, it's going to be close. Absolute destruction here. Pretty much the entire way, really, from Gaming Gladiators. The only hope they had was when they missed that kill attempt down bottom with the haste rune at 8 minutes and turned it around a little bit, managed to kill Quinn. Blink Dagger eventually comes out on BZM. If they can just keep that ball rolling with the Blink, maybe they have a shot this game, but GG were just like way too on top of it. And the fact they didn't really have an actionable offlaner, like they just had someone who was passively farming while their Sark was also passively farming. It just meant that it was really hard to do much of that early part of the game.
They tried to do some type of toss-back play, but it won't happen in time. And Mega creeps at 25 minutes. Yuragi, he'll get to use his BKB to get off the Dark Pack, but eventually he will come out of the shadows, will be revealed, and, well, Roar is already there for BZM. Connection, the impetus shots coming from Celery. DM will get his ulti procced. Okay, Ace backs away, but Duraccio, he found the kill on Taiga. Ended up going down regardless as he was hunting the backlines, and Gaming Gladiators, they will not be denied. Chu in trouble. They're saving the glimpse even, and GG is called. Gaming Gladiators still top dogs here.
Yeah, I mean, I do think this draft was looking pretty tough for OG. I can see how they want to play something pretty quick and try and run this down, but man, there's like the heroes that you look at on Game Gladiators, these are just some pretty classic ones at this point. Of course, the Celery not playing on the Ench too much at the start of the season. They're trying a lot of like the more newer stuff, a lot of Bounty Hunter, but the Ench is definitely the go-to whenever I expect them to have some serious success, and you can see why. Made so many great plays in the early game. Helped a bit with that laning stage with the Mag too. Made it a real threat even versus someone like an Abba. So no good lanes for OG, nothing to play off of. Everything on the back of a BZM Tiny. And he's a great player, but I think Tiny is just such a hard hero to make work right now.
No, it's true. It's very, very difficult. Did not work out in this game at all. And, you know, you start the draft with Mag, Void Spirit. You end the draft with Enchantress, Beastmaster. That's just some good drafting right there. I will see if OG can pull it together for game number 2, though, as we head on back to the panel.
It was an incredibly difficult game for OG, and Lucas, something that sticks out to me that you said during the draft was very prevalent, that Tiny is just figured out. It doesn't really matter what position you put it on. People know how to deal with it now.
Yeah, definitely feels like. I think also Gaming Gladiators understanding that if they manage to get the kill, this is how it all started. Right now you see him sitting on 1,700 gold. They kill him 2 times. They killed him 1 time before this one. He was only 200 gold short for the Blink Dagger, and then they kind of ruined his game pretty much. Until that point, he was having a good time. You know, 10 minutes into the game, second, third most fun hero in the game. They understand where the threat could come from. And Tiny, like, he uses his combo, and that's about it. Then he needs to wait for his combos to reset. I can understand, again, why lower cooldown. I was really not feeling this Abba pick. I also don't know what you build on offlane Abba, because this was Vanguard into Manta style. Sure, you don't die when you have Vanguard. Manta style to silence people much faster, which did kind of get them a couple of kills, especially the one on Quinn. This silence surprises you, catches you off guard, but I don't know if that's the build. I feel like maybe there could be something different.
Yeah, but potentially, maybe they thought lanes were going to go better for themselves, T, but with the pressure coming out from Gaming Gladiators, there really wasn't too much space for OG left in this game after say 15 minutes, kind of.
You wanted to say 5.
Yeah.
Bit generous here, you know?
It's like, I feel for OG, you can see the difference between them and GG just in how they rotate earlier on the map. You got OG, they bring in a lot of numbers to engagements that don't really progress the map, or at least progress the game to feel like you're gonna enter the mid game with confidence. Whereas gaming, sure, there's like this Quinn def bottom, but it's like Celery walks to mid lane with Ench and some troll creep to take tower. And it's like the supports are making these decisive moves which break the game. Whilst on the other side, it's like OG's like, I'm just seeing like people going bottom, things are happening top, you're kind of chasing this, like playing behind this Abaddon. It's like nothing's really happening that feels great for your game. And then you've got like, unfortunately for DM, like he's playing Abaddon, some universal hero. He's trying to like utilize the universal aspect with this Manta, but then it's like, okay, you have no control, you have no real damage because you're not really A-clicking anyone. Meanwhile, gaming, it's like, all right, sure, whatever. We just AFK farm every single lane, and all 3 of their cores are just top net worth. And the scoreline that we just saw there reflects it. Like there's no crazy deaths from gaming. Everyone just hit creeps. When they're ready to end the game, they group up together. They go, whoop, okay, thank you, off we go. You know,
There are so many cool small plays that they do throughout the game. He mentioned this troll creep on a mid lane while someone's making a rotation. Tower almost dies. Then you'll have Celery using Centaur creep to try to deny enemy from their Wisdom rune. You'll also have like Quinn getting a kill, going into enemy triangle, picking up Empower from Dyrachyo, and then stealing their stacks. They're just so efficient at so many things, and this is why they're the best team in the world right now.
Yeah, everything else about the fundamentals of Dota is so inbuilt for them that they can start focusing on those small things, like toying with them over at the Wisdom Rune. But an MVP, I feel like, is going to be a bit of a tough one to pick. But Lacoste, I'm going to give you that duty, that honor.
I'll go with Celery. I think he saved like that one fight that you relieved T Governor, or do you disagree?
I was just tired of hearing gaming gladiator cores getting MVP. You know?
No. Celery.
Like, it was either Tofu or Celery, and I'm a happy man. But anyway, proceed, please. Take it away.
Because that one fight where he survived for a long time, then gets like further away to the tower, gets tossed. Tiny thinks BZM's like, I'm gonna get that double kill. Doesn't get it in the end. And itemization wise, choosing the right neutral items as well. Second item, Pupil's Gift, makes this hero super tanky. Drums Glimmer, and then proceeds to deal damage with Hurricane Pike. Like, definitely his best hero. He's definitely out there amongst like the greatest Enchantress players, because this hero has been pretty stable for him for a long period of time now.
Yeah, I always love it when we see an Enchantress. I know that Celery personally is going to have a very fun game. He's going to pop off and practically become a fourth core over there. I do want to compare the support duos a little bit, T. Obviously, it is Comfort's much easier, and we see the success of the Celery Tofu heroes. But how tough is it when you're playing from behind to have a support duo like Techies and Batrider?
It does feel very uncomfortable because like Techies is a hero which is about accelerating the laning phase through kills and then kind of stabilizing the game with like a lot of proximity mines down, getting that vision, and it's like, okay, boom, the mine's there, now we know where to fight. And when you're behind, you're not utilizing that vision aspect, you're not utilizing kind of the jump, you're kind of playing on taser and just hoping to get that one opportunity. And same thing for Batrider, he always likes to be sweeping through the map looking for his next pick off or how to be annoying. So these supports from behind, they feel really rough, and unfortunately laning phase, I think specifically Chew on the Techies, and Gaiman just kind of dismantled that lane. It's like this Techies, he shows, he dies, he comes back, it's just already under threat, he's dying on the tower. Yeah, Gaiman's offlane duo is very potent at finding these kills.
Yeah, well, look, it's not all over for OG just yet. They are always... Well, here you go. Here's a comparison of what we saw, what's placed, what's destroyed, and then that kill participation. So, obviously taken with a grain of salt, Lacoste, the kill participation as to the number of kills they got.
Yeah, he was like, as T said, he was doing some other stuff on the map, pushing when needed, but also being involved in the kills. And it also comes down to how many kills they had. On OG, they had 10 kills. On the other side, you had 26. So can't really, like, the percentage is going to be lower, especially if you get killed. But Celery did the job. Like, when you just look at the sheer numbers, you're like, okay, like, X number is higher than the other number. He must have done better in the game.
No, go with that. Actually, let's give Chew the MVP. Run it back.
Honor honorable mention. Honorable mention, T. We can get that one for you. But hopefully it's a little bit of a spirit booster. They might need it because it's not all over for OG. That was only game 1, and we do have game 2 coming up after this break.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back. We will have game 2 between OG and Gaming Gladiators on our screen very soon. And Teacup, the biggest question I have for this game 2 draft is, silence a first phase ban again?
I mean, never again.
Never.
I look at Gaming's like previous drafts, right? And the last time they played Silencer in this DPC, they lost to Secret. The time before that, they beat Quest. And both of these times, Silencer was a second phase pick. Like, I would love to understand the reasoning behind it, but Gaming have never first phased it in this current tour. It's not as if it's been a prevalent hero. Like, unless they had some like incredible perfect draft where Silencer would have really broken them. But this draft didn't. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, if they ban Silencer again, it's a league. I think if I see Silencer right now, I'm just gonna mute and yeah, I can't. Ban Mag or something.
It's pretty similar to what beta testers think about Silencer. They think it's super OP hero. It steals their int. They can't cast their spells. The hero nerfed literally 15 patches in a row. There's some kind of a nerf to the hero. Hero's still in an okay spot, I would say, but definitely not a first phase hero. I would compare it to heroes like, I don't know, Crystal Maiden, where you don't go, wow, this hero in the first phase,
Yeah,
whew,
exactly.
sheesh, like, whew, we can't really deal with it.
Yeah, not going to be breaking anything open too much, but when we think about,
There
there's
we go. Nice. That's
much
an opening ban set. Yeah.
nice adjustment. Because I was going to say, when we think about it, 8 heroes are potentially going to be banned in this first phase. Is like the Medusa, the Doom, Benno, Magnus, Techies is on the board.
Yep.
There it is.
You know what would have been
what
hype,
else?
by the way? You know what would have been absolutely hype from OG?
If they just had pick silencer.
There we go.
Yeah.
For no reason. Just first phase picked it.
Yeah. Look, it might still happen. They might do a Techies silencer opening. Hopefully not. But Techies for OG most likely going to go back onto Tube. But Gaming Gladiators opening here of a Bloodseeker Batrider Lacoste. Batrider's still very, very flexible in where it can go.
Yeah, the more I see it, the more I like this position for Batrider. Previous game, I don't think, shows the clear picture of what hero can do. I think we can run it back and see Saksa, when he played Batrider, it looked really good in his hands. It's still a flexible hero. You also have like extra damage, any displacement tool with Rupture, always going to feel nice. And Bloodseeker first phase, I don't know if other teams are going to start picking up on this, because it does feel super strong. And OG, they feel like they need to do something different. Like Storm pick into immediate puck ban. Like there was not a single second wasted.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be... You have to protect the Storm, because even though you do Bloodseeker Bat, of course, we've seen it plenty of times, the flexibility. I'd love to actually see the Bloodseeker just try and mirror where the Techies is. Because if you can prevent Techies from bullying down his lane, then suddenly he feels a little bit more lost, because it's not like he's got 2-3 kills to his name, maybe a couple of assists. And now suddenly he's TPing around the map, also creating havoc. So I think if Gaming can set up the lanes where Bloodseeker just mirrors that, you've dismantled that. Of course, Storm pick. If it's going into Batrider, you feel pretty good because you don't really die. It's a classic matchup. So that's why they're banning out Puck, because they're expecting Bat maybe to shift into a support role and then Quinn get pick of the litter on his anti-Storm heroes.
Yeah, pretty much. Gaming Gladiators, they want to secure lane for Duraccio. I don't think Ace wants to be playing Bloodseeker. I definitely feel this is like... I don't
think we want to see Ace playing Bloodseeker.
No, he plays like different style of the heroes, but maybe Undying. I mentioned it in the previous one. This is something that Bloodseeker doesn't really like to play into. Undying Techies could be super strong lane if they run this position for Techies. It's a lot of harassment. Not sure if Bloodseeker can sustain through it. But banning out Silencer. Now, this time it makes more sense, considering that they picked Storm Spirit, so I'm kind of okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with this ban. It's not too jarring. Maybe they just forgot what phase they were in when they're banning. Oh, wait, it's first phase. Whoopsie. Ah, well. We'll just go with the drafts, guys. Don't worry. It's all good. It happens. Rarely.
It does.
Alright, what's Gaming? Gaming currently respecting DM, some offlaners. I think Enigma, of course, was okay just because of the DM factor. Maybe some Underlord or something, because then you have the global potential of Storm plus the gate of the Underlord.
Yeah. This is also a good ban. Monkey King, one of the heroes that, even though you have Lasso Flamebreak to push him out of his Wukongs, one of the heroes that can't stand his ground and just fight against Monkey King, maybe get the Wukongs off. And also, the way they played on OG, like Yuragi, there was one game, I think their previous series that they played, insanely good Monkey King performance. They still lost it, but he played amazingly. He was involved in like 10, 11 kills, 12, 13 minutes into the game. Very aggressive. These are the type of heroes that OG needs to pick. No cooldowns, so they can run it. Gaming Gladiators, there was one time in the previous game they felt like strong when they grouped up together, but then like the execution was just not there. A little bit of lack of damage coming out from this mid-tiny that I most likely didn't like. I think you guys also agreed on it, but yeah, just don't pick long cooldowns. I feel like this is how you need to play against Gaming Gladiators.
It's interesting that you say that, because in my mind, I was like, oh, it would be kind of cool if OG went something that was really heavy on bringing the team fight together, and Faceless Void has been having more and more success, and we saw it played into the Bloodseeker and do well. But then it would be that thing that you don't want of them playing around.
One is fine. Like I don't mean just like pick every single hero that doesn't have long cooldown. I don't want to see Batrider position 4 with some Enigma, with Faceless Void, Tidehunter, these type of heroes.
Okay, yeah. That would be a bit painful then.
There's still one really good hero left in the pool that I extremely like, Bloodseeker Lich. I don't know why I like it so much. I don't know if you guys are on the same page. It feels like it destroys the laning stage. Plus, also, it scales well. Lich does provide you with so much team fight.
It's a good lane because it also deals with Vanguard heroes to some degree. Just because you have pure damage, magic damage, and also the slows to then be able to click through the additional hits needed for a Vanguard. So, yeah, I think it's just got some very good counters to current items and a little Skyroth Mage to open up the next phase. Very cool. It's a storm counter, of course. He zippity zaps in. He's going to get silenced by an Ancient Seal, and then now you're out of position. You need to itemize defensively. Always hurts when you're a Storm Spirit. Most mid laners want to go for the big damage items and forget about this.
And you don't want to be buying like second item BKB on Storm Spirit. But then again, there's Rupture, not the most ideal Rupture target. If you're out of mana, you're going to die. Lasso as well. So it definitely feels like Storm will need a lot of defensive items. I guess that's why they decided to go with a little bit more team fight and a hero that can protect this hero. So you get initiated on, you get silence, big Ravage coming out.
Gaiman Gladiators turn to
Okay.
Okay. With the Oracle, is this more of a Tiger specialty and we'll be seeing him play it, or we feel that it falls more into the role of Chu T?
It's got to be a Tiger. I feel like when you want... Okay, this sounds like it's about to be a Chu Flame, but it's not. But when you want really good positioning and like defensive spell usage from an Oracle, I want to see it from Tiger. And also, this hero can actually pump out a lot of damage in the right games with your Fortune's End and Edict. So, yeah, I think this is kind of the perfect hybrid hero that Tiger can pop off in some scenarios. And it's good old, just another voice for it, boys. That's all we're going to get.
As expected, after seeing a couple of games of this hero, the hero feels insane. Universal core hero, other than Windranger, feels really nice to play. Scaling, like... They also needed a hero that can jump into backlines, find this Oracle, and a Void Spirit's exactly that hero. Later, you will pick up like a Nullifier. The hero can't really protect himself. 2 jumps dead. So let's see if OG thinks that Skyrot plus Bat will be their 4 and 5. I think Skyrot Mage can work out as position 5. I've seen it in China. I think it was QYQX who played it. He was like involved in 95% of the kills or something.
Yeah, I think Bat's probably the 5 in this scenario.
Yeah.
When I look towards a couple Celery games he's played recently, he played a Batrider 5 game with Gorg playing Bloodseeker. So he's actually played this specific lane with an infamous carry player in the pub scene. They did lose that game, unfortunately, but he's got the experience under his belt. He knows what he's going to have to do again to fix up that lane.
Looking at bands coming out now, Faceless Void off the table, Gaming Gladiators don't want to deal with it, Beastmaster, very nice band from OG, you don't want that one getting let through, but yeah, it does still leave a lot of other ace heroes still in the pool in my eyes, I think. I don't know how Underlord really goes with the whole Gaming Gladiators lineup, but he's one I kind of look at a lot.
Yeah, I was mentioning Underlord in the previous phase, and my god, would I love to see it. It's like Oracle Techies, you'll never kill him. When you think of Tide, it's like you're not killing an Underlord, and then also the Firestorm of Underlord can actually help you kill the Tide. The Root from on top of the Storm. So it's like an Ancient Seal, then you put the Root on top. It's like enough soft control pre-BKB to be a nuisance. So yeah, I think Underlord would kind of complete Gaming's lineup really nicely.
There's still Naga in the pool potentially for OG. You would have like... These heroes don't deal well with Delusions. Sure, Bloodseeker like builds into Mjolnir later down the line. You have Save coming out from Oracle, but can't really push out the waves with Batrider position 4. Skyrot Mage, they don't deal well. with these illusion-based heroes. Wow.
I mean, OG
Interesting
needs...
ban.
It's interesting, but it's like a carry that can at least be aggressive in lane. Because right now, I think OG, if they go for a greedier carry that's AFK farm, Tide will then farm, maybe progress them up a little bit. Storm will look for pickoffs. It's going to be very disjointed. Like, they do need a carry that can buy like half an item, and poke his head into a fight and go, yeah, I'm here, but still kind of farming behind. So the Voids, the Jugs, the Monkey Kings, all these heroes kind of fit that bill.
What about some like Alchemist Sven type of a hero? I feel like what you just said, it fits the profile where you can get, I don't know, like 1-2 items and start fighting. Sven needs like 2 items, but comes online faster than some of these carries. And if you want to like, if you think you can survive the laning stage long enough, okay, never mind. I mean, it's an illusion-based hero that we did mention.
Isn't this just Underlord? Like, it's just very good in lane. It'll back up the Sky to then take the fight. Maybe there's another ace hero that I'm missing, but as long as Gaming pick a offlaner that can pressure Terrorblade and force him to look towards the jungle as early as possible, that's when the rest of Gaming look to utilize that space. Void Spirit can poke his head in. You can smoke the Void in the Sky and then get kills. You can punish the positioning of this Oracle. So as long as I see Gaming with an aggressive style of offlane pick, then I'll probably be leaning Gaming a little bit here. Oh no.
I don't have time to think about it. The only other one that comes to mind that like Aces play at least is Tour that they've favored, but just doesn't really work with this lineup is the Doxia.
Yeah, so it's a weird hero for that. It's like it'd be pretty cool for the game, and they just got Underlord. Yeah, it just
so much sense.
It just fits the bill.
Yeah, I was going
like, go on, off you go.
Through the hero list. It didn't seem like there's a better option than the one that you mentioned. Like, and seems like the rest of Gaming Gladiators are having a lot of fun. We can see some smiles on the screen. Ace is going to be playing his signature Underlord. There isn't that like one hero that Tidehunter is afraid of in terms of like, I don't know, Chronosphere, Black Hole, Getting Broken, Static Storm. They don't have that hero yet, so they might need to play around it. And this time OG, like they can push out the waves with Terrorblade, so that's a good thing. The question is, can they buy enough time? Tidehunter, as a hero, is relatively slow. Coming into the game, he's not really active. So now you'll have BZM on the Storm Spirit that needs to do a lot of heavy lifting in this game, I would say, because Terrorblade also wants to farm. He doesn't want to join some of these early fights. Might join slightly earlier because he does have Oracle in the team. But yeah, not an easy game for Storm Spirit by any means. You are playing into Pit of Malice, Skyrat Mage. These two heroes are extremely good at countering you.
Very quickly, the Lacoste Pos 5 bat. You're a big Pos 4 fan, but what about Pos 5 bat rider?
Yet to see it in action. But yeah, they wanted to give more farm priority to Tofu on Skyrat to get the items and like so he can keep the distance and get the silence on the Storm Spirit. I like it.
Yep. And T, you called that last pick Underlord there. You're all in Gaming Gladiators, then I'm going to assume.
Yeah, I just think Underlord will give Tofu a free time to make all these cool plays, and then you'll suddenly have Sky dual laning on the Storm mid, just getting maybe a kill, maybe just a lot of pressure, and that'll just disjoint Terrorblade jungling, Tide jungling, Storm kind of awkwardly hammering the jungle. So I'm worried that OG aren't going to be able to survive into this like late game scenario where they can maybe pop off with their heroes. So yeah, I do unfortunately think it's going to be a 2-0.
All right, well, we'll see if this 2-0 is going to happen, if we're going to be put back on track in the time schedule as we head on into it with Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you again, Nat. You know, Trent, there used to be this metric that I would have of, is Void Spirit good or not? And it was always, is Quinn playing it? Because for a long time, I felt like this guy is just the best on this hero in the world. I'm pretty sure Quinn might be the best Void Spirit in the world. And he's still playing it, and they're still giving it to him. I don't know. It seems crazy to me. And on top of that, now they also have like this matchup where they're going to have Skywrath running mid. I really like the Gaming Gladiators draft.
Until Tron Tokyo brings out the position 5 Void Spirit.
Oh, okay.
You know, when he comes back. That's pretty much his only competition, really, for a while there. Yeah, he has really taken to this hero, and it's a good time to do it because it feels like the best one in the world of Universal Heroes, Universal Studios, you know, that's us, because all we talk about is Universal Heroes all the time.
That's an actual place, though, you know?
Yeah, I know. We're taking the name, and I think that they won't mind the copyright infringement because they also agree the Universal Heroes are very OP. And they're like, you know what?
Fair.
True. So it's fine.
Damn,
I think the exact same thing is going to happen as what happened last game. I see a passive carry. I see a passive offlaner. I see a mid that needs a little bit to get started. I think that this whole game is just on Taiga and Chu to play around BZM in the start. Sure, he doesn't need a Blink Dagger, but he doesn't have a mana battery. And I feel like he has to do a whole heck of a lot this game.
Fair. It's going to be a tough one for him. But if they can get it done, if they can make those moves, could be some solid stuff. As tips galore all around. Taiga going to start heading down towards bottom and then probably rotate through that twin gate. Or are they going to try lane to start? Ooh, that's an interesting idea.
Do a little bit of bullying, you know? Try and get themselves something to begin with. This game, if I had to choose the most important thing in the first 10 minutes, it's probably going to be controlling the runes, because it's a Void Spirit versus a Storm Spirit. And Storm Spirit needs to do well for things to happen, I feel like. Yeah, this is
Tofu, my man, where you going? Oh my god,
the bait!
How do they keep getting away with this? I mean, all right, to be fair, that still messes up Tofu's lane a lot, but super annoying stuff.
You gotta commit, you know?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's painful. At the very least, Taiga did get back in time to just barely block the camp of the sentry. That was kind of cool. So no pull available there for the top lane here. Bat versus Tide. The 5 Bat. Very interesting here. Already has the full wand, though, for DM. So very helpful thing to have. Does get caught in that blood right, though. And pure damage. 120 pure damage, level 1 for 90 mana. In case you're wondering, no, that's not balanced. It is still insane.
To be fair, you have a lot of time to walk out of it, although DM, he's not going to be able to. And the Flame Break pushback immediately takes off that DOT with the Fortune's End. So a nice way to keep himself alive and wonderful. Although Dyrachyo and Celery, they might punish as they're under tower now, chasing Taiga, looking for the kill, and they are going to... Does he get away on nothing? Can't escape. So Gaming Gladiators will take some damage as they are under this tower here, but get the kill. First blood.
Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you. It's not right. The spell is not right, level 1. Please. Ooh. It's been this way for so long. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, though, they get a trade, and it's favorable for OG, because Underlord goes down at the cost of Chu, but the Underlord did die first. So, solid stuff there for the techies, as well as Yuragi.
Did cost them the meta, of course, but
true.
What you would come to expect in this type of a lane. 3-minute mark coming up soon for those Lotuses could make a difference in the side lanes here as DM returns back and wants to start to secure some more of these last hits against Dyrachyo. Very annoying hero to lane against nowadays on this Bloodseeker. Not just the blood, right, you're talking about, but all the other things as well.
Can I just say how disappointed I was that they chose Underlord? You know, I feel like that's what took them so long, because they were just like, should we just Underlord? And clearly Underlord's the best hero. I'm not going to disagree with that. But like, wasn't there a chance to like try something new here, guys? Maybe something a little bit more flashy. Did Ace hover over the Meepo for about a moment? Did they think about going Legion? Because that hero's kind of popping off too. Maybe an off-lane Wind Ranger. I don't know. That might have been banned. I don't remember. But either way, the Underlord was literally too good to pass up.
I feel like that's a very Ace thing, though, right? Like, this to me, he feels like he's a super selfless player that just does whatever the team needs him to do. He's like, I just want to have fun in my career as a Dota player. We'll just win instead. As DM, getting body blocked and being brought lower and lower while simultaneously they're taking down Tofu. And they weren't able to get enough damage there onto that big old watermelon man. He gets away.
No, you're actually so spot on with Ace. During an interview, he actually said exactly that. He was like, well, it's like kind of boring, these heroes, but like, you know, I just pick what wins. Yeah, whatever my team needs. It's like, yeah, exactly.
What a guy.
That's definitely Underlord. Of course, already died once, though, now being heavily pressured with a blast off and some mines in the next meta.
God, that is a lot of magic damage spammed out onto OG, but they do get the kill onto Ace, and this lane is going as they need it to. They need to have Yuragi off to this type of start, because he's the win condition for this game.
That's true, but why is this happening? And that is because we did have a rotation to the mid. Tofu died, of course. They already pressured him. He goes mid, helps Quinn, takes the other water rune. And so, although bottom's going okay, it is going to make sure that BZM is suffering over the next little while. He might need his own TP, like perhaps Chu's going to have to do it after going home.
Right.
Just to ensure he has an okay time, as Taiga's going to get some stack spread.
Building those up as mid. You can see Taiga there clearing or building those ones up. They're getting close to the 6-minute mark. Quinn almost at it. He's a little bit ahead of XP on BZM. And so these 6-minute runes going to become really important here as nighttime falls. And Chu, yeah, that's that refill that you were talking about. They're bringing the numbers as well. Gaming Gladiators, I feel like, have become infamous for this, where everybody knows that around this mark, they're going to be bringing numbers mid.
Yeah, it's definitely their go-to, right? Quinn famously got all the runes in NA, so he came to EU, and they decided to help him when he gets them. It's a novel concept. So everyone shows up at 6 minutes here, as Tofu is still sticking around.
Although, yeah, they did have to send the Oracle top, but Chu facing off against Tofu, battling it out for this one, gets the blast off connection, and Tofu throws out the concussive shot for the back away. So Taiga gonna have to try and secure this top one solo. It looks like he's just gonna give up on it. As Quinn, level 6. Where's it gonna spawn? Gets lucky. Arcane.
Why do you even ask? Why do you ask?
God damn.
You already know.
And immediately he goes on to BZM. BZM's not 6 yet. Do they have anything to keep him alive? No points in Fate's Edict yet. Quinn able to get away with a free one.
Oh my wow. So he got dispelled, right? Because he lost the arcane, but didn't matter. It did not matter. Well, that's the Quinn right there, ladies and gentlemen. You flip that coin, this guy calls it. Gets it right every time somehow.
Now, there could be a cool play going on down bottom here. You see Yuragi sends off one of his creeps, and I think he's going to try and deny the Wisdom Rune with that illusion. So we'll see if Tofu can get there in time. If he goes to stack the camp, might be a second late for it, while Celery is trying to secure the other one. Or
you're right, though. He hasn't seen it yet.
He's getting 2.
All right.
Moves in, and nope. 2 bounty or Wisdom Runes for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, in these situations, as long as you're on the spot, you can click faster than the attacks. That's always going to be good. But that was a nice play. Very good attempt.
That lead going to be tough to break for them. Ace will get found for a moment.
I love this ward that Celery left, though, too. Like, after stealing well, I guess while he was stealing the Wisdom Rune, that ward is going to be so sick for trying to catch them. As Quinn gets bullied a bit here after trying to hop into these stacks.
Oh, and immediately there, does he get it off? No, can't get the ball lightning away, and Taiga still just level 2. This is the difference of the Wisdom Runes. If he had that right there, Storm might survive. And instead, they're all just going to start to fall. This is a level 5 Celery running at the Oracle, same level as DM, who is dying to Quinn and Duraccio. Those Wisdom Runes make such a huge difference.
I can't believe we doubled them. It's so funny.
Right? Oh, man.
And now TPing back up top is Taiga right into Duraccio. But he has already used the Rupture. Celery's just level 6. Say, hey, Taiga, remember your back game?
Oh, no. Not like this. BZM. Can he survive through it? It looks like he will. So he got a rune at the very least.
How about up top, though?
Yeah. Can they do anything there? Oracle going to fall. Duraccio, too big.
At least he got level 3 first.
That's fair. Silver linings, right?
Yeah. Well, I thought it was going to be like 10 minutes-ish when it fell apart. You know, I was thinking more power runes, but it was really just the first power rune that kind of crushed things. That first arcane rune, killing the storm. Against Celery, playing this top area so well. Like, being the Dire 5 and playing this Bat and playing this Enchantress, coming in, invading, taking the Wisdom Room, watching them do their stacks, getting vision down. He is really... Like, this is his home. He's back here again. He does not give this to the enemy team.
and they're maybe going to take this entire stack. I mean, this would be even
How is
more
this gonna go?
demoralizing.
Because he has no sticky.
That's a good point.
It's just for
Okay.
Quinn. So he's just lining them up for the Astral. It works out. It is a lot of damage early.
That's so crazy. All the camps stacked up and all that experience just going to waste. You know, if you're a support, you should at least get it, right? Like, you
No.
should get the XP from it, surely.
No. If you're not first, you're last. All right? Ricky Bobby
All right,
knows
Ricky
all.
Bobby. Damn it. Yeah, and OG, they know that they couldn't contest that. It is Oracle level 4, Quinn. Rooted. Throws out the sticky, and of course, gifted a regen rune as he dissimulates away. They're bringing Yuragi, and they know that they need a strong hero around.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But instead, they're going to find Chu. BZM goes for a jump, finds Tofu. That's a good one. OG managed to find a kill, and now the Meteor Hammer on DM, because apparently he has that item, they're starting to take the mid tower.
This is a good way to try and force something, right? It forces teamwork with your hero. It actually gives some direction to a Tide Hunter. Because Tide, you have the direction of Ravage, but it's sort of like an aimless wander until you have some way of actually initiating. It's just like, I hope they don't touch me or I'll Ravage you. So this gives them some drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, get him out of the house. Launching pad.
True.
Right?
I like that.
Don't be cooped up in your room, Tide. Get out there, meet people.
Make something of yourself.
Yeah, get off those internet forums.
I like that. Okay. 11 minutes in, and, well, Gaming Gladiators, they took that advice a while ago. 4,000 gold up. They are doing a lot all over this map. And the downside to the Meteor Hammer is that it is going to delay a lot of those other sort of team fight, the mech, the Greaves, the pipe, whatever it is that he ends up going eventually. And could be an issue if Gaming Gladiators pick up a bunch of those items. Chu already dead.
Yikes. I just thought of something. Oh, well, there's the lasso. That's
Level
level
7 to level 4. But Fate's Edict, trying to survive, has stick charges, pops it. Not going to happen. Quinn with the double.
Yeah, he's going to be a Foracle for a little bit longer here. He's not going to elevate up to that big old 5-head. Sec eye
putting
drops.
eye drops in. Oh, take care of
he
your
is.
eyes.
Quinn is putting eye drops. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I like how it's on cam. Urgent.
What's the worst that could happen? Oh, no. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, thank you, Taiga. Literally the only pro player that uses my line.
I like how you just asked him once. You're like, could you just spam my line during poly? He says, yeah, sure. That's all it took.
What a guy. All right. 12 minutes in, 6,000 gold lead. And yeah, they need some, they see clearly now what the issues are, Gaming Gladiators do with those eye drops. But do the rest of Gaming Gladiators see it? Celery, maybe you need the eye drops. This BZM gets the kill. We're trying here.
They should have paused instead of eye drops. That could have motivated them,
Mystic, Ravage, Meteor Hammer, big drop down with the rope. Quinn tries to get away.
Burn!
He's dying though with the DOT. It's enough. They take down the Void Spirit. Eye drops can't save you from this.
Oh my goodness. Wow. I can't believe the DOT from the Meteor Hammer gets the kill. Unreal. God, the stun on that is just so sad now, by the way. It is so weird to see. 0.5 seconds.
Yeah. Thankfully, they got the root there from the Fortune's End to ensure that they were able to find that Meteor Hammer connection, because I'm pretty sure Void Spirit gets out otherwise.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, everything was working there, right? You had the magic resistance reduction helping out. They did every little bit to get this kill, and now they're going to play up here with Celery. And that's a rupture on DM. Tries the TP. Oh, got him. Okay, so now hear me out. Why don't we have a need greed roll system for Tormentor? Instead of it being the bottom 2 net worths, what if we rolled? Wouldn't that be way more hype? And you can opt out of the roll if you want.
Oh, I like that.
We should be rolling, guys. That sounds exciting.
Yuragi
right, TB's dead.
Goes down, and Ace is just going to get the little gate away from him. Goes to finish the tower, then take over the lane again. I mean, whatever sounds like a pretty good thing. I'm down for either of those systems. Oh my god, Celery is farming up Taiga's stacks again. This time they will get the Wisdom Rune. BZM moves on in, wants to find the kill, but Celery just moves in. They find the angle with the Remnant. Take him down.
He's just a core bat. He's been playing like a core bat. Like, his levels have been decent. He's been keeping up with some of the other cores in this game on the enemy team. Team at least getting here. Imagine like building Meteor Hammer and you can't even farm these stacks. I mean, to his credit, he did get the mid tower with it, which is pretty nice. So they got some space here to try and help him out. Obviously, it's not feeling like a whole lot of space. But, oof, and now Ace has the Greaves done here after that Vanguard. So Greaves into the pipe afterwards. A lot of damage going to be blocking out with that. Yuragi trying to get somewhere. Has the Diffusal. So ready to fight. Love this. Yuragi wants to be involved.
Well, they do have him caught here for the moment. Try to bring him lower and lower. And Ace, he's going to go down. So again, if you get to the point where this hero can sort of beat away onto the side of Game and Gladiators, Terrorblade will be the strongest hero in the game. But getting to that point is pretty tough. 9k gold lead now. DM's still trying to work
looking at DM just doing the math right now, because I gotta say he is very bold. I mean, I'm sure they know they're smoked up next to him. Oh, maybe they don't. Quinn,
jump. Ravage there for the pull. The stun, is it going to be enough? Yes, they take down Quinn. So OG finding another kill here mid. 2 cores back to back. I mean, the gold lead is still looking really difficult to surmount, but they're getting there.
Yeah, the only way to do it is with these kills. Unfortunately, they might get one back, but nice Dispel there. That's going to help get him out. Saves the false promise. Just has to use the Fortune's End instead there. And that vision across the river, I think, giving them a false sense of security for Quinn. Not recognizing that it was a smoke play. He was like, I got vision behind this tide. There's no one there. But caught out. And they will get the D ward after, but those are the kind of plays you're going to have to find from OG. They found a couple last game as well. They weren't quite able to roll it in anything, unfortunately. So PZM also doesn't have the same avenue. It's not as simple as just getting Blink on Tiny and then like nonstop explosive, but the scaling will be better on Storm Spirit, but the build-up's a little bit slower, you know? And you rely way more on your teammates.
I mean, he is
right now. Mostly Chew. Yeah. It's all Chew.
Chew's doing a lot. Gets saved for a moment there by Oracle. Chew, still that Fate's Edict keeping him alive. He's surviving like crazy. Had raindrops too. BCM gets away before the pit comes down. And now they have a mechanism. The rest of the team trying to get in a position to help him out. Tide is very far away, but save Chew yet again. And now Yuragi runs into all of them. They pull him back. The root is there, connects. Still trying to buy a little bit of extra time. Terrorblade, they turn on to Celery. Meteor Hammer from up on high. Lands and connects onto Ace, but BZM, he's out of juice. Oh, but no, the Arcane Boots gets him back into full. Taiga's still surviving through all of this. Throws out a root onto Duraccio. I mean, they take through so much there. It just doesn't matter.
No. Oh, it's so painful. They're making plays. They're making moves up, down, over the cliff. It felt like maybe there's something, but there's just no damage coming into play here from OG. Obviously, the fact that he had to use a blast off defensively really hurt them. They've been very reliant on that getting their kills, both the stun and the damage that Chew's been providing. So once that was at the beginning of this engagement, it was going to always be difficult for them. So good news, they have Ravage up in a couple seconds. So the next fight could be theirs. The Tormentor timing is coming up soon in a couple minutes. Maybe that's something where they could catch GG being greedy at their own Tormentor.
Right.
Always opens up a comeback opportunity these days.
Trying to find Tofu, and they get him right there. Can't get the silence off in time, but the pit's there, immediately rooted off. I mean, Oracle has been doing so much in these engagements to make sure they're not just getting blown up. Taiga owning in that regard, but do they have the damage to bring him down? It's going to take a lot of items, a lot of farm. If they can keep finding these
same level as you.
Yeah, I
he
mean,
has more HP than BZM.
It's very difficult to do this. I mean, that's really the problem. The net worth disparity and levels are just really tough for OG to deal with.
Oh, it's too bad. I did want to see more support bat, but just another core bat game here. You know, it's tough.
Fair. 18 minutes. As bad as it looks right now, I feel better about this game for OG than I did last game. Because at least they have like Ravage and, you know, heroes that scale well. But I'm worried that Gaming Gladiators are just going to sort of wrap them up like a, you know, boa constrictor and choke them out.
I feel better about Yuragi's BKB timing on the Terrorblade than the Slark.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would agree. Things looking better. Not great, but slightly better. You pointed out before, Taiga great on the Fortune's ends. Constantly getting them into a timing immediately after the silence. Like he's preemptively casting. He knows when Sky's going to be forced into it, going for it, and they're landing like right after to keep BZM going, while also ensuring that he has the false promise on backup. That's been great. Currently they are under vision though. This would be a great setup for GG to come in and fight.
Yeah, they see that DM is out a bit too far, and they're going to be able to punish him because they saw where the rest of the team was. So DM in trouble, Mystic Flare down, pops the mech, tries to buy a little bit of extra time for himself, and will be able to do that. But in the end, story's the same. He's dead.
And Dracho just zooms his way through the backlines here. Doesn't get Taiga. What happened there?
I don't know. Didn't have to use False Promise either.
Okay.
Fate Edict just very good.
Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't want to chase him down. Not going to risk anything. Just going to grab a Roche.
So, OG obviously aware that this is happening. They will have Ravage back up, and Roche, not the fastest thing in the world, but I think it's a little bit too, well, they're TPing in. Tied.
The biggest zip of your life.
This is going to be really not great for them. And DM, yeah, Roche is claimed. Do they want to force the fight after? Regardless. Chu nearby, looking to help. Celery, keeping that movement going. Finding Chu, trying to kill him. Taunted, Zip finds backlines. Chu still living, Taiga. He's silenced for the moment as well on this Oracle, and Void Spirit finding him in the moment, but the Ravage for the turnaround. Maybe a chance there. Meteor Hammer down. Duraccio in trouble. Duraccio about to fall. Duraccio dead. Didn't get anything off there. BZM saved by Taiga. Oh my goodness. That keeps him alive. And maybe they can continue this fight. Yuragi, well, he's still in some trouble trying to stand his ground. Has Sunder. Doesn't get it off in time. He was mid-animation, but not able to keep him alive. Celery, he's going to live through this as they run them down one after the other. All to fall for OG.
I mean, I'm sure even if he gets the Sunder off, you probably don't get anything, but it would have looked tighter. Man, getting Duraccio to start was great, but unable to get out, and it's just the worst case scenario, right? You're showing up at this Roche fight, it ends, you can actually see them all freeze frame for a second, like time had stopped, and there's like, are we going in? What are we doing? Right. Storm and Taggy's just chilling, they're not sure what's up, Tide still goes in.
Replay here.
It's right here, this moment right here, it's like, oh no. Oh, what do we do? Like, this is just not going to go well for you. The plus side is that it's on Radiant side. If you have buybacks, you can fight at this outpost. You have to find some good fight, but it's very difficult to go into a fight trying to win it with buybacks versus an Aegis and a team that's up this much gold.
Yeah. Well, and you can see Quinn, too. As soon as he catches sight of Taiga, they immediately go onto him, force out the somewhat bad Ravage, and BZM making the move up top, trying to find a kill. The blast off to try and interrupt the turn. BZM gets the zip away. They're going to have vision on him, trying to bottle as Chu also going to be going down.
Salary's out of control. He's level 15.
It's such a good start. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's gross.
He's ahead of everybody except for the Terrorblade on Radiant. What a monster.
No, he's oh, sorry, you mean... No, he's ahead of the Terrorblade, too.
Oh. In terms of levels. Net worth.
Oh, yeah, no, in terms of levels, he's out-leveling the entirety of OG.
Yeah. God, it's crazy. Wisdom runes, being able to take away those stacks, like, it's all looking so good for him right now. And, you know, we talked about, like, in last game, his Enchantress, the ability to sort of play a bit of a carry in that position, too. Took that mid-tower while people were feeding bottom. He's been killing it this series.
I think his control over this Radiant Ancients area is really just the story for me. Just like, they stole so many of those stacks, and he just went in there constantly, had great vision, stole that Wisdom Rune like you were just saying, It just dominated this space, gave so much of it over to Quinn, but most importantly, completely took it all away from BZM and DM.
Right.
Like, they worked hard for it, they got nothing, and now you've got this. I mean, we're talking so much about Celery's levels. I mean, what? Tofu's level 13 as well. He's also out leveling or even in levels with everyone but Yuragi.
Yeah. It's dangerous stuff, and they will spot this illusion there. They realize it's the real DM, though. Does have the Guardian Greaves, but the jump is there. They find the Oracle, stunned for the moment, gets the Ravage off, but Oracle forced to buy back. Meteor Hammer down now onto 2. Quinn tries to turn, blows them both up. The Techies and the Storm Spirit not long for this world. Yuragi BKB TPing out. That's the state of the game that we're in right now, is Gaming Gladiators looking to put the finishing touch on a 2-0 here. They can clean this one up. And so far, it's looking pretty damn good for it. No TP out this time, Yuragi. Backs away, still has a little bit of duration left on this meta. Silenced for a bit. They're on top of him now with Celery, but gets saved at the last second. Does have Sunder at the ready, and they're purging off the heals, but back in the fountain, he'll survive through it. Damn, they got a Meteor Hammer of their own.
Yeah. Show him what's up.
No, that was Tide's Meteor Hammer. Okay.
Yeah, he's trying to cover.
All right, fair enough. Quinn?
I thought he Meteor hammered their own racks, like trying to defend them.
Well, Quinn gets away, and DM, nothing really left in the tank for the Tide Hunter. Dead for 45 seconds. So, 24,000 gold lead. Gaming Gladiators trying to finish this one off. The zip from BZM doesn't quite connect. As Yuragi is found, rooted, pulled back in. Everybody on top of him does not get the Sunder off. I don't think he's been able to get one of those off this entire game. As 25 minutes, 27,000 gold leads on the buyback. BZM looking for a last hold. Celery, the boots of bearing. He's too quick, gets out of trouble. Chu can't connect with the blast off. Gaming Gladiators, they are unassailable right now.
Oh, we got pipes, glimmers, guardian greaves. We got some boots bear. We got a halberd. Yeah, I got the checklist going of every good item. Oh, don't forget the veil and the second glimmer. Yeah, nope. Does anyone die? I don't think so.
They're not bringing him down. It's way too much sustain. Chu, he does not manage to get out of there. They find Yuragi again. No Sunder. GG is called. Gaming Gladiators. This team knows how to win Dota.
It's crazy that we always hear about like Ace and Tofu, how they used to duo queue together all the time. Obviously, that's a little bit more different now with the drafting that we've got in the Immortal pubs. But this idea of just like queuing together and being so good on the lane together. There's a game where I don't think Tofu and Ace played together like very much at all. He pretty much immediately abandoned the lane. He went mid. For me, like Gaming Gladiators, I always just see how they play with their 2, their 4, and their 5. Like the way that they come to Quinn and move with Quinn, I think just makes them better than any other team right now. I don't know if they play the best Dota of this patch in terms of just like, you know, are they abusing everything to the fullest? Are they like looking at all these new options and stuff? But I don't think it matters when they just crush with such overwhelming force at that exact moment between like 8 to 14 minutes. Or it feels like you just can't play versus them because they outnumber you. They take over your resources you're trying to stockpile. And before you can even play this patch, it feels like they've just won the game. And that happened in both of these.
Well, it's something that definitely teams are going to need to take a look at to figure out how to abuse it. And they'll have a lot of footage because they do it every damn game. So, very impressive stuff.
Not, when it's all 2-0s, though, less footage.
That's
so
true.
That's the issue.
You're thinking. All right, let's head on back to the panel. Let them break this down as we get ready for our final match of the day.
I feel like not enough can be said for the impact Celery had, not only in this game, but this series, T. Like, he just stood out and very much have an answer on if we like the post-5, post-4 Batrider.
Yeah, I just think he played very aggressive, and it helps with the levels, right? Like, we're already looking at this highlight here. Unfortunately, you got some level 4 Techies, some level 2 Oracle, compared to the 5 of Batrider, the 5 of Sky. And this kind of felt like the undoing of the game, just the fact that OG wasn't able to find their levels to be able to take this fight. Because, you know, Trent, he just finished the cast saying, gaming plays so well around this around Quinn. Yes, but also they have the Wisdom runes and they kind of the levels to be able to always punish. Like, if you don't get Wisdom runes and if you don't get early levels in this current patch, minute 7, minute 8, this kind of pivotal moment for mid, you're just going to lose it straight out.
Yeah, it's too
Yeah,
important.
it feels like
You can't allow this to happen. Just every single time I see 2 Wisdom Runes being stolen at level 7, if you like didn't get as much from the laning stage, it feels like you crumble. Then you're not leveled enough. You're so far behind that you can't contest like the 14-minute XP rune as well, because enemy is gonna be there. It's just so much snowball. Like 10 minutes, 10, 11 minutes into the game, you'll see 2 supports being same level as enemy mid laner or the off lane, which is pretty nuts. And that's what happens when you steal the enemy XP rune, if your lanes are also going well, and it does make the game very, very difficult to play. I think something's going to change heavily in D-patch regarding that, because right now it seems completely broken if you manage to get 2 of those.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, even if you have a bad lane, you're normally able to get into it one way or another. Unfortunately for OG, like we keep reiterating, the fact that they weren't able to have any sort of map control around any form of runes, whether it was the wisdom and or the mid runes, it was really difficult for them. But on top of that, Lacoste, the issue you had with how OG
I have a lot of issues.
One was, I was going to say, was that's true. Was the team fighting, and I thought it was going to be a little bit better. They might have been able to work more around the Tidehunter, but it felt that everyone had a bit of an uncharacteristically rough series, and even in here for game 2.
Yeah, pretty much. Also, Rupture into Remnant Pool, Quinn goes, like we've seen Scarlet Mage also using ulti, something that team mentioned before with Underlord. You do have enough damage, and looking at the itemization, like didn't even finish off the pipe. There was like Guardian Greaves to make him more tanky, but I feel like you need to soak up a lot more. Maybe he thought because you do have Oracle in the team that he could go for slightly maybe different itemization. I don't mind Meteor Hammer too much because you have what? One hero that can stop it from going off. That's Void Spirit. Batrider's definitely not gonna use Lasso to stop Meteor Hammer from going off. So that's a good farming tool, I would say. It's just like the gameplay wise, they get ran over 2 times in a row. Their stacks get stolen. Your XP runes, your wisdom runes, pretty much everything gets stolen. They play around Quinn so well. You see again, BZM, he's level 5. They manage to get a kill. He shows up. They kill him one more time. It's just, when you think about Dota, it feels relatively easy to know what's going to happen, but these teams that are on the top are so good at being consistent at it, at running at you, where you don't have enough time to do what you want to do in the game. They're kind of setting the tempo and setting in which direction the game going to go.
Yeah, even if you have a clear idea of how you want to execute, it's just not able to come to fruition with how high the tempo that. So yeah, saw a bit of a contemplative look on your face over there. Hopefully you're MVP and who to give it to.
Yeah, I don't know if I should do it for the interview as MVP or the real MVP. That's what I was trying to work out. I'm like,
Just ask, plead with our producers, 2 MVPs, please.
No, we're chill. Honestly, I'm happy to give it to Celery again.
Yeah.
Like, even in that game, we didn't mention it, but there was a moment in the clips where he's stealing some storm stacks. He then uses lasso. Then Quinn jumps in, gets the kill. I just think Celery had a very aggressive mindset in this entire series. His team, of course, backed him up. And he, 6-1-20, nearly 90% kill participation.
I'll just round up. Just give him 90. Just give him.
Sure. Okay. 90% kill participation. So yeah, I just think he had a stellar series, and yeah, it was just nice to see.
Found himself a new hero. Definitely a ban-word hero when you play against them, even after seeing only 1 series from Celery. But this hero does feel extremely well rounded, I would say. Scales, itemization-wise, Celery did go for these drums, Glimmer Cape. Like, Glimmer Capes saved him so many times. Double Glimmer Cape, one was on Tofu later down the line, plus also Pipe on Underlord makes them super tanky, almost impossible to burst.
Yep. Look, we've done all of our post-game obligations. We've gone through it all, but we still have one left. It is our winners interview. We've got Ace joining us, to my knowledge. Almost the MVP you wanted to give to you. But Ace, congratulations on the win here. I want to ask, how does it feel having Dyrachyo taking a little bit more of a lead in the draft? Does it affect you a lot, or you still very much get to call what you want to play?
It feels pretty the same, I would say, because even when Celery was like picking the heroes, we were still all drafting and talking about it together. So if anything, it just makes Dyrachyo, I would say Dyrachyo was probably the only guy who was a little bit like not that much into the draft, but now that he's actually picking, so it like it forces him to also get into it a lot. So it's kind of nice.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. And I do want to know for you personally, after you guys lost that series to Liquid, what was the biggest change up in your eyes looking forward to these last few DPC series?
Like we talked a lot after that series. I think our motivation was beginning to like go lower a bit. Like the energy in our games, and people were kind of like not going full tryhard, and you could feel it like gradually. Also, like we are like a lot of 2-1 series, and like it's not like we've been storming a lot or anything. I think like I almost felt like we were a bit lucky to be 3-1 going into this series. We just talked about it, like what's happening like with the motivation and stuff, and like how can we go back into like tryhard. So that's kind of just what we are trying to do.
Yeah, well, it seems like you guys definitely stepped up into try-hard territory this series. T, do you have any questions?
Okay, right. This is going to be a pub question, all right? I'm looking at Pro Tracker, Ace. You got 3 accounts on there. None of them have any games on them. Is there a 4th account, or are you just scrimming so much you're not pubbing? What's the deal here, boss?
There are maybe a 4th account there. That might be.
You had me worried. I was looking. I'm like, there's no way you're not playing any Dota, you know? Okay, cool. All right.
No.
Don't care.
I'm
Won't
playing
ask
a lot
anything
of
else
Dota,
about that
don't
one.
worry.
All right, chill.
I'm playing a lot of Dota. 10 pubs a day, maybe.
Perfect.
Maybe more.
10 pubs.
Okay.
With or without Tofu?
Yeah.
Mostly without lately. Because he's busy with
I
stuff.
have one more
don't
dumb
know.
question, Lacoste.
Tofu, man, come back to the pubs.
That's fair.
Where you at?
There we go. See, I miss those pubs. They're good. They're good to watch. I'll just ask you a dumb question. Then Lacoste has probably got something. What's with the camera angle, man? You look like you're a CS player right now. Like, what's happening?
I don't know. It's just that's a nice little thing. I can put it over there. So.
All right, fair enough. Right, Lacoste, go after me.
That was a banger of a question, T. Every single time I see you play, it seems like you're just doing better. Like, what's your secret of your progress other than playing 10 pubs a day?
I mean, that's literally the secret. I think just practice a lot and think about the game at the same time. Like, you study the game while playing the game, then you keep like thinking about new ideas. You try it, and then some shit doesn't work out, and something works out. And then you keep building on that. So if you get like 1% better every day, then in 3 months you're like 100% better, almost.
What, like when you were like, if we go back in time when you played some for like lesser known teams, what do you think was like the key that kind of skyrocketed you to be top tier player and be on the top for a relatively long time now?
Like all the way back, like when I kind of joined Secret or what?
Yeah, but maybe like pre-secret time.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of practice makes perfect, or like you just have to practice a lot and think of not only just practice mindlessly, like that's not enough. I think you also have to like think about the game a lot. Like you go to sleep, think about Dota, then you wake up with a fresh idea because your mind all through the night would actually like solve your problem. I do that sometimes. Like if I think about some stuff really hard, then in the morning I wake up with a solution.
Okay, so day and night Dota. That's that's the key. I know. I've been there because like I dreamt about Dota. I had like a lot of dreams Dota related. But I wanted to ask you about like the off lane. Like, do you think there's like any difference now with the B and C patches compared to like aura building? Do you like it more now that you like kind of not locked into locked into it anymore?
Yeah, I mean, it's way different now. Like, before it was just aura all the way. You had to be aura man, and then you were the best, right? Now, I think there's a lot of options. I think auras are not really... Like, I just played aura Underlord, but, like, I'm not really playing that usually. It's just, like Underlord can kind of do auras because he's, like, global, right? But, like, the map is so big now, like, mobility is really good. You can go really greedy builds on offlane, I think, because there's so many camps. There's, like... I like it. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of options. Like, you can do a lot of builds.
Thank you for your answers. I'm going to go back to bed straight away, dream about Dota, and go pro again. Thank you.
Yeah, sounds good. That's the way.
All right. I do have one question. You know the draft in Game 1, when OG banned Silencer first phase? Is that something that you were expecting? Because like, it kind of took us by a little bit of shock, because it's not something that you were first phasing. It wasn't really a strategy that you were like kind of forcing too much. Like,
No,
can I have
it's a
your
bit
thoughts
weird.
on that
Like,
and like ideas?
it was a bit weird. Like, we kind of just thought, okay, they really want Enigma or something, like some Tiger Enigma maybe. Or, I don't know. It was a bit weird. So that's what we thought.
Sure. And do you ever get bored playing?
even then, we could just bring
Beastmaster and
Ruby
these
Red,
other
I don't
mods?
know.
Yeah, sure. It was just kind of confusing. Cool.
It was also confusing to us, to be honest.
Alright, fair. Nice. Alright, cool. I was trying to explain it. It was kind of difficult. We kind of settled with the, yeah, we don't know. It just kind of feels kind of wrong.
Yeah. Had the same feeling.
Yeah. I do have one more question, going back to what you and Lacoste are talking about, how, you know, you're always kind of coming up with different things, different ideas. Are we going to see anything fresh in the offlane from you? You know, we've seen a lot of different things coming out from Zion in the offlane. I want to know if you're taking a page out of that book. We might be seeing something different there as well.
I mean, for me, like, I don't want to be a hipster just to be a hipster, you know? It's like, I want to play the best stuff and I want to win. It's like, I feel like it's very easy also to get into a mindset where it's like, it's boring. You play the same heroes, to the OP heroes, and then you play some new heroes that's maybe not so good just to try it because it's fun, right? I've done that a lot in the past in games and stuff, but I don't think it's the way. So if I'm constantly trying to find out new stuff. So if I find something, it could come out, yeah. But or if somebody else find it, you know, it's pretty easy to just copy somebody. But I'm down to do it, yeah. But we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, you guys have what's working for you at the moment. Congratulations again, Ace, on this victory, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. See you next time.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See ya. There we go, confirmed. Ace is doing the next Gaming Gladiators interview, so we don't have to worry about that one. But Lacoste, you ready to go to bed? You ready to dream some more about Dota and solutions?
He's currently dreaming of missing 7 hooks in a row right now on Pudge.
Missing the first CS, worst feeling in the game. But yeah, I mean, I guess you need to work that way if you want to like be the best. Dota is a type of a game that like takes your personality as well, I would say, where you.
Yep.
It's also good and a bad thing at the same time. If you're on the top, one of the reasons why people are so vocal about Dota is because it's like what you are pretty much. Dota has been part of my life for 20 years now, and I don't know what I would do without Dota. So I think that a lot of players also feel the same way, a lot of people out there, and yeah, it's just great that we have this game, I gotta say.
Mm-hmm. It's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Lacoste getting wholesome there. T, you're not going to be on the next panel, so quickly, any wrapping up thoughts that you have? Because we still have a whole nother series, even though we're not going to have you here.
I just want Secret to win, so it becomes a shit. That's it. Put it bluntly. Put Quest at 2-4, put Secret at 2-4, OG now, 1-5. You know, whoo, we can make this spicy. So let's go Secret.
Alrighty, alright, that's T's closing remarks here, but the day is not over. We do have Secret up against Quest Esports after this break.
Glimmer. Oracle Silence.
Island. Bree, drop still as the Elu.
There's no mana. Is BKB on? Okay, we can burst TB on next silence. I pull in 3.
Island in 7.
Go TB now.
Silence in 3. Perfect. Silence now, Storm.
Finishing Oracle. 500 mana. It's hammering.
Can you even die? You can beach bait me.
Ooh.
I'm on top, easy, or I go?
I'm tipping.
Fuck, man, this pretty soup.
Welcome back. We have our third and final series. It is Secret up against Quest Esports. And Trent, you're joining us on the panel now. How you feeling after watching a little bit of a stomp from Gaming Gladiators just then?
Baby, back on time. I mean, who could have expected? Shocking, to be honest. I was like, look, we started our series. I was like, oh, this is going to be a long day. But not so much for old GG.
Yeah. You know what I found out is you and Lyrical probably have the shortest game averages across Western Europe. And T-Ben and Via probably have the longest, Kezu. So we're in for a great end to the day.
Unlucky, I guess. 4 hours earlier.
Unlucky is lucky. We want to see this one go all the way. Any bold predictions, though? I almost said T-Ben. T-Gov, before he left, said that he wanted Secret to win. He wanted the chaos, but Kazu, do you think that is where the series is going to go?
It's going to be chaotic Dota, long games, a little bit sloppy, and 3 games.
All right, that's 4 things I can very much look forward to.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Trent, anything more specific from you rather than just general gists of how the game will go?
He's bang on. He's bang on.
Bang on.
Yep.
That's not even general. That's exactly how it's going to be.
Yeah.
We're going to get, let me see. I'm looking at some of these past drafts. Okay. Martin Timbersaw.
We're going to Pugner in there.
No, we're going to get a Medusa on one team. Then they're going to lose with it, and then it will not be picked anymore in this series.
Okay.
Void Spirit in there?
I mean,
bold
bold prediction. Void Spirit will be picked or banned. Medusa will be picked or banned. Techies will be picked or banned. You'll see. I'm a genius, really.
How about Timbersaw? Whoa, picked or banned.
That's a bold claim, dude. Relax, Trent.
Let's have a look at the teams, though, rather than just throwing out some heroes. Let's talk about specifically how they've been doing so far in DPC, and also the idea or the sort of playstyle we've seen coming from them. I think I want to start with Secret in this one because they were always so close. There was a chance that they could have been 3-1 at this point in time, or 4-1 even, but right now they're 1-4. So unfortunately, Trent, things just haven't really gone to full succession for them just yet.
No, it's coming up from Division 2, you got your roster you're working with here. It is tough. Obviously, everyone has humongous expectations when it comes to Puppy, and also for Chrysalis too, because he's still sticking with the squad. I don't know if you guys remember, but they did pretty well at TI last year. Obviously, it's kind of insane to think that that's the journey that you're at. And of course, everyone's thinking, is Puppy going to do it? Can he make it to TI? I don't know if he's going to make it from DPC, but the best warm-up possible for at least the qualifiers will be to make their way as far as they can here in Division 1 and possibly to the Bali Major, because nothing's out of reach yet, thanks to the power of tiebreakers in Western Europe.
The power.
Yeah, the only thing that is for certain is that there's going to be tiebreakers. I mean, it's Western Europe at this point, for sure. But on the other end of this series, that's what I'm looking for, is going to be Quest Esports, and they're doing a little bit better. Not that much better, Kezu, but they do have 2 series wins for themselves and only 3 series losses.
Yeah, they've been showing me more promise. Like, they're doing a lot of good things. I would say that some of their drafts are definitely fairly limited. Like, there's a lot of Mars, there's a lot of Timber. Kayori's best hero is Phoenix, which they will jam in a lot. They're definitely a team where if you do some preparation, I think you can really nail down the draft and corner them in certain aspects, or at least make yourself very happy. So going into this series for Secret, I definitely think that is one of the things that they need to take advantage of, because their gameplay straight up against Quest, I would definitely give Quest the edge.
Okay, so when it comes to executing a draft, it would be Quest with the advantage, but you think that Secret could easily come in to this series with the draft advantage?
Yes, I think especially when they have prep or when they play against a team that is maybe a little bit more on the one-dimensional side, I think they will take greater advantage of that. I mean, they do have Puppy. I don't think we need to explain too much. He is stubborn in some ways, sure, but he is one of the greatest minds when it comes to what's good, what's bad, what do we actually need, and so on.
Yeah. Well, look, you had the bold prediction, Kezu, of Medusa being picked by one of these 2 teams. It's not going to be this game. It's banned out alongside Doom from Secret, and then Monkey King and Bloodseeker. Trent, this is becoming a massive trend of teams coming up against
Massive
Secret.
trend. Sorry.
Sorry. That was good. Is that they'll just start banning out Chrysalis heroes right from the start?
Yeah, that's 5 games straight now that this has happened to them.
Okay, wait. Who said Techie's Pugna, guys?
You did, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for listening,
Wow, you're just
Kezu.
so good.
Shut up.
You're just too
Sorry
good.
to cut you off.
And Pugna, of course, with his new best friend, Storm Spirit. As you get to be the mana battery. Something that was missing for sure for OG when they had the Storm. They didn't have anything that could really just like keep you rolling, keep you out on the map. There was a lot of pressure on the Storm in that game. So Pugna really helping to enable that. And frankly, one of the best feeling fours after Techies, because Techies has got to be the best four right now across the entire game. So still pretty comfortable with Quest's opener despite having this solid duo from Secret.
Do you still stand by that trend of techies being the best four, even after seeing things like the Bat Rider really pop off?
Oh yeah, no, Techies is better.
Okay.
Techies rules. Techies does everything.
I'm with Trent.
Yeah.
Techies is
Hey, I gotta make sure you're sure, okay?
Oh, it's true. You're just, making sure that we're all saying the things we want to say. But Techies is, I think, one step above all the others, and then you have a few others that are creeping up. Bad Rider certainly being one of them. Skyrav, on the other hand, not one of the better fours, but it's going to get banned out. You're
we have
welcome.
a very early puck as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like when teams are willing to go for these harder counter picks early. Just because, it's Storm versus Puck. That's clearly very Puck favored. It's one of the most annoying heroes for you to play against throughout the entire game. But we've recently seen in quite a few different drafts where teams weren't really willing to just go straight into those hard counter picks. And then, of course, it's going to get banned. So you have to commit early. We saw the same thing with the Anti-Mage and the Medusa for a while. We were dancing around that. Bloodseeker, another hero. We were dancing around that with a couple of heroes like the Slark, too, in these first phases. So I admire the commitment right away from Quest.
Yeah, eventually you just realize that. People say that, you need to man up and do it, but I think it's not even so much about manning up. Eventually you realize that there are certain matchups that if you want them, you need to take them on the spot, else you're not going to have them anymore. You see Storm Pugna, you need to take some answer in a way, whether it's some Puck, Ember, but already with the Puck, you have techies that can play with him, kind of lock him down. And I think for now already, both these teams, a lot of their early game and the early mid game is going to rely on these two mid laners. I would like both of these teams to take even another support that can help in this mid lane. Because if the Storm against Puck, it's not so one-sided. But when he has a Pugner, it's very easy for him to he can live in the coil because he's gonna get healed, and then suddenly he lives through. He has non-stop damage against the Puck, and suddenly doesn't matter that you have Puck. So it's on both teams to kind of continue to amplify their kind of win condition.
I like it. Best support still left in terms of mobility. We do have the Spirit Breaker still in, but that's kind of weird versus both Puck and Storm. I don't know. It can be fine, I guess, with techies. But that's definitely who immediately comes to mind for me in terms of pressuring. But could also use just some high damage too. Like that Skyrath. Obviously it's banned out, but the Wind Ranger, pretty solid. Lately, I'm kind of a fan.
The Wind Ranger. It can.
Kyri's Phoenix might just get let through as well if you just.
Oh yeah, true.
Ports.
It's
But I'm looking at.
Yeah, I don't think Quest don't care what heroes you have. They see Phoenix available, they're like, man, this is a banger Phoenix game. Give it to me. It's just like Amar Timbersaw or Amar Mars. It's like, oh, this is a banger game,
The
guys.
band? Yeah, it's it. This is it. We pull it out.
Yeah, they actually have that duo available, the Phoenix and the Mars. So I'm curious if Secret want to address that at all. Is there anything else that's worth banning?
Which one, the Phoenix?
I just mean what I would feel like banning one of those two. Either the Phoenix, probably more so the Phoenix than the Mars. The Mars is whatever. Mars is just the same thing as Puck.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is fine. So what Storm hates to play against is when he jumps in and then he's gonna run out of damage or he runs into a barrier, which I think you saw happen in the last game. Like when Storm zips into some Underlord pit or a pipe and an early mech, suddenly he doesn't kill because this hero relies on zapping a guy out and then continuing. Phoenix can stay in the back and Sunray. Luckily for Team Secret, I think Amar doesn't play too many heroes that want to build pipe, or if he plays those heroes, he doesn't like building it. So that's one good thing they have going for their Storm.
Oh, they go for a Morphling ban here too, though. So solid hero for counterpicking as well. So and also someone who's kind of hard to counterpick in essence. Plus something that Quest have just been playing a lot. So even though they have the final pick on Secret, they're just I don't want to deal with Morphling. Good hero. Comes well with their timings, and we got Puppy Chen.
Puppy Chen, baby. This is a classic. Also, this hero should be better. I've only seen it in pubs, not in competitive yet, but it's also definitely a very nice hero for Storm to play with, especially when your Storm is going to get coiled. There's going to be a lot of damage coming into him, but now you have some early mech, Hand of God, and Pugna helping him. The only thing is with Pugna Chen support duo, they kind of lack in similar things. Like, they don't give you too much aggression. Again, they rely off of their cores doing well so that they can play off them.
What was the biggest change to Chen over the last smaller patches? Because I know in 7.33 he seemed all the rage trend, like teams were just beelining to pick him up, and he has fallen off a bit of a cliff. So what is those changes, and can the creeps that he control go through, or the neutrals that he goes through, can they go through the twin gate still?
They
yeah,
can,
we're still going through, right?
Okay.
Yeah, they can.
We're still hopping in. I mean, he got turned universal. That was the big thing. They reduced his base attack damage. That was, I mean, I wouldn't say it's necessarily his changes that was really the biggest changes. Penitence got nerfed, but I think it's more of like just the way the game's being played. People weren't grouping up as much. They weren't as confident in this general idea of just like zoo. We sort of moved away from that. So I think it is still viable, but it was being treated as like the only way to play. And then when that broke down, everyone's like, oh, it must be bad. But I don't think that's really true. I think that you can definitely still have these strategies going out, especially when you have really confident players. Like we just saw, like how Celery controlled that whole space. A lot of that was because of the Ench with the creeps. And so you can do a very similar thing of controlling enemy territory with Chen and those creeps too. Plus rushing towers with like the troll creeps too. Nice TV grab though with the Morph already banned.
Yeah, they should be pretty happy. Like another thing that's really cool, a similar story is that TB isn't really a hero that's going to get bursted easily by a Storm, right? Especially Storm with these two supports. You have some Sunray behind, and when TB isn't in a threat of getting bursted, being able to get out your Sunder is really nice. He also builds items that allow him to get a lot tankier. But this LC pick is actually something that I like quite a bit. I would say this hero is, I don't know if underpicked is the right word, but maybe to a small extent, because I haven't really seen the hero at all. And I think with the new changes where your Q gives you the attack speed, this hero feels very strong in lane, and Legion has always been a phenomenal laner, and now it's even stronger.
Yeah, I thought that maybe Game Gladiators would go for it earlier versus the Terrorblade as well. I mean, the Underlord was just way better. I get it, but they were. Like, it's also very tempting. But I think with the aura abilities plus the healing stuff, you got this sustain from Pugna and Chen that going Underlord might be like tripling down on it. So I think the Legion, similar laning stuff. Obviously, the Purge can be great for trying to help get down the egg. General attack speed stuff is always solid. And then a harder disable versus the Puck that you might be able to utilize. So maybe it's a little riskier than Underlord, but I think with their current lineup, it looks really solid. And then they just get to wrap this up here with their carry pick with the matchup versus the TB.
Yeah, Secret have some save the president type lineup. You have Chen healing someone, you have LC that's going to free someone from some coil or stun, Pugna who's going to heal him as well. So I think Secret for now are kind of trying. I mean, they have good hero matchups too, of course, with the LC against TB, but there's a lot more to it. So if Armel is going to have a good start, I think he's currently set up to have a pretty banger of a game on Crystallis. He's getting last pick, which he should be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, they banned the Naga though. I was gonna say because you think Naga or PL, but PL versus Puck is just so rough that the Naga would have been really solid. But that's an easy peasy ban there. All right, so we're just Arc Wardening. Let's go.
Let's go. Radiant Arc Warden with some different spells on Dire.
Yeah, whatever it does. I don't know. The confluence.
It's
of course, the offlane Slark. How did we not see that one coming yet again?
So it's a TB Slark. Well, so perhaps the idea is when you get dueled, I'm gonna put my shard down and break the duel. Therefore, my impact is complete.
That's hype.
Well played.
That's the impact of the offlane Slark.
I want to see Drow Ranger or something. There's no way you pick Slark blind and it's supposed to be a good pick. I refuse to believe it. As an
cannot be allowed.
Yeah, I just don't see it. There has to be if obviously Morph is banned out, that would have been a good one. I know Drow isn't easy to play, but that's something good. I want someone that the Chen can play with in the lane, and you just consistently click on the Slark and make him regret the fact that he called for it.
That's funny because no one really knows for sure what that is because how often do you get an off-lane Slark? This isn't really something that you've considered before. Can I play my safe lane Lesh? Is that where? I mean, it's okay. That's kind of hype. Slark and TB.
Let me see. I mean, I'm also looking at some of the hero pool that Chrysalis does play.
Get the wind.
Okay. I mean, Wind Ranger traditionally is pretty good against Slark and TB, but this hero is just not a winner at the moment.
It's got extremely mixed results. I don't know if we'll get the stats up, but I can have a look at it. It's not good. I remember the last time it was on 7% win rate.
But wasn't it winning? Didn't it win all the Radiant games? Isn't that what it was?
It's on a 14% win rate. He's been picked 14 times.
Well, it's 2 Radiant games, perhaps.
Let's go! Yeah.
So this is it. We add to the statistic. It gets a little bit better, huh?
Yeah, I guess. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the Slark, so I get that you have like some save later on, and Team Secret are very much reliant on single target jumps, right? Like with either a duel or a Storm Zip. But I feel like if Wind Ranger is gonna win a game, it has got to be this one, right? Like if you ult the TB, you're gonna murder him. There's not too much lockdown. Wind Ranger is gonna win a game, guys. It's gotta be this one.
Wind Run is pretty gnarly this game. It looks super solid.
I refuse to believe that I could pick Slark like this and win. It's just not possible. It's
You just
not
want the
okay.
Slark to be punished. It's not about the Wind Ranger winning. Kezu just needs the Slark.
Yes, I need Amar or the Slark to suffer.
Will you first pick offlane Slark today if he wins this game?
I'll do it tomorrow, but yeah, I will.
All right, good. All right, that's what I want to hear. Excellent.
I'm all in on Quest Esports then. Let's jump into game 1 with our casters T-Panda and Fear.
Thank you so much, panel. And of course, it's going to be the ending series of the day. It's going to be Secret versus Quest. Both teams, they have a stake for this one. Quest still want to stay in the battle to go straight to the major, while Secret, they want to avoid direct elimination. Currently sitting at 1-4. They really need the W under their belts. We're going to see the offlane Slark once again, Fear. The last time they made this hero work, they had no pressure in terms of, well, the opponent's not pressuring. It's got time to farm. We got time to get online. Amar was getting some massive farm with the Slark. I think they also played a TB or some other heavy late game carry at the same time. They had 25 minutes of freedom. Do you think Secret's going to give you that freedom this time?
I don't know, but I don't think Kezu watched that game where they already ran the off-lane Slark, and it was a Slark Spirit Breaker lane. Can't really think of a worse lane, but they somehow managed to do well in the laning stage, just dragging waves over and over again to Amar. We know he likes his own unique hero pool. Slark has been added to that. That is their last win that they have. That's the last time they did play was versus the Hustlers, and they lost that series. But the one game they did win, it was on the back of this Amar Slark. There are some promise for this hero in this game. You have the Leash for the Storm, and of course the Shard to deal with the Duel. However, Duel is a great spell against the Slark himself too, so we'll have to see.
It's a very interesting position to put themselves in, but they have managed to replicate at least 3 out of those 5 heroes that they played in that victory versus T1 Hustlers in game number 2. They didn't have the Pango and the Spirit Breaker this time around, but, you know, you've got some replacement with lane-winning techies. You've got yourself the Puck, already first phase as an answer versus the Storm Spirit. So you could say Quest is in a pretty good position draft-wise, but of course execution is everything that really matters in the game of Dota. So you don't want to let this Puck, Phoenix, techies run all over the map, finding kill after kill after kill, and just snowballing in 20 minutes, and then Secret's like, well, what do we do, guys?
And yeah, we'll have to see this carry Wind Ranger as well. It's really strong laner, super potent in that regard. Just sometimes it feels like if you get to the point where you get an MKB onto the Terrorblade, you can lock him down, this hero can't die just as fast as it can kill you. So gonna have a really strong power spike, and I think the laning stage is the big one. Is it going to be able to shut down this Slark, be able to punish Amar for picking this Slark without even seeing his lane matchup? We'll just have to see. He does have a techies on the side, which is perhaps one of the strongest, if not the strongest 4 as far as laning goes in this patch. So that might be able to help out Amar just a little bit if he needs it.
And of course, itemization 2. Do you think we're going to see a potential Diffusal Blade here with this Wind 1? Or are we just going to opt for other items? Because it's a pretty good game for a Gleipnir, considering the TB, or just the Maelstrom in itself, like the panel already mentioned, carry versus carry matchup. You get a lot of procs with that Focus Fire. TB just dies to that magical damage, more than the physical, really.
Yeah, they don't have the greatest amount of save, but they do. He's going to go down there. Just typical Terrorblade things here. Level 1, Chen in the offlane. Doesn't have the biggest threat. He does have a creep he can throw back at you, but when you have Kaori here with these fire spirits, then you hit that deadly timing. When Terrorblade hits level 2, has 1 point in reflection and metamorphosis. We see it time and time again. This is where Terrorblade can really start crushing the lane.
Also, one of the big tools that they have in this lane is the Icarus dive, where the Phoenix just gets that big movement speed. Slow Amar about to drop here. One more hit from Crystal. This is going to do the job. So that's going to be Secret tying it up 1-1 in terms of kills. Both carries able to score, getting themselves a better laning stage coming out of this, with the Wind and the TB both picking up 1.
Yeah, that was a great shackle shot by Crystallis there to set that all up there. And what I was going to say before was the fact that you do have this Wind Ranger versus Terrorblade. I would, if I were you on quests here, try to get an early Tormentor, because if you can get that Techie's Shard and put it on the TB and constantly disarm the Wind Ranger, that is so frustrating to play against. You have to buy a BKB if you're Crystallis, or you have to get an early Nullifier to be able to deal with that.
That is an idea. We have seen how annoying that Techie's Shard can definitely be versus melee cores. We've seen a lot of like Bloodseeker type heroes, some of the trolls, the Ursas, they're just sitting there disarmed. Oh, they're disarmed again, and then there's maybe a Pango in the lineup, a lucky shot. Oh boy, we're disarmed once again. What are we doing here? So that could definitely be
where'd the Pango come from? But yeah, I see your point. There's a lot of disarms, and Halberd's a really strong item too, especially when you're playing versus ranged heroes, such as the Wind Ranger or even the Terrorblade. Disarm is a very powerful tool that will definitely be utilized at some point in this game, but it can be through different ways. It can be through the Shard of Techies, or just Techies using it to survive himself. But think about Wind Ranger, so you kind of need a lot of items on this hero. He might go in for the Maelstrom. I think he should, but the Atos build, Glypnir, that is something we see oftentimes as well. Just, will the Atos be first, or will it be the Maelstrom? It's gonna be my question.
Also, a fun thing about this particular matchup between the two teams is the pause 5s are sometimes going past the enemy pause 3s in terms of farm, especially when we see Puppy on Chen, and then of course Kaori, who loves to farm on this Phoenix. We've seen that sheep stick over and over and over again.
Is it queued up already? No,
not yet. But we're expecting it might be showing up. Also the Halberd, which I see is a very handy tool versus this Wind Ranger.
So they did kill Amar, and he did this last time as well. It looks like he's getting crushed in the lane, and he does have a death, which is not great, but somehow he keeps the CS reasonable. He keeps dragging the wave back and back, but Yamich and Crystallis, they're doing a lot.
Not just going in full feed mode instead of trying to play it super passive. He's found a nice middle ground between the both. And of course that infused raindrops is going to help out a bit with those Pugna blasts, 180 damage. Some of that is going to get mitigated. All you really want is just that experience, hit level 6, poke and prod, get a couple last hits, hide on the trees, come back in. So just the XP is super valuable for Amar.
But I think at this point, this lane is quite GG. They're trying their best here, but the lane control from Secret's been too good. The right clicks are too good. The region's not enough here for Amar. He's going to start falling behind really fast now if this continues.
And both offlaners not really having a proper picnic, maybe more of a panic picnic, and since the LC's not doing too great either. Amar forced out
Amar is
again by
burning an infused raindrop every single time he wants to pounce away because of that nether ward being placed by the Pugna. Anyway, Puppy's done with top lane. He's about to make a rotation into mid lane, but this is a level 6 puck. Do you have the lockdown to make this happen? Probably not, but the rune's the big thing.
See, 5 seconds for it to spawn. Noob, he could just illusory orb his way. Kaori's going to be here to secure it, but the rune is on the other half, and of course, the invulnerability for Armel, aka the shield rune. Extra 500 HP.
Best one to get us a 6-minute rune, because normally the 6-minute rune, you're not making tons of rotations. So, anyway, bottom, Amar might be in trouble here. I'll continue with that.
Well, the turnaround at least coming out from Crystallis, trying to get some damage out here with a power shot, secures the kill and gets the double. Both Amar and Amar, they will fall, and Crystallis gets to keep his life intact.
The Mars are down. And Crystallis going in yet again, 2 bracers there. I think that may be the difference what saves him. You got the magic wand, you got the double bracer, so you're sitting at 900 HP, almost 1,000 HP already, 6 minutes and 30 seconds into this game. And now, even more stats are coming as the fully completed powered treads are available.
Yeah,
you've got no chance of killing him right now. This is a dream start. 7-minute wisdom.
More HP than your LC in the off lane. Happens to be a strength hero. Kaori taking that battle all the way to the end and trying to kill off Puppey, and that tick is not going to go through. The debuff expires and Puppey survives with just about 10 HP-ish. Yamich, though, getting some bullying here from Noob. Noob actually orbs away. Doesn't want to stick around for too long, seeing Armel's also about. Still 4 kills going in the favor of Secret with a 2k net worth lead, slowly starting to build up here. And Armel, you got to consider how well he's come out of this mid lane. It's not always the easiest. Like, the puck can be super annoying to play up against, and it's going to get harder in terms of how long this game progresses, because the coil and the silence always going to be against you. But having this good of a laning stage on your Storm Spirit really does set the stage for Secret to actually do good here.
Yeah, for sure. And Armel needed to have a good game because this Chen, this Pugna, and this Legion Commander are all going to be wanting to play behind the Storm at some point, and he has to have the net worth to be able to push his advantage here. So if he can steal these stacks even, it would be even better, as he is taking full advantage of the Shield Rune for now.
They might fight this back, though. There's an Arcane Rune picked up by the puck, so if they have any information, they should try to rotate to help this one out. Armel going to start cleaning out the stack. Looking at that 4,000 net worth right now. It's going to go up by a couple hundred here. Cleans.
Yeah, that one hurts for sure. Omar realizing his lane sucks. It's real bad with the Slark here. He's going to go back and do the next best thing he can. Go stack up, maybe get some more farm on his puck or his TB, but in reality, he's just feeding the enemy mid laner now. So nothing going right in this offlane here for Quest. Until now.
Yep, and here comes the rotation from Armel to the bot lane. Power shot will miss, but it doesn't matter. Storm Spirit's still going to be able to close out this kill. And at the same time, they were able to gank that Legion Commander in the top lane. So Metamorph used, and Puck rotating in for the kill with that Arcane Rune. Finding an equalizer. Off lane for support. Any kill that this Puck can get is going to be helping out Quest, because they are going to be pressured in the coming minutes. Secret definitely want to keep up that pressure. Look for these objectives that they can take, and already trying to get this early damage. And I wouldn't even say early damage. I'm pretty sure they can just take this with the Nether Blast.
Yeah, this tower is definitely done. And Puppey's doing usually what he does best on this Chen here on the early stages of the game. Just hitting creeps, farming up. He realized this is a hero that is very greedy in ways of the early game. Your rotations aren't super strong. Yeah, and he has surpassed Amar, and he's got a Solar Crest now. Not even going for that mech. Is someone else getting the mech, or are they just not even going to go for one early on? Just really valuing the Solar Crest. Oh, he's going back for mech, so this is Solar into mech. Typically the other way around, but with the buff Solar Crest, I can see its use here. So they're really going to try to pressure Boom here in this offlane with another coil.
I mean, they've already killed the LC once, they're going to do it again. And this time, even without the Metamorph, which they used for the initial kill, now following up on a second. Quest going to be very happy with getting success, but at the same time, as they're rotating to top Secret, they recognize, well, Elsie's going to die, but we can pressure mid and take another objective. And they can just snowball this map control in their favor.
And that is exactly what they're going to do here. And this is what you're looking for with the Chen lineup. You want to get all these early towers down. And then once you get all the tier 1s, I think it's a lot better just kind of sit back, chill, farm the map, as Chen is one of those better supports that can take advantage of these extra neutral camps being on the map and just farming his way around until they hit critical mass. And that's going to be around the timing where they have more auras online. Puppey wants to build a bunch. I'm sure Yamich is going to build tons of auras too. And then, of course, naturally, their heroes with the life drain, with the Chen heals as well. They want to get to a point where you just don't have the damage to kill them anymore.
Yamich going to find a snipe on Kaori's Courier. Also the Storm Spirit with Crystallis. We'll look for Kaori. He's really got not much of a tool to escape, because Crystallis will get that teleport cancel with the Shackle Shot. We've seen so many Phoenixes in the last few days just escape from that route, but Crystallis is able to get that cast outside of the map, basically.
I wonder how far he had to scroll to get that one, because he was almost already off the map by then when the shackle came. That was really close. But a big kill
You're
then
gonna
into
go showcase view mode.
Yeah, pretty much. And speaking of the damage versus mitigation, Secret's gonna have a lot of mitigation. The question is, does Quest have the damage? And I'm going to say, at the moment, it's looking grim with the offlane Slark probably not going to be contributing too much damage to their cause, at least for a while now. Techies, he can do a lot, but he's not having the greatest game of all time, only sitting at 0-2 and 0. Not the most levels to work with. Noob is doing what he can. He's having a great game on the puck. But Kaori, I like how he's making an adjustment, going for an urn, then getting the Vessel this game over the Scythe of Ice. Much needed. They need that quick damage.
Might just change at some point in the Phoenix. He knows what's up. Maybe
I hope not. I sincerely hope not, because Vessel against Pugna, against Shen is going to be super important here. You do have the press to attack that can remove it from the Legion Commander, but you just got to wait to use it. It will come in handy at some point.
Unless you cast it on a dual target, when then you grab it on the LC, he doesn't get his procs out. So
there you go.
See if they are able to do that. They're trying to silencing off this Storm Spirit, but that rune is going to help out Armel to move around on Amar. Looks like he's going to be dropping a lot of mines in here. Armel does still go for the deep dive for him. Yamich is able to secure the kill, and Noob has already moved out. A bit of unluck going in the way of Quest there.
They just didn't have enough damage for that, straight up. We talked about those techies. He has his basic toolkit, but it's not enough damage. The Storm is pretty tanky. With the raindrops, with the wand online, full Falcon Blade. Not an easy kill whatsoever.
Secret still holding on to that early lead. Finishing out every single tier 1 tower away from Quest, and Quest gonna have to just you know,
a blink
it's
dagger.
not just hope for the best, right? I mean, they want to still be able to make out plays with the Puck, who's currently 2-0. Noob together with that techie Omar. He's basically just been the guy who's left behind. I mean, the techies really doesn't have much of a route out as soon as he goes in with blast off. But at least if the Puck can escape, doesn't cause too much of a damage. T2000 also getting to farm up. And he needs to get bigger this game.
We haven't seen exactly what Quest wants to do with their lineup yet. It's really going to come online once the Slark gets a shard, drops it on the duel. I think that's the big vision there. That's their plan. Until they can get to that point, you don't really have much of an option on Quest other than to farm. You got a Terrorblade, you got a Slark. Do what you can on Noob, but I think for the most part, Kaori, we know how he likes to play. He's not going to show up. He's gonna be hitting
just use his Dark Pack. Duel comes out, and he's just gone.
Yeah, against Legion, Dark Pack will not help you either way. You might be able to save your allies from a duel, but you cannot save yourself.
And that is pretty much a blink reveal coming out from Boom. Successfully getting his first duel victory of the game. And now they're looking at Phoenix at the top lane. Yamich TP's in. LC going to be following up in just a matter of seconds. Yamich does show to push out the wave. And here goes Phoenix. First dive is available. And here comes the Storm Spirit trying to, you know, anticipate the movements of this Phoenix. But at least the Pugna has a healing battery able to give up some. But here comes the turnaround. Quest, I think they might have overextended a bit too much on the side of Secret. But how much can they actually punish? Is it just a Pugna kill? They'd like to have more. They did use 4 heroes for this, and the
8
Supernova
seconds for
also
duel. They're
spent.
staying around.
And Crystallis is coming in as well with the wind. So is Puppy with the Puppy's army. Kobolds, ogres, harpies, all sorts of creatures joining Puppy. Hiring anyone he can. Make sure that Secret can look for a dub.
And also bringing in the Alpha Wolf from the bot lane. And that will be Roshan. Going the way of Armel, most likely here. Most definitely, rather. He's going to be picking up an early Aegis here. It's really just this Terrorblade keeping the net worth pretty even. TA2000 having a standard Terrorblade game. Just not showing up for any fights, hitting every single creep on the map, doing what he does. Normally, if your team is doing well at this point in the game, you're like, we just lost, GG. And that's oftentimes we see Terrorblade getting banned. But his team's not doing so well, so they're going to really rely on him on his second thing he does well. Even if your team is losing, he is farming. And it's really going to come down to those couple engagements that he chooses to go to. And he has to pick them really wisely, too, because that could just determine the game.
Out of the 2 games that this TB's been played out in the hands of TA2000 before, there was a victory with the Slark lineup versus D1 Hustlers.
There we go.
There was a pretty rough loss versus Tundra, 25-4. But TA2000 are going to be caught here, and a pretty easy kill too. The Vortex prevents him from using the Sunder, and a big kill, and a rather easy one as well when you put it like that.
Yeah, you have a lot of magic bursts right now. Storm and the Pugna, they have no problems going through that 26 armor Terrorblade, and Omar will be going down. Most likely. Well, he's pretty fast.
Meanwhile, they found the puck on the bottom lane. Stall is able to find himself a kill, and that's also going to be the techies down. Quest losing members all over the map. They find a tower at least. Still against an Aegis, that top tier 1 tower to fall. Kaori, he'd like to stick around to push the wave even more, but doesn't want to reveal himself. Might just show him here. Boom. Gonna have to tank
all
that
started.
But here comes Puppy. Does he have any proper
he has a
control
blink
here?
Yeah, that ain't working. And he's dead.
Doesn't need to do much. Yeah, he just shows up, you know.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like, yeah, Boom died there to the Slark. I was like, okay, Slark's coming online, and then all of a sudden Quest is 4 heroes directly after. So scratch that. Team Secret in complete dominance so far of this game. But still, you can see this like rat tactics. They're getting a lot of kills. Quest, they haven't let up on just hitting the creeps at this point. We haven't seen this go past 3/4K advantage, even though it is 12-5 right now. The farm is still mainly just because TA2000, but the puck's doing pretty well. Amar's coming back into the farm game too. They just gotta limit these deaths.
They literally just killed the techies, and he's gonna spawn to die once again. They're just camping him, basically. Wherever the techies is, they're gonna be there too. Yamich with the healing battery, gonna give Armel his mana back. Noob, Amar, there's a Boom LC nearby.
There's a lot of secret heroes here. You gotta be careful.
Behind, in front, on the sides, everywhere. Amar, though, he's gonna get his ulti and his TP away. It looks like Puck. Look where Puck's hiding.
They see him now. They see him.
Hello.
Oh, a little impatient there from Crystallis. Maybe it won't matter. Crystallis saw him, but Noob couldn't see him back, so he just instantly thinks he has to go there. Fortunately, did not have a tree to shackle to, so Noob will get out of that before the duel comes online.
I mean, it's a Wind Ranger, right? You should be able to get your connections with that stun from any angle, right?
You can, but he just reacted really quickly. He's like, oh, there's Puck, and I don't blame him. You don't often see a Puck just standing there AFK very often. This guy likes to move around a lot, always phase shifting, jaunting around. Sometimes if you miss that split-second opportunity, it could be gone, as Crystallis, he's got a BKB. I'm not sure if this is the jump you're looking for if you're Quest.
See what they can do here with these TP rotation. Crystallis going to get the deny of the tower. Kaori and the rest of the boys already backing away. TA2000 still on top of net worth, 13,000 at the moment, and actually Secret lost 1,000 net worth there for a moment. As Quest, even if they do end up losing heroes, they're playing the map very efficiently.
I think if they can get this, you pray. I mean, it's great on both supports here. I think both your supports are dead if you go for this. Omar's it. Armel, sorry.
I'm going to steal it.
That's rough.
That hurts.
You blew it, that's for sure.
Armel just shows up, you know, spoils the party. Like, they're probably doing Tormentor here. Let's just go for a bit of a zip. They didn't have much, they don't have any vision in that area whatsoever, but they're able to surprise surprise Quest.
This game has a lot of tongue twisters in it too. You've got Amar, Armel, Omar.
Omar. We've got the Marmars.
A lot of Mars in here.
Yeah, I'm talking about Amar and Crystallis fighting against each other's.
All right, the shard is almost online here. But that steal was really big, by the way, because this Phoenix, the shard is so good. And we talked about how good the Techie shard is in the game, particularly like this one.
Yeah. I spy a potential duel
Yeah.
attempt there, but Boom just blade mailing up, just clearing out the way. Phoenix running away, but also Noob and Umar. They haven't been able to do as much as they hoped for. Those two unsuccessful ganks that they had early on, I think it really took the wind out of them.
For sure. But they've got to keep playing this way. It's going to be keep away Dota, wait for Secret to make a mistake, get to that stage where Sark can actually do damage. It's going to be a while from now, but he'll eventually get there. Just needs to keep hitting those creeps, has Echo Saber online. Still doesn't really want to go for that shard. He realizes this is a big reason why they picked the hero, but he doesn't actually want it. Doesn't really make him stronger, so he's going to delay it until he absolutely needs to.
He misses the rune. It's going to be taken away by Armel, and actually Noob has nowhere to go. Duel going to be followed up, and poor Puck tried to outplay there, waiting with the rune right next to him. And that shield rune, it goes for Armel. The kill goes for him too. Aegis has expired some time ago. Doesn't matter. Secret gets to push.
Crystallis using the focus fire, kind of showing that they only want this tier 2. Not looking to go to that high ground, which I 100% agree with. Don't play the high ground game. You've got a Wind Ranger, you've got a Storm, and a Legion Commander. These heroes are great at picking heroes off on the side lane as they have great mobility and lockdown. Especially when you get to Crystallis with this Aghanim Scepter, which he's only a point booster away pretty much here.
Currently, the game is looking like literally a rare Wind Ranger W.
It is a rare one, huh? This hero has not been winning the most. However, it was picked later in the draft.
14%, you know, it's not a very high win rate.
It definitely is not. However, I do think people were just like first phasing this hero too much. This was like a last pick Wind Ranger, right? And that might be more appropriate for this hero and where to pick it in the drafting.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Morphling ban especially, which was super crucial. You're like, oh, you got yourself a good TB game. Oh, we got a better Wind Ranger game coming up for us. But let's see what they could do. 3-man smoke towards the top half of the map, establishing some control for Secret. Meanwhile, Quest. On a bit of a quest here, Omar and Noob. However, they've already found a target for themselves, and that is TA2000 terribly down. And of course, the perfect hero to find once again. And Omar, can he do much here? Can he do much? Still being surrounded by so many hostiles that he's got no exit. Penitence will follow, slowed up, and boom, we'll get this kill. So that's 2 heroes gone. 2 big cores in Secret. They've only had success this game. No
yeah,
setbacks.
The Depth Shroud was just not there in time. I said that missed. It didn't miss, but it was just so late that by the time it hit, there was still damage going through it. The Pugna is still draining. You got your magic damage with a blast. Pugna seems to be quite good against this, as long as you get the spells off first. And of course, Storm can also lay a Remnant there and Legion Commander.
Gets scouted out finally there, but the Egg's going to be popped and trying to get Crystallis. Can they get the Wind Ranger kill? It'll be huge for Quest, but they're in an attempt, and an attempt it will remain. Boom's going to get the duel victory. Phoenix zapping away, but Armel going to be high on his heels. Puppy also following up, and they will get themselves yet again another kill going for Team Secret. They've really come to play here today, but Quest can't get anything right done right now. It's still 19 to the 5 kills they've been able to accumulate. And it just kind of looks like that Tundra game doesn't look like they might even be getting over that 5-kill threshold.
That may have been the straw that's going to break the camel's back here, as you are now going high ground with this Alpha Wolf, with the Chin army. Auras are online. Drum charge has been used. This tower is dead. Your
don't
barracks...
even need to focus fire anymore for the racks.
Oh, you definitely do not. Glyph has been forced.
Armel also has a minefield of his own versus the techies. You don't want to cross these remnants here. At least they get cleared out by the creep wave. They will play the sacrificial lamb. Ari coming in from the side. He's got that sheep stick lined up, but I don't think he's going to be getting close to it unless they can win this fight. How do they force it though? Coil on 3, that might just be it. Quest, how do they get in? They can't! Those coil stunts will pop and Secret's walking out of there. Just like they haven't seen anything worthy of meeting.
Well, guess what? Puppy's got a pipe. You try to take that fight. This man has pipe, mech, solar crest, drums. Pretty much building every single support item in the game. He has the same net worth as Amar's Slark in the off lane here.
He's got more CS than Boom.
Yeah, I mean, what they decided to do here was just make sure Puppy and Boom split net worth. And Boom just went for the essentials. He went for a Blink Dagger. He's going to be the stun for the Blade Mail.
Do they
and then
get
Puppy's going to keep him alive.
A bit of a shift in tempo. Quest coming out of their side of the map and charging straight towards the triangle. They're going to find Yamich. TA2000 to follow up as well. Secret on the low ground right now. Yamich is going to get caught by the dust. And Quest, they will find a pick off, but they can't force a full-on fight. Shackle shot coming out, connecting onto the TB illusion.
Roshan is alive on the dire side. We'll see if Quest can posture to potentially take this Roshan here.
It could
but there's
just be
no
the
way
play.
Secret will just allow it though.
It could just be the play. Aegis and Cheese. Pugna in 20. Secret.
I think you got to
probably know
go
what they're
without
up
him
to.
if you want to defend this. You got your BKB on the Legion Commander now. That's new.
I mean, you're not pushing that top lane unless you've got something else on your mind. There's a bone somewhere dug in the ground here. 3-man smoke again, trying to get themselves that mobility advantage. T2000 charging in forward with the TB. Silence onto the Storm Spirit Armel. BKB though, he's going to turn it around. And Amar's going to be in the middle as well. He's going to lose half of his HP. Duel coming out as well to the TB. Egg going to be popped though. And Secret's on the run once again. Oh, they got the coil already on Noob, but they're going to dodge that Supernova.
How did the duel disjoint there? What did I just watch?
I don't know.
I'm actually confused.
To watch more. The fight's not over yet. Storm coming in again, into the middle, silenced up once again. This time no BKB. Boom's gonna be dropping 2. Secret losing 2. And Yamich on the high ground. He's got no one to heal up right now. That life drain on cooldown. Noob gonna be chasing him up. And TA2000 Sunder onto the Wind Ranger. Does have that Wind Run available. BKB coming out as well. Buybacks are following from Armel and from Kaori. Both trying to join this fight back as soon as possible. Still 4 versus 5 for Secret. They're down a man. Puppy might just be down 2 men as he's gonna be falling too here behind the Roche pit. And it's just down to 3 for Secret. Roche down to 50%. And Quest continue to hold their ground. They've already cut that net worth loss in half. And with this Roche taken, it's going to increase. Crystallis trying to get close. He's not in any position to interrupt Quest right now. Maybe Armel. Maybe he does the big play. Amar going to be revealing himself. That Death Shroud coming off cooldown. Has a Shadow Dance available. And that second life as well with that Death Shroud. But not needed. Roche is falling. They've done it. Amar will give his life happily for the greater good. And Quest will take Roshan, take Cheese. Crystal is going to get the shackle shot onto the puck. But not going to get any follow-up damage. Focus Fire still on cooldown. That's a big win for Quest.
It's a really big one, and we're starting to see why the Slark was picked here versus the Legion Commander. So apparently, once you get in the Depth Shroud, Legion Commander, if you lose that vision, it just cancels the duel. So you all of a sudden just cannot duel anyone but Slark from now on. Otherwise, you just don't get a duel. And this is why they thought picking Slark was just worth it. It had a horrendous laning stage. It has been a liability for about 25 minutes. But now we're starting to see it's finally online. Big Brain Amar playing for the late game here, completely turning that team fight around. Now getting the Roche. They got a Cheese on the puck. They got the Aegis. And you've got a lot of single target if you're Team Secret right now. You want to be snowballing hard in this. Wind Ranger, completely single target. Same with the Legion Commander, completely single target. Pugna, kind of in the same category here too. Even though Pugna doesn't really want to use many of his spells for the damage, nor does the Chen. They're going to be more defense. So it's going to come a lot down to Armel, and when Armel dies early in the fights...
Looking at Armel, he's going to take the initiation into his own hands onto the Tech EC Coast. Silence comes out from Noob, but the BKB comes out faster. TB, Sunder,
we got the
found.
Sunder!
Boom! Oh, he goes boom as he just dies. Omar follows up with the same pattern. And going to be dropped in the middle of the fight too. Omar's going to be dropping. T2000 still has that Aegis though. And no Metamorph needed for the time being. Noob's going to be poking Pugna in the back line. But the fight's also spreading to the south part waters as Chen's going to be taken down by Amar. And they also got that wind kill in the river. Crystal is going to give out a massive amount of gold for Kaori, who is getting closer and closer to that sheepstick. So all of his plans, all of his foresight, this Nostradamus might just be able to get a sheepstick after all.
I think Boom must be really kicking himself after that one. Just that fight looked okay. They were poking from long range or making things happen, and Boom just walks in, breaks a coil, gets sundered without pressing BKB, dies immediately, full heals to Terrorblade from there on forward. You can't win this fight. And now this, no question about it. This is Quest's game at the moment. Their lineup is online. It feels like Chen is one of those heroes that definitely falls off as the game goes on. Your Legion split net worth with the Chen. Not to say Legion's going to do a lot this game with this counter pick Slark here, unless you can find that duel onto Amar. And of course, the Wind Ranger. This hero has not been known for being dominant in the late game, especially when you're playing against big items like this Nullifier. And TA2000 is double downing on this Terrorblade, going for that Monkey King bar to make sure that he can kill Crystallis. And if Crystallis goes down, your damage is gone.
And everything was going just according to plan for Secret. Everything was going swellingly. Towers were falling. Pickoffs were given. We were able to dodge the enemy team in every attempt that they had. We were able to turn those around. And now it's just been Quest winning. They're easily back in the game. And like you said, this is their game right now. They're fully active. They've got big items coming up on all of their heroes. There was a Halberd lined up for Amar, but he also recognizes the strength of that duel. He's going for Lincoln's into Refresher Orb, so even more Death Shrouds. Wind doesn't do damage. Like you said, duel gets cancelled. I don't know what kind of interaction that is, but apparently
just
that's
straight
the way
up
it works.
canceled. Yeah, the duel went off, and then he dropped the Depth Shroud, and he got one hit off, and then once he went back into the Depth Shroud, the duel just got completely cancelled. But either way, Quest, after their most recent loss to the D1 Hustlers, really need a win here if they want to be in contention of potentially even going to the Major if they have a flawless season. Maybe not flawless, but a good one. And Secret, they can't really afford this loss. They've already got way too many here. They don't want to go back to Div 2. And being in a game like this where they feel like they should have been winning and kind of tossed it all the way back to Quest's side cannot be good for team morale here.
Secret really, we were painting the picture they can't afford another loss.
They really can't.
Push them into 1-5, and that's almost guaranteeing your spot into at least the tiebreaker elimination. 2-5 has been a very common scoreline for a lot of these teams to still battle for 7th to 6th. But if you go 1-6, that's pretty much your doomsday.
Yeah, most
Only
definitely.
1-5 here is something that Secret can't afford.
They still have tools to get back into this game. It's not going to be some crazy item timing or anything like that. Well, maybe the sheep stick on Armel, potentially, might be the craziest thing you could be looking for. But that's already slower than Kaori's sheep stick that is completed on the Phoenix now. So that's a little bit concerning, to say the least here. But your biggest issue for Team Secret now is the Slark. It's honestly just the Slark. You got to kill him. You got to duel this Slark. If you don't manage to get the duel off, he is going to get the Depth Shroud off, and you just don't have the lockdown anymore. And if you can't see your targets, you can't do damage. You don't have the most damage anymore. Before, you did. We saw the first Depth Shroud use. They just burst it through the magic damage, but we're starting to get more items online. The spells are starting to become less important. The physical damage, that's what needs to be connecting here, especially from Crystallis on his Wind Ranger. And if you don't burst his TB quickly, he's close to MKB. He's got Nullifier. You're not surviving here unless Quest does not bring detection for this Aghanims available on Crystallis, as that does allow him to go invisible now while being able to attack. And of course, takes reduced physical damage.
Yeah, that's gonna help at least prolonging fights versus the Terrorblade for the time duration. But that Nullifier on the TB already is going to be an issue. That's going to be a big issue for the Wind Ranger. Can't just go straight head on, full on charge mode, try to kill somebody right away. It just doesn't work that way anymore.
And Puck has the gem too, so you're going to be able to see him as he goes invisible here as well. No real easy answer here for Team Secret, and we've kind of noticed that in the last 2 team fights here. They're at a bit of a loss what to do as well. And sometimes in a game of Dota, if you don't know what to do, you can just play the game normally. Chill, don't force anything, and sometimes opportunities will fall into your lap. As we will see, Poppy is going to be split pushing a bit with his creeps. Same with Crystallis. The time is not now to fight. Just wait. Aegis is now gone. It's not going to be easy, but they're going to have to find some opening where I think Quest is split up. Or they can find that perfect duel onto the Slark and burst him down.
It's going to be difficult for Secret now. Losing that full-on momentum, losing that edge really, really puts you thinking and wondering for a moment, but you got to get that package together. Just calm it down a little bit. Figure out the next approach.
I like the route of massing sheep sticks, though, here on Team Secret. That could be what they need.
It's an idea.
As Crystallis is going for one next.
At least if you got quick fingers, you're able to get the... I mean, Quest doesn't really have anyone to save except for the Slark.
They do have Lincolns on the puck, though, so you have some protection there. It's more of going to be a test of patience for Quest. If you have all these sheep sticks, and if they break the resolve, they go solo, they want to farm that one wave by themselves, they get picked off, everything can fall apart. But for now, complete discipline mode, playing around Roshan.
And they got the vision advantage too. They're going to be popping. Blade Mail coming in. Boom! Instantly, Team just blinks onto the Slark, and that's the one you wanted to start the fight. Also into the backline, they're going to be losing the Phoenix buybacks coming out as well from the Slark, from the Techies. And just Armel trying to get out of there. He's going to be low on HP. Link is going to be popped as well, so Puck has to reset for the time being in TA2000. No targets to hit right now. Secret resetting.
I didn't know about this until just now, but apparently Nullifier also dispels Chen's ult. Heal over time, so even more value for Nullifier.
It is pretty good, but jumps like that, you know, the Techies pretty much just killed himself. The Blade Mail and the mines were exploding. Omar was not in a good place, but the Slark also just disappeared there.
Exactly the jump they needed, right? They had to jump onto Omar here. That's literally the only person he can duel. Just because of how this Depth Shroud interaction works, he can't duel anyone else. Physically just not possible.
Yep.
And Amar is queuing up the Lincolns, realizing that. Maybe wishing he would have disassembled that Echo Saber into the Aghanims to potentially have a faster Lincolns here. But either way, they got to give up Roche now. Amar, no buyback. Doesn't feel comfortable going into there with no Metamorphosis. So the pendulum swings back into Secret's way here after a good fight here. Everything off the back of these Roshan fights on the Dire side.
And now you wish you meant something to somebody else. Let's see what Secret's able to accumulate now. Back in the game after a bit of a lapse, which was Quest coming back online. But if you can replicate that last fight where Boom jumps on one target, Storm jumps another, and Crystallis has freedom in the fight to pick his target, you've got so much happening that Quest they just don't have the heroes to react anymore.
I'm just surprised that ended up working, that they just were on vision of Secret, didn't get the D ward in time. Maybe Amar just had his sentry in the backpack, whatever it might be, but Amar has one job this game. Don't get jumped by Legion.
You have one job.
That's his only job this game. If he can achieve that, they can win the fights. If he gets jumped, he realized the importance of him being alive there, so he instantly bought back, but the damage is already done, right? The duel has been used. Your purpose isn't really needed anymore. Now in your situation where he just doesn't have buyback available. They lost the Roshan anyway on top of his buyback. Game's not over by any means here. But plays like these definitely slow it down, and now he's going to go back for that D ward. He's like, that ward killed me up on the top lane. Make sure I get it.
But that at the same time, they know he's there. They know they just literally Stark was de-warding, and Armel's going to be around. The sentry is there, but he doesn't have any idea. And there we go. Surprise strikes, and Amar down for 105 seconds. That's a ticket to take another lane of racks for Secret.
That is one hell of a ticket. That is VIP first class ticket to Quest base here. And what can you do about it with no Slark? Maybe you wait for the duel. 25 seconds. That'll be plenty of time to get one more duel off if they want, but go, go, go. I think if you're Secret, nothing to wait for. You got Aegis, you got Cheese, you got Refresher Shard.
T2000 goes in. Metamorph going to be Pop Nuke coming out as well. Got the coil connecting only onto the Chen. Legion able to walk out. And TV in a bit of trouble there too. Pops his BKB, but the duel's only been cooled down for another 5 seconds. So Boom wasn't actually even going to be able to grab this TB. Forces out that BKB from TB. And our
BKB meta used.
Keeping up the front. Quest. They only have Egg. They only have Egg and 2 mines. 40 seconds for Slark.
with the Aegis. Cheese is still available. You might get one-sided barracks here, but that might potentially be it. It's hard to say because meta will be down too. So if you want, you can force this. I think I want Secret to force this, but the choice is theirs. But I think you don't stop here.
Puck shows himself in lane. Crystallis on the hunt. Overwhelming link to the high ground. Forces out the face. The text comes out onto Armel. It's a bit of a safety procedure there. Quest not really looking to initiate onto the Storm Spirit while their Slark is still dead, but they're going to take that time to utilize a Phoenix pickoff. Yes, sir! That buyback comes out. Noob, though, he's got a coil on 3, and Armel's going to be right on top of him. He's like, you want to fight my buddies? I'll fight you back. Amar coming in. They got the blast off connected onto 3, and a big press the attack there from Boo, able to keep them on the move. Amar's going to be still relentless with the chase, trying to get this LC kill, and Noob's going to take it. He's just going to be popped too. And what can they do on the side of Secret? No focus fire. Armel trying to juke it out, and he's going to be able to get on the move, but Noob still going with that silence. Lincoln's pop on Crystallis, and Quest will keep a lane of racks. They will still keep one. There's a cheese literally on the ground. Who was this supposed to go to? I mean, this is actually Quest's cheese, so it's not like Secret dropped it in the middle of the fight for somebody to pick up.
Oh, that's good at least, and we do see the Wind Ranger with 7,000, well, almost 7,500 gold. Probably going to buy out a sheepstick almost entirely now after that fight. Expensive defense there for Quest, but they do get to keep their last set of barracks. Was the Phoenix buyback to keep them into this?
Yeah. They did burn a cheese on the pug in that last fight. Yamich, not really the tankiest of targets, and wants to keep that constant sustain up on Armel, help out the Wind Ranger if necessary. But really, just full focus, Armel, Yamich being the duo.
Puppy's got the Martyr's plate here. 20% of all damage goes back to Puppy. Yeah. Really being self-sacrificial here.
Yep. And a big magic resistance buff too, but he's just going to be chilling, taking it for the team. He's got the heals to withstand some of that. Armel trying to be a bit of a nuisance here for Quest. Continues to jump on that high ground, but that lane of racks will still stay in place.
It might be 7.33 now, but going high ground is just as hard as always. With buyback potentials for Quest, this Puck could just go in first, use everything he buys back. All of a sudden, you potentially get team wipe because you're out of position now. Not a position you particularly want to be in. Wouldn't be surprised if Team Secret are like, let's not go high ground, let's just wait for the next Roshan. Why not? Try to take the map unless you can find a quest hero that's out of position, or you can find that perfect jump onto Amar yet again. But he does have the Lincolns. It's not as easy. Hold high grounds and wait. Be patient. As it is late game Dota now. Any mistake can cost you the game.
And respectively, both teams just holding on to those high ground positions. The positions of power that you do not want to give away to their opponents. Approaching from the low ground, and bit of a mirror movement here. Secret heading towards the lane. Quest in the triangle. They've got the exits covered. Amar, he's being the bouncer on that Slark. Nobody crosses. Nobody enters. Need a proper ID to enter Quest's side of the map.
Gotta have a dire ID to get in there. Carry in a good position here, getting that observer ward down.
Oh, noob shown. Crystallis with a cheeky attempt there with the shackle shot. It's a good range spell, might as well try for it. Who knows what good could actually happen out of that. Their location has been spotted, and Quest, they gotta worry about this top lane pushing in, the mid lane pushing in, as they've lost 2 lanes of racks. Secret can just play the long game, just wait it out. Quest is the one who's constantly got to fire.
This is just going to be the Roshan dance. If you're Quest, even if Roshan spawns here on the dire side, you can't go do it because you'll lose mega creeps for it. Literally impossible unless Secret are sleeping. So they're going to camp here, and they're going to prioritize to make sure that you can't leave this lane of barracks exposed on Quest. But Roshan will be the big thing that people will look at, as it will respawn in about 5 seconds from now. Well, it won't respawn, it can respawn. People know that it can respawn now, which means you have to get in position almost immediately.
Seconds. That's a very fast small timer in Quest. Oh, Boom's coming in. Amar is going to realize my Shadow Dance is actually off a bit late there. Pops his ulti right away. 4 enemies here. Guys, come help me out.
He got the D ward, though.
Got the D ward indeed.
And without the something to pop that Lincoln's there, he can afford to be a little late on popping that. And here we go again. Dire Roche fight number 3.
Number 3. Who wins this one this time? I think we're looking at a tie score, right? Quest was able to get 1. Secret was able to take 1. Poppy. He's got his Harpy in the front. You've got this vision advantage with the big army here. These Centaurs and Ogres don't really know where to go, but Armel does. He will locate Omar. BKB already burnt for this. They forgot to get the duel, but the Terror Wave is a big one there from TA2000. Cancels out that entire fight. Fears everybody away as that Shackle shot connected. Goes for a bit of a reset. That's an 90-second cooldown. So no more fear available, but still has that secondary metamorph. The main one. The main morph.
And Seeker can sit here all day as they know eventually this mid lane will start pushing in and start chipping at that tier 4 towers. But until then, it's all about who gets initiation here. Who has the buybacks?
Quest playing with such limited vision too. They only got the high ground position to hold on to, but Secret's not falling for it. That's really what it is. You've got Power Shot, you've got Chen Army, you've got Storm Spirit, Quest. It's just an orb, but looks like they might get the jump after all onto Armel. No BKB, Egg on top of him. Storm Spirit low on HP and he's down, coming in with a buyback. Crystal is trying to fight against TA2000. That is just a quick play there. Pops his Seal Potion, the Demon Seal as well, but he's hexed up. And there goes your carry. He ain't coming back for 90 seconds because he can't afford a buyback. Doom, got the Boom duel. Not the Doom Bull, but it's what they wanted, it's what they needed, and what they get as well. Secret win the fight, secure Roshan, and Quest, they're gonna have to give this one up.
Oh, most definitely. Just mentioning the buybacks before, they got the Storm, but Storm, probably the best hero to get initiated on there if you want to guarantee yourself a fight win. Obviously, you don't want your Storm to particularly die there, but he dies, he takes the Aegis, no buyback. And he TPs to the tier 2, and he's just back, and you're going to see through this replay here. Oh, I got the Storm, guys. I got the Storm, which is great. Storm's a great target to kill. However, he's going to instantly buy back, TP on to that tier 2 immediately. And as the fight starts a little sketchy for Secret, guess who's back? The only hero that could be back as fast as this is Storm Spirit with the buyback.
Yeah, and Amar, he's been located. He's just trying some desperation plays here. Something must be done. He will escape. A man also Kari with that egg placement, it was literally on top of the Storm Spirit, so Secret's first call, egg, and they get it.
Yep, just pop the Boots of Bearing there from Poppy and right-click it down. Especially with the Legion Commander, who can get that bonus attack speed as well. Made short work of that egg. But you're still up your barracks. You do have a win condition if you're Quest. Kill a Storm twice. Of course, that's a big task. However, the Aegis timer is going to run out before his buyback timer comes back online. So it is completely fine if you just want to wait the entirety of this Aegis and then try to take a fight. And then it could swap over again to the point where if they can get the Storm without buyback, you might be able to do some structural damage. And just the way we like it, T-Panda. We love these hour-long games that we get gifted all the time.
Oh, for sure. It's a long,
it might be one
battle.
of those.
And once again, you know, what's going to be the end result? It could literally be either team, but right now Secret looking a bit stronger with those previous few fights. Maybe Quest. Those that last engagement, especially positioning, maybe Storm Spirit blowing up right away at the start of the fight. It's a good thing, but after that, nothing went their way. Gotta find a different type of approach. It makes it a bit easier for Secret to approach the next fight, but I'm curious about the comms on Quest. What's really their priority here? Is it just the Storm Spirit? Can they find something else? Who do they really want to take down? Who do they save their abilities for? Do you just blow everything on the first target you spot? How desperate is it?
I think you kill whoever walks on the high ground. Because if you don't,
it is a bit desperate, yeah.
If you don't, you lose your base. If you're waiting for that perfect target, like if your communication's like, we have to go on the Pugna, guys, and Pugna just never shows on the map, and the other guys walk up to your high ground, you're just going to lose your base. So you don't really have the luxury of target selecting, at least right away. So the first target you see, you have to dump at least something on him. Doesn't mean you have to use everything to kill that target, but you got to use something to make sure he dies, to lure out the Pugna, to lure out the Chen, maybe the more higher priority targets.
Looking at buyback status, Amar, Kaori. Then you have 4 on the side of Secret, minus the Storm Spirit, who bought back last fight, but at least he has the Aegis. Still for 2 minutes. That is gonna most likely expire unless Secret can force a move, but do they have to force a move? Oh, we'll see that. If that Arcane Rune is enough. If something happen. Homage has a cheese in his backpack too. And the Refresher Shard for Crystallis.
I'm not really expecting much to happen. Both these teams are top caliber teams. They're in Division 1 Western Europe, the hardest region in the world here, and they know there's no point doing anything dumb right now. They're going to play it safe. Quest isn't going to leave their base, even with the Aegis and Shees. Secret aren't going to go high ground without having an advantage, but they could make a smoke play happen. That could be good. Depends on where they want to go with it. And the target they get is going to be super important here too, and not going too deep will be key, unless they feel like they can just get a team wipe here.
They also recognize that Amar right now not inside the base. He's farming elsewhere.
I don't even know if they know that, though.
His position has been located here, but Secret's not going to jump that deep in. Amar
Are we going to use the glyph for this, or no?
We'll see. Quo comes out. They also got the Metamorph. That's actually just the Terror Wave, but their BKBs will soak it up.
They literally got the range racks, forced the Terror Wave and the egg.
And they're back to action. Amar trying to locate the Storm Spirit. No more pounce available. Nullifier dodged by the Shadow Dance. And Amar is just all by himself. Guys, help me out. I can't do everything by myself. Crystala's going to get the Shackle.
The Shackle hit.
Into the Creep Wave. Oh my goodness. Going to get caught by it. Has to buy back. Glyph saving this melee racks for the time being. Quest. Oh goodness. They're in huge trouble right now.
Still holding for now. But are they going to be patient?
Hex comes out. Pugna going to get bullied here. Pugna, Aeon Disc will pop. BKB comes out as well. Still has the cheese. And Amar, no more pounce. Only has the Step Shroud. Doesn't need to use it though. His ulti's also back off cooldown. Secret still continuing. Trying to exploit any weakness on the side of Quest. Amar going for another pounce in. TA2000 coming in with a Nullifier. Wind Ranger going to get surrounded by every direction, but the protection is enough. Yamich just being that big nuisance here. Amar trying to fight all the way. Kaori's going to go down, coming up with a buyback on the Phoenix and TA2000. He's got no targets to hit right now with this Metamorph. Secret can just reset and go away again.
And Puppey used that distraction just to send his creeps in, secure the mega creeps there as they're going to back out. I'm glad that Armel played that one very cautiously, because he still had about 2 minutes until his buyback. If he would have died there, I think that would have been the only opportunity here for Quest to make a run back to the base. I say that, but trust me, this game is still going to rage on. Mega creeps, whatever. It doesn't really matter. They're going to sit here. They're going to battle against them. They're still going to wait for another opening to happen on the map. And they're going to wait for Roshan, of course. Let's get another Roshan running here. And let's get to that 60-minute mark and get some cool items here. Because why not? You know, we've already came this far. Let's just get to those 60-minute items.
Might as well. Stretch it all the way to the last tier.
POS 5 duty out here, getting some deep wards.
Any good tier 5 items that could turn the game for Quest?
Oh, hell if I know. I don't know anything about tier 5 items.
Well, maybe if I list something here. What about, like, Arcanist Armor? Maybe,
Well, we'll see. I might dig into that in a little bit if But I think
Use Ex
Amar
Machina.
is trying to get something to happen over here with the vision he does have.
I mean, we already have the Depth Shroud. If we get a Book of Shadows, too. Make a hero untargetable. Does that also just break Doom's Buell? Doom's Buell.
Amar got another Observer Ward. So the vision advantage is slightly starting to go more and more towards Quest's way, as Roshan can start spawning in 10 seconds from now.
Give me a guess. I'm going to say 1:30.
Oh, when will it spawn?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just give a flat 2.
1:30 to 2. 2:44 is the right answer. If you're lucky with that, ding, ding, ding.
I win.
Yeah, you win. You win with the average.
What do I win?
I mean, you already have glory and cookies and success, so I don't know what to give you, man.
I got cookies. You don't have cookies.
Okay, I'll give you cookies then if you don't have them.
All right. I mean, I do, but how'd you know?
But if you already have them, what do you need more? They're a hoarder of cookies.
Of course.
Quest could use a real good feel cookie right now. I mean, like you said, map control at least slightly went in their favor.
And they're praying right now, please, Roche, be the minimum spawn timer. But unfortunately, in this game, Roshan will, for the first time,
and
well, they have a small window, but it will be on the Radiant this time around.
MVP 90 HP Centaur Courser inside the Roche pit. Never mind, he's dead. He walked into another mine. Will locate Quest's attempts, and Quest's forced back to the base. Now Secret. They're the ones upholding the secrets of the Roche pit.
Bounce game. Roshan on Dire every single time this game. Which gives it a big advantage to Quest. It's part of the reason why this game, I think, is going for like an hour. If that second Roche or was a third, who I don't even know at this point, didn't go the way of Quest, this game could have been over real fast for the side of
I believe
Secret.
we're looking at Roshan number 4.
Yeah, so it was Roche number 2 that Quest ended up taking away. Because Secret, they were snowballing this game super hard. If they would have got that second Roche, not a doubt in my mind, they would have just went high ground. And with those buybacks and playing it there, it'll be tough. Yeah, Roshan is most likely just going... They don't have enough time. Sure, it's going to spawn on Dire, but it's going to run right to Radiant straight after.
Well, we got 1 minute exactly for the last tier of neutral items, so that's usually a time where Quest is considering, well, we've got tier 5 neutrals, and Secret's going to be like, hey, we're going to have enemy heroes farming the jungle, so let's try and find a pick-off somewhere.
All right,
while farming for the items.
You had a question about items. Let me see.
Yeah,
what
the tier
could
5
be really good
neutrals. Is there something that could turn the tide for Quest?
I mean, whatever you find on Quest, I'm sure Secret will have something
just
that's
saying
equal.
anything, alright.
However, items like the Apex on Terrorblade is really good. It's a good Desolator game on it. I guess Slark with Apex is great too. I'm sure they want one of those.
Ex Machina also looks pretty hot because you've also got these double BKBs. TB, for example, another blade kick.
Yeah, Pirate Hat on Slark.
Pirate Hat on Slark, I like that.
And then Giant's Ring on Techies, just so he looks cool.
Oh yeah, that would be swell. Well, 60 minutes is full, and Amar has been found. He's already hunting for the neutrals in Secret, indeed. Trying to hunt for pickoffs here. Let's see what we're gonna get with these tokens.
All right, 60 minutes time.
Spawning. Roche is also spawned, so Secret's gonna go for that first.
So here's the thing: you're gonna get Roche.
Quest is all over the jungle right now. They found a mirror shield.
Yeah, you're gonna get Roche on Secret, but you're gonna get the neutral items on Quest. This is an easy call to make, but maybe you can get the neutral items first and just take the fight into them and hope these neutral items are enough to get you the W. And there's the Pirate Hat.
Yep, there's the Pirate Hat. Also,
TB's like,
I can talk
I'm the
about the
carry.
Roche perspective. You know, the Ags for Storm Spray. We got the AoE Vortex.
I mean, he already had that, but he just ate his Ags.
No, he just used it.
Really? He didn't have one? I thought he did. All right, maybe even bigger. Okay. Because he had that refresher, but without Ags. Okay. Either way, it doesn't really matter.
There you go. Necrobook also for Quest. I mean, that could help with pushing out one of the lanes.
All right, Mirror Shield. So this one's
Mirror
pretty
Shield's
good.
pretty
Is
good,
it good
I
in
think.
this game?
I mean,
Can block Sunder?
Shackle Shot, Sunder block.
He has Shackle Shot. He's not going to block his own spells.
I mean,
it's a podcast one too. It's on Wind Ranger too. I was confused.
Oh, Wind has also one. Okay,
They
okay.
both have one.
That explains. I was just looking at Noob's perspective because I saw him have the Mirror Shield first. Oh, they got 2 now.
Yeah.
Doubling it up. Amar's like, I like Philosopher's Stone.
Wait, how do you get 2 Mirror Shields? They steal one? Well,
Maybe they go 3.
Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. Sorry. You can just pick your own. Wow.
Maybe they
really
go
am
3. Oh, maybe Amar also wants one. Well, I mean, 2 is better than nothing because we've got so many single target control items. We're talking especially, you mentioned early on this game, the double sheep sticks with the wind and the storm spirit. The halberd could be bounced back. Those into the mirror shield could be very, very valuable because it hurts Secret's initiation a lot.
Oh, for sure. And then I think Kaori going for the Book of the Dead, not Shadows, Book of the Dead. One of the books there, just to deal with the mega creeps. You can now just kind of help push out these lanes. You can also break Lincolns if you want. With the Purge there. Which Puppy does have a Lincolns, and so does Crystallis, trying to protect themselves against the Nullifier of the Terrorblade.
Armel's kind of happy that he was able to open up another inventory slot for the Force Boots. So Boots away, can now hold on to the Refresher Orb as the final. Finished off the Revenant's Brooch. It's going to be extra right-click damage as well for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, pretty good versus Slark too, right? You should be able to get out outside the pounce if it acts just like a Force Staff. So you won't always need a BKB to deal with Amar if he pounces on you. I do like how Amar is playing this game to an extent. I like how he's been playing it for a while now. Of course, it got him in trouble a little bit by being so aggressive, but he's been out on the map. He's been trying his best to make sure that he isn't just stuck in his base, being very aggressive. And it's kind of like that playing to win mentality, not just sitting in base and waiting for a push to come that never comes here. And taking a look at the buyback status here, 9 heroes in this game have buyback. So whenever we do see action, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
We're going to have to wait for a while. I mean, something we're kind of already accustomed to with these long games. Always happens to be us this season. I mean, SEA Dota was a Tour 1 or Tour 2. It was Avo and Seek who were doing all these, like, hey, we got this 50-minute game for you. We got this 65-minute game for you. Go ahead. It looks like we've got that now. But Secret, trying to make us a favor. I don't know if it's a favor, really, but at least forcing some kind of attention from Quest here as Crystallis and Armel. Focus Fire used up. Here we go. Coming into the coil. Ick this time placed at the back. TA2000 surprising with the damage. A Wind Ranger about to fall. Crystallis going to go down. Boom's also going to be the focus right now from Quest as they're stacked up on Armel. Trying to cause havoc as well. Boom's going to be falling. Quest still fighting with everybody alive. The Ick's going to be exploding. Kaori, can he turn this around for his team? Armel's going to be in the middle. Still surviving, and Noob's going to be moving out as well. TA2000 still alive. They will get Amar for all of their troubles here, but the damage is out from Secret. Losing 2, getting a kill off the Slark, not quite finishing off the tier 4 tower, but at least getting some building damage here. Quest, they can't keep on holding like this forever. That is unhealable damage.
No big openings forced here either, though. No one had to buy back. So they're just going to run out these timers, go back and farm. But perfect scenario there, right? TA2000, he was dealing without the buyback, but decides to initiate anyway onto that Wind Ranger. Getting that early pick off with the Terror Wave backwards. And the Nullifier. That is really what won them that team fight in the end.
Yeah, he was
but
able
the game
to show
will rage on.
Yeah, was able to show at the stairs behind Secret when they were extended from that coil between the high ground and the tier 4 towers. And he's just got his BKB just throwing these big hits in and kind of positioning-wise surprising Secret a bit as well. Like, what is TA2000 doing over here? He's not supposed to be there. And kind of making the big
TA2000,
play
yeah.
for the fight.
He's like screw that. I'm still going to be the only hero without buyback as he fully buys out a Daedalus.
Okay.
And I'm not sure he replaces his BKB with that. If
He's
that
got
wasn't
a
bold
pirate
enough.
map, so at least he's going to be building up economy, but, you know, the fact that he does not have buyback, he wants to farm it up. See if he's got the time to get that. Secret, they're back in full strength. TPing straight to the outpost and rushing through mid. It is Mega Creep still in the base, so Quest can't really leave. ED on Armel. Smoke up coming out. Lamar trying to place some mines, get some vision down, sees Crystallis, and Boom's coming into the high ground. Blink's going to get cancelled out. Armel coming up the vortex, going to be catching the Techies. Techies going to get dueled up as well. Tier 2000 throwing in some hits, but Noob already down to half HP. And Boom's going to get caught as well. Crystallis does get sundered up, and Quest, that was not the Metamorph, that was just the Terror Wave. So at least Secret can't just reset away from meta and go back in. Too many tools on the side of Quest for now, but they hold. They got the buyback off of Omar. It's something.
So the Book of Shadows on Techies could be a good tool here to help maybe Omar survive if he ever gets dueled. That extra protection against the duel now.
Stupendous.
Killing Techies again without buyback. That is now the new window that is open for your win condition here.
Yep.
Of course, new ones. New ones will happen.
Rapier on Puck.
I don't know
Very
why,
curious.
but I'm getting like a little nervous for Secret here. They're trying to break the base. It's not really working. Rapiers are coming online. You're playing versus a Terrorblade. If you die a couple times more, especially if you make a buyback play, this is definitely one of those games where Quest can just delete your base in a solid 60 seconds. And I think they know that too, so they're going to take this one real slow as we are approaching that 70-minute mark. But no buyback on Terrorblade and no buyback on Techies. Of course, Secret does not know Terrorblade has no buyback. I think they're assuming that he does, as would I in their position.
This time
So
they're going to
playing
take a
as
different
such.
type of approach and look for the bottom half entry. Roshan is going to be up in 40 seconds. That's
Oh,
gonna
our
be
good
yet
friend
again-
Roshan, he's coming back, huh?
Always makes an appearance. You know, he's kind of like the guest star.
Really is.
Bit of a star appearance, shows up, and then he leaves again. Like, take these gifts. I shall return with more. I mean, Roshan is kind of the Santa Claus of Dota in a way when you think about it. But does he give it to the good kids?
I mean, see, are you saying he's like the Grinch Santa Claus? Or like an evil Santa Claus?
I don't know. Armel going to be finding Omar once again, forcing the attention. Terror Wave coming out is going to be connecting onto the low ground. Legion Commander stuck in the trees. So feared that he's scared about those trees looking weird on the dark side of the map. A Boom charging in the front. They've got Slark stunned up. That's a long shackle shot. Got a lot of refreshers being popped again. And Quest, they're relentless with the hunt. They want this to work. Vortex on the back from Armel. Makes a huge play, but the Sunder going to be coming out on Armel's on the run right now. As a BKB still can keep the distance. Amar, he's used both Death Shroud and his Shadow Dance. No refresher remaining. He's going to have to get out. Boom coming in looking for a bit of poke on Amar, but no duel. Gets BKB, well actually gets Lincoln's up there. And a bit of magic protection for the time being. He uses that Ex Machina too. And Secret, oh, a lot of resources spent, but
that was good for
tier
Secret.
4 tower down.
Yeah, they got the tier 4, they got the meta. They got a lot of spells out of Quest from that. But still no kill.
Still no kill. Puck still has the Rapier too. Puck right-clicking for about 600 right-click damage at the moment. Mar charging in once again. He's got 28 Essence Shift stacks. Gonna get taunted up. The duel does connect, but he's gonna be in Shadow Dance. Boom's gonna need some
Focus
backup
shadows
here.
on him.
Omar coming in with a stun, not gonna connect. Amar's about to drop reactive taser coming out as well to keep that Chen away. But Chen's not the one right-clicking you. It's the rest of them, and they finally broke it in 70 minutes. Secret, it took their sweet time, but Quest, in the immortal words of Chester Bennington, you know, in the end, it doesn't even matter.
For those
It's Secret
Linkin
winning
Park.
this one.
Yeah. In the end, it doesn't even matter. But yeah, this game, there's Normally I do a little spiel of breaking down the game, what happened here and there, but this is a 70-minute game. I don't really want to go back that far in the past, and that's what we have the panel for. All I can say, crazy game. We got, how far did we get to? What was the end timer of this game? 70 minutes and 43 seconds, so
yep.
Have fun with this one, panel.
Yep, panel, take it over.
That's right. We'll break down the 70 minutes because, I mean, I remember the first part of this Kezu, and it looked like the Secret showed through and through. They were getting their pickoffs. They were getting those chaotic games, those chaotic pickoffs, as you will. And then, all of a sudden, Quest Esports could team fight. And I thought it was going to go their way. And then there's just this blur of about, I'm going to say 35 minutes, and this is where we've ended up.
I mean, it was like it was Secret's game for a long time until the second Roche, where, you know, Quest got some of their items and they got the whole positioning. As we can see here, like they had a good ward, they baited into this fight. I feel like Secret didn't really take this fight properly, but I'm sure they got, you know, surprised by the Slark shard. I don't think they should, but, you know, it happens in some of these games. And then it was like, you get a Roche, and then Secret gets the next Roche, and then Quest get the next Roche. And it's like some ping pong, and it starts getting like maybe harder for Secret to see how they should fight. But overall, I think Quest just did a very good game at holding on and understanding where they need to be.
Yeah, this is the fight that highlight that we just saw there, Trent, was the fight that I talked about, of where we finally saw some team fights, and time again, things like this, team fight was where I thought Quest were just going to be able to excel and propel themselves into a win.
Yeah, they did a great job. Again, it goes back to the coverage, of course, of the duels. It put Boom in a really awkward spot because of the depth shroud, and it's funny how the comeback starts with just something so simple as like picking off Pugna, like near the Ancient.
Yeah.
They were so far behind, but they find a great target. Takes them a while to kill him, whatever, but there's no backup from Secret. Then they get positioned around the Roche. That's what Texas is really good at. You can sort of mine their whole way there. Their dire side. Of course, that's been a big theme as well, is like taking advantage of when the Roche is on your side, so you have the buybacks and the TPs. But they eventually, like much like Quest, were able to sort of recognize, like, okay, this is a good time for us to fight. We get the items and stuff. Secret did eventually wrangle things under control and just realize, like, okay, what do we need? What do we need to wait for? What's causing us problems? Let's itemize for this. They also did a great job of not pushing too hard later in the game, ensuring that they got the most out of the Aegises that they were able to get for themselves and slow down this game enough for the win. I had to keep like rewriting everything that happened this game, like what was going to be the most important moments, because it just kept being like, okay, they figured it out.
Yeah, no, 100% there. I'm just having a look at the scoreboard, trying to figure out who could be the MVP you guys are thinking of giving it to, because everyone did their bit, but there was also a few misplays here and there as well. Like you said, just the positioning being really awkward for Boom in some team fights. But Kezu, I'll let you do the honors of picking Game 1 MVP.
It's Armel for sure. He had the most standout plays in this game from his entire team. I'll say the only real misplay he had was at the first Roche. Like he went in a bit too deep, then I think he bought back and died because they tried to contest it when they shouldn't. I feel like that set back his game a lot. But I think Crystallis overall, he played well. But there's always something when you have a lot of auras, I don't like when you build multiple defensive items. And he did that. So even though I think he played well, I think he could have made the game easier for him and his team. Like when you think about it, if your team's buying defensive items, you should be building aggressive items in return to kind of use their barrier and their buffer. So I think you should be doing that. And I mean, if I'm Omar and I'm playing techies, I would like to ask for not Slark in my next laning stage as my laning partner.
Okay, I mean, the lane was rough. That rough third Trent, you're gonna go that far?
Yeah, no, 100%
bro.
actually. Just
For sure.
get out of here, man. Like, dude, come on.
Okay, so the Legion eventually couldn't duel. I get that. It's not horrible. Okay, like Slark Shard is good. I get it. It's conceptually kind of broken. But you can also do that. You can save your allies with other heroes. You can pick a Tidehunter and ravage them or build a pipe. But then your techie still has a lane. Yeah, please.
I've got it. You just pick the Slark yourself.
I mean, sure. I'll pick it.
Well, you don't have to now because he didn't win. So
yeah, that's true. Actually, thank you, Secret.
Yeah.
It did take them 70 minutes. So yeah.
It did, and I was looking. So during that, I was trying to figure out like what the longest game had been across all regions. And Secret and Quest Esports, well, they didn't do it. They didn't break the record. They were 6 minutes shy. So if they could just run that one again, we'll give them a bit of a break. Though we'll take a little bit of a break about ourselves, and when we come back, it's game number 2.
The meta again. Oh, maybe help me. Power stop or something.
Heading.
I buy back, guys. I buy back, guys. I buy back. That's fine then. I can go to. I can go to. I'm going to TB. I'm going to TB.
I hack TB. Hack TB. Hack TB. Heading puck.
I got him.
I might check him. I got him.
Nice. Going. Good. Yeah. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, nice.
I think you won though. Rush is up.
I won.
If you're just tuning in, you might be expecting us to be saying this is game number 3, but it is, in fact, only game number 2. We had a 70-minute game 1, which went back and forth. And we've already outlined some of the issues in Quest Esports draft, Trent, mainly that Slark that you and Kezu both disapproved of. Very, very much disapproved of. But on the side of Secret, what do you think could have shaped up to have a stronger continuation from their good laning phase?
I don't know if like drafting necessarily is the biggest thing. If anything, maybe something a little bit more standard than Wind Ranger could theoretically progress that kind of a draft a bit faster. Okay. You know, something that's easier to like rally around and play around and makes it easier for the Storm to zip, because there's sort of a sense of like Chen Army can go in and Legion can go in, but Legion doesn't want to like be in first. I think there was like a body, like I think one of the last matches was Lifestealer, right? That kind of a hero I think could have made this like even easier for Secret to play. But in the end, they get the win, so nothing matters, right? That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe, Keza. There is some amount of an argument to that.
I would say mostly for Secret, they can make the draft maybe a little easier, but mostly for me, it's more about so when you're ahead in the game, Dota should be easy. You should be able to set up what is happening next and keep the options low for your enemies. But I feel like Quest outplayed them on that, even though they were far behind. So that's something that Secret need to be more aware of in the next game. And then maybe think of itemization. But draft-wise, they should be fairly happy, I think.
Okay. All right. So it is mainly just execution things. That is good. Do you want a Mars hero to come back closer to the front of the draft again? Because that's what we saw Quest Esports doing quite a fair bit in week 1. It was, first phase, second phase in week 2, but now it seems to be getting further pushed back. And I'm not too sure it's having that gotcha pick the same way that it was as stable as a first phase Amar hero pick.
You can. It's a bit hard for me to say, but if they want some of his Sigi heroes, I think you just pick them early, call it a day, because he's phenomenal on them and he will make them work. But I do think whatever hero you pick him, let it have purpose. Unless it's Timber and he wants to first pick it, because then it's just, I'm Amar Timber, I'm the best, let me play it. I think that's okay. But last time when they played Slark, it was into Medusa. He saw his matchup, it was better for the game, you want to drag out fights. In the last game, I feel like I'm missing some of that. Oh, it's Team Secret running it back.
Draft now. Yeah, I was going to say, literally nothing changed. Bands all the same. Picks all the same.
Come on, be stubborn. Go pick Puck.
Yeah, give me the Puck,
heroes. Go pick Slark.
Do you think there's a better pick here, though, Trent? Outside of the Puck, do you still want to do your mid hero? Do you want to do your off lane? You really do know your mid matchup, so surely it's the best.
I kind of want Mag, to be honest. I feel like it's a strong laner with the techies, and it opens up your other core picks to be really strong. I don't think it's too bad versus Storm and Pugna. It's got issues, but everyone's got issues versus those heroes. But that's a great hero versus the Storm Spirit. They'll just get the Silencer instead, so very likely be their support duo. It covers a decent amount. Only downside is that you don't really have a body that goes in out of the 5 or the 4, but that's also something that's not that common anymore. I feel like we have a lot of these double range supports, and it mostly works out okay.
I'm pretty okay with this pick. I think when you do see this combo, you want to put a stop to it in terms of having a hero that breaks it or a hero that can get out of it, or in whichever form. Silencer does do that just with his ult. He kind of combo breaks these two heroes. So as long as you pick the cores around that, again, Silencer and Techies are heroes that need to rally around their cores. So as long as you make up for it with your cores, then I think you should be pretty happy with these two supports.
I want the Boom SB.
Yeah, I'm down.
That was fun too.
Yeah, when you play into the stuff, when you play into Silencer, you generally want you want chaos. You want some fast stuff, multiple people that can go in. So it's not just Storm zips, I global, we're gonna win the fight. It's more oh shit, Lycan is running at me, Spurybreaker's charging me. Spectre is kind of unplayable, but you kind of get the gist. You kind of want these type of heroes.
Yeah, you don't want easy globals. You want very hard. It's like Ravages. You just want to make bad ones.
I am liking just how tailored the bans are now. Puck being taken out from last game, Chen, Legion Commander, they are making sure that no one's running the same lineup as much as they might want to. And Morphling also still makes the ban list on the side of Secret.
It's for the fans. They understand. They're like, you guys don't want to see the same heroes. You guys just went through some patch. You guys remember Broodmother? Never again. Okay, we're getting fresh heroes here. Although I have to say, we are narrowing it down, aren't we? I feel like we have less of these out of left field picks coming in, and we're starting to distill this meta down a little bit.
Yeah, apart from when Tundra play. Tundra's 9 is still he's on hipster mode.
Or Entity.
He's they're okay, what new thing can I play mid?
Hey, you could say Zai on Liquid as well for offlane.
Zai is kind of known for it. This guy, I don't know which account he's playing on right now, but this guy, he could legit close his eyes, random a hero, and he'll smile when he sees what it is, because he knows how to make it work.
Yeah, weirdly true. Weirdly true. Magnus, I was a little bit worried maybe might have gone through, but at the same time, I'm not really sure if it is a Quest Esports hero, so I'm 50-50, maybe 60-40 on the necessity of a secret ban there. I definitely feel that it has a lot of impact, but we've seen him already pick it up once, and it didn't have an impact a lot of other Magnuses we've seen before have.
The puppy inch.
Ban Chen, pick inch.
Yeah. I'm a fan because what they want to do, or similarly to last game, when you play with Storm, you want to like try to tempo up the game, help him take some towers, keep some waves pushed in. Silencer, he hates illusions, he hates summons, and he hates fast pace. I think Ench kind of does all of that. It's similar to Chen, just that it gives you way less team fight, but more early tempo and some single target stuff. So in terms of what Secret wanted, I think it fits very well.
Yeah.
How are Quest gonna break that down then? Ensure that they get better lanes than last time.
Yeah, I think that's by far the most important thing right now. Is just like considering the lanes.
Anything else?
Yeah, just make techies good, pressure, try and bully. Like you don't know who the one is yet, but just try and have some confidence for your techies in this game, so you can hopefully be a bit more threatening in the lane. Wouldn't be surprised if they. Actually, no, I'm not sure. I was thinking about taking Armel's hero here, but maybe they will wait. Or sorry, not Armel, but Amar's hero here, but I'm not sure.
Whoa, my friend, does he play that hero?
Whoa.
we just went through a full beast meta, right? All the start of this year. And I am genuinely trying to rack my brain around when we would have seen him pick this up in the DPC.
See, I respect that because he doesn't pick it when it's broken, like really broken. He's
waits.
Like, oh, okay, yeah. He's like, it's like me, you know. I feel the same way. I don't like it when the heroes that I like are really busted. Yeah, we're the same, you know. We're extremely similar.
We're the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is his third. Apparently, the last time he played it was February of 2021 in a pro match.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I was going to say it definitely was not this year that he played it at all.
Yeah, I'm
wild.
Kind of down for it. Like anything. I mean, Beast overall is just a good hero. We've seen it plenty of times. I don't think Ench is as much of a hardcon as it used to be because you don't really rely on your boars. You just go access, you spam it up. You can build auras if you want. Once again, when you play into like Pugna Storm, having a hero that can potentially build pipe or even just tank up on its own and helps techies in lane, I think is cool. If you are Secret here, you should aim to pick your carry. I would like something aggressive that is also a... Sure, like something aggressive that is a second hero that can go in. When you play Ench, you want someone to play off of you in the lane. PA, CKs fits very well. I think you're tanky enough as well that you don't care too much about some Void Spirit gank. And when you play as Beast in lane, you really hate heroes that can sustain themselves through your chip damage, and CK does exactly that.
And he does it off your boars too. Like if you have them, like
that's
obviously
true.
There's an edge situation possibly, so might not be there. But yeah, very annoying for Beast to deal with. Man, if Secret can get some other like dispel here, like some single target dispel, I guess they can't. Well, Legion's gone. I mean, Abba's in, but Abba's kind of awkward sometimes. Obviously, we saw it today. It didn't look so good. Any sort of dispel is just like super good this game because like there's single target roar. There's gonna be global silence. Single target Aether Remnants as well.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing to get out of the threes.
I mean, similarly to how I said you want some combo break against Storm Pugna, it's kind of nice to have a combo break type hero against Silencer. A lot of the times offlaners can do that because you want to buy Greaves or you want to buy Lotus, therefore you can dispel global and still use your spells to like help your team out while they're all globaled.
Yeah.
That's why Tide is a good ban. Maybe anything that will do well against whichever hero Quest will take last, plus you buy like Greaves or something to counterplay, I think would make Secret's draft like fairly easy to play. Because you already have two heroes that go in, they deal plenty of damage. I don't think you need to be some you don't need to be some cute pick here for Boom.
Yeah.
I think you just need to be some solid guy. That's it.
You could even like Darkseer this game too. Even if you
sure.
don't have, because I think with Ench and Pugna it's actually fine.
Yeah.
If they don't ban it, then it'd be hard for them to take like a good agi hero as well, which is also the kind of hero that I think they want to take with their Beastmaster.
Yeah. You will oftentimes get the Beast illusion as well in the fight.
Yeah.
You get the aura. You don't care too much about Silencer in the lane. Like he's annoying for like 1-2 minutes, but then he doesn't really ever threaten you. So if it's even just a mediocre game for Darkseer, like that's just a totally passable pick. And if they pick a hero that Darkseer is good against, it becomes a great pick. So
It's a little too good right now.
Mr. Quest, what does TA 2000 want to play? What does he want to play to murder Puppey 8 times in this game on Inch?
He does like TA.
He
know
does.
No, really?
I know. Shocking. You wouldn't believe it if I hadn't told you.
I'm gonna have to see the stats on that one, please, Trent.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll see it in the game.
I think it's not even just what he wants to play, but what else do they really want to take out from Team Secret? You guys mentioned that Doxia, but what else could they really want to be aware of before you even really think about exactly what you want?
And the Underlord just looks annoying, right? That's the other big one.
Yeah,
Like,
Underlord.
he does okay. He's chilling.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, this is the type of state where you need to know as Quest what you're picking, because you need to ban accordingly.
Yeah.
Because if you mess it up, it's like, you know, if now you change your mind after the pick, like, oh, I want to play Ursa. And that's like, well, bro, we didn't like ban Venomancer and Visage or whatever. And then suddenly you get one of those. It's like, oh, we lost.
Axe and
Interesting.
Tide.
Axe was banned out last game by them as well.
Makes me think of Naga for both of those heroes.
I mean, it would help you with the map state, and it has a pretty good matchup against CK. But I think Storm is very good on its own against Naga, and you're getting counterpicked. They might pick it, indicating on the bans, but I don't know if I would be the biggest fan.
Yeah, I don't think I would like it either.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of.
You're like,
what else is there? I mean, Deuce is banned, right? Yeah. They
Very
banned the Anti-Mage. Okay.
Are you looking for someone that's just a high damage, single target?
Wind Ranger, you mean?
No, that I was actually gonna say Ursa, but yeah, no, Wind Ranger. Yeah, that's exactly that's
Into Dispel? I don't know, Nat. That seems a little crazy. I think you should reconsider.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll go back to the drawing board.
you could, I don't know. There's some picks that I could see work, but they're just gonna get counterpicked. It's like some TB and PL. I don't see anything that's too cool to my mind.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering why they didn't ban Darkseer. Like, yeah, they're literally just TA. I told you you'd see it.
You were correct.
It's the
Yeah,
only
when you
thing.
said it, I was like, genuinely, it could be though, and then I was like, no, we'll wait. There's got to be something else in the repertoire.
That's what he wants you to think. All right? He puts it in his name just so people are just like, no one would make their name TA2000 if they just want to play TA. It'd be
That's
crazy.
so true.
Be banned every game. Next, we just need someone who names themselves Monkey King and maybe won't be banned every time. Well, Sun Wukong.
Crystal should rename to Monkey King.
Yeah, dude, their win rate, they're at the major. You know this guy.
MK2000 and TA2000.
Return of the Bat here. As ooh, that's kind of cute. So that'll be Boom, yeah, on the offlane going into the lane versus
Awesome.
TA2000. And Yamich
is
has
this
the
the-
Pugna.
The big counterpick, Kazu, that you were afraid of Quest having against their carry. Is this what's going to give Secret a nice 2-0? A little bit stronger lanes?
I do like I do like their draft more. I don't necessarily think their team fight is that much stronger, but they do have two heroes that can jump. Bad has always been very good against TA. I don't think the laning stage is the same as it used to be. Also, Silencer is incredibly annoying for Bad. So bottom lane should just be a kind of farm fest, but Boom will be very annoying later on, and I kind of just expect Secret to... They should be stomping this top lane. I think the CK Ench lane, if they do that and then Puppey gets to like walk mid and Armel has a good game again, then I think we might have a similar story as last game.
So you're expecting another 70 minutes, huh? Is that the same with you, Trent?
God,
I mean,
no.
that's happened the last time when they played this versus Tundra, right? The TA, the Void Spirit, and went mega late.
It did, yes. I
that.
don't think it
So-
was 70 minutes, but it was up there.
Yeah, my main question is Amar's Beastmaster, like 100%. I'm really curious to see it. I think that this team plays best when they're just on their signature heroes. I think that their overall strategy maybe isn't amazing. I don't think that they are like owning this patch in terms of like what the meta should be, but I think when they're on their heroes, they just look sick. They make those tiny little plays that you get from the experience of playing those heroes over and over and over again. So they have two of them, because like the TA and the Void Spirit, I think they're really skilled on there. So it's up to me on how Amar fares.
Amar 20-0.
I mean, and hopefully
20-0.
20-0. You reckon not going to die once? Look, it already feels like a better lane for the techies. So maybe Quest Esports are able to pull something out here. Maybe they're going to have stronger laning phase. We'll see if we're going to break the record, beat 70 minutes, or if this one's going to be a little bit of a quicker game as we head into it with T-Panda and Fear.
Oh, Nats, if there's anything that we've witnessed so far, I'm pretty sure we're not going to be in for a short game, but let's see what goes down in game number 2. Looking at the side of this silencer pick from the side of Quest Esports, they don't exactly have saves versus the Stormer Spirit and the Bat Rider unless they preemptively pop them to prevent the lassos and the initiations from the Storm Spirit coming out. But if Quest, if they've got ways to initiate, they have actually multiple ways of initiating. What are Quest's answers? Is it more single target pickoff? Is it more like a team fighting lineup that they want to execute on the side of Quest?
Control the map. You got TA traps, you got the Hawks all over the place. You can really just outfarm your opponents and get that extra vision to maybe help Void Spirit get that couple of jumps here and there. And I think their scaling is quite good in this game as well. A lot of question marks though with this new Bat Rider, because from what we've seen, this Bat Rider play is completely different now. You put 1 point in the Flame Break early on, and then you go for the Firefly max, and you typically don't even get 1 point in Sticky until later. Will that affect the matchup versus TA? As it should definitely affect the matchup against Silencer, as you're not constantly spamming those Stickies over and over again. So I'm curious on how well TA2000 will do in the laning stage, as well as Boom. This is a matchup that used to be dominated by Bat Rider when Sticky Napalm was an incredibly strong spell. Not so much anymore, so we might see something completely different here. TA, not the best hero in a carry-to-carry matchup against the CK. But they do have some options there. With Amar, he could go for the Drums of Slom if he wants, and the Axes. Well, that's good, Harat. He already missed the Axes. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's one way to start it off. But of course, Quest, if there's something going in their favor in terms of level 1, I mean, they've got more universal heroes than their opponents do. So we've seen that multitudes of universal heroes can work in your favor in terms of the long goal, but that's not always it. That's just pure mathematics, and numbers doesn't always decide the human factor into the mix.
Yeah, and speaking of human factor here, so far, this Amar Beastmaster does not look very comfortable. Getting multiple denies on him and missing so far his first 2 attempts of using the axes. It's something you always have to keep in mind with Amar, right? It's like he is a specialist, and the panel's talking about is Beastmaster his hero. Already not off to a hot start, but these are very small things I'm mentioning. Could just be warming up.
Yeah, that is the thing. Like this, Amar with his shifting hero pool currently, at least, kind of swaying away from the usuals that were expected him. The 3-4 heroes that he always has. Now bringing in this kind of new stuff, more of a hero call that he made, or something that they discussed as a team. Guys, we really need a Beastmaster this lineup because we weren't getting enough out of the Slark in game 1.
I feel like he's been working on the Beastmaster ever since you don't have to go Helm of the Overlord. Maybe that's where he's like, all right, cool, I can maybe play Beast now. I don't have to go for this big micro item. I can just build more for myself, go for the Drums of Slom.
Okay, never mind. They were attempting to dive Kaori for a second with the Firefly pop, but won't go for it. No, false call.
False calls, those are my favorite.
Why?
Bottom lane here, he's gonna, I don't know. I don't have a good reason for that. I didn't know what else to say in the moment.
There's a spicy story looming in there,
I just like it when people say things that aren't true, It's the greatest.
Yeah, shout out.
Anyway, moving on from that. Not how to segue that one out of that. However, this bot lane, same thing. I'm not so sure that the Silencer is going to have the greatest time here. He is playing versus the Ench. They made the rotation. Puppy knew that Amar's not going to skill Boars. Those require micro. He doesn't even need to lane against the Beast. So he's going to help the Bat Rider out there and stick these creeps on top of, actually, TA2000.
No, but I'm going to attempt there in the bottom lane to kill the TA, but just going to teleport back to the tower. Living off of these slows from Kaori, really. Blood Grenade used, Arcane Curse, he's pretty much out of mana.
Yeah, they will get the Lotus as well for the Bat Rider here.
Yeah, Lotus
the
is
magic
huge.
wand.
Like we've been talking about this a lot and highlighting how big that first Lotus actually is for these side laners.
Yeah, for sure.
People aren't still doing the masses of damage. You see that Lotus in their inventory, you start second guessing. Well, I mean, he's got a Lotus and probably a Fairy Fire or something like that. Do I really
And
want to
a stick, right? It starts adding up.
Just more
that is
problems,
definitely
more
true.
issues to answer.
And I think bottom lane is going to get dove here. I don't see a world where this isn't a dive.
Well, this time they make it happen. They did contemplate before, but boom, trying to get the kill. Puppey also taking some big hits here. T2000, is he going to get the first one? It's going to be Puppey falling first, and then Kaori split between Boom, Puppey, and the Creeps sneaking in that hit. So Kaori getting first blood post-mortem.
There you go.
Well, he was technically alive the moment it happened, but we'll just call it a kill after death.
They got the first blood. That's the important part, right? Getting that influx of gold that they otherwise would not have got there. Definitely helping out a ton. And I thought for sure that would just be a clean kill on the silencer to Boom. But Puppey underestimating or overplaying his hand just a little bit there, allowing TA2000 to get those right clicks on him.
Yep.
Shifts that one pretty quickly.
Armel getting dove as well in the mid lane. Very low on this Storm Spirit. Good savior there for the Void Spirit to force this Storm back. And basically, you talked about this top lane on Amara having the greatest start. Well, 28 CS versus the 20 on Crystallis. So he's been on this axe spam. And Techies is the one providing him with all the resources. The Marmar lane. Omars and Amars. Bit too much to deal with for the time being on the side of Secret. Only 1 point in Chaos Strike at level 3 on the CK, so he's definitely pokeable.
Yep, the A and the O Mars added again with Techie's gameplay, really. The sticky bomb, they've been connecting. Axis have been connecting. They're just spamming it straight into Arcane Boots. Amar decides to go, and he has dreams of Drums of Slom immediately. Have I ever seen Amar ever build a Vanguard? I don't know if I have. I think he just strictly doesn't believe in Vanguard. Every time he's playing Mars or he's playing some other type of hero. Oh man, these whirling not whirling axes, these wild axes have not been Amar's friend for CSing, that's for sure. But at least he's getting harassed on with them.
Close call for the Storm Spirit there. Barely gets the teleporter out before getting killed. They've really amped up the pressure on the side of Quest into this mid lane. It's been Kaori twice in a row rotating into the mid lane to help out the Void Spirit. And Storm's, well, not falling behind, but they're building a difference, at least for the Void Spirit here in this mid matchup.
Yeah, and TA2000's playing a hero that can just retreat to the jungle, so they pretty much gave up the bot lane at this point. As there's a catapult hitting it, Boom did a good job dragging that wave and tried his best to just run down TA2000 as he's farming those creeps there. Yeah. But this tier 1 tower bot, for sure, with the help of Puppey, having 2 points in enchant, this is going to be a 5.5 minute tier 1 tower. Going the side of Team Secret here, sir.
I saw the pause come out. Amar saying just a second, and I'm seeing tips and I'm seeing laughs on the camera, but I didn't really see what did Amar do there.
Be an inside joke. I don't know. Maybe he said something funny.
It's not sure. Probably nothing on the replays, but I didn't catch anything. I don't know. You'll never know. It's a mystery. It's a mystery for Secret. Ain't that poetic?
Indeed. As Omar jumps on the Yamage there, and can't even finish your sentence for Noob deletes him.
Great success. Noob getting the help from his both supports this time around. And we're trying to achieve the same with that puck in game number 1. But this is really just amping up aggression 200% basically. Silence up on the Storm Spirit as he's absent. Misses the Remnant. That was the key component for some extra pokes. So Armel gets to keep at least half of his HP pool. And a full bottle refill from his buddy Yamage.
I'd love to do an interview with Noob to like figure out the origin of his name. Like you're calling yourself a noob, right? Which I know a lot of players do to make themselves be better, but like once you get to the pro stage, at some point is it just too late? It's already your name, you just got to go with it.
Stuck with the nickname.
He's just Noob forever now.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Back when he was playing with Spider Pigs in TI 10 and before TI 10, I may have pronounced him Noyob because I wasn't sure. Is it noob or is that an I? Because I don't think he wanted to name himself as a noob. So might have been asked in an interview somewhere before. Probably a lot of talent have been asking around.
OB.
We'll see.
Right, so we can call him No OB.
No OB.
No OB.
But the first 8 minutes almost played out. It is a fairly even game. Triple cores on the top here, except for the Batrider squeezing in the middle. So Boom, with that one assist he picked up in the laning stage, has just been free farming since the TA transitioned into the jungle to just farm up. Like you said, they just abandoned bot, gave away the tower, and Boom's just been happy ever since. So yay, creeps.
Yeah, pretty much, but since this is 7.33C, TA is also happy leaving the lane at level 4 and just farming these camps on the side of the map here. Somehow #1 net worth after losing his tower at 5 minutes and going to jungle at level 4. Just love playing versus TA, don't you?
Kari coming in with a teleport to bottom. They're suspecting TA is in trouble, and now Armel's going to be getting the jump in onto TA, and the teleport away.
Trouble now. Or is Boom in trouble? I don't even know. Everyone has to TP.
Okay, the Remnant catches it, blast off the follow-up, and boom, the free and farm Batrider is going to be down.
I talked about it. Don't you love playing versus TA? She just leaves the jungle, level 4, you take her tower. All right, let's go gank her, guys. All of a sudden, you run into 3 traps there, and now your 2 cores have to TP out, and one of them doesn't even make it out. The rich get richer here for the side of Quest. Having a much different start in this game #2 here.
And Secret, well, I mean, they hit one upset. They're not going to let that happen again. They instant smoke with Yamich and Armel. And Omar is the target, sitting under vision, and you see exactly the Beastmaster where he is. He levels up the roar, but he doesn't get the chance to use it, and here comes Crystallis to help him out. Armel to pick up his first kill of the game. So at least the Storm was able to disengage from that previous fight, because now he gets himself a kill, and he's still on the run to keep himself up in pace with the rest of the cores.
Once we do wait for that 10-minute rune that will be spawning here in less than 20 seconds. Could be a massive one for both sides here, as these mid laners are the ones that want to make the plays on the map, provide the tempo.
Quest want to defend this top tower. Mar just TP's back in, wants to make sure that that stays up, while Kari and Noob didn't really do that much damage to the tower, but that 10-minute rune that's going to go for Armel. DD in the pocket of the Storm Spirit.
And that is a big one. He's going to finish up his treads pretty soon here after this next wave. He'll have a DD available with that Falcon Blade. He's going to be a huge threat. He'll kill either the support solo, as Techies does not choose to put a point into reactive taser whatsoever here. So he'll be easy pickings. And I think even Amar should be a little bit scared of the Storm for the next 2 minutes as well.
As you can see, he's lined up the BKB right after that Aghanims. Realms of Slom into having the capability of casting the Roar in those fights if he's fast enough, or faster than the Storm Spirit at least, or maybe even just save somebody from the Batrider lasso. Boom, very tanky with that Vanguard. Building into a Guardian Greaves on the Batrider. Omar, well, doesn't have anything lined up yet. Kari, no Sheepstick. Okay, we're all good.
Okay. A little unusual from Batriders. Normally we see this Vanguard Mana Boots rush result into a very fast Octarine into the Travels, but just going full auras here, which is going to reduce their scaling potential here by quite a lot, but it'll improve their group up potential. But I'm afraid you don't want to really group up with your Secret, not that much in this particular game. CK is not one of those heroes that just runs around with the team and does objectives. He likes to play more of a hybrid style of like finding kills on his own while still split pushing until he gets to those big timings, and maybe with an Aegis. So a little concerned to see if this will even work out, this early mechanism.
Mar and Kari, however, decide to smoke up right behind Noob, suspecting that this Void Spirit's been having too much of a good game. Maybe Secret wants to play against him and get a pick off, so they're just, you know, stalking and sitting. Action Rune is there, Shield Rune, invulnerability for Noob.
It's a big one, because this is a timing where you have a mech on Bat, and I think he wants to use it as well. At least you should. This item doesn't give you any value while farming.
Yeah, Seeker's gonna dodge this though. You saw the Void Spirit right under a ward, showing that river rune. They're just playing it chill in the top half. Nobody coming into the top half jungle. Now Secret smoking up. Yamich and Armel once again. Dynamic duo for Secret. What do they want to achieve? I mean, they'd love to get themselves just one hero to fight, not 3 like the last time.
I don't think Quest really wants to do anything, because they know TA's out farming everyone. But at the same time, you don't want to force a fight either if your team's Secret and like run into TA like last time and give them a couple extra kills because there's traps there. So they're kind of forced into a stalemate for a little bit until another opening arises. But Secret is ready to fight. The Batrider with the mech is ready. Puppey has the Pavis online going into Trums. Of course, your carry and Crystallis just wants to hit creeps. Pugna's always ready, and so is Storm. There's no big timing for them right now. And it never feels good just watching a TA free farm the whole map. So you want to do something. You also see Noob with his Echo Saber. That's a little concerning as well, as we do see how hard these Void Spirits do scale into these games. As he will pop the Shielder and maybe do a little bit of sightseeing, I guess, in the enemy area here.
I mean, you could put it that way, yeah. Just glorifying the sights for the time being. Nobody to be found anywhere. Not really too much dodging either from either side. They're just, you know, casually backing out for a few seconds and then going back to lane, but no real effort from either side. Just push straight at them.
So they're going to try and push the envelope a little bit here and just, you know, you can take aggression where you can. The biggest aggression here is Quest is stealing the Ancients away from Secret here. This is the war of attrition here. Nobody wants to kill heroes in this game, so who's farming more? And if you can sit here as Noob and take away their farm while still farming your end of the map, you're going to get a gold lead, surely, over time.
I mean, you got to use that shield rune for something. Might as well use it for farming the enemy Ancients. Take them away from them.
The Trum's online for the Beastmaster. His farming will pick up as well.
It's like, you know, a lot of people just watching the game is like, all right, call me when something happens. And global silence popped. You get over here. And then they're like, is this really a fight? I mean, Armel's going to go diving in deep for looking for Noob. Omar's going to be the one that they catch. Lasso is available. So is the mech though for Boom. And Crystallis also going for the stun into the silencer. They're going to look for Boom to go down with the mech heal. It's going to be coming out. And Bat still surviving Yamich, bringing in that extra healing battery. But the roars onto the CK. Boom's going to go down. And Crystallis down too. Quest will find themselves 2 pickoffs, maybe even more. Can Noob catch somebody? An Astral Step connection is all they need. And into the Remnant, the jump onto the Pugna. It's a triple kill for Amar, the Fouquet, as he gets that tower combined as well. Quest finding success.
Yep, the aggression started with Quest. Got the global, tried to make something happen. Then Secret's like, hey, global's down, let's go chase them. Let's finish this off, but just chased it a little bit too far, and I got to give big props to Amari and to TA2000. Mainly TA2000 for just showing up and not just continuously hitting creeps there. Really needed both of them to participate in that one if they wanted to make that turnaround. And guess what? We want to fight. Back to farming. I really don't think Quest wants to do anything in this game. Like, they will react, but I think they're super confident. The more this goes, the more levels they get, the more traps are on the map, more hawks are on the map, and eventually, more importantly, the more farm they have, they can just control the whole map.
And Crystallis not feeling too great after that. You know, he participated in the fight pretty late on and did end up getting caught. Puppey does get some heals out. Armel's going to be joining in the party to catch this techies. Amar dropping some mines down to the ground, but these mines, at least one of them explodes. Not enough to take down the CK. And, you know, the sightseeing trip ends up in somebody getting hurt. Call the wambulance for the techies.
But he's still got to see something pretty cool there for his team, so worth it.
Some things
as TA2000 will get the bottom tower here.
Yeah.
Sometimes you go on a trip knowing it's going to be dangerous, and you only come out with a couple scratches, and it's like, hell yeah, at least it's a memory, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the memories for him is taking some towers bottom. Rich are getting even richer here. Yet again.
Yeah, I mean, he did take it a bit literally there, where the old saying, well, not really a saying, but a regular comment to something that you really want to happen. It's like, I'd die for that. But probably not the best approach, at least in Dota. You want to get hurt, but get out. Would be the
In Dota,
optimal.
I think it's just called worth it.
It's just worth it.
It's just worth it.
Noob's closing up on his Manta for the Void Spirit.
Actually, I don't even know if it's the Dota equivalent anymore. It used to be worth it. Now it's you tip the enemy who kills you.
Yeah, I miss the days of loading into the game and everybody slowly starts typing in letters for wooden PC.
Oh, do you miss the days where, as you're loading in, there's a countdown and everyone tries to get the last word? Speaking of
last
I'm
words,
about
the last word,
the
literally,
global
that's a
silence.
great caster call here. Poppy also going to be falling on the top half of the map. Quest getting 2 kills. That was with the drums of Slom and the roar from the Beastmaster. Puppy doesn't stand much of a chance against that.
The wheels are definitely falling off of the secret mobile here, as this game is definitely getting a bit out of hand here. Top 3 net worth on the course here. We did talk about how much Puppy likes to get his farm. He likes to get his net worth. He likes hitting creeps, and that he has done a lot of that this game, being the highest net worth support in the game. But he's just an enchantress this game. I'm not seeing how this hero is going to have the same early to mid game impact that he did with his Chin. However, Ench will have greater late game impact, but can he get there? He's also not necessarily building for the late game either.
Let's see what they're going to be able to get here with this Aegis now picked up. TA in a very healthy lead net worth wise, opting to go for Lincoln's early, so that would prevent him from getting lassoed up. Also, the Vortex will not get caught. The CK stun, most importantly against that lasso.
And we talked about it a lot. I hope he just only gets Lincoln's, not BKB.
Yeah, don't get both. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we keep on ranting about it, that you choose either path. If you go BKB, your buddy builds Lincolns, but talking about something else, Armel are going to get saved by the Decrepify there by Yamich Pugna. Quest just didn't quite get the start for a fight that they wanted, but the lane's still going to be pushing in. However, Quest moving away.
You're going to see 1 or 2 items, I think, for TA2000 after this Lincoln's. Number 1 is probably going to be Nullifier. And if he doesn't go Nullifier, then it's probably going to be a Silver Edge and just going to play the rack game. But I think Nullifier makes the most sense here. There's a lot to purge off. And most importantly, that Decrepify. You cannot do anything as a TA.
Yep.
As a single target hero.
Well, Enchantress going to get roared up. Puppy, good night. Yamich going to be following suit. A lot of big hits coming in from TA2000 with that full refraction.
Can you hover over that level 1 Decrepify cast range? Do you see how close?
Pretty short.
He had to run up the Puppy to actually get that off, and by the time he got there to Decrepify him, he died with him.
Yeah, he died with him. Wanted to help out his friend, but cast range against you. And of course, but even if you do buy some time for him to survive, I think the Pugna was still anyway going to be dying. So Quest finding a good opening there. That's a tower and 2 kills, and they look pretty unstoppable for the time being. Secret, they're going to have to come up with some answers, and soon. Time is running out.
This is TA Beast. This has been a strategy even back in my golden days of playing Dota, where it's well known. If you take control of the map with TA Beast on your team, you're probably winning the game. You have so much building.
Sure.
You have so much building control. You have so much vision control. You got so much burst. It is devastating. And TA2000, can he solo the Tormentor? He's gonna try. Enemy Tormentor attempt?
I'm gonna say yes. I mean,
that would be a correct call. Apparently, we've unlocked a new hero outside of Ursa that can solo Tormentors.
Hey.
So we got, as far as my brain can remember.
Of a huge amount of global silence being used as they catch a Storm Spirit at the Twin Gate. Like, what are you doing here, Armel? That's an easy one for Quest to pick off, and it does hurt as a Storm Spirit to get caught like this, because he is last in net worth, hasn't been able to snowball at all this game, It's literally just been this Void Spirit and his supports roaming around the map. Then they brought their buddies, TA and Beastmaster. Hey guys, there's a party and you guys are invited.
They click on their Tormentor at the same time, and like that's why is that not spawning right now? Not realizing that TA2000 had solo killed it.
Yeah.
Sending a bug ticket to Valve right now. Okay, TA2000 just blinked into them here.
Yeah, he's got an Aegis, but is this all just a part of a bigger plan here? Because they do commit forward. Amar coming with a beautiful blast off. Storm jumping in, but Armel's going to be taking a lot more damage than he's able to deal. Maybe the Aegis does get burnt out. Yes, it does. Secret still standing their ground with Crystallis, but here comes Amar from the side. Roar is available. CK's there. That's Batrider going to get roared up. CK to fall. Yama is just getting blown up by the Void Spirit, and they will end up 4 heroes losing for this fight.
Yeah, they just called
they
it.
Commit everything.
I mean, Puppy has a good game sense.
We just...
in my head, I was like, this game is absolutely over. There's nothing they can do. But sometimes they still
told me that we're going to be here for 50 minutes at least, but Quest Esports tie it up. 23 minutes, 23 seconds. All that it is needed and all that it takes to tie it up.
I mean, that might seem like a preemptive GG, or they might be tilted, but like I literally could not see another route to victory for them. I was like, if you can't win that fight, you're probably not going to win any fights. This game's going to get harder and harder for you, and Quest just really stomping Secret in this game number 2 to take us to game number 3.
Yeah, it all basically just started off with the supports roaming around with Noob, then bringing along the rest of their buddies, winning a team fight, going into Roshan, and you've got map control, you've got Aegis, you've got everything that you need for Quest. But Team Secret, they needed so much more, and they did not have the time for it. And that's something that sometimes hurts, seeing these CK lineups, that they never get to that point. Your Storm's not snowballing, your CK's losing the map basically to farm at, while the opponent has a TA who farms triple the speed that you are. And there's not a lot of stuff that Secret has to answer versus Quest, so totally understandable to just tap it out, go to game 3. This one did not work out, but that TA, it's probably going to be marked a lot. What does the panel think about that game 2? It was a lot shorter than game 1. Let's go to them.
Yeah, look, I won't lie. I wasn't ready for the GG call. I was in the midst of eating my apple over here. You can't see it because it's green. But I do have an apple in my hand. I wasn't expecting it to be that early, but it makes sense, Trent. It really does. Those comfort heroes that you said, was it going to be enough? And it very much was.
Yeah, I'll say so. Man, nice rotations early, too, like T-Panda was saying at the end. I mean, Kaori, this guy looks pretty good on the Phoenix. He's also good on the Silencer before. It is something they've gone to in the past, and you can see how he tends to be like a little bit more in your face on the earlier parts, like getting this early big damage that you see. It's just so annoying to play against. This fight really is where it's like, uh-oh, here comes the stall. This is like immediately after the Ags. Amara just kind of like comes mid. They win this fight. That was a sick grab at the end there, too. And this is kind of where it just started, right? Secret got 2 more kills after this, and that was it. It was a total walk down, just like you like with TA Beastmaster. This is more like old school TA when she was run out of mid, and you would just get a Roche and win the game. This was the kind of timings you were looking for, and they just hit that hard.
I do want to focus a little bit more on Amar Beast, because like we said coming into this, when we saw it come out during that drafting phase, we haven't seen him play Beast in a competitive setting for almost 2 years now, over 2 years. So, 1, Kezu, are you a big fan of his Beast and what he did today? And 2, is it viable to really be rushing that Axe with the drums of Slam? Was that the go? Was that the play?
So I think, first of all, he played it very well. I don't know if it was particularly hard. I would have liked if Secret had swapped up their lane, or if they'd done original lanes with the engine to safe lane, but I think Amar played it very well. I'm also totally fine with him going Ags. I think it makes him very tanky, and they were kind of just playing for this 15-minute mark anyway, where Secret, I feel like Boom was kind of forcing a mid play for kind of no reason, and then Crystallis followed him. They both kind of fed, and from then on out, you play against Beast TA, like at 15, 16, 17 minutes, these guys are ready. They're waiting to just find a pick, like munch you over, then run to Roche, do that, go to the next tower, and from then on, they just kept clapping Secret out of the game. Like at that point, at 50 minutes when Secret were like even, I feel like they felt pressured, because this mid move, as I just talked about, that felt way too forced. Like there's no way in hell that any of them looking at it now, they feel like, yeah, this is a good play.
it's like the door making it worse and worse before you know it, you got like a broken foot, and it's a downhill spiral. I don't remember who picked MVP for first game. Guys, memory's not that good.
It was Kezu. He picked Noob.
Okay,
I mean,
I picked Armel, didn't I?
He picked Armel.
You picked Armel. Sorry.
I picked a loser.
Yes, he picked Noob. What I meant is, can I pick Noob? I mean, voice pair, when voice pair looks good, it looks good. So, you know, he had the most damage. He did his thing. If he messes up some of those jumps, especially that key fight in the mid that could have went poorly for them, like we're talking about, like he's why they're able to like quickly turn that around. He is the most vulnerable one to just like getting grabbed and dying, and it makes the rest of the fight just harder to do. So if you want to hit this timing, a lot of it depends on him because he sort of is this body that's in there with everyone else kind of huddling around him. So shout outs Noob, nice win.
Definitely a spectacular performance for him. Obviously already talked about Amar and his beast. I want that to be my personal honorable mention. I don't know if you have one, Kezu, if someone else in the lineup for Quest Esports that you also really enjoyed what they pulled out this game.
Likely everyone, but I would say that the silencer pick I liked a lot from Koyori to close the face. And then TA2000, I think if this guy just gets to hold his ground, like if you don't kick him out of his safe lane, he's very good at understanding how long he can stay there and like rise out the lane, then rise out the jungle. He's always going to buy a shard, like he's going to have a good shard timing on the TA. So he does a lot of small things that some other carry players, I think, don't do as well.
Yeah, that's the fun of getting such a comfort hero is you know the limits, you know you're able to push the boundaries, and you know these timings inside and out. So big shout out to a lot of the players over there on the side of Quest Esports, but it doesn't mean we're tied up 1 each. Secret winning their 70-minute game, Quest Esports winning a 20-odd minute game here. So let's see just how long game 3 goes for and who the winner is going to be after this break.
Chill. I'm just tipping, guys. I'm just tipping. I can still fight.
I'm tipping with Deza.
Come on, not tipping two.
Bad.
Guys, I can roar, guys. I can roar.
Look at me. Bad dying.
Roar, guys. Look at CK. I'll kill bat.
Nice. Look more. Remnant in one. Show me.
Let them go on me. They will die if they kill me.
Stickman.
Can farm the triangle. We can rush, guys.
book. I have an internet issues. That's my bad. It's Australian internet. Yeah, it had to apologize there. I was like, oh no, if I was fully disconnected or not, but it doesn't matter. Look toward number 3. I have to focus on quieten down. For the fact that you guys hopefully are gonna talk about Secret.
It was all of us, just so you know, you're not alone.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that it was the Australian internet. It's so hard being Australian, bro. Oh, the stream went down. Is that Australian or is that just everyone?
It's tough out there, huh? That
Yeah.
just fighting to survive every day, and then the internet. Like it's
too many problems.
Out here, I tell you, everything on top of everything. Okay, well, it is nice. Was everyone? It wasn't just me. We redo. Can hype up the fact going to a game number 3. Coin it the T-Panda and Fear curse of Europe because, or maybe Blessing, because every series they cast.
Oh,
has
sorry,
gone to 3
Nat.
games.
I've been told that I need to take the handle here.
That's what
because,
take over.
Yeah,
Take
Steph
the wheel.
said stop Nat from talking because she can't be heard well on stream, so maybe it is partially you. Or maybe it's all of us, because we'll find out as I do some more talking as we head into game number 3 here. Oh my goodness, she's actually gone.
Oh, I love game 3. She's gone.
Oh, check it out. Yo, we're in control, Kezu. What's up?
Yo, this is my dream panel, actually. What up, Trent?
Finally. My goodness.
God.
I feel like we've been waiting ages for this. Like, oh, wait, here. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Ready? Watch this. Whoa. Did you guys hear that? It's just like silence. It's like
Wow,
when you
that's
really
crazy.
like let the air, let the Dota speak for itself a little bit, you know?
You're right. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for Amar to let his, maybe another new hero, let his playing do the talking, and then tip Chrysalis. Because to be fair, I think Chrysalis tipped him like 4 times in game 1. I think 1 tip, okay. 2 tips, fine. But you go above 2, and then you may end up losing the series. Ooh, bro. There's gonna be, I think there might be a lot of tips if Quest Esports win this game when they're hitting the throne.
I saw some like, where's my tip back and stuff too. So there was definitely, you know, some questions about the tips and the reception here. But tips, no tips, it all comes down to this. Game 3, and our common bans here. We had the same bans in the first phase for both of our games. It's Bloodseeker, Monkey King, Deuce of Doom.
Yep.
And when Quests were first pick, they won. And when they were first pick the other time, they lost their first pick again. We're keeping the same things for all 3 games. Except for sides. Sorry, same picks.
But will they break the curse? Maybe they will now win again on first pick. The back-to-back first pick win.
I would be feeling pretty good. In terms of the classic momentum discussion, obviously, like, game 1, Secret win, takes a long time. They struggle a bit. They have a big lead, lose it, but come back and still win. Game 2, Questions get a quick and easy stomp. Now, luckily, they have veteran Puppy who can say, all right, whatever, you know, we just made some draft mistakes. Everything's fine. Oh, no. Oh, no, I've gotten an update.
You're getting fired.
I think
Trent.
I think she's back.
I'm so that you waited until I was going to say it was the best paddle ever, Kezu. And then you guys sat around and you didn't even have anything fun to talk about.
Excuse me? That was really fun.
Yeah, it was great.
Wow, okay, that's fair enough. I was interrupting. The question that I actually wanted to ask for this, while I interrupt all of you guys, was if you thought that some more targets, different ones from Quest Esports. I thought Quest were going to be the one that would change up their bans.
Well, I guess I'll take this one. So the Slark changed. I assume that this is Secret have some idea about Medusa here. I do think that Slark is very good against the hero, so maybe they're hoping that Quest wouldn't pick it here because they will trade it for techies. Otherwise, I don't really see why you ban Slark unless you're hoping to get Medusa here on 6-7 and that they're not going to close the phase with it. I mean, we'll see, but that's the only idea I really have.
Offlane Slark was just a little too good. I mean...
I mean,
I guess.
No cap.
Yeah.
No cap, yeah.
Maybe he just really wants to play Legion again. He's like, trust me, this is the best hero. All right? Just it can't be done. But no, of course, it is, in a sense, it's not like an a blank ban or like a worthless
Yeah.
ban, but it's a hero that you guys want to play. Let's just get rid of it so we don't have to worry about it down the line and open up more strong heroes for the 2-3 pick. And so that's where they're going to stick their deuce. I definitely like them going away from the Pugna Storm. Like, it was fine. It's whatever.
Yeah,
but
I
I'm
agree.
sure you have more strategies and don't make it like so formulaic for quests in the draft again.
Yeah, I mean, what if you just ban? I mean, I guess now it doesn't really. There's no use talking about it, but can't you just ban techies and like play Dota? If they ban Dusa, you deal with it. Because now I feel like, okay, you take out the Slark, but if your quests feel like you can AM, you can, yeah. So it's like, yeah, you take out one, but isn't this? I mean, there's enough. We'll have to see, but I do think that AM still is very good against AM. I don't know if Secret are happy to play Dusa on other roles, but I'm at least happy that they switched their opening, like you said.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about in game 1, because they opened up with this idea of the Pugna Storm, and on the 4th overall pick, they went Puck. They just said, okay, we're picking the hard counter, we don't care.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it didn't work out. Sure, a Puck gets banned if you don't pick it there, but they take it, they don't win the game. And we actually liken that to this exact same scenario, because we've seen this happen in other drafts, where people say, well, obviously, the counter is going to be the anti-mage. I feel like the last times we've seen this, it hasn't been that successful, but that's usually when it's teams who are willing to do this early because they're willing to put the Medusa on the 3. And I don't think that's going to happen because this is probably going to be a Boom Spirit Breaker, and I also don't know if Boom plays at 3.
Yeah, I don't know if he... I mean, it's not like... I wouldn't say offlane Dusa is a particularly hard hero to play, but it's likely just going to be their 1. I personally do think that offlane AM is slightly better against Dusa than carry, but then... You know, I think TA2000 is a very veteran anti-mage, so he'll probably just stick to it. I don't know how much Amar has played AM. I mean, if he can play offlane Slark, surely he can play offlane anti-mage.
I think he played it... No, MC played it when he was on...
I was MC.
Enigma, yeah. But
well,
that's definitely playable. I'm sure Amar would love to play it. Nothing would please him more. I'm positive.
I mean, I would love to play offlane AM when I see Medusa. And just go some Vanguard, you go fight. You do like Zai had a cool build when he did it. I think it was Vanguard Echo into Halberd or something like that. But Secret, gonna cover their bases. Banning SD. When they played against Entity, that Kataomi on SD, he made their life hell with just the Medusa illusions alone.
That was the greatest Shouty game I've ever seen in my life. That was so much fun. It's so much damage. It was so satisfying to see a Dusa just so incredibly depressed with how good this hero has been lately. So, sad we won't get to see that one. Do we just keep going down the rabbit hole of the things Dusa doesn't like to play against? Or I know Pango we've seen a little bit of as well.
Yeah, I think Pango is probably, it has to be the best mid lane ban, right? Like you already have techies, he wants to go there.
Invoker's trash.
Spirit Breaker is fine, but you have long range diffusal burn with anti-mage, it gives you team fight. So I think maybe like some Pango plus, I mean, against many other teams you would have to ban Darkseer, I think.
Yeah.
But they will be running out of bans as they are taking out the Phoenix.
I mean, I guess probably the Silencer next as well. I mean, if you get rid of Phoenix and Silencer, I feel like you really remove a lot of his hero pool. I feel like it's kind of worth it. Not that Silencer's necessarily that great versus Dusa and Spirit Breaker, but I think he just showed that he is capable of playing it a little bit more aggressively than most Silencers, which is something that you wouldn't want them to really take that earlier pace again.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's really in Curry's out of here, but I mean, he's played Undying, which is also I wouldn't really care if I had to play against that. I mean, I don't really care about Silencer either, but if you want to target his pool specifically, I think it's okay. Otherwise, I'd be leaning more towards the Pango you mentioned first, or
the Morph again.
The Morph. Yeah, because they do think it could be offlane AM. Okay, I think that's somewhat fine. I've seen this Morph Medusa before, and it actually looked pretty good for Morph.
And with this opener of the Medusa and the Spirit Breaker, they removed both this time. They removed the Chen and the Enchantress. So they're saying, Puppy, find something else. They're going to grab the Mag right up, though. So also, this could be a Puppy Spirit Breaker. I could see him making that work, like Hakoda's been playing it, and that's looked pretty solid before. But I'm really glad they're getting the Magnus, because we haven't had this guy pop off yet this series, and he's busted.
I mean, Mag is very good. I think also into AM. Like, you lane well into him. If you're out of mana, you don't really care. You just slap his ass with Empower. You kind of trade very well. You have high physical damage, which he hates. He also hates hard lockdown, which you're gonna have with RP. You also have RP in the Stone Gaze. It is a little greedy. Undying pick definitely a lot better now because you are playing against Magnus. Gonna lower his damage. Tombstone's pretty annoying. And I would also say with Quest, with their bans, I would very likely assume that this is just gonna be a carry anti-mage. Like you take out the Beastmaster, that's annoying in lane, and the tempo's annoying in the game. And same with like these Enches and Chens. I don't really think you want to lane against that as an anti-mage.
Yeah, I don't think they've done anything that would make me like move away from that either. In terms of like the Hero's Secret have, like I'm feeling a-okay about this. It's not like they like grabbed a Slardar or something out of that phase.
Absolutely,
you know
not,
that could have been a problem, but so far they're feeling fine.
So don't they just take their mid here? I feel like what you go here is either this mid hero for noob, which is Pango, or you go like some very chill offlane hero for Amar that is gonna do some combo breaking and can frontline. Oh, it is offlane anti-mage.
They jump ship.
Oh, maybe it's offlane TB, man. You never know.
T2000 is making a face right now. I don't know.
Okay.
Dude, Amar wants this win so bad. I knew he wants this offlane anti-mage. Hey, bam, my Slark first phase, I'll show you.
Okay, SD is out. I think you're good enough to just pick your second support here.
Speaking of Darkseer, though, you know. Don't have to lane versus the anti-mage, you know? It's not even there. But yeah, we're probably then our lanes are messed up. Then we need mid mag or puppy mag.
This is a lyrical suggestion.
Oh, exactly. I know. I'm lyrical pilled.
Yeah.
I see TB and my brain just screams pick Darkseer already, but we're getting another Clinks game.
Okay. Don't think Clinks was particularly good when it comes against TB, but luckily I think the hero has a lot more purpose than just some 1-to-1 lane matchup. You can like buy good items. I think it's gonna be a very good Solar Crest game, or if you want to snipe some supports later, if you do get the farm, or like you get a good map state with like Spiritbreaker Clings, you can pick off some people. So we'll see. I wouldn't say this is some gotcha pick with the support, which I feel like you may have had the potential, like 18 pick support, and you see AM and TB. I feel like there may have been something that you could have cooked up with,
like a Wyvern or something crazy.
Like maybe something like that. I mean, if SD was in the pool, I feel like that would have been some go-to. I mean, hell, I know this hero is nearly unplayable, but like some Grimstroke, you go +4, you hope you get the Philly
I'm sure
Stone.
is actually fine.
Yeah, like I feel like some of these heroes are playable, you know? Like you can definitely bust them out here or there.
No, not surprising. They're going to miss out on the Pango. I like the coverage on that Huskar as well. We already saw Secret were willing to bust it out versus the Ember, and it looks great. Certainly puts the idea of the Ember into your head here too. There's also the Void Spirit still in the pool, which we've seen as being a fantastic combo constantly with the Magnus, and would really pair up nicely. Like any Spirit really for Secret is good. Feels kind of similar for Quest. Their lineups are fairly similar.
Yeah. So if you're Quest, I think again, I mean, generally speaking, this is the role that Noob has. He's the one that brings the supports together and makes moves. Because Amar and TA2000, I feel like they're more of the two cores that take a bit more space. So I think for him, anything that is hard to be ganked by SB and Clinks and can bring your supports together, I think it's pretty good. Maybe Ember, Void. It's a pretty cool puck game. I would say it's a pretty free puck game if you can ban for it. So any of those I would kind of like. I'm not don't pick Kunkka. I've seen that before. I had it in my mind.
No.
Yeah, you ban Ember leads me to believe that Puck is on the menu.
If I had veto tokens during the draft, I'd use them all on Tiny and Kunkka. Those would be my two vetoes right now. Get those heroes out of here, guys. Just stop, all right? Let them get buffed. Let them sit a little bit.
Just wait.
Just relax, okay?
Yeah. Or unless you had, there was this time, or like a period of 1-2 weeks where there were some Kunkka builds that looked really cool. There was like some Blade Mail into Shard, like some, you just kept going. That looked good. I saw some Grandmaster EU spammer do that, and then Nisha picked it up. But any other build, and 90% of Kunkka games, I'm like, yeah, that hero is so hard to make work. Like, let's just be real.
Yeah, you just gotta hit everything. You're just playing Dota in hard mode whenever you pick that hero.
Yeah, you really are. And I don't
just
really
pick
like
something easier, man.
Yeah.
Quest
Okay,
right now,
am I-
they have a pretty weak like get in there. I mean, to be fair, this Animage is probably going to be the get in there hero. Like we're going to see that Vanguard into Echo or something, and they're going to grab the Void Spirit because obviously it looks great for both teams. Makes a lot of sense. They ban the Ember. Solid empower mid heroes that start fights for Secret. That seems to be the question.
I don't see anything that will ruin the Void Spirits game. So I think you'll have to take a similar hero, kind of like what Quest did, where you're gonna lane okay, and then hopefully your supports can play with you. It would be kind of cool if it's like a stun or silence,
Bro,
so
they're
that
gonna pick Kunkka. I'm just telling you, he's gonna pick it.
no way.
I'm telling
please.
you, he's picking it.
Nah, if there's, I think Armel has a big enough brain to not pick Kunkka into TB. Okay.
The last time they played, well, he counterpicked a Void Spirit with it before, but you are right. It is versus the TV, so let us all be praising that here. We had a lot of Timber in the previous series of the day as well. It got picked pretty late in the drafts, and it looked great. Both times it presented quite a few problems coming in relatively late. What do you think about it here?
I would say it's a pretty good Timber game. I think it's one of the heroes that can slow down the Void Spirit a little bit. The supports, I mean, Techies does have damage, but you need to like land all your spells and not get some Mind denied. I think Undying is kind of whatever. TB is, you don't care about him for like 30 minutes. I feel like this game is kind of on Amar. Like if they can lane well bottom and he has a good game, he's the only one that will like push back this game later, I think.
Okay, so Amar's good game for Quest. That's how they win. What about Secret? How do you see them taking this one if they get the W?
Amel needs to have a good lane, and I think he for them he needs to be pushing the game forward, because eventually there's something awkward about how they move around the map. Like Secret need to be ahead and kind of keep going with charges, because you don't have any real lockdown against Void Spirit, Anti-Mage, and TB Illusions that are pushing your map.
Yeah,
that's a bit scary.
Kind of an awkward mag game too. I feel like Boom, maybe Boom takes the opportunity to get some farm himself, but then again, his other cores are like a Timber and a Medusa, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, he has to get fat himself, I think.
Big and beefy. All right,
Just
sirloin steak, Wagyu beef, the best there is, and the best casters there is. They're here waiting for you. It's T-Pan and Fear. Send them on over.
Well, it's not indeed the whiskey-based natty here at the casting desk, but instead it's Deepan and Fear. Thank you so much for the kind words, Trent and Kezu. Great job with the panel. Hopefully we'll get Nat back on the stream as well. But Game 3 is upon us, and a bit of a different draft approach from both of these two teams. We get to see the good old Anti-Mage come out once again for the offlane Amar. We talked about the bronze tiers. There's another bronze tier hero into the mix as well. What do you think about this in this particular game?
I don't know what the hell to think about this one. I'm excited for it, though. We got the Amar Anti-Mage offlane. We went from Slark to Anti-Mage. Maybe Amar forgot that he's not playing carry anymore, but either way, it doesn't really matter. TA2000 playing the hard carry role, and then we've got Amar playing the soft carry, I guess we'll call him in this particular game with the Anti-Mage. Very curious about his itemization. I did say I've never seen him build a Vanguard in my life, but he hasn't queued up this game. So
he's a myth buster.
He really is. He's pulling out all the stops this tour. Maybe he's been on Reddit and be like, wow, he can only play these heroes. He wants to make a new name for himself.
And also at the same time, from Secret, we've been hyping up this Magnus a lot. Trent was also saying broken hero. I think we both agree as well that this is literally one of the strongest heroes in the patch right now. But Armel is going to be bringing out that mid Timber Saw, and I'm also pretty excited for this one too, because it does give that tempo that that Secret probably needs a bit as well to open up the map for the Medusa and get this Magnus to tune in. And then you have these big, bulky, beefy Wagyu steaks just run around, and your Quest is going to have to respond to that.
I'm hearing that word being dropped a lot. Is it American Wagyu or Japanese Wagyu? Because there's a big difference.
I don't know the difference really, because I've only tasted one, and that's a European. So
that might be the equivalent of American Wagyu, which is basically just as cheap as any other beef, but then you got the nice stuff, the A5 Wagyu. That's what we're really looking for.
Probably the Japanese one, but we'll see. Like, you're given two different grading systems here. Let's see which one this is going to be. Is it Secret going to be the top tier with this one or not? The fun thing is, like, going back to those standings that they're in the group stages right now, Secret has a percentage chance to still make it to the Major. And it starts off at beating Quest, who would then drop to 2 and 4. So it is there. It's literally there, but only. Are
you saying this is a must-win series?
Must win to avoid that direct elimination for Secret, but also it could be a ticket to the Major. Same thing for Quest. 2 series still to be played. Could end up going 4 and 3 if they have their base scenario. 2 and 3 currently.
We'll just have to see if they can do it here.
Medusa. Oh, that is a lot of damage, but also got to take into account that HP pool. It's exactly the biggest, but Anti-Mage just really bursting through, and Techies, we've been talking about this Techie since the start of the patch, that this hero still has ridiculous good right-click with that full attack range. The attack range wasn't even nerfed, while Magnus is going to be taken down as a first, and a follow-up. TA2000 with the double.
We've seen this one before, haven't we? TA2000 hitting level 2 on his Terrorblade, his TB, not his TA. Moving up 1 letter in the alphabet there. But either way, level 2 timing, getting the Metamorphosis and the Reflection. It's a power spike, and you gotta respect it. Little surprised it's worked a couple games in a row here, but really good start. And this clinks. And yet again, we're seeing...
Falls into a weird place,
picked.
right?
Yeah, picked against the Terrorblade. We were casting in a region, of course, where Moose was picking that one up. A lot of people may not have watched that series, but either way, it didn't work very well, much like it's not working here. And it's mainly just because if you get on top of this Clinks, you got no defensive capabilities whatsoever. You're pretty high armor on the Terror, not pretty high, you're ultra high armor on the TB, so you don't take a lot of damage from the right clicks of Clinks. He can just man up on you and get those kills, and that is not the start you wanted if you are Team Secret here, going against this Terrorblade. And to make things even better, it's offlane Anti-Mage. Is it working?
Is it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Making solid work here with this Medusa kill. The lockdown and the Mana Burn working together in favor for Quest, who are currently 3 kills up on the board versus Secret, yet to score their first. They are a bit, you know, they're living in a bit of a subtle phase right now. Can't really respond at any lane. Gonna need more levels, basically on all of them, to have some kill potential.
I don't know if it would have mattered, but Puppy like preemptively canceled his charge like almost instantly when he did it right before the Dusa died. He could have just landed into a blast off anyway, but a little strange to see. He may have just like canceled that a little bit too early. As again, they're just going Crystallis. Does he even have a lane? I'm not so sure after this.
Holding onto a Lotus, but it's not really doing many favors to you right now. Puppy trying to salvage the situation. The bash comes out, not a secondary to follow up on the Techies.
We got another blink on Amar. Is he gonna go for this? That is the question.
They'd love to force out that. The Lotus is already used as well, so no extra regen for this Medusa. Just the wand.
This lane's looking pretty good so far, especially I thought Amar might potentially go into... Puppy might just be dead here.
I mean, he's the one who has to do a lot of heavy lifting in this lane. Just buy some time and space for Crystallis on this Medusa, but you don't either want to end up losing your Spirit Breaker. That's also not a good trade-off.
Yeah, Amar is playing this lane very conservatively. I feel like he could go for these kills if he wants to, but he's valuing having lane equilibrium, which I respect that choice. I think it's a very smart one, because now he's just going to dominate the CS department. And then once he gets up to that Vanguard, he is going to be untouchable if he isn't already.
Pretty much.
But let's go to the positive ends here. Let's go to the positive sides for Secret, because it's definitely not bottom lane. It's going to be your mid lane. This Timbersaw is annihilating the Void Spirit in mid lane. He has the same denies as Noob has CS. It's not going very well for Noob here in this mid lane. Amar Timbersaw, he's going to have to make a lot happen, and damage, he barely gets out of that one.
Probably the one lane that is going well for Secret here has to come off of this Timbersaw, so Noob really struggling for the time being. Not getting a whole lot out of this lane. Trying to CS with Resonant Pulse is the only option that he has. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Amar tag teaming up to take down Puppy.
And now it's jungle time for Dusa. Relegated to the jungle at level 3 here.
Yep, this lane is over.
Not what you're looking for, and you're given whatever Anti-Mage on the off lane. Anti-Mage is a carry. This hero is still quite good if he gets free farm, and we know Amar, after seeing his Slark a couple times now, he is not afraid to bypass any aura item and go straight for the good stuff. So he might just transition into a carry anti-mage into the offlane.
Oh, double orb of Venom lined up. Pretty sure he's just going to end up buying one of them, but we'll see if he picks up both. Boom, however, in the top lane, getting bullied by TA2000 and Corey in the high five from the tower because Boom refuses to throw his hand in the air to help out TA2000. Instead, he will give his life away for it. Arms broken.
Armel's just sitting there in communication right now. Is like, what the hell is going on the side lane, guys? Both his side lanes are crumbling into dust at the moment. But luckily for him, he's doing well. But he needs to do a lot.
Yeah, it's like luckily for him, but at the same time, yeah, you're basically the one we're riding on right now. So Armel's gonna have to do a lot of work this game.
Noob getting level 6, clearing the wave here. To make things worse is if Noob can find some rotations. This Medusa and Mag are about one death away.
Takes away the Wisdom Rune and be looking for a kill off of this Undying. They're going to use the homage to also join in on the fun. Trying to leave the kill for Boom here.
Right.
It'll take a couple more hits, but he's going to get the job done eventually. Meanwhile,
Kaori trying to escape to the wrong base
at the
there.
bottom lane. Medusa completely out of mana, but that's just the level 1 blink, 13.5 second cooldown. However, it can just be super annoying to this Medusa. It's like, I'm not your carry anti-mage. I'm the guy who's just here to make your life miserable.
And he TP'd right into Amar over there, just trying to get out of the way there. Yeah, I really like how Amar is playing this. He's just being in the face of the Medusa, pressuring. I think he should go back and get some farm for sure. Because he is still an anti-mage at the end of the day. And I think going for items like the Manta style still make a ton of sense against the Medusa. Your objective this game is to burn the mana. I wouldn't even be sad if he goes for a Diffusal Blade build here too.
Oh, Puppy's in big trouble here in the river, looking for the turnaround with Armel. The big burst to take down Amar. Get themselves a 1-to-1 trade-off here. Noob taking one, Armel taking the other. Man, that CS difference is just obnoxious. 62 versus 28 as Kaori getting chased up by Armel. And exactly the guy that they needed to show up for these type of events. But Amar, he wants to help out Noob for the kill. They will get it. That's a big Mana Void into the Remnant, catching Armel off guard. And he can't Timber Chain to safety. Sequest, they're killing the one hero that had a good game.
And they couldn't really afford that either. This is the, as you just mentioned, this is kind of like their saving grace. They needed to rally behind this Timbersaw. Make sure Timber can apply some pressure in this game. But the moment he ends up dying, you're losing slowly but surely your ability to make any aggressive plays on the map. So now it's back to plan B, go farm. But you try. You're forced back to your base. How many TPs is that now for Crystallis? He has to keep buying these TP scrolls. 100 gold apiece. Just to TP back to his base. To run back to base. To TP back to base again.
Yeah, the net worth really tells that story. 2,800 right now behind the Magnus, behind the Void Spirit, who was getting crushed in the mid lane by this Timbersaw. So that is really a deep pit to be in right now. Puppy, he's almost getting blown up in the mid lane by Noob and Amar. And he is also forced to potentially run back to the Fountain. I mean, the Fountain seems like the place to be for Secret, but they really don't want to be there. You know, the kids that are just getting, you know, locked up at home, they're like, I want out of here. But you're grounded right now. And Quest is the mom telling you that.
That's rough. Those are bringing back some bad childhood memories.
Well, Secret's living it right now. They're not enjoying. They're not enjoying what's happening so far.
Definitely not. I say it's only a 2k, but it is a 2k gold lead, and you're playing versus one of your two hardest counters. I'd say Morphling's up there too, but Anti-Mage and Terrorblade are super good versus Medusa. And two of them on the opposite team playing against you, both free farming. It's a pretty bad scenario to be in here.
I am also about to surpass the Timbersaw in net worth.
Oh, he's going to Diffusal Blade too. I'm hyped for this. Yeah, Diffusal Blade into Manta. You don't need a Battle Fury. Come on, let's be real. Your job here is to burn Deuce's mana. Whatever you need to do that. Diffusal Manta, I think, will be the choice. Sounds good to me. And now they're going to try and shut down Amar.
One job. Oh, and the stack up against Armel in the mid lane. It's going to be 4 versus 1. Is this even fair? Quest doesn't give a damn. They're going to use every resource that they have for this kill. And Timbersaw taken out of play once again. And on to Puppey. Amar aggressively blinking in, trying to force Puppey's attention here. Who's this Puppey guy? Forcing that tier 1 tower to fall too.
This is a dismantling here from Quest. First, they disarm the side lanes, and then they put all their resources towards the mid lane, the armor of Armel, and now Secret fully exposed here in this game number 3. Down 3,000 gold. Can only really just hit creeps for now.
Puppey trying to look for an opening here, but it only clears out the creep wave. Armel can't really follow up on that. No tree to jump to either, so no Chakram, but they're going to pop that armor from the mid lane T2000. Want to make sure that this mid T1 is out of the way. Meanwhile, Secret trying to split push a top T1 tower, looking for the tower trade-off. Damn.
The doom boom.
Yeah, the English is borked, strikes again. Puppey is trying to charge away. Doesn't look like anyone's going to be interrupting him, but Crystallis is taken down as a solo kill
Amar's
for Amar.
back, boys, with the aggressive tipping. I haven't seen this a while from Amar, but it looks like he's now in his element. Yeah,
he is feeling it right now. Man is in a good place.
I think this is one of the teams I do believe that Amar likes to beat the most. From that reference you gave earlier.
Oh yeah.
Being able to beat Secret definitely makes Amar smile.
It is a statement series for sure. Secret, what are their tools back into this game? I mean, Medusa's really... We can't really count on Medusa right now. It's going to be at least 15 to 20 minutes until we're going to see Medusa have an impact. But Boom Magnus, I still want to believe that this broken hero has a future.
Well, we'll have to see. But the real question is, like, is this anti-mage really that broken? Do you just see Dusa and you just first pick it, throw in the offlane, win the game? Is it really that simple? Why haven't people been doing this beforehand? Because Amar is making it look about that easy, as he now has his Diffusal Blade online. Get that extra mana burn, but more importantly, the slow on top of it, going straight into the Manta style. If you thought Dusa was having a rough game, it's about to get much more difficult as these items come online for Amar.
And Crystallis has been found once
and
again.
Here's
the Diffusal slow, and Amar, he's just going to solo it himself. Kari and Amar, they're just spectators, you know. Coming to witness the monstrosities that Amar is inflicting upon Secret right now. Or witnessing greatness, that as well. Puppey going in for the charge, locating the Undying. Yamich is going to be here, but the damage isn't going to be sufficient. Maybe one kill they can get. Amar blasting off for nothing. Boom, going to get one. RP going on to the second, and Armel going to be following up, and Quest will lose 2 members of their team. And Amar, with the help of TA2000, and here comes Noob as well. They will look to Mana Burn Timbersaw. They look to kill off Boom, which they will get. And Puppey, I will sacrifice myself. Get the hell out of there, Armel. The Defender's Gate. He's so close. He's so close to it. He wants
go.
But
get back here,
the
buddy.
door is slammed shut right in front of him as Quest. They will slam in between, make sure he's knocked out, punch him down on the ground, and Quest just running them over.
And Amar, he's not
to the
done.
Next one. He's not done.
He might be done
3
now.
deaths on the Medusa.
Is he done? Oh yeah, he's not. He's
4.
definitely not done. Is this Medusa? This is not how I'm used to seeing Medusa. I normally hit this guy 100 times. He doesn't die. He looks like paper mache right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What can you do at this point if you are
what can
Secret?
you do is a very good question.
I really like. I've been working on the fact like I'm not just gonna call a game, but I'm going back on this. So this game is over. Like what the hell can you do if you're Secret right now? Your heroes are terrible.
Okay, there's a Spirit Breaker 17% and a 17% win prob. Okay, there's not even 17% anymore. That just disappeared.
I mean, if you want to win this game, this Dusa had to be like, you have to take advantage of the fact that you have an offlane anti-mage. Maybe not the best offlaner. You win your lane, you snowball. Then everyone laughs, haha, anti-mage offlane. How did you think that would work? That's how this game had to go. But this anti-mage is a monster, and Medusa is like a support. This is support Medusa. So who's your carry? I guess it's Armel, but then you're...
Yeah, it's like Armel or Boom. Like these two basically are they're the sources of damage right now for Secret. But honestly, if Quest just stacks up as 5 or even 4 heroes, Secret don't have the numbers for it. It does not look like a good result. And again, Armel Ana's just getting burnt out. He's got nowhere to go. His Soul Ring's also on cooldown. Can't even pop bottle charges and slowly but surely dying. 6 seconds from Mana Void. Just throwing high fives here. They're just having a bit of a laugh here. Armel, though.
Get the Lotuses.
Lotus is for Amar. It's not for him.
It's really not. Everything for Amar. Here you go. Take everything, my king.
You talked about Secret getting, was it dismantled? Well, I mean, Amar's mantle is holding for now.
At this point, they're getting dismembered.
One by one. It's not the prettiest games for Secret, especially when we're talking about the fact that this is technically another step towards going into the major, but right now, your major dreams, they look crushed. So how do you get that mentality to get back in this game? How do you find the farm? How do you delay this for long enough for your cores to have an impact? It is a slow bleeding death. Like, they're bleeding from so many places. There's nobody to put a band-aid. There's nobody to cauterize it. All of your limbs have been dismembered at this point to prevent from the worst, but you're very disarmed right now.
The best chance they had was Amar, but we saw what happened in that bottom lane. Crawling towards the fountain, trying to find that medic you're talking about, but couldn't even get that.
So now trying to turn it around, at least for a pick-off. Quest was extending a bit for a kill. It will provide into Armel's.
Meanwhile,
you know, his
Juica
back's
has
getting a
to
bit of an after
disengage.
stop. Yeah, it's like, Amar, get away from me.
So that's the thing. If you want to win this game, that's a route you can take. I'm not advocating to say this is 100% going to work, but you might as well try it, right? Is try and kill the supports. Those are the only heroes you can kill right now. And at some point, you got to debate Amar, maybe TA2000 noob, these cores, right, into a situation where you can get them inside the middle of your base.
Boom, he would love to land on RP for some damage follow-up from Armel, but they're not even nearby each other's right now. So Boom has to disengage back into the safety of the high ground.
But this is what I love about Dota, especially over the years. We're living in a world where people are picking offlane anti-mage to counter Medusas, and it's working. It's more than working. It's beautiful right now. Is Boom, he's got a hard choice to make. Do I RP or do I TP? Luckily, he gets out of that one because Mana Void is on cooldown. Puppy soaked that one up a bit earlier there. And that Manta style, not super far away, so Amar's just high-fiving towers for fun in the bot lane.
Yep. TA2000 just casually soloing a tier 2 tower in mid too. Too strong to fight against. And he also has a defusal blade, by the way.
Like, TA2000 doesn't even need to be in this game at this point, after the laning stage.
He's just a filler, you know? He's been yelling to the coach, you know, put me in, coach, sub me in.
This game has all been the other four. I mean, Amar the superstar on this one, but his supports, Kaori's been in great positioning too with Omar, and of course, no OB.
No OB.
Getting in there and making things happen.
Big dreams on the quick buys for Secret, Octarine Core, Butterfly, and the Manta to finish off as well for the Medusa. Harpoon for the Magnus. Not too far off. They're going to try something in bottom, but the Tombstone already placed down by Kaori. They already have the superior vision, seeing that they're approaching.
We talked about for this Medusa, right? What partially makes this hero so OP is the fact that you can get these greater healing Lotuses. But in a game like this, you're not getting out to that pond. You're not going to be able to pick those fresh Lotuses for yourself, which means you're not going to have that ability to pop up all your mana pool and maybe surprise this anti-mage. You got a baby one, but this 125, it's not enough. You want to get to that 900 mana one, which will give you a full heal.
One thing you would love to do, talking about Lotuses, after getting such a beatdown in a game like this, you'd love to change your profession to a herbalist. You know, bit of peace of mind.
There you go.
But even
all right, comeback potential. Let's get back into that. We got an item online that potentially could be it. The Harpoon for the Magnus is available. Repositioning will be key. Into the base.
And not even getting to the Wisdom Rune. Spirit Breaker already losing half of his HP. Mining the high ground. Here goes Boom. He's going to catch the Undying. That's the perfect target to start off because he has no defensive capabilities. That's one for Secret. But they'd love to get Amar, which they will also get as he's getting hit by the Nether Strike. But how close can they get? Because Puppey is in trouble. He is also dead. Amar getting chased by Boom. RL's going to be nearby, destroying the mines as well as they go. Puppey coming up with the buyback. Omar's going to be falling. Just slowing them down with the reflection for the time being. So Quest not taking a full-on engagement here. Secret, they get a breather. A much-needed breather.
Okay. Whew.
Yeah, Puppey doesn't want to go all the way in there.
I remember some Spear Breaker from his one of the TIs where he just wouldn't cancel. He's a manly man. I respect him for it, but that's a bit too manly. Does cancel it. He did have to buy back for that. I think his buyback did force Quest to go backwards.
Yeah.
But now, in this upcoming fight, you are going to have the Mantis style available for the Anti-Mage. You're going to have to find one of these initiations where you can finally kill these cores. They're waiting for it. They desperately need it. And they're not easy to find either. We saw the Harpoon play. That's where it all started. That fight didn't look too bad for Secret. They need a couple more of those. And that's where you mount the comeback, play behind the Dusa.
Yep. And this would be, honestly, I'm just going to say it, because I never stop believing in teams, and you never should in a game of Dota. If they're able to turn this game around on the side of Secret, this would be probably one of the biggest, most unlikeliest comebacks you're ever going to see in Dota, because it is so unlikely that probably a lot of people have lost faith. But the true Secret fans, at least out there, they're still going to root for their team. They hope that they're able to make that happen. But it is still miles away, like you said.
But it is possible. But then you look at TA2000's inventory, and then you get a little discouraged. So don't click on enemy heroes. Just focus on yourself. Focus on what you can do as an individual.
I'm gonna
getting philosophical in here.
Yeah, I mean, philosophy is something that you can always rely on. I'm not sure if it's really going to make too much, but at least you can think about wise words and how you can live with those. Quest, however...
I'm just looking at Boom over and over. This Blink Dagger, this Harpoon, they're getting close. These are going to be the items.
Let's see if the panel is going to come up with a philosophy for Magnus here.
I'll leave it up to them. I'm expecting it, as Yamich is going to be returning to where most skeletons come from, the graveyard.
Slowly but surely finishing him off, even though he has to go a bit of a roly-poly around the tree line. Get that Klink's kill. But that is right in front of your tier 3 tower, so at least Anti-Mage is not harassing our Medusa. Crystallis, 167 CS at the moment. Still needs more time. At less than 400 GPM is not gonna be good enough for now, but I mean, there's nothing else you can do, right? Just hope for the best. Keep hitting creeps. Hope that time is on your side. Time TM.
Time TM indeed. And no OB TM also in this game. Can I just call him no OB? Would I be technically incorrect?
Not stopping you. What does the OB stand for then?
I don't know. I don't.
It's a good question, isn't it?
There you go. Can't put me on spot with things like that. I gotta filter it first.
Maybe his name is a sentence. No! OBTM.
Maybe that's his name.
Could be. 12,000 lead still for Quest after dominating the laning stage and able to secure Void Spirit back into the game. Even though Armel was doing a fantastic Timbersaw performance in the early minutes, he was just overwhelmed by the numbers of Quest. Quest just looking for that ticket to the high ground right now. 7-21. Triple the kills.
Oh no, not again!
Out, and Amar is on the hunt for it yet again. We'll scout him out.
How often do you see an offlane anti-mage just control the whole game? Because that's pretty much what's happening. As Boom Blink. Oh, he has. He's gonna get caught here. No blink dagger available.
Yeah, trying to make a run for it, but the remnant comes out from this Void Spirit. And his TP is cancelled. That's a pretty big kill as well for Quest, because that's one of the troublemakers, especially when playing around the map. It's still a 40-second respawn timer, so he's going to be up fairly soon. Quest won't get the ticket to the high ground with that kill. Creep waves are pushing out, and the supports are making sure of it. Yamich especially. Okay, Omar's already here.
This is the third time he's killing him.
This is...
Does he have a gem? Oh, dust, it's going in the backpack. No. On cooldown for a little bit.
He's going to let it go. For weird reason, he has a bit of mercy, but at the same time, he's probably not just going to aimlessly run around. You have a good word for that and finish. Yuak 35 Han. Running around aimlessly with no point.
Yeah, Yuak 35
The tower is about to be falling here as that TA Metamorph TB. Not even the tombstone dying here.
They should get the range barracks, I would imagine, here. Oh, the Crimson Guard. I didn't see that one on mine.
Breaks loose. TA2000 very low to dying here. Maybe will as well. The Chakram's going to finish him off.
That's meta, too.
That's meta and Aegis. But boom, he has no blink right now, so he's going to have to rely with a harpoon to get somebody on the move. Unfortunately, that's all Secret's going to be getting. They did get a tower at the same time from the other side of the map, where a noob's going to be teleporting to fend off this Clinks. And he has a gem, but he will run to a different direction.
And Amar constantly swapping this dust in and out, realizing his hero at the current point in time can catch any hero that's split pushing on the side lanes, and he will kill all of them as long as Mana Void is available. The biggest issue he has right now is people teleporting away from him as Blink, Dust, and he got him. See you later. And we have a saying in America too for that one. That one's called the "See you later, alligator."
That's a classic. Yeah, not much that they can do about it. Yamich, he's just pushing out the waves. It's gonna cost his life, but on the positive side for Secret, I mean, this game looked like a 15-16 minute GG. They're not done yet. They're not over. They're not out of it. Medusa's been slowly climbing her way back into the game now. Has a piece of is that an actual butterfly ready? Yes, it is. So Manta Butterfly is up as it comes out of the courier. Still squishy as hell, but at least now you have a little bit of extra damage once you go for those harpoon plays.
I was looking at Boom. Was he going to go for the Blink Dagger? He wanted a Nullifier on top of it. He settles for the Crimson, and this Crimson so far has saved his barracks. Wasn't super. I was surprised that he had. I was like, did Armel get one? But no. Speaking of Armel, though, he has been impressively staying ahead in the network.
Yep.
He's doing well. The only issue lies within, it's just the Magnus and Medusa, mainly the Medusa. It's hard countered Medusa. Net worth not looking super hot as well. And of course, the supports. I was looking at Kaori. Does he go for the Hex again this game? He goes for an Aghanim Scepter. He steals 8 strength away from every single time, which is going to start chipping at the Timber Saw.
So where Armel wants to be right now, surrounded by enemies, and that's an unfortunate kill. And that's a very expensive kill too. Noob gets a lot of gold out of that, even if Noob already didn't have a great game being
Keep
built.
Keep an eye on Yamich here. Gem is online for Amar. He wants to eat the skeleton, man. Guess that's, you can't really eat skeletons, can you? Unless you're a dog. That's bad for their teeth, though. He's hiding here, and he's going to TP out. Oh! That was close. Stick around for a couple more seconds there, and he would be in trouble.
Yep, the lift has also been used as Noob pushing his Solar Crest buff straight to that tier 3 tower with the illusions. Almost finishing it off, too. This Terrorblade, scary raid boss. 3,200 HP. He might have died last fight, but now with that Satanic, he's been buffed up significantly.
I enjoy watching Kaori play, actually. He always goes for, like, the most greedy item possible. Like, the big game-winning plays. He doesn't mess around with these small things like Glimmer Capes and 4 staffs. He's just like, you know what? I want a Aghanim Scepter. I want to Size the Vice.
Guys. Yeah.
I want a Blink Dagger now. That sounds pretty good here. This is exactly how I would love to play POS 5. And the thing
that
is he's
so
on,
true.
he does it, and yet he's still on a team in Division 1, and he makes it work. I respect that a lot.
And it's surprising when you put it that way as well, because yeah, not a lot of players do decide to go for these big items, and they've been chilling out for Div 1 for a while, and then this sudden Kaori guy just shows up. You know, of course he's been here for a while, and of course the East European First Division last DPC year. This guy's he's found a pattern that works. He maybe has taken some lessons off of Puppy when he's been playing those pause 4s pause 5s that end up picking up a lot of farm, but those heroes naturally have it. So they're able to think about these big items, but he's just looking at the bigger picture, right? Omar is going to be the one getting those 4 staffs, the Solar Crest, especially in the current meta, really good for your pause 4
Omar?
to pick it up.
He's playing anti-mage with a Manta style this game.
Well,
He's playing
Omar, yeah,
Slunks.
but Omar.
Oh, Omar, the other Omar, yeah. A lot of Mars here. This could be a big
the
kill.
Guy getting caught is Noob, but that's a big kill for Secret Armel. He might have given a lot of money for Noob last time, but this time it's going to be 1,100 plus the extras on top. And now he has the blink on Mag.
There we go.
Oh,
sit in your base if your team's Secret. That's the way to go here. Get those kills. And as I mentioned, all these kills are going to be off the back of Magnus. I don't think there'll be a single one without Magnus being there. Both Clinks having this Orchid, it helps out a lot. And maybe later on in the game, Puppy with this Shadow Blade will be a big driving force to driving more kills too. But for now, it's going to be a little Magnus show, dropping RPs, harpooing, skewering people back into the base. It is what you got to do.
West right in front of the base. Blast off load up here from Omar. Going to be catching Boom. Boom's going to be burnt out on mana. Mines are exploding as well. Does get a bit of extra regen, but it's not going to be enough for him to survive. And he also does not have a buyback remaining right now. Kaori, yeah, try to kill this +5 support with that Aghanims. Puppy's going to be dropping too. Crystallis forces them away from the high ground, but these illusions are being an issue for Armel too. Lost 2,200 mana that fight. And now
so
they
Medusa
get themselves
has
an entry.
6 strength after being decayed once.
Sit.
So 2 decays will give Medusa 0 strength.
6 strength. That's not a lot to live with. Armel, he is getting punished here for his deep dive here in Secret. They're going to lose a secondary member of their team. Puppy also with that buyback. If he drops, he's not returning. And Yamich, he's not too much of a threat as they're just going to jump straight at him. Clinks, he's going to be deleted. And Quest, voice line spam into taking a lane, or not only just one lane, every lane of racks pretty much here. Top melee racks only surviving, but they put their sights toward it for the mega creeps. And Secret, 3-man smoke. It looks like the last fight that they're going to be given as well. Noob jumps right in the middle of all of them, forces them away. Boom, he has RP, but they're going to have to connect every last bit perfectly if it's just these 3.
And already Crystallis having to deal with the reflection from Terrorblade, dealing with the Aghanim Scepter from the Anti-Mage. They can just poke at this Medusa from range here. It's been a brilliant performance from Quest to put together this draft and actually watch it come together. Because in theory, you look at it, it's like, yeah, Anti-Mage versus Medusa, that's great. Terrorblade versus Medusa, we got some great cores against it. But in practice, making these heroes actually work, and Samari, he's going to get Ogre smashed while trying to TP out. Whoopsie. Yes, then that's exactly why Omar's getting the double ha-has. But he's stuck down here. He's going to have to run to the gate here instead of being there immediately. And that's their gym. So, Yamich, he might just be running into the wrong neighborhood here, as I think they're trying to set up for a kill on Terrorblade. But who will be surprising who?
Poppy going for the charge of the Kaori, trying to get the surprise element first. And Teki's going to take some hits, but Yamich just deleted, and Poppy's going to follow suit. That was their attempt. It was an attempt.
Was indeed. I am very impressed with Armel though so far, because he does a lot of damage. He has good items. He has the Octarine, Kaya Sange, and the Shiva's Guard. There is a probability or a chance that he could theoretically, low chance still, they are against Mega Creeps, kill this Anti-Mage almost instantly when he gets level 25 and gets that second Chakram online. But they are playing against Mega Creeps, they are playing versus Aegis. Potentially the game may just end here, but then again, you have Magnus, and you still have a fountain. You can't destroy the enemy's fountain, so maybe they can use that to their advantage here.
maybe that Aegis is just going to do the trick to settle the score with Secret.
Oh, Yamich.
And that's a great way to start it too. He's got a buyback though. And how much good will it do? Omar getting ready for the blast off. Cast canceling the whole time, just waiting for somebody to show. And there we go, the play from Boom, but he's gonna get caught instantly. RP comes out just on a TV illusion, and there goes your Magnus. And then we'll just have to fight this 4 versus 5, but they're running out of manpower. They got some firepower at least to take down the techies. While Amar just fighting at the back line. He's the one holding that Aegis right now. They've already finished off the Medusa, and there goes your Timber, and there go your chances to go to the major. But Quest, they came for a conquest, and they conquered Secret.
Yeah, they did for sure. And Amar Anti-Mage here, this was one of those games that was really enjoyable to watch. Just to see something like the offlane Anti-Mage really just work out beautifully. He went into the offlane, he crushed his lane, and he didn't just go back and sit and farm like every other Anti-Mage. He played high tempo. He choked him out of the map, he let TA be the real carry, and he was the one being the aggressor and just constantly making sure Crystallis could not have a game whatsoever, chasing him around in the jungle. Just a immaculate performance. I am definitely impressed.
Well, as this series gets closed out, Quest Esports taking the win, and Secret's chances to stay in Division 1, they are in absolute peril right now. We're going to throw it over back to the panel, and of course, a friendly face.
Thank you so much, T-Panda and Fear. Yeah, I'm back. Hopefully everything's okay and there are no shenanigans in this post-game panel. But I am very shocked by the offlane Anti-Mage, by Amar Anti-Mage, and just how successful it was, Kezu. It looked so dominant, and I'm kind of worried for everyone's pubs now.
Well, offlane Anti-Mage is good in specific games. I also like how aggressive he played it. You know, like running around the map and chasing Crystallis. First of all, I don't think the laning stage should go this bad for Secret, but they lost both side lanes horribly. Like, they got double kill top minute 2. Then Crystallis was constantly getting bullied bottom. I mean, we're watching at 14 minutes and they are down 5k gold. Being, like, you know, the quests are like, okay, we'll try to give you some kills on your Wisdom Rune. It's fine, but their early game on Quest was so freaking good this game.
This part was so funny. When Armel's trying to get through the gate, like Puppy tries so hard, like charge through.
Wiley, one more. Remnant, yeah, you're gone. You're done. It was very entertaining to watch, and I want to know, where was this Quest Esports in Game 1, Trent? Like, how do you just all of a sudden become this aggressive, never letting your enemy have
offlane
Slark? Okay, all right.
yeah, the offlane Slark was the problem, unlike the offlane Anti-Mage.
This one has purpose, guys. Don't do my offlane Anti-Mage like this.
Come on now, it had purpose.
Yeah, my bad, guys. My bad.
I would say the purpose is that it comes online a lot earlier, and like you mentioned, he played it absolutely perfectly. Being in your face, getting aggressive, getting the Diffusal Blade after the Vanguard to continue that chase down. This was by far the worst Medusa that I have seen in terms of just, she had no chance to play Dota. Like, Crystallis did not get to play, Hero was useless, was just a giant target. He would respawn, be under a tier 2, and die again. And then respawn and go to tier 2 and die again.
I mean, we've all experienced the pain of being under tower and still dying, and I felt for Crystallis this game. It definitely wasn't easy. Medusa, you feel like you should be unstoppable, but we have an even harder, more difficult task ahead of us, Trent and Kezu. We have to pick an MVP.
Yeah, I have mine.
Is that hard? Is that supposed to be difficult, this game?
Guys, I thought we were gonna like try and build it up and be like, you're right, it's so difficult, and then 3, 2, 1, we're all just gonna say the same.
Yeah, of course, it's Kaori. He rushed Ags on undying.
Yeah, did you see that? It was like 23 minutes, and this guy's got Ags on undying.
Right, oh, it's so good to be back.
Yeah. Isn't that who you were going to give it to, Nat?
Yeah, that's definitely who I had
written same.
down. Yeah. We're all on the same page there.
Good job, Amar.
Yeah, I was going to say, do we just go ahead and give it to Amar here?
Wow, production,
hey, look,
rebelling.
2000. Yeah, they didn't want any part of what you guys were saying.
Everyone
played well, okay? So I thought maybe there could have been a little bit of an argument. Could have given it maybe to Noob. He was looking good in the mid lane.
Or maybe to TA2000. He was really killing those creeps and securing the late game.
Yeah, I got him.
He was just really ensuring a contingency plan, okay, Kezu?
That's true. Yeah, he was like, if Amar dies 16 times in a row, or has a heart attack, then I will take over. Luckily,
me.
neither of those things happened.
I'll tell you one thing.
I mean,
Amar,
definitely the latter.
Amar's gonna be chasing this high for like years. This is like he did not want this game to end, right? Like when they picked this anti-mage early, I was hoping he'd play it, and then you saw the way he was starting. He picked up the eggs. He's blink fragmenting on people. Like this is the best game he's probably ever had. He probably had so much fun doing this. So I hope we get to see it again, but it feels unlikely.
Yeah. I'm just actually liking what Amar is bringing out as a whole in this tour. It's been really refreshing. It's been really exciting. And luckily for us, it's not going to be him for an interview. It is going to be Noob for our winner's interview. So we get to ask him some questions about what's going on over at Quest Esports. Noob, congratulations. You guys had fantastic game today. I want to know, though, how do you reset from that 70-minute loss in game 1? Like, you guys were putting up a fight. You almost had it, but obviously it just slipped through your fingers towards the end there.
First, thank you, and it was a very rough game. We tried, but we just said, like, reset, we're gonna win. We had high morale, like, we're gonna win, and we did it.
Yeah, I want to ask some questions just about how it's been drafting, because last time when we got to speak to Amar, he was really happy coming onto the team for you guys at Quest and how you were able to work around his smaller hero pool that he said he had. But now he's bringing out a lot of stuff. Is this something you guys are trying to work with him to pull more heroes out, or is this him coming to you guys and being like, all right, let's try and make a draft where an offlane Slark works, where an offlane anti-mage works? Like, how is it happening?
No, it's more about him not wanting to play the same heroes. He's bored. He wants to play something new. He said, stop first picking my heroes. I want to play something else. And that's what we're doing.
I love it. Yeah, it's working out really well. Trent, do you want to go to your questions?
Oh, sure. Hello, Noob. Thanks for coming to join us here. Well, congratulations on the win. In terms of how you guys are doing and how you're playing right now, what are there any heroes that like I noticed that you've been playing a little bit of like the Winter Wyvern, like when you have to try and like, is that a hero that you like feel very comfortable on right now? Or maybe if you have these heroes that you're seeing other teams play, what sort of a process do you go through to start to learn this hero? Like, is it just spamming in your pubs, or how long until you bring that into scrims? What does that process look like for you?
I mean, it's about whether I like the hero or not first. I mean, Wyvern I used to play, but I was support player. So I used to play it on 5. I used to play Willow as well. So it's heroes I can kind of play easily. But yeah, it's mostly you have to spam pubs and see how it feels to play the hero. And then we try it on scrims. And if it feels good, we can play it in officials.
Okay, well now building off of that, from your former support stuff, you also have a fantastic mid Snapfire. Is there any hope I get to see that soon again, or no?
I think not. I used to play it a lot, but it feels very underwhelming now on mid. It's not offering much, so odds are you won't see it.
Okay, thanks for letting me down.
Unlucky. Hey Noob, I've got let's see, what are my questions? First off, do you ever feel like you are playing hard mode? I think you have not the easiest role in the team, because I feel most often the game will rely on you in the early game, and like being the type of hero that your supports can play through.
Yeah, it feels hard sometimes, especially when they focus mid, because usually we have 2 farmers on offlane and carry. We're trying to adapt more to play fast, but this is what we're doing now. It's a bit rough.
Okay. So after some of the games where this is hard for you, have you voiced this, or like is this something you guys are aware of? I mean, because you said you guys are trying to play faster, but is this because you've mentioned this, or is this more like this is something you feel but you're keeping it to yourself?
No, we kind of mentioned it because also our games are going like crazy 60 minutes, 50 minutes, 70 minutes, and it feels like a bit random. So we're trying to play faster, so it's more guaranteed.
Okay. And so your last match is going to be against Liquid, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true, yeah.
They're obviously very good, and I think My question is, how are you preparing as a team, but also yourself? Because I think if you pick some of your tradition, let's say you pick Voice Spirit against them, they're gonna Lone Druid you, and I think your game is gonna be very hard.
We didn't prepare anything yet. We're going like team by team. We need to beat them to have a chance to qualify, I think, for the major. So it's gonna be hard, but I don't think Lone Druid ends Voice Spirit's game. It's fine, I guess, no? Should be fine.
I guess we'll see. So far from what I've seen, it does not look very fine.
Should be fine.
But
I mean, I had a bad game right now, Vicious Timber, and you come back, kinda.
I mean, if you don't lose your whole map, then yeah, that's true. And then let's see. I think I can cook up one more. So game 1, you last picked Slark. Can you walk me through that one? Because I'm gonna be honest, I hated it.
We choose what Ammar wants to play, and he wants to play Slark. We give him Slark.
Okay, did he say anything more, or did he say, I want Slark?
He said, I want Slark, and I will win the game.
Okay. Well, unlucky, right? Like, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Right.
Yeah, they just
Right.
countered him hard with Wind. It was a big counter, he can't really do anything on lane. So.
Okay, guys. Thanks for the answers, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you can send a little bit of Kezu's flame his way then on that last pick slot. But I do want to bounce off of the I do want to bounce off the question. You know, you guys just missed out on the Berlin Major last tour. It was really unfortunate. Now you guys are really close again. Is this something that's playing in the back of your mind, or are you very much in the realm that, like, we're really impressed with how we're progressing as a team, and obviously it sucked, but it's not the end of the world?
It is in back of our mind because we lost to D2 Hustlers, and Tundra game, third game, we kind of had it and we throw it in a way. It's a bit, but we kind of trying to dodge it, like not think about it and focus on the next series.
Awesome. Well, Noob, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck in your next series, and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you, guys. Bye. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye. I wish I could listen to what message Noob is going to pass on your behalf, Kezu, to Ammar.
Like, you're wondering what he's gonna tell him?
Yeah, I'd be like, bro, Kezu flamed the heck out of you.
Yeah, and then he's probably like, I don't care. He is talent, you know, as he should. Honestly, he shouldn't care.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Let's wrap up today, though. It's been a really long day, especially with that 70-minute that we had from Quest and Secret in the first game of this series. But Tundra and Team Liquid, they fought it out. They went to all 3 games. Tundra did eventually take it. They broke that cycle. It took them 380 odd days, but it happened eventually. Then Gaming Gladiators put us back on track with a quick and clean 2-0 over OG. And then, well, you guys just saw how it played out. A 2-1 for Quest Esports over Secret. Bouncing back phenomenally, might I say, Trent, from that 70-minute Game 1 loss.
Yeah, the quick rush down into, well, kind of another one in a sense. I mean, they obviously just took it over instantaneously. So you go from fighting your way through, gaining some confidence, and then transferring that confidence into games 2 and 3. And of course, hopefully transferring it into their last series, as you can see here, because they're going to need it. I mean, they're in 4th right now, but Entity still have some more matches to play as well. And their opponents are a little easier.
Yeah, Entity still have D1 Hustlers and OG, who are looking to be below them right now on the leaderboard. So OG, Secret, Hustlers have 1 series win, all having played a different number of games. Entity really want to pick up 2 more wins for themselves, either put themselves just above Quest Esports, who are sitting above them right now on the leaderboard, just below Liquid, who will be their next opponents, and then obviously Gaming Gladiators and Tundra. Tundra now confirmed going to Bali, so they've secured themselves a very nice spot in this upcoming gorgeous-looking major.
I mean, they are looking phenomenal. Like, from all the games I've seen, it's like they're playing new heroes, they're bringing new stuff, they're playing faster than they used to. I feel like it's all like clicking as a team, but I feel like it starts from when everyone is doing well individually, it makes the whole greater picture like so much easier for them to execute in the games. I think they're doing that very well. And in terms of Entity's last 2 matchups are, dare I say, quite easy. With OG and D1 Hustlers, they should be pretty happy where they're at. If they win those 2 games, it forces Quest to win against Liquid to even have a tiebreaker with them for the last slot. So my bros, Quest, do your homework. Let's go. They can do it. I'm sure they can do it.
And that'll be a 3-way tie, but most likely, assuming that GG defeat. Who do they play? Hustlers, right? They play Hustler and Tundra. So as long as they get 1 win amongst those 2, they'll have 5 wins. But if Quest beat Liquid, that's going to put Liquid at 4 wins. Quest at 4 wins, then theoretically also Entity at 4 wins. So, yeah.
There's a lot of interesting things that can still happen.
always.
Let's take a look at our Wednesday schedule, because a lot of the series you guys just mentioned about the Gaming Gladiators Tundra series, the Liquid Quest, and D1 Hustlers Entity series, these are played out on Wednesday. So I'm not saying a lot will be decided from this Wednesday schedule, but I think we will have a clearer ideas of who will be tie-breaking for what, and the potential outcomes of the rock, paper, scissors that Western Europe loves to give on for us. But out of those ones, Kezu, which one, if you could only watch one series, which one are you tuning into?
Okay, gameplay-wise, I'm tuning into the second one, I think. But in terms of hype, I'm definitely taking the last one. Like Team Liquid versus Quest, I still am of the belief that Liquid are showing weakness. My bros on Quest, momentum is rising. Amar is getting to play more games with the bros. He's owning a lot of games. It's time. It's time to strike back. I need to see Quest at the major.
If we see Quest bring what they brought in game 2 and 3 against Secret just then to Team Liquid, I really do think they have a massive shot, Trent. And I remember we interviewed Zai, and he's like, yeah, I can't wait for Quest Esports to slap us. So he even thinks that they have the potential upper end in that matchup.
Well, those pre-game talks haven't gone so well for some players before. So, maybe Zai's going to wind up being right here if they bring their Amar anti-mage here once more. We know they love Dusa over there on Team Liquid. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of speculation that we can save for Wednesday. But for now, closing out today, any last remarks that you guys want to impart? Anything new that you've seen from our first day of our final week?
Offlane anti-mage, baby, let's go. This stuff is good, guys. Like, relax. Like, if you have the choice between offlane Slark and offlane anti-mage,
wow, the bar.
It's AM.
It's low, huh?
It's AM.
Okay.
The bar's low, but there is one.
It's there. It exists. And AM is the better choice.
We didn't talk about the Entity versus Hustler series, but my prediction is that we're going to get the Kataomi Pudge to come back out. So it's going to be a hype start to that day.
Okay.
Wednesday.
Well, look, if T's working that one and that comes out, he'll be very excited. But for now, we are going to close out our Monday. We're going to close out day 1 of week 3 here. And if you guys are craving some more Dota, you want to watch some more professional games, then I do know NA is happening at the moment. So you guys can head on over to twitch.tv/PGL_Dota2EN2 and catch all the action that's happening over there. But for now, we will see you guys on Wednesday for 3 brand new best of 3s.